Chapter 1. Encounter with the Succubus. As night fell, along a deserted path, a gaunt man was hastily carrying a delicately featured youth in his arms. The boy nestled obediently against the man's chest, silent and serene, his pair of glimmering black eyes outshining the myriad stars in the sky. Xie had glanced up at the effeminate man who held him. With a timid voice, he remarked, "Brother, you've been running for quite some time. Surely you must be weary. Why not take a moment to rest?" The man's voice was oddly raspy as he replied, "My sweet darling, holding you is no burden at all." Ugh! Xie felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He was merely celebrating his 18th birthday with a few like-minded friends at a brothel, intending it to be a comingafage ceremony for men. Why had the heavens sent him, such an androgynous flower thief, to torment him? And this flower thief was a man, no less. Not just any ordinary person, but one who had whisked him away from the brothel to this desolate place in the blink of an eye. Xie, a frail and unremarkable second-generation rich kid, had no means to contend with such a rogue. Today's venture had proven to be exceedingly inauspicious. He might as well have heeded Tong Ge's advice and stayed home, counting his silver bills. "Tong Ge, help me." Xie hastily called upon the number one system in his mind. The system's cold voice exuded a lazy nonchalance. "What are you afraid of? He won't kill you. Is this even human talk?" Xie had continued to plead internally, "But what if he violates me? My innocence will be lost." "Tong Ge, aren't you the omnipotent System 001? Hurry and think of a way." The system replied with a languid tone. Detected that this individual is a demon cultivator from the realm of immortals. The host is currently engaged in a mundane lying flat mode. Shall we activate a new chapter, the lying flat mode in the realm of immortals? The unwelcome hand groping at his waist sent a shiver down Xie spine, and he quickly exclaimed, "Activate it now." Ding dong, the lying flat task template for the realm of immortals has been initiated, deducting 100 points. Current points remaining, 882. Xie exploded in frustration. What the hell? Why does it cost so much? I've diligently laid flat for 10 years and only earned 1,000 points, and you just spent a year's worth of my hard work in one go. System 001 coolly inquired. "Do you still want me to save you?" Xie, feeling the pinch, nodded eagerly. "Yes, of course." "Then listen to me." Xie voice turned servile. "Tong Ge, I seek your protection." Ding dong, the host exchanges item. Identity scanner, deducting 399 points. Current points remaining, 483. Ding dong, the host exchanges item. He Jin Dan, deducting 20 points. Current points remaining, 463. Listening to the incessant deducting of points, Xie clutched his bleeding heart. "Tong Ge, what do we do now?" System 001 suggested. "Engage this demon cultivator in conversation, build rapport, and increase his favorability." As Xie feigned weakness, the demon cultivator, noticing him clutching his chest, teased, "Sweetheart, are you unwell?" Xie immediately adopted a frail demeanor. "Brother, where are we headed? How much longer must we run? I have been weak since childhood and cannot endure such jolting." The demon cultivator chuckled ominously. "Not much longer, dear brother. I shall soon take you home." System 001 prompted. "Shall the host activate the identity scanner to scan the demon cultivator?" "Activate." As soon as Xie spoke, a panel appeared above the demon cultivator's right shoulder. Name, Hua Chong. Gender male. Age, 215 years. Personality, devious and cunning, selfish and self-serving. Occupation, minor minion of the demon realm. Species, succubus that enhances power by consuming others' cultivation. Health status, moderate internal injury. Xie gasped. What the hell? He's like the ancient child of Tianshan. How has he lived to 215 years? "Cease with the profanity, or I shall block you," System 001 coldly warned. Such occurrences are commonplace in the realm of immortals. There's no need for alarm. With System 001's promise of protection, Xie trepidation towards the demon cultivator dwindled significantly, and he even found himself excitedly conversing with the system in his mind. "If the panel of the immortal realm opens, could I soar through the skies in flowing white robes, wielding my sword to obliterate a mountain with a mere flick of my wrist? How incredibly cool that would be." System 001 began its usual brainwashing. What is this? Stick with me. Listen to my guidance. I can help you cultivate while lying down, garnering offerings from the mortal world, accumulating boundless merit, and becoming an immortal or even a deity. If only I had a banner in hand at this moment, Xie Xinghe would fervently wave it in his mind, shouting, Tonggu, my esteemed leader, I seek to cling to your coattails. You've arrived. Home at last, my sweet darling. The voices of System 001 and Hua Chong echoed simultaneously. System 001 reminded once more, cultivate a good relationship with him. Rest assured, Tonggu, I excel in making friends. The more friends, the more paths to achieve a lying flat victory. The foremost task is to avoid creating enemies. For if you offend others, they will seek revenge. In retaliation, you must strike back, and before long, it could escalate to a deadly feud. Such actions severely undermine the principle of lying flat, which System 001 sternly opposes. Having spent a decade with System 001, Xie Xinghe had mastered about 90% of the art of lying flat. Surveying his surroundings, Xie Xinghe cautiously inquired, Brother, do you live here? This was clearly just a dilapidated temple in the outskirts, with even a peeling Buddha statue still in place. How could such a wretched place be considered home? Hua Chong replied perfunctorily. Though appearing frail, he possessed remarkable strength, eagerly depositing Xie Xinghe onto a tattered straw mat inside the room. With one hand, he ensnared Xie Xinghe in his embrace, removing the boy's shoes and socks. Feigning ignorance of the man's intentions, Xie Xinghe smiled sweetly, his dimples more delightful than honey. Brother, fate has brought us together. I have wealth, allow me to help renovate your home. You lack even a proper bed here. Perhaps you should acquire some furniture. With a look of pity, he continued, a man like you should not be living in such squalor. Tonggu, he has even taken off my socks. Help me. System 001 remained calm. What's the rush? Continue to get closer to him. It's just a big man being seen without socks. Hua Chong seemed intrigued by his words, pinching Xie Xing's chubby cheeks with one hand while wrapping the other around his waist. Oh, do tell me, what sort of man do you think I am? With eyes full of admiration, Xie Xinghe replied, You're so powerful, holding me while running so swiftly and far. You must be a legendary cultivator capable of moving mountains and calming seas. As he spoke, excitement bubbled within him, and he tugged at Hua Chang's sleeve. Brother, by bringing me here, does this mean I possess the aptitude for cultivation? Can I learn from you? Of course, dear brother. I shall teach you to cultivate, Hua Chong said, caressing Xie Xing's youthful face, his eyes glinting with unmasked greed. I initially thought I wouldn't encounter anything worthwhile in the mundane realm. Yet here you are, a true gem. My sweet darling, if you manage to survive this, I shall shower you with even greater affection. Xie Xinghe stiffened, suppressing the urge to move. Tonggu, he's tugging at my belt. Help me. Tonggu, please don't let me down. System 001 languidly replied, No need to panic. Demon, prepare to meet your end. With a chilling shout, a woman emerged from behind the Buddha statue, brandishing a sword aimed at Hua Chong. Dear sister, if you're going to ambush, at least do it quietly. Are you afraid he won't be prepared? Fearing your lack of strength? As the sword approached Hua Chang's back, Xie Xinghe anxiously stomped his foot in frustration. Utilizing the system's identity scanner, he gleaned information about the woman's left shoulder. Name, Situ Li. Gender, female. Age, 25. Personality, passionate and fiery, fiercely opposed to evil. Occupation, direct disciple of the Zhongyun's sex leader. Species, above average cultivator. Health status, minor abrasions. Chapter 2. The elder in white Hua Chong effortlessly evaded Situ Li's attack while holding Xie Xinghe. A look of disdain etched upon his face. I underestimated you. I never imagined you could break free from my artifact. Situ Li, filled with indignation, retorted, Had it not been for your despicable tricks and deceit, I would not have fallen into your grasp. You vile demon, a filthy and contemptible creature. Killing you would sully my sword. Situ Li had been tossed behind a Buddha statue by this succubus before Xie Xinghe, and seizing the opportunity while the demon was out hunting, she had managed to untie herself. You foul woman! Had I not found you of any use, I would have drained you of your life essence long ago, Hua Chang said, his expression sinister. Yet, upon glancing at Xiexinghe, he immediately softened his tone, pinching the slightly chubby, rosy cheek of the boy. Sweetheart, be a good child and wait here. I shall deal with that vile woman and return to indulge you. Situ Li proudly lifted her chin. Humph, shameless demon cultivator, I have already notified my fellow disciples from Tsangyun sect to come and capture you. Just wait for your demise. Xiexinghe felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before this dim-witted woman. Sister, please be quiet. Be wise saying that. You're only urging him to flee. Who would be foolish enough to remain here and wait to be besieged? It seemed that the chief disciple had been raised to such a level of incompetence. Surely, Tsangyun sect could not be a significant sect. You foul woman, I will remember this debt, Hua Chang remarked. Indeed, as soon as he heard of her impending reinforcements, he swiftly seized Xiexinghe and prepared to flee. Vile demon, you shall not escape, Situ Li shouted, pursuing them with her sword drawn. Hua Chang pushed Xiexinghe aside and reluctantly drew his weapon to engage Situ Li. Xiexinghe fell to the ground, wincing in pain. The speed of their exchanges was blinding, leaving Xiexinghe bewildered, unable to discern who held the upper hand. Brother, I feel that woman is unreliable. I should run now, 01 remarked cryptically. Xiexinghe, rubbing his sore backside, stood up. Now would be the perfect time to flee. If that woman were to be defeated, I would surely lose my virtue. 01 replied lazily. Who am I? Xiexinghe immediately fawned. The most handsome, the most impressive, the ultimate lazy wind system, 01.01, with a tone of nonchalance, reminded him. What is our motto? Years of indoctrination caused Xiexinghe to blurt out without hesitation, if I can sit, I shall not stand. If I can lie down, I shall not sit. I shall lie my way to wealth and success, becoming the first person in history to win while lying down. It was this very motto that had prompted him to bind himself to the system without a second thought. 01 gently guided him. Has the system ever wronged you? Xiexinghe replied firmly, No, brother, you are my benefactor. Having reincarnated, Xiexinghe had perished from overwork as a programmer in his previous life, and now found himself reborn into a destitute farming family, unable even to attend a private school. Forced to assist with the farming at a tender age. It was 01 who had saved him, teaching him how to persuade his parents to invest in business ventures. Ultimately becoming wealthy as a result, he was regarded by his family as a harbinger of prosperity, treated like a deity. His parents and siblings undertook the laborious tasks, while he merely needed to occasionally offer advice and spend his days counting money. Very good. Xiexinghe's perfect response brought a rare smile of satisfaction to 01's face. This woman is a practitioner of considerable standing in the cultivation world. If you build a good rapport with her, you could secure a place in her sect. If you run away now, how will you leave a favorable impression? Moreover, this is the outskirts. There are bandits about, and if you don't run far enough, you could easily fall into their hands. I understand, brother. Xiexinghe blinked, his innocent eyes gradually clouded with concern and worry. Dear brother and sister, please do not fight. He stood still, his face a mask of worry, appearing as if he might weep if you were to injure each other. There are no doctors in this desolate wilderness. How would I treat your wounds? Hua Chang deflected Situ Li's attack, speaking with a smile amidst the struggle. Do not worry, darling. I will not be harmed. Pa, Situ Li, channeling her spiritual energy to assault the demon, shouted angrily at Xiexinghe. Fool! Do you even know who he is? You should not be concerned for him. He is a succubus who has captured you to drain your life force for healing. He intends to use your life to mend his wounds. Xiexinghe's face turned pale with fear. His voice trembling, Is that true? He was genuinely terrified, realizing that it was not merely a matter of losing his innocence, but rather a matter of life and death. Seizing upon the opening, Hua Chang swiftly struck Situ Li down. Binding her tightly with his celestial chains, he then approached Xiexinghe, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Do not fear, darling. Brother would never harm you. 01 detected his emotional turmoil and comforted him. Do not be afraid. I am here. Even if he succeeds, you will merely be using him as a furnace for your own benefit. Xiexinghe resisted and broke free from Hua Chang's grip. I do not want that. Although I am male, I absolutely prefer females. I have my principles. 01 ominously inquired. Would you prefer principles or your life?
Xie Xinghe's earlier bravado deflated immediately. "Can I have both?" 01 replied. "No." Xie Xinghe bit his lip, drawing blood, his expression reminiscent of someone torn between rejection and acceptance. "I choose my life." With his declaration echoing in his mind, the decrepit temple's door was suddenly flung open by a cold gust, splintering into deadly shards that surged toward Huachong. Situli, entangled and struggling on the ground, caught sight of a noble figure standing against the moonlight at the entrance, and her eyes sparkled with hope. "Demon, you are doomed. My granduncle has arrived." Hua Chang's reflexes were sharp. Knowing the wooden spikes were infused with spiritual energy, dodging them could still result in injury. Holding one end of the celestial chains, he yanked Situli up to use as a human shield. The deadly shards halted mere inches before Situli, their proximity threatening to pierce her skin. Xie Xinghe retreated once more, his heart racing with relief. Thanks to brother's earlier efforts to boost his favor, he was now the closest to Huachong, who chose to disregard him entirely in favor of Situli as a shield. Situli, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and pleaded tearfully to the man at the entrance, her tone wavering. "Granduncle, save me." Only moments ago fierce as a she-demon, she now appeared frail and pitiful. The man at the entrance, clad in white, stood tall and regal, his figure reminiscent of a pine tree in the coldest of winters. His waist hung a yet-to-be-drawn celestial sword, and his face appeared shrouded in mist, making it difficult to discern his features. Xie Xinghe thought perhaps the dim light of the decrepit temple was to blame, and rubbed his eyes in an effort to see better, yet he still could not make out the man's visage. It seemed he had employed some form of illusion to obscure his appearance. He glanced at the man's left shoulder, but the identity scanner failed to register any information. "Brother, is the identity scanner malfunctioning?" 01 replied. "The scanner cannot identify cultivators above the 9th tier. Furthermore, the cultivation world is not like the mundane realm. To prevent a dimwit like you from drawing attention, I will disable the identity scanner when it is unnecessary." Xie Xinghe protested, biting his lip. "I am not a dimwit, humph." Huachong tightened his grip around Situli's neck, his gaze toward the man in white fraught with both fear and caution. His tone turned suddenly sinister. "Let me go, or I shall kill her." The man in white stepped forward, crossing the threshold. Huachong, sensing a grave threat, retreated, his other hand grasping Situli's shoulder. "Do not come any closer. Stay right there, or I will break this girl's arm." Xie Xinghe whispered to 01. "How about I strike him on the forehead?" "He won't be prepared." 01 responded with irritation. "Lie down and watch the show. After all this teaching, how can you still not remember?" Situli, holding her head high, declared, "Granduncle, this demon has harmed many. You need not worry about me. Kill him and uphold justice. Please inform my master that in my next life, I will not be his disciple again. Be quiet." Huachong hissed, tightening his grip further. Situli gasped for breath, unable to utter another word. The man in white halted, his voice as cold and unyielding as the Arctic icebergs. "Where is Jimmy?" Situli's expression of righteous sacrifice faltered, realizing from her granduncle's tone that he had not come specifically to rescue her. Chapter 3. Stricken by seductive poison, Xie Xinghe, feeling the tension, cautiously retreated to a safer corner to observe the unfolding drama. Now this was the true demeanor of a master: immediate action, direct questions, and no unnecessary chatter. Hua Chang's eyes flickered with unease as he declared, "The news of the demon lord is not something lowly creatures like us can ascertain. As the ancestor of Tsangyun's sect, you should not be at odds with someone of my lowly status." Before he could finish, his words morphed into a piercing scream. The blinding white light forced Xie Xinghe to shield his eyes. Feeling as if a shadow had flashed past him, the man in white stood before Huachong, his long fingers as elegant as jade, hovering above Hua Chang's head. He uttered coldly, "Soul search." Situli collapsed to the ground, her expression dazed as she caught sight of a bloodied, severed hand lying beside her, once belonging to the very demon who had just been strangling her. Hua Chang's neck bulged with veins, his face a mask of terror. "Shen Qingming, how dare you, a righteous person, employ such cruel methods to interrogate a criminal?" Situli's face betrayed an expression of reluctance. The soul search technique could delve into a person's mind and uncover all their lifelong memories. Yet no one would willingly submit to such an invasive scrutiny. If this method were to be employed without the individual's cooperation, The consequences could range from madness to the complete shattering of one's soul, resulting in instant death. Shen Qingming, you are so cruel. I would rather die than allow you to succeed. Under the pressure of the man in white, Hua Cheng's body swelled like a balloon, her demonic aura surging violently. Sidu Li stood up, gripping his sword tightly, and turned to Xiexinghe. Run, kid. This guy is going to self-destruct. The system detected an imminent deadly threat and automatically exchanged a defensive shield for the host. Consuming 20 points. Junior sister, we have come to rescue you. The disciples who received Situ Li's distress signal arrived on their swords, but before their feet touched the ground, a fierce and domineering demonic energy swept towards them, sending them tumbling in disarray. The eldest senior brother reacted first. This is bad. Set up defenses. We are under attack. The system confirmed that the deadly threat had been neutralized, and the defensive shield was retracted. Cough, cough. What just happened? Xiexinghe fanned the acrid blood mist away with his hand. What is this strange smell? Several disciples quickly gathered around. Junior sister, we are here to save you. Situ Li covered her nose. Senior brothers, hurry and leave. There is a succubus about to self-destruct. Although a significant portion of the self-detonation's force had been mitigated by her granduncle, the succubus, known also as an incubus, exuded a blood and demonic aura that, if mistakenly inhaled by an ordinary cultivator, would have effects akin to a potent aphrodisiac. Xiexinghe slapped his cheeks. System, why do I feel so hot? 01. Seizing the moment while he still had awareness. Urged, the Hijinden has been placed in your pocket. Eat it quickly. Xiexinghe, always obedient to the system, felt around in his pocket and popped the pill into his mouth, his expression one of grievance as he tugged at his collar. It's still so hot. System, you tricked me. 0 and fell silent for a moment before saying, go ask that man in white for help. When seeking assistance, remember to be polite. I understand, Xiexinghe replied, his cheeks flushed as he leaned forward, his voice soft. Big brother in white, please save me. Having dispatched the succubus, Shen Qingming instinctively waved his hand to fend off the approaching unknown figure, only to realize that the person was merely a frail mortal youth. Utterly powerless. How was this mortal boy unharmed amidst the succubus's self-detonation? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiexinghe crawled over to cling to Shen Qingming's thigh. Brother, please help me. I feel so uncomfortable. Shen Qingming, disliking close contact with others, spoke coldly, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Let go. Mortals were the most fragile and troublesome. This boy seemed particularly weak. One kick could potentially kill him. Xiexinghe held on tightly, refusing to release his grip. Brother, I'm uncomfortable. You're so powerful. Please, help me. Shen Qingming clenched his fists, speaking with deliberate emphasis. I will say it again. Let go. Why now? Xiexinghe was nearly delirious, clinging to Shen Qingming's leg as if it were a pillar exuding coolness. Pressing his face against it, I won't let go. I'm hot, and you feel so cool. Shen Qingming stared at the boy's exceptionally delicate and refined features and, for reasons unknown, asked, do you call everyone brother? This young master's brother was not a title one could bestow lightly. Xiexinghe, barely coherent, managed to retort in an endearing tone. Only my elder brother at home and those I admire deeply are worthy of being called brother. Oh, how uncomfortable, he whimpered. Shen Qingming could feel the boy's body growing increasingly feverish against him. Mortals could not cultivate to suppress toxins, and the succubus's poison was not something ordinary pills could remedy. If this continued, he would be tormented to death by the drug's effects. Shen Qingming seized the collar of the boy clinging to his thigh, his icy gaze sweeping over the disciples, whose minds were muddled from the herbal medicine. You have all been negligent in your training, and your mental fortitude is lacking. Henceforth, all disciples present shall be punished with a year of seclusion, barred from leaving. The disciples, engulfed in a sense of dread, felt a chill run down their spines under their granduncle's cold, oppressive aura, which dampened even the effects of the aphrodisiac. The eldest brother sat cross-legged on the ground, directing. Everyone has been affected by the drug. Those without partners should meditate in place to endure it. Those with partners should seek them out to regulate their energies. Those with partners immediately took out their communication jade tablets to contact their partners and escape on their swords, while the others attempted to cultivate to suppress the drug's effects. Among them, a disciple with a purple ribbon tied around his head looked at the demure young disciple beside him. Ming Shidi, I have actually liked you for a long time. The young disciple lowered his head shyly, his voice barely a whisper. Yun Che Shixiang, I like you too. The disciple reached out his hand to the young disciple, his expression gentle, his voice sincere. Then, Yun Che Shixiang, will you let me help you dispel the poison? The young disciple hesitated before extending his hand. Thank you, Yun Che Shixiang. The two departed together, leaving the rest of the disciples in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, in a secluded residence within the realm of cultivation, the disoriented Xie Xinghe flailed about as if trapped in boiling water. His clothes were nearly torn off, hanging precariously at his waist, and his skin, smooth and fair like jade, was tantalizingly tempting. Shen Qingming, feeling the chill emanating from his own body, found Xie Xinghe clinging to him like a cat seeking affection, rubbing against him incessantly, wrinkling his pristine white robes. Shen Qingming's voice was slightly hoarse as he placed his palm over Xie Xinghe's heart. The heat radiating from the boy's skin transferred warmth to his fingertips. He released his spiritual energy. Do not move. I will use my energy to suppress the poison. The succubus's poison felt like a mere mosquito bite to him, hardly a threat. Yet, now he found that even a mosquito bite was not without discomfort. A sense of irritation arose within Shan Qingming. If you keep squirming, I will cease to assist you. Xie Xinghe, who had basked in glory for decades, had never endured such torment, as if someone had set a pot on to boil him alive. I feel awful, brother. Please help me. Shen Qingming felt a slight tremor in his spiritual energy and quickly stabilized it. It will be over soon. Bear with it. Xie Xinghe began to sob quietly, biting his lip to stifle his cries, as large tears rolled down his cheeks and dripped onto Shen Qingming's fingertips. Shen Qingming sighed in exasperation. Why are you so delicate? The effect of the drug will dissipate in an hour. How will you manage for that hour? Although he could help suppress half of the drug's effects to prevent the boy from perishing, without the boy's cooperation to expel the toxin, he would have to endure for the entire hour. Xie Xinghe grasped Shen Qingming's large hand and pressed it against his flushed cheek, his milk-like skin taking on a sunset hue. Brother, I feel so awful. Shen Qingming's voice was slightly husky. Do you truly wish for my help? Be sure you won't regret it. Xie Xinghe gazed at the man's moving lips, feeling an overwhelming urge to kiss him, as if bewitched. Chapter 4. Xinghe, Xingshi Shen Qingming held his chin, his fingertips brushing over the boy's tender lips. How old are you? He had no intention of playing with the child. Xie Xinghe, in a daze, recalled that today was his coming-of-age birthday party and proudly lifted his chin. I have come of age. You mustn't call me a child. Ha ha, Shen Qingming chuckled softly. Very well. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Xie Xinghe for successfully stepping into the realm of cultivation while reclining, earning 666 points. Please continue to recline and win. Xie Xinghe felt as though he had been dreaming, in which someone held his hands down like an immovable mountain. With teary eyes, he struggled to see the man's face, but the stormy waves in the man's eyes sent shivers down his spine. Am I going to die here? No. Xie Xinghe opened his eyes and shot upright in bed, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. The room, imbued with an ancient charm, was clean and elegant, a stark contrast to his luxurious and extravagant bedroom. The sense of helpless dread from the dream surged back. System, where is this? How did I end up here? 01 inquired cautiously. You don't remember? The system does not pry into the host's privacy. Judging by your current vigor, it seems you quite enjoyed the process. Xie Xinghe curled up in the blankets. I think I remember a little. I only recall the succubus's self-detonation and the foul gas that followed. Everything else is a blur. He felt no discomfort, only a slight pain in his eyes. That should have just been a dream. 01 replied. The day before yesterday, you were poisoned by a succubus. And that man in white brought you here to detoxify you. You have unexpectedly advanced from an ordinary person to the mid-stage of the second level of spiritual energy due to this misfortune. The Hejinden is a marvelous item for dual cultivation, capable of converting another's cultivation into your own during intimacy without detection. However, 01 decided to keep this information to himself, knowing that with Xie Xinghe's psychological endurance, he would only complain incessantly. The day before yesterday, I slept for 2 days, but I feel so full of energy. That must be because the man gave you an energy-restoring pill. The realm of cultivation possesses many miraculous pills. Enough to revive someone on the brink of death, let alone treat you after 2 days without food or water. Xie Xinghe looked around in wonder. That man is truly a good person. Not only did he help me detoxify, But he also helped elevate my cultivation and provided me with pills. Where is he? I need to thank him. And why are my clothes all over the floor? On television, it is often depicted that many healing treatments require the removal of clothing. One can surmise that the man was assisting in detoxifying him when he took off his garments. The decor of this room suggests that the benefactor is undoubtedly a man who values cleanliness. Even a garment worn for 2 days would surely emit an unpleasant odor. Thus, the benefactor must have wished to spare him from appearing unkempt. 01 remarked, perhaps he has chosen to do good deeds anonymously and has already departed. Xiexinghe, having requested a new outfit crafted from exquisite silk by the system, could not help but extol the man's virtues. What a living Lei Feng! If I have the opportunity, I shall certainly express my gratitude to him in person. 01 responded, you will soon have that chance. He is the Grandmaster of the Zhangyan sect. Since you wish to join a cultivation sect, you should consider joining the Zhangyan sect to meet him. Pushing open the door of the room, Xiexinghe replied, very well, but I must first return home. I have been missing for 2 days, and my father and several brothers must be terribly worried. Just as Xiexinghe stepped out, he stumbled over something at his feet. Looking down, he discovered a toddler, approximately 4 or 5 years old. Lying on the ground, dressed in a smooth, delicate white robe, the child was asleep, with furrowed brows and an expression of unrest. System, why is there a little child here? Is this the benefactor's offspring? Xiexinghe glanced at the child's left shoulder but found no identifying information. It seemed the system's identity scanner was ineffective on children. The little child. Xiexinghe picked him up. The child's skin was soft and fair, and even with his eyes closed, his exquisite features hinted at a future of unparalleled beauty, destined to captivate countless young maidens. However, he felt as cold as ice, not at all like a living being. Xiexinghe checked the child's faint breath and thought, oh no, could he have been left outside all night and nearly frozen to death? The benefactor had been exceedingly careless to leave the child behind. System, is there any way to save him? He has an extremely cold constitution. 20 points can be exchanged for a blood revitalization pill. Should I proceed? After searching the room for any means of warmth, Xiexinghe found none and reluctantly returned to bed, covering himself and the child with blankets to provide warmth. Life and death are paramount. I will exchange. The host exchanged 20 points for 1 blood revitalization pill. Xiexinghe fed the pill to the child, feeling the warmth gradually return to him, and with a sigh of relief, he embraced the child and unknowingly drifted back to sleep. When Shen Qingming awoke, he felt himself cradled in someone's arms. Opening his eyes, he revealed a pair of piercing phoenix eyes, which bore no resemblance to the expression one might expect from a 5-year-old. Upon seeing the familiar youth, the wariness in Shen Qingming's gaze eased slightly, and oh wonder, he felt as though he were holding a furnace. It was indeed this child who radiated warmth. Shen Qingming leaned closer. Craving the heat, due to the cold poison in his body, his temperature had been lower than normal for years, and he had not felt such warmth in a long time. Xiexinghe, who had been in a light slumber, noticed the stirring in his embrace and looked down at the child with delight. Little one, you're awake. He lifted the child, asking, where is your father? Shen Qingming raised his gaze to scrutinize Xiexinghe. Remaining silent, his cold poison had always been suppressed by half of his cultivation, typically flaring up once every 10 years without deviation. It should not have manifested yet. Instead, it came unexpectedly early this time, and more severely than ever, reverting him to a childlike form. His spiritual power was entirely suppressed by the cold poison, leaving him with barely enough strength to contend with a first-tier cultivator. Was it due to this child? Or was it that he had lost control of his spiritual energy during a moment of emotional turmoil? Noticing the child gazing at him with watery eyes, Xiexinghe mused aloud, could it be that you are mute? He felt a pang of sympathy. Little one, do you miss your father? Would you like to accompany your brother to find him? Such a beautiful child being mute seemed a tragic fate. He would likely endure grievances without complaint, else he would not have been so carelessly abandoned by his negligent father. Xiexinghe continued, I cannot keep calling you little one. Can you write? Can you tell me your name? Shen Qingming wrapped his arms around Xiexinghe's neck, deeply sighing within. He was the revered ancestor of the Zhangyan sect, over 1,500 years old. Had he not recklessly contracted a rare cold poison in his youth? Using half of his power to suppress the toxicity, he would have ascended like his senior brother long ago. The child was barely a fraction of his age, Yet here he was, referring to him as brother. Seeing the child unresponsive, Xiexinghe thought perhaps he might not be able to read and suggested, "Since I cannot keep calling you little one, how about I give you a name? I am Xiexinghe. You can call yourself Xingxi. How does that sound?" Chapter 5. The Great Sect's recruitment conference. Shen Qingming grasped his hand, slowly tracing the character for dream in his palm. "Dream?" Xiexinghe smiled brightly. "Then I shall call you Ming Ming." After donning his clothing and rising, Xiexinghe said, "Ming Ming, brother will take you to my home first." "All right." Shen Qingming nodded apathetically. Previously, he would enter seclusion to suppress his cold poison, erecting barriers to avoid disturbance. This time, the onset was fierce. It would take no less than 6 months, and perhaps up to a year, to contain the toxicity in his childlike form. He would undoubtedly face numerous dangers in the cultivation world. Retreating to the mortal realm for recuperation would be far safer. Xiexinghe, considering that the benefactor would surely come searching for the child upon discovering his absence, left a note on the table with his home address. "Then let us set off." Having completed these arrangements, Xiexinghe, filled with vigor, carried Shen Qingming out of the courtyard. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. "System, how do we get home?" 01 advised. "Walk 2 miles east and wait in the forest." Shen Qingming had purchased this courtyard by chance, drawn to its seclusion and tranquility. It was seldom frequented by cultivators, save for the forest to the east, where some might come to hunt fierce beasts or gather spiritual herbs. Watching Xiexinghe stride confidently eastward, Shen Qingming noted that this was not the route to the mortal realm. How could an ordinary person be so familiar with the paths of the cultivation world? Moreover, just a couple of days prior, he had emerged unscathed from an explosion caused by a seductive demon, suggesting this child harbored many secrets. Having walked less than a mile, Xiexinghe, accustomed to a life of luxury, felt his arms and legs growing weary. He coaxed the child. "Ming Ming, would you mind walking on your own for a bit? It's important for little ones to exercise as they grow. You cannot rely on your brother to carry you all the time." Shen Qingming took hold of his hand and obediently alighted from Xiexinghe's arms to walk alongside him. 01 watched the harmonious scene of the two, filled with satisfaction, and said, "Wait here. I will send someone to give you a ride." Xiexinghe led Shen Qingming to rest under a large tree while they awaited assistance. Soon, he spotted a man soaring through the sky. He waved his arms and shouted, "Brother, please stop." Shen Qingming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, he addressed everyone as brother. The man in a blue robe, noticing the commotion, descended on his sword and landed beside Xiexinghe. "Friend, were you calling for me?" Xiexinghe retrieved a cheer-replenishing pill he had just exchanged from the system's market and said, "Brother, where are you headed? Would you be so kind as to give me a lift? I assure you, I won't let you assist me for free. I can trade this pill with you." The blue-clad disciple, catching the scent of the potent medicine, took the pill and examined it closely. A second-tier premium cheer-replenishing pill. "Young brother, are you an alchemist?" Though the pill was not of high grade, the ability to craft premium pills suggested a promising future for Xiexinghe. Feeling a bit shy, Xiexinghe scratched his head, his eyes clear and innocent. "Yes, not mine. It was given to me by my older brother. He said my cultivation was lacking, and without pills or magical artifacts, I would suffer in the outside world." The blue-clad man, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Why do you wish to travel with me?" Given that this young man was a second-tier cultivator and his older brother was likely more than just a second-tier alchemist, it stood to reason that the pill was specifically tailored for him. Xiexinghe replied, "I am still a novice and cannot fly on a sword. However, I am eager to return home and hope to encounter a kind soul willing to help me along the way." The blue-clad man asked, "Where are you headed?" Xiexinghe replied, "I wish to go to the winter neighbor city of the Summer Kingdom in the mortal realm." After a moment of contemplation, the blue-clad man said, "Conveniently, I am on my way to participate in the Zhongyan sect's entrance examination, which will take me through the mortal realm. I can escort you, young brother." Xiexinghe joyfully lifted Shen Qingming into his arms. "Wonderful, thank you, brother." Only then did the blue-clad man notice the little child beside Xiexinghe and express surprise. "Young brother, is this child your little brother?" The child was adorned in a robe crafted by an artifact master. While the exact grade of the robe eluded him, its defensive nature indicated it was not of low quality. A child who could wear such clothing must belong to a family of considerable standing. As for why he guessed the child was Xiexinghe's younger brother, it was simply because Xiexinghe possessed an innocent, cherubic face. his delicate features and rosy lips exuding an air of purity and naivete. He appeared more like a 16-year-old boy, untouched by the complexities of the world, rather than someone with a child of his own. Xiexinghe, not wishing to elaborate further, affirmed, "Yes, this is my cousin. I have come to take him to stay at my home for a while. His name is Ming Ming." The blue-clad man extended his sword using magical techniques and leapt onto it, gesturing for Xiexinghe to join him. "Then let us depart swiftly. A brief excursion could lead to an encounter with a family of notable heritage." "It certainly seems worthwhile." Shun Qingming furrowed his brow, wondering if the three of them would have to squeeze onto a single long sword. He indeed possessed a flying spirit vessel within his spatial ring. Yet one must always guard against the treachery of others. Should he reveal it, there was no telling if someone might harbor nefarious intentions, resorting to murder for the sake of treasure in the midst of Shan Qingming's hesitation. Xiexinghe had already lifted him onto the flying sword. "Ming Ming, you go ahead," he urged, following suit. As Xiexinghe watched the sword ascend higher from the ground, his legs began to tremble increasingly. "Tonggu? Am I going to fall? This is terrifying." Ling Ling interjected. "Look ahead of you. Even a child surpasses you. Do you not wish to maintain your dignity?" It was only then that Xiexinghe turned to face Shan Qingming, who wore a stern expression, emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. They maintained a distance of a finger's breadth from the gentleman in green ahead. Had the celestial sword been longer, Shan Qingming might have retreated even further. The calm demeanor of Shan Qingming instantly made Xiexinghe feel inadequate. How could he possibly compare unfavorably to a child? What kind of older brother was he, bringing such shame upon himself? To distract himself from looking down, Xiexinghe initiated a conversation with the person in front of him. "Big brother, my name is Xiexinghe. May I ask how to address you?" "I am Su Ling." "A wandering cultivator," the man replied. Xiexinghe, intrigued, asked, "Ling Gu, you mentioned wanting to participate in the Tsangyan sect's entrance examination. Could you elaborate?" "Young brother also has an interest in the Tsangyan sect's entrance examination," Su Ling remarked thoughtfully. Xiexinghe contemplated and said, "I am hoping to find someone at the Tsangyan sect. He is my benefactor." Shan Qingming, who had been feeling irritable due to the crowd, couldn't help but smile faintly upon hearing this. Just yesterday, he had wept pitifully yet had the audacity to scold him. It seemed his words were at odds with his heart. Su Ling, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief and continued. "Not only the Tsangyan sect, but various major sects will be jointly hosting an outer disciple recruitment conference in 2 months. During this period, any cultivator with sufficient cultivation may register. After a rigorous selection process by each sect, candidates will participate in the outer disciple examination, and those who pass will gain entry. Successful candidates for the outer disciple examination will even have the opportunity to join the inner sect. However, given my qualifications, I would be satisfied just to enter the outer sect." Xiexinghe, curious, inquired, "Are there other sects recruiting disciples as well?" "Which sects are they?" "Ling Gu, please tell me about them," Su Ling explained. "The major sects hold their disciple recruitment conferences every 10 years, specifically seeking talented disciples. Cultivators from all walks of life hope to seize this opportunity to join a sect. Even mortals have heard of it." "How is it that you are unaware of this?" Xiexinghe, maintaining his composure, replied, "I have always stayed at home. This is my first venture beyond my familiar surroundings since reaching adulthood. I am not well versed in many matters of the outside world." Thus, it became evident that he was a sheltered young master. Su Ling understood and elaborated. The cultivation world is primarily led by the 4 great sects: Tianqiong Xianfu, Yuba Pavilion, Yaoqi Palace, and Tsangyan sect. Beneath the protection of these 4 sects, there are countless smaller sections. Chapter 6. Return home. The 4 great sects far surpass others in terms of cultivation resources and techniques. Cultivators who register naturally aspire to join one of the 4 great sects, resulting in fierce competition. There are also cultivators of lesser prowess who, aware of their slim chances of entering the 4 great sects, choose to pursue other sects better suited to their abilities. Su Ling, recalling an amusing incident, chuckled. Although all sects will conduct their selections in approximately 2 months, there are still timing discrepancies. I heard that during the last recruitment, there was a cultivator of mediocre talent who spent an entire month researching the selection dates of over 100 sections. He ended up applying to dozens of sects with staggered testing times, only to be completely eliminated, leading to much laughter. Xiexinghe asked, "Each of the major sects must possess its own strengths. Ling Gu, Did you choose the Tsangyan sect because its techniques are particularly suited to your cultivation? This time, it was Su Ling who felt slightly embarrassed as he explained. Not exactly, it's just that the Tsangyan sect has double the slots for outer disciples compared to the other sects. So I thought my chances of passing the examination might be a bit higher. Xie Xinghe queried, "Is the Tsangyan sect in need of disciples?" Su Ling replied, "The other three major sects have a long-standing history and have produced many ascended cultivators. However, the Tsangyan sect is different. It is a rising star that emerged after the downfall of the Shangqing Xuanzong 2000 years ago. Is still in the process of expanding, and while it may not be as solidly established as the other three, its potential for growth is boundless." Xie Xinghe nodded, deep in thought. I see. What kind of person is the current patriarch of the Tsangyan sect? Do you know, Ling Gu? Shen Qingming lifted his eyelids, aware that they were discussing gossip about himself in his presence. Su Ling replied, "Why do you ask this? The current patriarch is the master's uncle. It is said he is only a step away from ascension, yet for some reason, he has not made the breakthrough and remains at the Tsangyan sect. This patriarch is known for his aloof and cold demeanor, rarely making appearances. Beyond that, I am not well informed." Aloof and cold? Xie Xinghe understood and said, "Thank you, Ling Gu." He glanced at Shen Qingming in front of him and thought, this little fellow, despite his tender years, shares a temperament akin to his father's coldness. He must be a biological child. One wonders what kind of woman could capture the heart of this esteemed patriarch and bear him a son. Ling Gu, does that patriarch have a wife? He posed, if he does not, where did this child come from? Yet if he does, how could such a careless father be entrusted with the child? Shen Qingming raised his eyelids slightly. Why do you care so much about his private matters? When the opportunity arises, I shall inform this child personally. Su Ling, puzzled, asked, why the curiosity? I have not heard of this patriarch having a wife. Yet, young brother, you seem quite concerned about him. Do you know him? Xie Xinghe replied, no, I am merely curious and asking casually. The two continued their idle chatter, and after approximately 2 hours, Su Ling landed his sword at the city gate of Donglin City. All right, we have arrived at Donglin City. Thank you, Ling Gu. Xie Xinghe invited. Why not come to my home for a visit? The speed of the flying sword was indeed remarkable. Had he traveled on foot? It would have taken days and nights. Su Ling pondered and declined. No, while I have the time, I must quickly register for the Tsangyan sect's entrance selection. If I do not pass the preliminary selection, there will still be time to apply to other sections. I will seek you out again when I can. Xie Xinghe responded politely. If Ling Gu comes looking for me, the largest estate in Donglin City belongs to the Xie family. A little inquiry should lead you there. You are always welcome to visit. The woodcutter passing by the city gate overheard their conversation and approached, scrutinizing Xie Xinghe closely. Are you the young master Xie Xinghe? Xie Xinghe nodded, unfamiliar with the woodcutter. Yes, may I ask what you need? The woodcutter's eyes gleamed as if he had found a treasure. He abandoned his burden and grasped Xie Xinghe's sleeve. Young master, your parents are looking for you. I will take you home. At that moment, a guard at the city gate noticed Xie Xinghe and hurried over, shoving the woodcutter aside with a broad smile gracing his face. Young master Xie, you have returned. Please, come in. Xie Xinghe forced a smile, feeling awkward. Guard, it has been a while. Tonggu, what is wrong with them? Why do they look at me as if I were a morsel of meat before starving wolves? Ling Ling replied, you have been away for so long. Your father has offered a reward of 1,000 taels of gold for your return. Oh, these two. You are merely a walking fortune. The news of the young master of the Xie family at the city gate spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy within the city. What? Young master Xie has returned. I saw the young master first. No one can take him from me, young master. I have come to escort you home. Please follow me. The workers in the city abandoned their tasks, and even an elderly man strolling with a cane discarded his stick. Rushing towards the city gate. Young brother, take care. Su Ling saw the commotion rising from the crowd's hurried movements and uttered a hasty farewell, escaping on his sword eye in the past, upon seeing a flying cultivator. People would have marveled and shouted, an immortal, yet now, all eyes were fixed on Xie Xinghe, with no one noticing the celestial figure above. Shen Qingming, his small stature shielding Xie Xinghe, urged in a youthful voice. Run! Xie Xinghe scooped up Shen Qingming, clutching him tightly, and shouted in panic. Stop! Don't chase me! The crowd's eyes sparkled. Young master Xie is mine. Tonggu, save me! Ding dong. The host has exchanged for the teleportation feature. costing 20 points. Where is young Master Xie? Who has hidden young Master Xie? Is it you? Did you hide young Master Xie? From 10 meters away, Xie Xinghe glanced at the brewing conflict in the crowd. Exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. While they are distracted, I should slip away. Shen Qingming's eyes flickered with intrigue. Teleportation? This child carries many secrets. To avoid being recognized further, Xie Xinghe covered his face with a cloth, stealthily maneuvering his way until he finally reached the gates of the Xie residence. The two guards at the entrance immediately greeted him respectfully. Young master, please wait here. I will notify the master right away. The crisis has been averted, and Xie Xinghe takes a moment to rest in a pavilion. Recalling the recent events, he cradles Shen Qingming in his arms and inquires, Ming Ming, did you just speak? Shen Qingming remained silent, tightly sealing his lips. Xie Xinghe, an ancient ancestor of the Zhongyun sect, speaks with the voice of a child. Feeling both disdainful and embarrassed, I heard you. So you can talk after all. Xie Xinghe gazes at him with hope. Why not utter another word? Call me brother. Shen Qingming turns away, ignoring him. Xie Xinghe coaxes gently, Ming Ming, be good and call me brother. I'll give you some candy, I'll even buy you a toy. Shen Qingming, his small face solemn, retorts, do you really believe you can coax me like a child? Just as Xie Xinghe strives to amuse Shen Qingming, the porcelain teacup on the stone table trembles slightly, the delicate sound capturing their attention, growing ever more pronounced. Shen Qingming exclaims, is it an earthquake? However, Xie Xinghe looks towards the path outside the pavilion, where he soon spots a massive figure rushing towards them. My precious son, I've missed you dearly. Chapter 7. Bathing Shen Qingming stands atop a stool, his usually calm eyes now wide with shock as he watches the enormous figure envelop Xie Xinghe in a tight embrace. My precious son, I missed you so much. Xie Xinghe's face, flushed with embarrassment, gasps, Father, please let go of me. I can hardly breathe. The 300-pound Father Xie quickly releases him, patting Xie Xinghe's shoulder while assessing him. Tears streaming down his face as he uses a handkerchief embroidered by the family's concubine to wipe his nose. Look at you, so thin. You must have suffered greatly, my poor son. Xie Xinghe, pinching the bridge of his nose, protests, Father, I've only been away for 2 days. How could I possibly have lost weight? In truth, his father had once been a remarkably handsome farmer, the pride of the village. However, after the family's fortunes improved and he indulged in the finest delicacies, his weight steadily increased, leading to his current state. Father Xie, undeterred, continues his lament, it's fine as long as you're back. You must never venture out at night again. You worry your father too much. Xie Xinghe, feeling a headache coming on, replies, since I'm back, we can remove the reward notice posted outside. Otherwise, he may not even be able to step outside. Father Xie agrees, very well. I shall have the notice taken down immediately. Xie Xinghe instructs Father, please send my regards to my 4 brothers. I'll return to my room to bathe and change. We shall have dinner together later. I have something to announce. All right, no problem. Father Xie commands a nearby servant. Why are you standing there? Hurry and prepare a sedan chair for the young master to take him to Xieshui courtyard. The servant responds respectfully, yes, sir. The Xie residence is grand and opulent, rivaling that of half a royal city. When the head of the Xie family goes out, he typically travels by sedan chair, this moment. Father Xie notices the boy standing on the stool beside him. Why precious son? Where did you find this child? He is truly beautiful. Xie Xinghe proudly declares while holding Shen Qingming, this is my little brother whom I picked up. Father Xie nods, fully believing Xie Xinghe's words, as expected of my son, able to find such a lovely child. Child, call me father. Father, he is shy. Please don't tease him. Almost as soon as Xie Xinghe finishes speaking, Shen Qingming calls out Father. Father Xie bursts into delighted laughter, pulling out a stack of silver notes. Good son. I'll prepare a big red envelope for you. Shen Qingming accepts the notes, saying, thank you. Xie Xinghe, holding Shen Qingming, frowns in dissatisfaction. Ming Ming, you haven't called me brother yet. Shen Qingming buries his face in Xie Xinghe's embrace. Who would want to be your little brother? As Xie Xinghe notices the servants have prepared the sedan chair, he bids farewell to Father Xie. Father, Ming Ming and I will head back now. The room is adorned with jade pillars inlaid with various jewels and golden accents, with exquisitely patterned wallpaper that is nothing short of enchanting. Behind the silk canopy of the bed, even the bedding is splendidly luxurious, with rare pink gemstones embedded in the headboard. The quilt, made of golden thread, emanates an air of opulence. Shen Qingming surveys the room. Is this the place where Xie Xinghe resides? Does he truly favor this style? Xie Xinghe sets Shen Qingming down on the table and, hands on his hips, threatens playfully, Ming Ming, quickly call me brother, or you want to have dinner. After addressing his father, he finds it unreasonable that this child, whom he has taken care of all along, still want to call him brother. Shen Qingming smirks slightly, his gaze deep. Xie Xinghe feels the weight of Shen Qingming's intense stare, causing him to feel a bit pressured and hesitant. Hurry up, call me brother. Xie Xinghe presses on, just as he senses he might concede. Shen Qingming finally parts his lips, his voice soft and innocent. Brother. Contrary to his expectations, Xie Xinghe feels a strange tingling at the back of his head. Nonetheless, he responds with a bright smile, that's more like it. You're younger than me, so you must call me brother from now on. Shen Qingming nods obediently. At this moment, a servant enters the room. Young master, the hot water for your bath is ready. Do you require assistance? No need. You may leave, Xie Xinghe replies. As someone accustomed to modern life in the 21st century, he finds it uncomfortable to have someone attend to him so closely. He turns to Shen Qingming and asks, Ming Ming, would you like to bathe with me? Shen Qingming hesitates for a brief moment, his ears flushing red, then he nods solemnly. Xie Xinghe gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. So good. Shen Qingming buries his face into Xie Xinghe's neck, hiding his reddened cheeks. Xie Xinghe carries Shen Qingming into the bathroom, first helping him out of his white robe. Shen Qingming, startled, pushes Xie Xinghe's hand away, relieved that the rising steam conceals his flushed face. I can do it myself. Xie Xinghe, raising an eyebrow, responds, what is there to be shy about? All right, you handle it yourself. He sets Shen Qingming on the clothing rack, then begins to undress himself. Once he is completely bare and turns to check on Shen Qingming, he finds Shen Qingming looking at him with a peculiar expression. Xie Xinghe pauses for a moment, then laughs. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you admiring my physique? He pats his chest proudly. No need to envy me. If you train well, you'll be just as strong as me when you grow up. Shen Qingming diverts his gaze, troubled by the thought of his own frail body, wishing for the day he could restore his former self. Xie Xinghe embraces Shen Qingming, urging, hold on tightly, little brother, or you might fall. The bathtub is over a meter high, wide enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people comfortably, resembling a small pool. Both the interior and exterior of the tub are equipped with design steps. Xie Xinghe steps barefoot onto the steps, placing Shen Qingming on the highest step of the tub. He then reclines on the curved lounge chair installed inside the tub, fully submerged in water with only his head above the surface. This lounge chair was inspired by modern massage chairs, with uneven panels on the back and footrest designed for acupressure. In the steamy bathroom, their skin takes on a rosy hue. Shen Qingming closes his eyes, most of his body immersed in water, relying on the tub for support. He begins to regret bathing with Xie Xinghe, unaware that within this youthful body resides an ancient, austere soul who has only recently experienced carnal pleasures. Xie Xinghe admires Shen Qingming's flowing black hair, saying, Ming Ming, your hair is so dark and smooth. How do you maintain it? Shen Qingming remains silent, prompting Xie Xinghe to talk to himself. Ming Ming, why don't you open your eyes? Are you afraid of the water? Don't worry, brother will protect you. Ming Ming, do you miss your father now that you're away from home? He sighs. Why do you always keep a stern face? Like a little adult? That one tea help you make friends your age. The water seems to have cooled. I'll have someone come in to add more hot water. Shen Qingming suddenly opens his eyes, his voice cold and firm. No. Xie Xinghe, taken aback by the unexpected response and its severity, nearly slips and chokes on the water. He stutters. Why not? Shen Qingming's gaze flickers. Soaking for too long is not good for your health. We should get up. Father is waiting for you to have dinner. Right? Xie Xinghe stands. The sound of splashing water fills the air. Shen Qingming quickly shifts his gaze away. Xie Xinghe exclaims softly. Shen Qingming turns to ask what is wrong. Xie Xinghe, embarrassed, chuckles. I forgot to prepare clothes for you. The house has no children's clothing. It seems you'll have to go without. Shen Qingming furrows his brow. Next time, don't make such a fuss. I brought my own clothes. Chapter 8. Preparation. Xie Xinghe scratches his nose, realizing he has been schooled by a child. Shen Qingming climbs out of the bathtub to retrieve the storage ring placed on the outer table. His clothing consists of self-forged magical robes, capable of not only defending against the spiritual attacks of cultivators up to the 9th rank, but also automatically adjusting size according to his body shape. Xie Xinghe, draped in a bathrobe, stands nearby, clapping in admiration. Ming Ming, you're amazing. You can dress yourself? Shin Qingming, with a head full of dark lines, remarked, childish. After Xie Xinghe emerged from his bath, 2 attendants came in to dry and style his hair. In ancient times, there were no hair dryers, and with such long hair that could not be cut, it took an hour to manage, a task he loathed, always leaving it to his servants, the attendants. A Dong and a Shi entered. They had been with Xie Xinghe since he was 12, 2 years their junior. Xie Xinghe was quite particular about appearances, and his servants were all handsome and well-groomed. A Dong said, young master, we were terrified when you didn't return for 2 days. She added, young master, next time you go out, you must take us along. We were almost punished by the master. Xie Xinghe lounged in his chair, lazily waving his hand. Don't worry, my father won't touch my people. He might just scare you. Shin Qingming observed the 2 attendants standing on either side of Xie Xinghe, their fingers repeatedly weaving through his hair. The 3 were happily conversing. His voice turned cold. You should handle your own affairs. And what do you mean by your people? What is their relationship to you? All of his possessions must remain untouched by others. Xie Xinghe turned his head and waggled a finger at Shin Qingming. Ming Ming, brother is an adult. Adults can hire people with money to work for them. Shin Qingming jumped off the bed, standing barefoot before Xie Xinghe, raising his arms to caress his hair. I will help you. Dismiss them. Xie Xinghe was taken aback. You help me? Without waiting for his consent, Shin Qingming reached out to touch his hair, releasing a trickle of spiritual energy. Though his own spiritual power was nearly depleted, he could still perform such basic magic as drying hair. Shin Qingming emerged from the bathroom with his hair already dry, leading Xie Xinghe to believe he possessed some magical drying device. In truth, this boy had spiritual power, so young yet capable of wielding spiritual energy. No wonder he was the son of the founder of Zhongyan sect. Xie Xinghe instructed the 2 attendants, you may leave for now and I will call for you if needed. A Dong and a Shi replied in unison. Yes, young master. Xie Xinghe picked up Shin Qingming, causing the robe on his shoulder to slip and the front of his bathrobe to loosen. Ming Ming, you can actually use spiritual energy. You are quite impressive. Shin Qingming felt his skin against Xie Xinghe's warm chest, his cheeks flushing crimson. Put me down quickly. Xie Xinghe, intrigued, scrutinized him. We are both boys. Why are you so shy? Your face is as red as a ripe peach. Shin Qingming averted his gaze. Hurry and get dressed. The banquet is about to begin. Xie Xinghe pinched his nose. All right, little adult. Shin Qingming, exasperated, shot back. Just wait. Xie Xinghe and Shin Qingming traveled to the main courtyard in a sedan chair for the family feast. His father, 4 older brothers, 2 younger brothers, 3 sisters, and 3 concubines were all present. Xie Xinghe's siblings were born to his father's concubines after he acquired wealth, thus they were illegitimate, the oldest merely 8 years old, while the youngest had only recently celebrated their first month. Their relationship with Xie Xinghe was neither close nor distant. Xie Xinghe's mother had died young, yet his father's first wife's position had never been usurped. Shin Qingming frowned upon seeing so many people at the dining table. Are these all your relatives? He had heard that men in the mortal realm often took multiple wives, but merely as hearsay. One marriage was already burdensome. It was astonishing that someone would not mind the trouble and create such a large family. Xie Xinghe introduced each person. Indeed, you have met my father. Seated opposite is my eldest brother, my sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, third brother, fourth brother, and to the west is concubine Lu. Beside her are my eldest and second sisters, along with my eldest brother's son. Shin Qingming felt a headache coming on. Such a complicated family dynamic was impressive that he could remember it all. His father said, Dear son, please sit down. Don't tire yourself standing. The fourth brother pulled out a chair beside him. Xinghe, come sit next to me. The eldest brother inquired. Where did you find such a beautiful child? Xie Xinghe stood up, cleared his throat, and with utmost seriousness declared, Father, brothers, and sisters, I have gathered you all to announce something of great importance. It was rare to see Xie Xinghe so solemn, causing the eldest brother to exclaim in shock. Could it be that my mind has been destroyed? The second brother stood up, alarmed. Surely it's not that due to this year's drought. My grain shop will have to shut down and why money? The brothers present began to discuss their fears anxiously. Their ability to run shops stemmed from Xie Xinghe's guidance. Typically, when he called them over, it was to discuss matters of profit. No, dear brothers, Xie Xinghe interjected. I am going to cultivate immortality. I intend to participate in the sect's entrance examination. The hall fell silent. The expressions of those present varied. His father's plump face revealed no emotion, while the elder brothers wore troubled looks, and the three concubines struggled to suppress their smiles, feigning sorrow. With Xie Xinghe around, their children held no status in the house. Moreover, the master favored Xie Xinghe, and the elder brothers protected him. They could not even speak ill of him. Now, this little ancestor was finally leaving. Shen Qingming raised an eyebrow. The sect's examination? Wasn't he planning to go to Tsangyan's sect to find himself? The fourth brother lamented, "Little brother, you are my only sibling. If you leave, I will miss you dearly." The eldest brother said, "Little brother, you were raised by me. I will miss you the most." The second brother gazed at him with deep affection. "Little brother?" Their father wept bitterly. "My child, what will I do without you? I am but an old man." Xie Xinghe felt embarrassed. "Father, please don't cry. There are still brothers and younger siblings. I will return to see you all. Cultivating immortality has many benefits. Once I achieve success, I will concoct longevity elixirs for you." The others chimed in unison. "Longevity elixirs." Their father wiped his nose. "My son, what is a longevity elixir?" Xie Xinghe explained. "It is a potion that can extend one's lifespan. Once I can cultivate, I will become an alchemist." Their father rubbed his hands together. "My precious son, you are my pride. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. When will you depart?" Seeing his brothers also showing support, the earlier atmosphere of parting sorrow dissipated. Xie Xinghe's lips twitched. "There are 2 months until the registration deadline. I need to set off tomorrow. In a way, that is too rushed," his father insisted. "Tomorrow is too soon. I still need to prepare your travel supplies. We will leave the day after," the eldest brother advised. "You need to prepare more gold?" The second brother added, "Prepare more clothing." The third brother suggested, "Prepare more attendants." The fourth brother concluded, "Prepare more gifts." Xie Xinghe only wanted to escape from the situation. He lifted Shen Qingming. "You all discuss it slowly. I am not hungry. I will return first." Chapter 9. The red fire fruit. On the way back, Shen Qingming sat on Xie Xinghe's lap in the sedan chair. With a youthful voice he asked, "Which sect do you wish to join?" Xie Xinghe pinched Shen Qingming's adorable cheek. "Of course, I want to join Tsangyan sect. Besides, your father is also in Tsangyan sect. Don't you want to see him?" Shen Qingming analyzed for him. The entrance test for Tsangyan sect is in the Tsanghai secret realm, where the beasts range from 1st to 5th rank. You have yet to master your spiritual energy. You won't pass the test. However, if you truly wish to join Tsangyan sect, I can make an exception to help you this once. Xie Xinghe patted his chest. "No worries, I have a plan. With Tonggu around, everything is a guaranteed win." Shen Qingming added. "Also, Shen Qingming is not my father. He is my elder brother. He did not want this person to call him uncle the next time they met." "Elder brother?" Xie Xinghe pinched his cheeks, puffing them out like a pufferfish, indignantly saying, "Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier?" Shen Qingming's frosty little face bore the marks of Xie Xinghe's vigorous teasing. He covered his face. "I dislike unnecessary explanations. Your imagination is just too vivid if you think that." "Humph." Xie Xinghe set him down onto the nearby soft blanket. Shen Qingming initially thought little of it. But after a while, noticing Xie Xinghe had no intention of picking him up again, he realized he might actually be angry. This made him a bit anxious. Shen Qingming could not coax people, but he could clumsily soften his stance. "I can help you enter Tsangyan sect as an inner disciple." Both inner and outer disciples of Tsangyan sect had limited slots, and if he helped Xie Xinghe bypass the test to enter the inner sect, it would be unfair to other disciples. However, as Shen Qingming's disciple, he would not be bound by these restrictions. Xie Xinghe, indeed, became distracted, asking, "What method do you have to get me into Tsangyan sect?" Shen Qingming looked up at him, a glimmer of unrecognized hope flickering in his eyes. "First, answer me a question. How do you view Shen Qingming?" Observing him over the past 2 days, it seemed he had not thought of himself at all. Did he truly not care about that day? If so, why was he still so fixated? Xie Xinghe looked puzzled. What kind of question is that? Or is this some sort of test where answering incorrectly means I cannot join Tsangyan sect? With this thought, Xie Xinghe's expression grew serious, saying, "Ming, Shen Shizu is the founder of Tsangyan sect. I am merely someone who cannot even control my spiritual energy. How can I judge him?" Shen Qingming grasped his hand. "It's all right. Just speak your mind. He is not one to care about status." Xie Xinghe pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with unease. "Then I shall speak. Shen Qingming's heart also began to race as she urged, "Please, go on." Clearing his throat, Xie Xinghe continued. Shun Shizu possesses great virtue and profound accomplishments. A deity among mortals, he is the embodiment of admiration and aspiration for countless cultivators. As someone of rather mediocre talent, I can only look up to him from afar. Go join the outer sect and witness Shan Shizu's grandeur is already a tremendous satisfaction for me. To become a disciple of the Tsangyun sect, one must certainly pay respects to the patriarch. Flattering him can never be amiss. Shen Qingming was taken aback by his perspective, her emotions complex as she grasped Xie Xinghe's hand. Do not worry. Shen Qingming is not one to act frivolously. I do not forget my commitments. He will take responsibility. It's just that he has pressing matters to attend to lately, which has delayed his visit. Ah? Xie Xinghe, bewildered, nodded. Oh, responsible? What do you mean by that? The implication felt strange, as if he were a child lacking expression. Shen Qingming, thinking Xie Xinghe doubted him, continued to explain. He has been searching for the Qihua fruit these days. Both of us have been afflicted by a chilling poison, and only the Qihua fruit can suppress its toxicity. The Qihua fruit is a product of the demon clan, found in the hands of the demon extinction. His descent this time was indeed to procure the Qihua fruit, yet unforeseen complications arose. Were it not for his youthful visage, he would not have needed to provide such elaborate explanations. He would have simply taken Xie Xinghe away. Xie Xinghe nodded gravely. I understand. Tonggu, what is the chilling poison? What is the Qihua fruit? Please enlighten me, lest I appear ignorant. 01 replied. You only need to know that the system shop has pills with effects similar to the Qihua fruit. If you provide this pill to Shen Qingming, you will have an unshakable golden thigh. Xie Xinghe responded, all right, I shall exchange for the pill. 01 stated. 100 points for a Lihua pill. Your points are running low, and you are quite inexperienced. I suggest you exchange for a cultivation technique first. Xie Xinghe swallowed the curse that was on the tip of his tongue and asked gently, Tonggu, ISNT 1 pill 20 points? Why is it so expensive? Moreover, I still have over 1,000 points. How many will the cultivation technique consume? 01 replied. The Lihua pill is no ordinary medicine. If it were so easy to find a remedy for the chilling poison, Shen Qingming would not have been poisoned for over 1,000 years. Xie Xinghe pondered, strange, Shen Qingming has been afflicted by the chilling poison for over 1,000 years. Yet Ming, being only 5 or 6 years old, has also been poisoned. Could it be that this poison is contagious? Furthermore, how could two brothers have the same character in their names? Isn't that confusing? 01 smoothly changed the subject. Enough. 1,000 points for a winning cultivation technique. Will you exchange or not? This fellow always had to be clever at the wrong moments. 1,000 points? Xie Xinghe was indeed shocked, his attention diverted. Tonggu, you are robbing me. I have only just acquired over 600 points, and you wish to drain me dry. 01 replied. Opportunities to gain points in the cultivation realm far exceed those in the mundane world. Will you exchange or not? Xie Xinghe, with a pained expression, conceded. Fine, I will exchange. Ding dong. The host successfully exchanged for the winning technique. 1,000 points deducted. Notification. The winning technique has been automatically activated. The host will enter cultivation mode while asleep, allowing for cultivation even while lying down. Observing Xie Xinghe's almost tearful expression, Shen Qingming thought he was merely worried about the chilling poison. Do not be disheartened, the chilling poison is not a significant issue. Shen Qingming will be fine. You can rest assured and participate in the Tsangyun sex tests. Once you pass, he will come to find you. By the time you complete all the tests, I will likely be nearing the time to restore my shape. The palanquin came to a halt, and Xie Xinghe gently carried Shen Qingming down. Ming, how could you even call your older brother by his full name? Children should be polite. Shen Qingming pursed his lips. I'm not close to him. It has simply become a habit. Who refers to themselves as their own brother? Xie Xinghe firmly believed this. Even if the brother is busy, he should not abandon his younger sibling in the courtyard unattended. Furthermore, if he cannot come, he could at least send word. Shen Qingming had yet to contact Ming, indicating that their relationship was not merely distant. It might even be strained. Tonggu, how could Shen Qingming and Ming be brothers if they are over 1,000 years apart? Is Shen Qingming's father still alive? 01 replied. Mind your own business. Xie Xinghe retorted, feeling aggrieved. I was merely inquiring, yet I am met with hostility. Due to the winning technique, Xie Xinghe returned home and cuddled with Shen Qingming to sleep. Eager to experience the effects of the technique he had exchanged for with 1,000 points, As Xie Xinghe fell into slumber, Shan Qingming sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, and even his usually calm eyes stirred with waves of surprise. Xinghe, are you asleep? After 2 anxious days outside, Xie Xinghe, now nestled in his soft bed, slept deeply, oblivious to Shan Qingming's voice. Only then did Shan Qingming confirm that he was truly asleep. Yet at this moment, he would rather believe he was dreaming. Who could cultivate while asleep? If those old stubborns in the cultivation realm were to witness this, they surely would consider him a monster to be eliminated. Chapter 10. Shan Qingming's children's clothing. Xie Xinghe slept for as long as Shan Qingming watched. He attempted to study how this person could cultivate while asleep. Yet, as he gazed at the youth, he found himself inadvertently captivated by his beauty. The youthful visage was even more exquisite than that of a maiden. The baby fat on his cheeks rendered him adorably innocent, and his slightly pouted, rosy lips while sleeping invited one to steal a taste of their sweetness. Knock knock, young master, it's time to rise. Axi knocked on the door. Only then did Shan Qingming notice the sunlight streaming through the window. He had been watching Xie Xinghe for an entire night, losing track of time. Come in. Xie Xinghe, still drowsy, yawned lazily as he sat up, his loose attire revealing large areas of his creamy skin. Ming Ming? Good morning. Shan Qingming replied softly. Axi entered, carrying toiletries, followed by 2 male attendants bearing splendid garments. Xie Xinghe raised his hand, and Axi skillfully began dressing him. Shan Qingming frowned as he watched. Cannot you do it yourself? Xie Xinghe cleared his throat and, with a bold face, declared, Only children need to do things for themselves. I, as an elder brother, am an adult. He would never admit that the attire was overly cumbersome, adorned with excessive embellishments that he could not wear. Still in the midst of washing, Xie Xinghe did not delegate this task to others and even assisted Shan Qingming in washing his face. After freshening up, a dong brought over 2 breakfast servings. Young master, breakfast is ready. Shan Qingming sat at the dining table, pointing at a bowl of white substance. What is this? A rich aroma of milk wafted through the air, reminiscent of the scent on Xie Xinghe, yet lacking the sweetness he carried. Xie Xinghe sat beside him, took a bite of a thin-skinned, meat-filled bun, and proudly proclaimed, This is my exclusive recipe for specially prepared milk. Children must drink this to grow tall. Shan Qingming glanced at him. You have been drinking this all along. It seems it is of no use. However, Xie Xinghe's skin was indeed as tender and smooth as the milk. Understanding the underlying meaning in Shan Qingming's gaze, Xie Xinghe indignantly gulped down the milk in one go. I am still young. I will definitely grow taller. Height had always been a sore point for Xie Xinghe. In his past life, standing at 175 centimeters, he was not particularly outstanding among his peers. In this new life, with Tong Gu beside him, he consumed calcium, iron, and zinc daily, and adhered to a morning exercise routine. Yet his height barely reached 170 centimeters, and he seemed to have stopped growing. Was he Xie Xinghe destined to have no connection with towering men of 180 centimeters in this life? Shan Qingming's eyes sparkled with amusement. Who was it that audaciously seduced him, swearing in front of him that he was an adult? Shan Qingming had long since ceased eating grains, but seeing Xie Xinghe relish his meal, particularly the bowl of milk that was just as fragrant and sweet as he was, prompted him to try a few sips. After the meal, Axi stood by and said, Young master, the master and several young masters sent over some items early this morning. They said it is to assist you while you are away. They are outside. Do you wish to see them now? After wiping his fingers with a handkerchief, Xie Xinghe grasped Shan Qingming's hand and stood up. Let us go. I wish to see what my father has prepared. A dong unfolded a list that was longer than himself and pointed to the dozens of luxurious carriages in the courtyard. Young master. They are all here. Xie Xinghe, distressed, lifted the curtain of one of the carriages. So many. How am I to carry them? 01 chimed in. In the cultivation realm, these items are of little use. Xie Xinghe stroked his chin, pondering. Perhaps we should leave them in the storeroom. I am going out to train, not to indulge. Axi, appearing troubled, said, Young master, if the master discovers that you are going out without carrying anything, he will certainly disagree. At least take 2 or 3 carriages. Shan Qingming tugged at Xie Xinghe's sleeve. I have a way to carry all these things. Xie Xinghe scooped Shan Qingming into his arms. What method does Ming Ming have? He was not surprised. After all, being Shan Shizu's younger brother, he surely possessed some treasures. Shan Qingming produced a jade-colored gemstone ring and said, This is a spatial ring. Wear it and drop blood to recognize the master. Xie Xinghe, holding the ring identical to the one on Shen Qingming's finger, was taken aback. Such a precious item. You are giving it to me just like that? This is equivalent to having a mobile warehouse. Shen Qingming nodded, displaying the ring on his own finger. I have a spatial ring. Having an extra one is of no use to me. If you like it, I bestow it upon you. Xie Xinghe, elated, planted a kiss on his cheek. Ming Ming, you are worth every bit of the affection I have for you. Shen Qingming covered her face, which had been kissed by him, and upon witnessing his delight in the gift she had presented, she couldn't help but smile. Xie Xinghe, following Shen Qingming's instructions, performed the blood oath to bond with the spatial ring. The utilization of this ring required the use of divine consciousness, or mental power. Although Xie Xinghe was not entirely familiar with this concept, his experience of living two lives, coupled with the enhancement from the system, granted him a divine awareness that surpassed that of an average individual. With Shen Qingming's guidance, he swiftly grasped the method and proceeded to stow away all the items from the several carriages. The space within the ring was more expansive than the entire Xie residence, easily accommodating the contents of multiple carriages. After placing the items from the carriages inside, he was also able to gain a clearer view of their contents. With a mere thought, he retrieved a festive, fiery red jacket from the carriage. The collar and sleeves were adorned with a light coffee-colored fur trim, and an embroidered little tiger head on the chest brought it to life. Xie Xinghe held it up to Shen Qingming and said, Ming Ming, look, I have prepared clothes for you. The size is just right. Children should wear bright colors and smile often. That's what it means to be a child. Ming Ming, you always wear white and speak like an old man. He speculated that Meng Ming's guardian must be a stern and humorless individual. Given Meng Ming's kindness towards him, he was determined to help her rediscover the joys of childhood. Shen Qingming was quite resistant to the idea of wearing the outfit. I won't wear it. It's too gaudy. What a sight. Xie Xinghe, with a playful pout, insisted, You must wear it, Ming Ming. You will look adorable in this. Our Ming Ming is so cute. This white outfit doesn't do you justice. Just try it on. If it doesn't look good, we can change back. With no way to refuse him, Shen Qingming finally compromised, clutching the fiery red jacket. Fine. I'll wear it. Chapter 11. Departure to Cangyan sect. Xie Xinghe placed Shen Qingming on the small bed in the bedroom and extended his hands playfully. Ming Ming, let me help you change. Shen Qingming instinctively covered his chest and stepped back. I can do it myself. You go outside. Xie Xinghe smiled brightly. We're both boys. Don't be shy. It will be over quickly. I can manage. Don't tug at my clothes, Shen Qingming retorted, his calm demeanor evaporating as he blushed fiercely and nearly shouted. All right, you do it. Noticing how much it mattered to him, Xie Xinghe released his grip. Handing over the clothes, Shen Qingming raised his hand to draw the curtain, blocking Xie Xinghe's view. If you can't manage, just let your brother help. Xie Xinghe pulled over a stool, sitting down with his knees bent against the backrest, as if waiting for a fashion show. After an indeterminate amount of time, having finished a cup of tea, he noted that although the child's clothing was flamboyant, it was not overly complicated. Ming Ming, do you need help getting dressed? He urged. I don't need it, Shen Qingming replied, standing behind the curtain. The cherubic face of the 4 or 5-year-old, accentuated by the red attire, appeared even more lively and adorable. Xie Xinghe produced a tiger head hat and placed it atop Shen Qingming's head. Paired with the cartoon tiger design on the jacket and the matching light coffee-colored fur trim, he resembled a little tiger come to life. Xie Xinghe scooped up Shen Qingming, playfully tousling his serious little face. Ming Ming, you are simply too adorable. Such a cute Ming Ming. I want to hide you away in a sack. It was decided. He would claim this little tiger-themed doll as his exclusive treasure for the year of the tiger, and no one would be allowed to take it from him. Shen Qingming, with a blank expression, allowed himself to be squeezed. Once he had subdued the cold poison, he would surely return the humiliation he suffered today to this little rascal. For the remainder of the time, Xie Xinghe had tried on various cute outfits on Shen Qingming, despite his reluctance. Were it not for the system reminding him that they needed to depart soon, he would have drawn up modern kawaii clothing designs for a dong to have made. Ultimately, he dressed Shen Qingming in a sapphire blue silk outer garment, complemented by a delicate jade fan at the waist, and announced their departure. The dong remarked, Young master, the master is in his room, sorrowfully crying. Should we not pay him a visit? Xie Xinghe recalled the image of his father clutching his leg, weeping to keep him from leaving, and shuddered. Forget it. I've left a letter for father and my brothers. Let us go. Cradled in his arms, Shun Qingming turned his head to rest on Xie Xinghe's back, glancing back at a Dong and a Shi, who were trailing behind with their bundles. Are you bringing these two along? No. Xie Xinghe shook his finger, indicating the 8 martial practitioners waiting outside the courtyard, as well as a magnificent palanquin. These are my bodyguards. As the beloved youngest son of the nation's wealthiest family, it was only natural for him to have a few protectors by his side. Had it not been for the incident when he secretly ventured out with his father to visit a brothel, he wouldn't have had to deal with those burly bodyguards so easily. Shun Qingming admonished in a tone befitting an elder, cultivators must endure hardship. All toil is part of their training. How can one bring so many people along? Cultivators are classified into spirit cultivators and martial cultivators. Among the rare individuals with spiritual roots, those without may choose to become martial cultivators. Spirit cultivation entails fewer trials than martial cultivation and progresses more swiftly. However, the number of martial cultivators vastly outnumbers spirit cultivators, allowing for a balanced coexistence between the two types. He regarded the 8 martial practitioners, all possessing cultivation levels above the golden core stage, with the strongest among them at the pinnacle of the 6th stage. Such a formidable martial practitioner could be considered exceptional in the cultivation world, suitable for positions as inner disciples in medium-sized sects or as esteemed guest elders in smaller sects. Yet here they were, willingly protecting a mere mortal young master and serving as bearers. Shun Qingming inquired, "Where did you hire these individuals?" As Xie Xinghe carried Shun Qingming into the palanquin, he replied, "A childhood friend gifted them to me. Unfortunately, he is quite busy, and we seldom meet now." After an incident in his childhood where he nearly got kidnapped, that friend had sent over a few bodyguards. It had been about 7 or 8 years since these martial men had been by his side. Although they had a life-and-death contract with him, they were initially not very keen on protecting a young boy like Xie Xinghe. However, Xie Xinghe's sweet words and the system's guidance on how to win people's hearts soon endeared him to them, and within 2 months, they were wholeheartedly devoted to him. Go further solidify their loyalty. Xie Xinghe even exchanged 2 martial cultivation manuals in the system space to gift to the 8 men, allowing them to elevate their training over the years. Shun Qingming, having heard this, did not pry further, saying that Songyun sect does not permit disciples to bring attendants into the sect. Xie Xinghe replied, with their qualifications, becoming outer disciples should not be an issue. They will participate in the examination alongside me. Once I secure my position as an outer disciple, I will have a Dong and a Shi enter as errand disciples. The most crucial matter was that during the outer disciple trials, they would encounter dangers, and these individuals must ensure his safety. Otherwise, how could he win effortlessly? Shun Qingming did not expect this seemingly foolish boy to have everything arranged so meticulously. With a frown, he said, "The sect forbids cliques." Xie Xinghe, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Brother, this is called building good connections. As the saying goes, more friends lead to more paths. The more friends one has, the more homes one possesses, as long as one maintains good friendships. Everywhere feels like home." The system's original words were, "As long as one has many friends, one can recognize big brothers everywhere." However, Xie Xinghe felt this advice was inappropriate for children, so he embellished it. Shun Qingming asked, "Who taught you these twisted ideas?" Xie Xinghe whispered, "Don't be ridiculous. That's my brother's life mentor. 001 snorted. "This little brat clearly has no friends. It's no wonder he's a 1,000-year-old singleton." System brother, don't argue with a child. Fearing Shun Qingming would pursue the topic further, Xie Xinghe stuffed a pastry into his mouth. Children, after all, forget everything when presented with something delicious. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Let us set off for the Songyun sect registration site." Shun Qingming bit into the pastry, no longer pressing for answers. He would uncover Xie Xinghe's secrets in due time. The 4 bearers steadily carried Xie Xinghe along the main road, while the other 4 martial practitioners safeguarded him. As mere mortals, a Dong and a Shi rode horses, flanking the palanquin. The cultivation world largely advocates for austere training, focusing on cultivating the heart, body, character, and virtue. Throughout the journey, thanks to Xie Xinghe's fortunes, Shun Qingming indulged in luxury. They stayed at inns every night, with a Dong and a Shi ensuring everything was well prepared beforehand. Each meal was meticulously arranged, with a Dong and a Shi presenting menus for Xie Xinghe to choose from. Regardless of whether it was a rainy day or a sunny one, they rested whenever tired or drowsy. They reveled in scenic views, relished the wind and moonlight, and embraced poetic sentiments. Shen Qingming transitioned from urging him to hurry along to eventually becoming numb to the idea of sending a message to the sect leader, suggesting that this year's registration deadline be extended by 2 days. Fortunately, these martial practitioners were several times swifter than ordinary people, allowing Xiexinghe to arrive just in time for registration on the final day. Chapter 12. Registration for participation. As the deadline for registration approached, most cultivators had already signed up days in advance, so the number of participants today was rather limited. Consequently, the luxurious palanquin, borne by 8 muscular martial practitioners, became the center of attention, especially under the dusk light. The fist-sized luminous pearl atop the palanquin dazzled many cultivators' eyes. Amidst the whispers of the gathered cultivators, a pair of black boots with golden threads emerged from the palanquin, embroidered with colorful double-sided patterns and adorned with a ring of white pearls. The youth wore a water-blue long-sleeved shirt, covered by a simple, light white robe. Cradled in his arms was a doll that resembled a celestial child. It was hard to perceive him as there to register. Rather, he seemed to be an envoy sent for inspection. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man stood tall and composed, flashing a radiant smile at the 2 young registrars at the enrollment desk, his dimples dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Senior brothers, I am here to register for the sect selection." All right. The 2 disciples in charge of the registration were momentarily taken aback. Before recalling their duty to hand him the testing form, one of them retrieved a spiritual power testing ORB. As they awaited Xiexinghe to complete the form, he instructed, "Place your hand upon the spiritual ORB.it will gather your spiritual energy to assess your capabilities." Xiexinghe followed the instructions, curious about the nature of his own spiritual attributes. After all, although he had trained, he had never engaged in combat, possessing a wealth of spiritual energy, yet lacking the knowledge of how to wield it. The orb glimmered with a deep green luminescence, and as the light dissipated, it shimmered anew with the brilliance of water's spiritual energy. The onlookers could no longer contain their astonishment. A prodigy with dual attributes, and judging by that radiance, he possesses a superior spiritual root. Water nourishes wood. Does this imply his spiritual energy is boundless? With spiritual energy, he has the potential to become an apothecary. Which family does this genius belong to? I've never heard of him before. The recording disciple's gaze shifted from curiosity to admiration as he assessed Xiexinghe. Waterwood dual attribute, superior spiritual root, and at the 3rd stage of spiritual cultivation, passed. The disciple handed him a token. "Tomorrow at noon, bring this token to the foot of Qiluan Mountain for the 2nd round of selection." Xiexinghe gestured towards the bodyguards behind him. "Senior brothers, they are here to participate in the registration testing as well." One disciple inquired, "Aren't they your attendants?" Xiexinghe feigned innocence. "Are attendants not allowed to participate in the tests?" The 2 disciples were momentarily speechless. There was no such regulation, yet they had never heard of attendants accompanying their masters to the testing. Unable to discern the cultivation levels of the men, they speculated their prowess might exceed their own. The sect rules state that individuals over 100 years old and below the 5th stage of golden elixir cannot participate in the tests. Cultivators' lifespans increased with their levels of cultivation. These gentlemen appear to be in their 30s or 40s, yet they could very well be several hundred years old. The sect sought fresh blood to nurture. Those who had reached 100 years without forming a golden elixir were unlikely to advance further and thus would not be accepted. Xiexinghe turned to the 8 gentlemen. "May I inquire your ages?" The martial generals exchanged glances, their voices resonating with vigor. 97, 96, 93, 99. 102.1 disciple exclaimed, "You are over 100, hence cannot participate." The martial cultivator replied, "I am already at the 6th stage of martial cultivation." The disciple's lips twitched as he continued to address Xiexinghe. To prevent factions from forming within the sect, should they participate in the tests, they may become your brothers, thus no longer your subordinates. Any existing servant contracts must be annulled. Consider this carefully. This was why capable families had never brought attendants to the tests. Sacrificing loyal servants for the sake of testing was hardly advantageous. Moreover, annulling the contracts could lead to the servants turning against them during the tests, a risk not worth taking. Xiexinghe produced the life and death contract from his pocket and tore it before the 2 disciples. "May I register now?" The martial cultivators were taken aback by his audacity, gazing at him with astonished admiration. "Young master." Xiexinghe's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Uncles, hurry and participate in the tests. Don't miss the registration time." Medium qualification, 6th-stage martial cultivation, passed. Medium qualification, 6th-stage martial cultivation, passed. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder, filled with grievances. Most participants in the outer sect selection were 2nd or 3rd stage cultivators, and now their chances of securing those coveted spots had diminished. As Xie Xinghe noted everyone receiving their tokens for the second round, he expressed his gratitude and took hold of Shen Qingming to leave. "Thank you, senior brothers. We shall take our leave." Shen Qingming stood rooted, meeting Xie Xinghe's questioning gaze with a serious expression. "I also wish to participate in the tests. Was this fellow attempting to abandon him and the two servants at the inn? Not a chance." Thus, Xie Xinghe inquired of the two disciples, "Senior brothers, may children participate? If Mingming wishes to join, let her. With 8 martial cultivators above the 5th stage, can we not protect the two?" One disciple replied, "Yes, as long as they possess spiritual energy, there is no age limit for the tests. Take Shen Zushi, for instance. From birth, he possessed a supreme celestial root and exhibited extraordinary phenomena, discovered by the founding patriarch of the Zhongyun sect, who took him from the villagers to raise and instruct him. Shen Zushi is indeed a legend within our sect." Shen Qingming could not reach the testing table, and Xie Xinghe kindly lifted him. As Shen Qingming placed his hand upon the testing orb, it erupted with a dazzling, blinding radiance, causing the surrounding crowd to shield their eyes. The disciple responsible for recording dropped his pen, eventually finding his trembling voice. Supreme Celestial Root. 3rd stage cultivation. Spiritual cultivators wield powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, among others, including special attributes like wind, thunder, and lightning. While Xie Xinghe possessed waterwood attributes, it did not preclude him from utilizing other elemental energies. Rather, he had a stronger affinity for water and wood energies, making them more suitable for his cultivation. The Supreme Celestial Root signifies an exceptional sensitivity to any single attribute, allowing the bearer to choose any elemental energy for cultivation. Such roots are exceedingly rare, and every individual possessing a celestial root is a renowned genius in the realm of cultivation. Apart from the Zhongyun sect Shen Qingming, the last known celestial root appeared in Yixi and of the Tianqiong Xianfu, the foremost of the 4 sects, who ascended to divinity a millennium ago alongside his partner. Now, another celestial root had emerged in the world. Though Xie Xinghe was unaware of the significance of a celestial root, he could infer from the astonished, envious, and jealous gazes of the crowd that it was undoubtedly an extraordinary and prestigious attribute, akin to the typical roots of a protagonist in a novel. "Senior brothers, having passed the test, I shall take my leave now." Xie Xinghe took the testing token, lifted Shen Qingming into the carriage, and hurriedly urged the martial cultivators to depart. Following the usual protocol, the emergence of such a root would undoubtedly attract various forces vying for supremacy. Should those influential figures arrive and a scuffle ensue over Shen Qingming, he, being a mere bystander, risked becoming collateral damage. They had to flee swiftly. Chapter 13. The test begins. Should Shen Qingming be aware of Xie Xinghe's concerns, he would surely inform him that his worries were unfounded. The emergence of a celestial root indeed heralded a natural phenomenon, poised to draw attention from the entirety of Zhongyun Mountain. However, during his test, he would restrain much of his spiritual energy, ensuring that only those nearby would take notice. Congratulations, host, for effortlessly passing the preliminary registration test, earning 100 points. Upon entering the carriage, Xie Xinghe heard the system's notification. "System brother, exchange for the fire essence pill." Surprising, 001 responded, "You're using your points so quickly? This fellow values points above all else. Why this sudden generosity this time?" Xie Xinghe reiterated, "Yes, exchange. Since Mingming gifted him such a precious spatial ring, he couldn't simply accept the child's belongings without offering something in return. He needed to present a fitting token of gratitude. Mingming, being Shen Zushi's younger sibling, undoubtedly lacked for nothing. Thus, the fire essence pill was likely the only item of interest. The pill was exchanged into Xie Xinghe's hands. He gazed at Shen Qingming, who sat primly beside him, and coaxed, "Mingming, brother will give you some candy. Open wide." Though Shen Qingming could not fathom Xie Xinghe's intentions, he trusted that he would not cause him harm. Obediently, he opened his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Xinghe thrust the pill into his mouth and picked up a piece of candy from the table, cheerfully insisting, "It's not bitter. Just have a piece of candy." As the pill dissolved upon entry, Shen Qingming immediately felt a warm current flow from his dantian. as if the chill that had plagued him dissipated in an instant. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he abruptly pushed Xiexinghe away, his delicate features contorting in distress, his voice strained with pain. "What did you make me eat?" Xiexinghe, bewildered by his reaction, stammered, "Didn't you say you were afflicted by cold poison? This is an antidote for cold poison." "What's wrong? System brother, are you selling counterfeit medicine?" 001 retorted coolly, "Get lost. System brother, you're swearing. You've fallen from grace." After pushing Xiexinghe away, Shen Qingming realized he had startled him and lowered his gaze in regret. "I'm fine. Let us hurry back to the inn." The pill was not the issue. The cold poison had transformed him into a child, and now that the poison had subsided, he was on the verge of reverting to his adult form. He was currently suppressing his skeletal growth, aware that in the presence of so many people, he had to feign a retreat into seclusion. The appearance of the Songyun sect's ancestor within the carriage could attract unwanted scrutiny, potentially exposing his condition. In recent years, the Songyun sect had been on the rise, and it was imperative that no incriminating evidence fell into the hands of rival sections within the time span of a single incense stick. He would revert to his former self. He had to return to the inn before that happened. Gritting his teeth, Shen Qingming sent a telepathic message to the sect leader, urging him to come find him quickly. His original plan had been to participate in the registration test alongside Xiexinghe to protect him, but it seemed he would have to rely on this fellow to manage on his own. Xiexinghe lifted the carriage curtain, addressing the martial cultivators outside. "Hurry back to the inn, quickly." Several martial practitioners received orders to hasten their pace towards the inn. Upon arriving in the town, a Dong and a Shi proceeded to the inn to make arrangements, while Xiexinghe and his companions went to register for the selection. Xiexinghe hurriedly carried Shen Qingming back to their room. He gently placed her on the bed, took a deep breath, and leaned over the bed railing, saying, "Ming Ming, why do I feel like you've gained weight? Have you grown taller as well?" Shen Qingming endeavored to conceal her unusual demeanor and replied, "I lost my jade pendant in the sedan chair. Could you help me find it?" "Of course," Xiexinghe said without suspicion, and hurried downstairs to search for the pendant. 01, observing the scene within the system space, remarked, "Look at how Xiexinghe, this little weakling, is being ordered around without a single complaint. Ming Ming, I haven't seen any jade pendant." When Xiexinghe returned, he found the room and the large bed empty. "Xiaoyu, that person is from my Songyun sect and has already been taken away. There's no need to search further." The authoritative voice pierced through the air, clear and resonant. Xiexinghe looked around the room, asking, "Who are you?" "I am Zhu Jijia, the sect master of Songyun sect. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Xiexinghe, feeling perplexed, sat on the bed, thinking, what a lack of courtesy after spending so much time together. Not even a proper farewell. Such a heartless person. In the grand hall of the Songyun sect, Shen Qingming, now restored to her exquisite form, stood before the sect master. Her voice was ethereal and chilling. "I shall enter seclusion for 2 days. While I am in retreat, Xiexinghe will be my sole disciple." The sect master, suppressing his astonishment, obediently replied, "Understood." Shen Qingming's gaze was resolute as she continued, "The celestial root I am presenting for the test is merely a disguise. It is likely already spreading among the disciples undergoing evaluation. This will help us gauge their backgrounds and identify any spies planted by other sects, eliminating those discontented pests." The sect master's eyes brightened with understanding. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Having just become one of the 4 major sects, Songyun sect was constantly plagued by ambitions from other sects seeking to usurp their position, routinely attempting to infiltrate during their recruitment of disciples. Despite various strategies employed, capturing these infiltrators was ineffective due to the lack of evidence, making it impossible to impose severe penalties. This time, for the sake of the gifted with celestial roots, they would undoubtedly fight fiercely to claim them, and they would be compelled to reveal their identities. When that moment arrived, capturing them would be effortless. Shen Qingming folded her hands behind her back, her demeanor strikingly noble, exuding an air of elegance akin to precious jade. "Xiexinghe is my disciple. From now on, he shall be your junior brother." The sect master, with a serious attitude, lowered his head to conceal his bewilderment. The disciple understands it seemed the master intended for him to ease up on the testing, to turn a blind eye and not be overly harsh on the future junior brother. Given the master's usual strictness and impartiality towards the disciples, it was indeed a momentous decision to accept a disciple. Chapter 14. Preliminary selection test. The elixir Xiexinghe provided to Shen Qingming could alleviate a small portion of the cold poison, but given that the poison had been accumulating in her body for over 1,000 years, such a minor dosage was insufficient for complete relief. After instructing the sect master, she promptly retreated to her cave for seclusion, stabilizing the cold poison. Once she emerged from her retreat, she would be able to meet Xiexinghe. Inside the inn, Xiexinghe was still brooding over Shen Qingming's abrupt departure, feeling slighted that she hadn't even left a word after accompanying him for so long. It was utterly unreasonable, and he resolved to ignore her the next time they met. 01 interjected, "Stop sulking. Tomorrow's test will assess your fundamental control over spiritual energy. As a novice, shouldn't you be cramming a bit?" Xiexinghe rubbed his fists together, brimming with enthusiasm. "How should I practice?" "Finally, I can showcase my strengths." 01 replied, "Just write your name." Xiexinghe was taken aback. "What?" At the foot of Qi Luo Shan, the scene was bustling with activity, thronged with people. Xiexinghe found himself unable to push through the crowd even halfway up the mountain. Perched on the shoulder of his martial uncle, he gazed into the distance, hearing that Songyun sect was recruiting nearly 400 outer disciples, while the number of applicants for the preliminary selection had already exceeded 10,000. Considering the number of individuals eliminated in the preliminary selection, claiming a 1 in 100 chance would not be an exaggeration. All those who have passed the preliminary selection of Songyun sect, the first testing secret realm is about to commence. The chaos of the marketplace quieted down in response to this announcement. 2 men and 2 women soared in the air on their swords, donned in the uniform attire of outer disciples. Their voices, though soft, resonated in the ears of every cultivator present at Qi Luo Shan. One of the male disciples held a staff-like artifact, raising it to conjure 10 luminous gates in midair. Another male disciple brandished a wooden plaque, declaring, "The 10 luminous gates each contain 100 tokens. Find a token and inscribe your name to pass the preliminary selection. The testing time is 1 hour from now." A female disciple unfurled a scroll into the air, her voice soft yet penetrating. "This scroll will record your every action within the secret realm. Those who obtain a token and inscribe their name will be teleported out of the secret realm. Should you encounter life-threatening danger, simply shout 'I wish to forfeit,' and the scroll will transport you out. Those remaining in the secret realm after 1 hour will be deemed to have failed the test." The 4 outer disciples, hovering in the air, simultaneously announced, "The test begins." As their voices faded, over 10,000 disciples surged towards the 10 luminous gates, fearing they would miss their chance to seize the opportunity. Xiexinghe's companions, all seasoned warriors, were categorized as Wu Yi, Wu Er, and Wu San in turn. Wu Yi, the most robust among them, felt a wave of relief as he watched several cultivators being jostled by the crowd. Tumbling to the ground and being trampled by those rushing forward, he clutched Xiexinghe's shoulder, grateful he had not ventured into the fray. "Uncles, let's wait a moment before entering. There's no need to compete with them." Luckily, cultivators possess protective spiritual energy. Had this been Earth, such a stampede would have resulted in casualties. Given Xiexinghe's slight frame, he could hardly withstand such chaos. The previously silent female outer disciple glanced at Xiexinghe and softly remarked, "Each secret realm accommodates 1,000 individuals. Once the number is met, the realm will automatically close. Those who do not enter will be considered failures." Upon hearing this, the cultivators intensified their scramble. Xiexinghe exclaimed. "Whoa!" 01 coldly interjected. "Silence. Of the 12,900 participants, 257 have already been trampled and eliminated. When I give the command, we charge ahead." Xiexinghe firmly held onto Wu Yi's shoulder, stating, "Uncles, when I give the command, we all rush in together." 01 instructed, "Charge in." Xiexinghe clenched his fist, cheering, "Uncle Wu, let's go." 8 martial guards surrounded Xiexinghe, ensuring he remained unscathed. "Young master, be cautious." As Xiexinghe entered the secret realm, he barely had time to take in his surroundings before a wave of dizziness washed over him. Everything around him twisted and shifted. Aside from Wu Yi, the other martial practitioners who had been guarding him vanished without a trace. Wu Yi gently set Xiexinghe down and steadied him, saying, "I apologize, young master. I inadvertently stepped on a random teleportation array. Random teleportation array sends one to any location within the secret realm upon being stepped on. No wonder so few cultivators were seen at the entrance. They likely also fell victim to the teleportation array." Xiexinghe, steadying himself by gripping Wu Yi's arm, pointed toward a gap between the grass and stones by the stream. Uncle Wu. Look, isn't that a token? Ecstatic, he exclaimed. Fantastic. Let's hurry and collect it before someone else does. Xiexing had dashed forward. Wu Yi quickly followed, cautioning, Young master, be careful of traps. Suddenly, a fluffy, dark teal tail appeared in Xiexing's line of sight, prompting him to halt abruptly and leap back in surprise, distancing himself from the stone. Young master. Wu Yi stepped forward, shielding him protectively as the atmosphere grew tense, eyes fixed on the stone. What is it? Come out. With a yelp, a small creature, about a foot tall and covered in dark teal fur, leaped from behind the stone. Its voice was high-pitched and adorable, yet its round, dark eyes conveyed an unexpected air of dominance. The creature's long, thick tail was seamlessly connected to its body, and though its legs appeared short and its claws sharp, its cute, tiger-like visage lacked any hint of menace. Xiexing stepped out from behind Wu Yi. What a delightful creature. What is it, Tonggu? 01's cold voice replied. If you like it, bring it back and raise it. Xiexing, astonished, asked, Is that really okay? 01 affirmed, Of course, if you like it, you can keep it for as long as you want. However, once you take it in, you must not abandon it carelessly. Taking a couple of steps forward, Xiexing crouched before the small creature. Don't worry. I'll treat it like my own child. 01 reminded him. This little beast is injured. You should bandage its wounds. Chapter 15. The mysterious little beast. Xiexing extended his hand towards the small creature. I won't harm you. You're injured, and I can help you heal. Wu Yi cautioned, Young master, we don't know what kind of beast this is. It's better to be careful. The little beast, wary of the imposing Wu Yi, glanced nervously at him, then turned its gaze to the seemingly simple-minded Xiexing. Ultimately choosing to stand beside him, Xiexing produced a second-tier healing elixir and held it out in his palm. Here, this will help you. Eat it, and your wounds will heal. The little beast sniffed at the elixir in Xiexing's hand, its eyes flashing with disdain. Such a low-grade elixir would hardly be of any use. Xiexing's eyes sparkled with delight, retracting the elixir. You don't like elixirs? Since your injuries don't seem severe, we can forego the medicine. We'll nurture you slowly. Had it not been for Tong Ji's mention of the beast's injury, Xiexing would have been oblivious to its wounds. Tentatively, Xiexing extended his hands towards the small creature. Intending to embrace it, the little beast lifted its gaze, casting an arrogant glance at the man's face. Its appearance was barely acceptable. Humph, it might as well let him serve it, as Xiexing cradled the small beast. He instructed Wu Yi to retrieve the token, and under the command of Ling Yi, effortlessly unearthed another token from beneath the great tree. While holding the small creature, Xiexing's mind wandered to another matter. Tonggu, I actually wished to raise a kitten. In his previous life, he had longed for a feline companion, but his busy work schedule left him no time for such care, and the rented accommodation was unsuitable for keeping pets. Now, having become a rich second generation with the opportunity to keep a cat, Tonggu outright forbade him from doing so. It was rare for Tonggu to be so accommodating today. Could he perhaps make an additional request? Ling Yi chuckled coldly. You wished it that moment, Wu Yi interjected. Young master, we should inscribe our names on this token and be on our way. Ling Yi reminded. The name must be engraved with spiritual power. Ordinary methods will not suffice. Moreover, be cautious. If the spiritual energy is not properly controlled and the token is ruined, it will become worthless. Upon hearing this, Xiexing grew serious. No wonder Tonggu had urged him to practice writing his name with spiritual power in advance. This was the purpose. Xiexing and Wu Yi simultaneously inscribed their names, and the passage scroll manifested from the air, transporting the two out of the secret realm. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the preliminary test and earning 200 points. The exit of the secret realm was situated halfway up Chilua Mountain. The 4 disciples responsible for selecting outer gate members had just arrived at the exit on their flying swords when they saw 2 figures being brought forth by the scroll. One of the male disciples approached Xiexing upon noticing the tokens in their hands. Congratulations, you are the first 2 disciples to pass the test. Xiexing gazed up at him with eager anticipation. Esteemed senior brothers, is there a special reward for the first place? The senior brother awkwardly scratched his head. Xiexing's expression made it difficult for him to admit there was none. That moment. A female disciple spoke. Fellow Taoists, you may return now. Having passed the preliminary test, Please bring the token obtained from the secret realm and arrive at Qiluo Mountain for the final selection competition for Outer Gate disciples at noon the day after tomorrow. So, there is no reward for first place after all. Xie Xinghe felt a slight twinge of disappointment, but quickly replaced it with a radiant smile. He tilted his head, his clear eyes sparkling. Strands of delicate bangs fell across his forehead, giving him an adorably naive appearance. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. We shall take our leave now. The boy's smile enveloped the group in a warm glow. Igniting a warmth in their hearts, one male disciple clutched his pounding heart and stammered. No need to mention it. Your talent is remarkable. I hope you can become our junior brother. I too look forward to the day we can formally meet. Xie Xinghe's smile became even more dazzling. He waved goodbye to the 4 disciples. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, farewell. The 3 disciples blushed and waved in unison. Farewell. Once Xie Xinghe had walked away, the gentle-voiced female disciple covered her cheeks, exclaiming with excitement. He is so adorable, and his hair is so soft. I really want to pet him. Another female disciple, with a cooler tone, remarked. The demonic beast he is holding was brought out from the secret realm. The expressions of the other 3 froze, as if doused with cold water. The leading male disciple twitched his lips and spoke first. It is merely a low-tier demonic beast. Such creatures are abundant. If the junior brother likes it, we might as well consider it a gift from us, your senior brothers and sisters. You can go if you wish. As for me, I will not be retrieving it. The female disciple with the cool demeanor added that he might not pass the selection. The gentle-voiced female disciple confidently asserted, the junior brother is so adorable. He will definitely pass the test. The cool-toned female disciple fell silent. Is there any necessary connection between the two? Unbeknownst to Xie Xinghe, the 4 disciples on the mountain were discussing him. That moment, he returned to the luxurious palanquin. Reclining on the soft couch while enjoying pastries and fruit juice, happily conversing with the little beast he had picked up. Son, father will give you a name. The little beast, having endured many days of hard ground and now luxuriating on the soft couch, immediately bristled, its short legs standing upright as it unleashed what it believed to be a fierce growl at Xie Xinghe. Howl! Get lost? I am your father. The excitement of being named stirred Xie Xinghe to sit upright. Patting his chest, he assured, Fear not, father will surely give you a beautiful and unique name. The little beast bared its teeth, its sharp baby fangs sinking into Xie Xinghe's arm as it howled. You seek death. I am the descendant of the dragon god, the lord of the demon realm, the king of all beasts. I merely concealed the symbolic dragon horns and wings, transforming into this cub form to heal. This little brat dares to take advantage of the situation, wanting to acknowledge a noble descendant of the divine dragon as its father. What a delusion! Although the cub's teeth were not sharp, they still left distinct red marks on Xie Xinghe's fair skin. However, he paid no heed to the tickling sensation, instead fixating on the little beast's eyes. Was it just an illusion? Did its eyes seem to turn golden? Tonggu, what kind of beast is this? Ling Ling replied with utmost seriousness. In ancient times, there existed a proud and self-important divine beast that relished compliments. A divine beast. Xie Xinghe exclaimed excitedly, leaping to his feet. Oh dear! Outside, Wu Yi hurriedly lifted the curtain to check. Young master, what has happened? Xie Xinghe pressed his aching head, suppressing the tears welling in his eyes, and replied, Nothing at all. I am just too excited and forgot I was still in the palanquin. He could not reveal this to Wu Yi. Otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing. How foolish! The little beast distanced itself in disdain. Such foolishness. Do not infect this king with your ignorance. Ling Ling was equally exasperated by the little creature's antics. What is there to be excited about? Just listen to me. It is still a cub and does not possess divine power. This type of divine beast has a haughty personality and is quite intelligent once it gains consciousness. If you wish to have it serve you, you must enhance its favorability, at the very least. It must regard you as a friend. Xie Xinghe, brimming with confidence, inquired, What is its current favorability towards me? Since it is willing to follow me, it surely cannot be too low, right? Ling Ling responded, Negative. I let it sleep on my bed and even offered it snacks, yet this ungrateful little one. Ling Ling cautioned. This does not give you a reason to have it call you father. Chapter 16. Aji. Ahem. Where were we? We were about to give you a name, right? Xie Xinghe looked kindly at the little beast that regarded him with disdain. You look so majestic, like a little tiger. And you can roar so fiercely. Let's call you Aojiao. The little beast charged at him, claws bared, and howled. Get lost? Xie Xinghe pressed down on its head and spoke gently. If you dislike it, do not be angry. I will come up with another. How about Lily? Aoliu? Leo? Ching Ching, Momo, Gungun? Ling Ling coldly interrupted. Let us call it Aji. Xie Xinghe exclaimed. Aji? The irate little beast paused in its furious scratching. Himph. Aji it shall be then. It is certainly better than those silly names. I shall temporarily permit you to call me that. Xie Xinghe tentatively reached out to stroke its fur, his voice melodious and clear as jade. Aji? Let us get along well from now on. I promise to treat you very well. The little beast, in a haughty manner, evaded his touch and turned its tail towards him. Humph, just a cultivator. Who cares about your kindness? It was only due to its internal injuries that it fell into this secret realm, unable to find an exit, which led it to allow this boy to help it escape. Once it has healed, it will leave. Aji, are you hungry? Let us share some snacks. Aji, your fur is so beautiful. It is the most stunning fur I have ever seen. May I touch it? Aji. Xie Xinghe continued showering the little beast with compliments. His smile became stiff as he finally earned a gaze from the little beast that felt like a rare blessing. He maintained a cheerful exterior while internally screaming and stomping his feet in frustration before Ling Ling I. Tonggu? Are you sure this creature is intelligent? It is very clever, right? Does it not understand human speech? Ling Ling blocked out this mentally fragmented creature. Young Master, Wu Er and the others have returned. Wu Yi's voice came from outside the palanquin. Finally, Xie Xinghe no longer needed to force smiles at this short-legged beast. He rubbed his sore cheeks, reclined back into the palanquin, and said, Let us return to the inn. After a busy day, the palanquin set off smoothly, and Xie Xinghe soon drifted into slumber. As the noisy sounds ceased, Aji glanced back, landing its gaze upon Xie Xinghe's peacefully sleeping face. The boy's arm rested beneath his cheek. The softness of his face pressed down, his rosy lips slightly pouted, exuding an uncharacteristic charm and tranquility. The warm rays of the setting sun streamed through the palanquin curtains, illuminating his face point. One could count the fine, soft hairs on his cheeks. His long, dense eyelashes cast a shadow beneath his eyelids. Strangely compelled, Aji approached and lay beside him. This boy is quite good-looking when he is not speaking, young master. We have arrived. Wu Yi reminded once again from outside the palanquin. Xie Xinghe, resembling a soft noodle, propped himself up from the couch and elegantly yawned. It is dinner time. Adong and Uncle Wu Chi have gone to book a restaurant. Let us go eat. Eat? The slumbering little beast, Jimmy, abruptly leaped from its bed. A Wu time to eat? It had sustained internal injuries and yearned to recuperate quickly by indulging in ample food and sleep to restore its magical energy. However, that wretched Shun Qingming had caused it to tumble into the secret realm, a dismal place where one could neither eat nor sleep well, thus hindering its recovery for several months. Xie Xinghe also noticed the little beast's evident anticipation and picked it up. Aji, I shall take you to savor some delicacies. How does that sound? This time, Jimmy did not argue, merely nodding in agreement. Wu, let us go. Let us go. While Xie Xinghe participated in the examination, Adong and Ashi had already made inquiries and reserved the most renowned tavern in the town, along with the finest places for entertainment, eagerly awaiting his return. The sedan came to a steady halt before the town's largest restaurant. Xie Xinghe, cradling Jimmy, entered the already cleared establishment, guided by a servant to a top-tier private room with the best lighting. Adong and Ashi were waiting nearby. The table was already adorned with 18 cold dishes. Before Xie Xinghe could take a seat, Jimmy wriggled free from his arms and leaped onto the table, devouring heartily. Not bad, quite palatable. This is the young master's dinner. You cannot touch it, Adong interjected, attempting to intervene, but Jimmy's fierce gaze intimidated him into submission. As she frowned and asked, Young master, is this your pet? Such a lack of decorum. Yet Xie Xinghe merely smiled gently. It's all right. Perhaps it's simply famished. Let it be. Prepare another table and have the hot dishes brought out as well. Let Uncle Wu and the others join us. As she shot a disapproving glance at the beast that had already licked 2 plates clean, respectfully replying, I shall attend to it right away. Half an hour later, Xie Xinghe, Adong, Ashi, and a dozen others were left astounded, gazing at the insatiable little beast that continued to feast voraciously. The plates stacked on its table towered higher than Xiexinghe himself, numbering no less than 100, even leaving the serving staff in shock. The patron had reserved the entire tavern, initially believing they would have a lucrative day. However, at this rate, merely breaking even would be a blessing. Once another table of dishes was cleared, the servant inquired, "Esteemed guest, our kitchen has very little food left today. Do you require more?" Xiexinghe swallowed hard and asked, Are you still hungry?" Jimmy stood up on its short legs, agilely hopping off the table, its eyes seemingly conveying, "I'm full. The leftovers are yours." Looking at the remnants of the feast, Xiexinghe instructed, "Bring us another table. This divine beast is not something just anyone can afford to keep." The servant retreated, replying, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. In the following 2 days, Xiexinghe took Jimmy on a delightful spree of eating, drinking, and revelry, exploring all the famous spots at the foot of Songyun Mountain. He managed to endear Jimmy, who had initially viewed him with disdain, transforming its opinion entirely. Xiexinghe successfully earned the title of God of Wealth among the local residents. On the 3rd day, the day of the outer sect disciple selections arrived. Xiexinghe arrived on schedule in a sedan. The mountainside of Qilihua. A total of 1,000 cultivators would participate in the competition. The 4 outer sect disciples responsible for the selection remained the same as in the previous test. The rules this time were largely similar to the last. Enter the secret realm. Locate the spirit tokens, and the 400 disciples who collected the most tokens within an hour would become outer sect disciples of Songyun sect. As the entrance to the secret realm opened, a throng of cultivators surged in. Since beasts were not permitted in the test, Xiexinghe left a G at the inn. The previous secret realm had been filled with sunlight and flowing streams. This time, the environment was a moonlit swamp forest. As Wu Yi landed, he immediately stepped into a muddy pit, leaving footprints. He promptly hoisted Xiexinghe onto his shoulder. In such a place, I cannot allow the young master's garments to be soiled." Lingling, operating covertly, directed Xiexinghe along the path. Several martial uncles obeyed Xiexinghe's command to search for spirit tokens. Adhering to its principle of avoiding conflict, Lingling pointed out areas deliberately free from other cultivators. Should they encounter any solitary cultivators, upon seeing Xiexinghe's formidable martial team, they would not dare to act recklessly and would flee after a brief greeting. Unbeknownst to them, the events unfolding within the secret realm were being observed by some as if watching a film. Chapter 17. Entering Songyun sect. In the main hall of Songyun Peak, the sect leader, donned in an ink-colored robe, sat at his desk. Instead of books or writing implements, the tabletop bore a magical water mirror functioning as a communication device. The vice sect leader, Lin Xianshui, approached with a stack of paperwork requiring the leader's seal. Noticing the scene displayed on the water mirror, he remarked, "When did the sect leader develop an interest in the selection of outer sect disciples?" Zhu Jijia took the stack of paperwork, retrieved a seal, and replied, "This year, there is someone who requires special attention." "Special attention?" Lin Xianshui peered into the water mirror, observing a youth in a light blue long-sleeve shirt, securely surrounded by several martial cultivators, standing in stark contrast to the dark, swampy forest. "Could it be that you are extending favors again? Is he perhaps one of your illegitimate children?" Zhu Jijia reprimanded softly. "Do not speak nonsense. I could not possibly claim to be this young gentleman's elder." Lin Xianshui, filled with suspicion, inquired further, "What makes this disciple so special?" Zhu Jijia recalled the poignant farewell when he had brought the youth back days prior. His words cryptic, "You will soon find out." Lin Xianshui began to discern the peculiarities within the secret realm, stating, "This youth seems to possess a deeper understanding of this secret realm than we do. He not only evades fierce beasts, but also accurately locates the hidden spirit tokens. It is evident he knows the locations in advance, and you claim this is not due to your intervention?" Zhu Jijia continued to stamp the seal on the paperwork, remarking, "If I had opened a back door, why would I deny it?" Lin Xianshui scrutinized the sect leader with suspicion. The leader remained composed, allowing the scrutiny. What if he passes the outer sect disciple test? A cool, chilling voice swept into the study. At the entrance stood a tall man in white robes, exuding an aura akin to towering pines. Unassailable in his presence, the 2 leaders bowed respectfully. Disciples pay their respects to the revered uncle. The revered uncle has been in seclusion. When did he become acquainted with the youth in the secret realm? Lin Xianshui, unaware of Shun Qingming's recent bout with cold poison, harbored numerous doubts but maintained a respectful demeanor. "We welcome you back from seclusion, revered uncle." The sect leader was certain to be privy to something. And once the revered uncle departed, he would thoroughly interrogate him. Little did he know that the leader was equally bewildered and astonished. The revered uncle typically remained in seclusion for 3 to 5 years. Yet this time he emerged after only 3 days. Clearly, this youth held significant importance to him. That moment. Shen Qingming also took note of the scene within the water mirror. The time for the outer sect test was nearing its conclusion, and Xie Xinghe was counting spirit tokens alongside several martial cultivators. Shen Qingming's eyes glimmered with a mix of warmth and chill. This year, let the inner sect disciple selection occur 3 months early, allowing him to participate directly. Traditionally, the inner sect disciple selection took place 6 months after the outer sect selection. Yet Shen Qingming was not inclined to wait. He began arranging the inner courtyard, aiming to have the young lad settled in within a month at most. Were it not for the time required for the secret realm setup, he would have already welcomed the youth into his Zonglong Hall. The two leaders simultaneously affirmed, "Disciples obey." Shen Qingming nodded, casting his gaze once more upon the youth in the water mirror. "He shall be my disciple. None shall harbor ill intentions towards him." The two leaders exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing, "Yes, disciples obey." Even before officially taking him as a disciple, they had already pledged to safeguard him. Congratulations, host, for successfully joining Zongyun sect and becoming an outer sect disciple. Reward points, 666 to Xie Xinghe, alongside 400 cultivators. Entered Zongyun Mountain's outer sect. After scanning the crowd, he found no sign of Su Ling, likely having failed the test. The two senior disciples responsible for guiding the newly admitted outer sect disciples began to explain the overall structure of Zongyun sect. Our Zongyun sect occupies 5 peaks, namely Longji Peak, where the sect leader and vice leader reside. Yaochao Mountain, governed by the elder in the east. Luoyue Mountain, overseen by the second and third elders. And finally, Yunyan Mountain, where the fourth and fifth elders manage the residence of us outer sect disciples. To the north lies Zongyun Peak, the most remote and serene, a place forbidden even to inner sect disciples. As the two senior disciples provided their introduction, the outer sect disciples received a copy of the sect rules. The outer sect disciples were assigned rooms by 2 other senior disciples. Aside from a few important disciples, outer sect disciples did not possess private courtyards, instead residing in uniform single rooms. Xie Xinghe, along with several martial cultivators who had accompanied him, received their room numbers. Upon opening the door, they found a hard wooden bed, a table with a water jug and 2 wooden stools, nothing more. Xie Xinghe patted the wooden stool devoid of any cushioning. "Tonggu, is this where we are to reside? Go request a few days off from the 4th elder, and let us descend the mountain. I'll find you a better place in a few days." Xie Xinghe felt this plan was rather unreliable. Is it wise to descend the mountain right after entering the sect? "Will the elder agree?" Lingling suggested. "Or would you prefer to rise at 5 every morning for early classes, practicing till midnight without rest, and relive the pressure of the Gaokao?" "I'll write it." As Xie Xinghe grasped the pen, he was suddenly inspired by a template for a leave of absence. "Just copy it as is. Tonggu, you are my savior." After Xie Xinghe finished writing, he followed the system's instructions to seek out the 4th elder. This time, he did not approach Wu Yi and the others. After tearing up the life and death contract he had previously discussed with the 8 individuals, they were wholeheartedly dedicated to helping him pass the outer sect disciple test, after which they would be free. Even their former master would no longer trouble them. The 4th elder resided within the main courtyard of the Cloud Cliff Hall, guarded by 2 outer sect disciples at the entrance. "Who are you?" The elder's courtyard is not a place you can enter freely. Before Xie Xinghe could step inside, he was halted at the door, clutching the leave request document in his hands. He addressed the 2 guarding disciples, "Senior brothers, I am Xie Xinghe, a newly arrived outer sect disciple. I have matters to discuss with the 4th elder." One of the guarding disciples replied in a relatively amicable tone. "Since you are a new disciple, if you have business, you should seek out Senior Brother Wen An or the supervising Senior Brother who arranged your entry to the mountain. If everyone wished to see the elder just like you, the outer sect would be thrown into chaos." Xie Xinghe did not intend to cause trouble. With a sincere attitude, he said, "I apologize for troubling you both. I will take my leave now." "What now?" Brother Tong? 001 suggested. "Turn around and leave?" "Huh?" Xie Xinghe was puzzled but complied nonetheless. Wait, I in the pitch-black night. A chilling voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by an icy sensation on his shoulder. Xie Xinghe shivered violently. It was late at night. Was there a ghost? Chapter 18. Encountering Shan Qingming again, what brings you here? The voice inquired once more. The coldness was not piercingly terrifying, unlike that of a wandering spirit. 001 once again found this little waste of space to be quite foolish and reminded him, there are no ghosts in Songyun sect. Xie Xinghe's pale face regained some color. He turned around, looking up with a small face. Master Shun. The man in white was very close to him, yet Xie Xinghe could not discern his features. If he was not a ghost, the only person Xie Xinghe could think of was this one. The two guarding disciples also snapped back to their senses from their surprise and excitement at seeing the living Master Shun. Bowing, disciple pays respects to the master. Shan Qingming waved his hand, and the two bowing disciples were lifted by an invisible spiritual force. He continued to gaze at Xie Xinghe, inquiring, what brings you here? Speak to me. Hesitantly, Xie Xinghe produced his leave request. I wish to go down the mountain to meet my two attendants and my pet. He certainly could not say that the accommodations here were too poor and uncomfortable for him to stay. Shan Qingming took the note, glanced at it, and then stored it in his spatial ring. You wish to descend the mountain? At this hour? The man's voice was icy, and his two questions seemed to express dissatisfaction with Xie Xinghe's actions. Xie Xinghe steeled himself and replied, yes. Shan Qingming stated. It is too late. It is unsafe. I will escort you. Xie Xinghe initially intended to refuse, but considering that he could not fly with a sword, climbing the mountain would take an entire night. He had no choice but to endure the pressure and say, thank you, master. Hearing this title again, coupled with the evident awkwardness of the youth in his presence, Shan Qingming subtly furrowed his brows. He extended his hand towards Xie Xinghe. Confused, Xie Xinghe looked at him with his bright eyes. Shan Qingming said, hold my hand. I will take you flying with my sword. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Xinghe took hold of the man's hand. Shan Qingming's hand was quite fair, yet compared to Xie Xinghe's smooth, milk-like skin, the disparity was evident. Moreover, due to years of sword practice, his hands bore calluses. Xie Xinghe's palm was soft and warm, leaving one yearning. Nonchalantly, Shan Qingming squeezed the youth's fingers, and memories of that passionate night flashed through his mind. It was these soft fingers that had intertwined with his own. Xie Xinghe could never have guessed what Shan Qingming was thinking. The man's hand felt as cold as an ice block, and the grip suddenly tightened, creating a peculiar atmosphere as if he intended to crush Xie Xinghe's knuckles. Xie Xinghe was so startled that he barely breathed. Had he offended this master in some way? Generally, he could greet even the coldest of individuals with a smile, yet for some reason, this man made him feel apprehensive, even wanting to escape far away. Master, Xie Xinghe called out anxiously. Let us go. Shan Qingming tugged Xie Xinghe towards him, helping him onto the sword. His movement was so swift that by the time Xie Xinghe realized what had happened, they were already in the air, on the ground. The two stunned disciples gradually faded from Xie Xinghe's sight. So high. Xie Xinghe clutched Shan Qingming's arm, nearly burying himself in the man's embrace, too frightened to look down. The cold fragrance emanating from the man felt oddly familiar. Shan Qingming gently patted the youth's back. You need not call me master in the future. It is too distant, Xie Xinghe thought. Mengmeng is Shan Qingming's younger brother. He had previously asked Mengmeng to call him brother, so it wasn't he a distant relationship, if not master, then what should I call you? Xie Xinghe tentatively lifted his head from Shan Qingming's embrace. Brother Shan? Shan Qingming glanced down at him, his tone ambiguous. There are more than just me with the surname Shun in Songyun sect. Xie Xinghe's eyes were filled with confusion. What does that mean? If not that, then what should I call you? Ming brother, Ming Gij. That would confuse him with Ming Ming. Qing brother, Qing Gij, Qing Gu. Ugh, that sounds like a lover titled, We've arrived. While Xie Xinghe was still racking his brain for a suitable way to address Shan Qingming, he realized they had already reached the inn where he had been staying, and he was still nestled in Shan Qingming's embrace. Xie Xinghe hastily pulled away, lowering his head to stare at his toes. Thank you, brother Qingming. The high cultivation level made a difference. Even flying with a sword was swift. However, how did Shan Qingming know he was staying here? Did Mengmeng inform him? Shan Qingming curled his lips slightly, raising a hand to ruffle the youth's hair. I came here because of your matters, and no need to be so formal with me. Because of my matters? Could it be that Mengmeng had asked Shan Qingming to look after him? Xie Xinghe was surprised to discover that this seemingly cold Shen Qingming was actually quite protective of his younger sibling. He mused internally, feeling less tense in Shen Qingming's presence. The two stood on the desolate, empty street, both silent as a cold breeze swept through, and Xie Xinghe pointed towards the inn. Brother Qingming, would you like to come in for a moment? Have a cup of tea before you leave. All right. Shen Qingming took the lead and stepped inside. Xie Xinghe thought he was merely being polite, not expecting him to actually enter. Believing Xie Xinghe would not return that night, a dong and a she had already gone to bed. The little beast, turned into a small creature due to the obliteration, lay on Xie Xinghe's bed, soundly asleep from its injuries, completely unaware when the door was pushed open. Shen Qingming sat quietly on the intricately carved pear-wood chair covered with soft cushions. Exuding an extraordinary grace and demeanor, Xie Xinghe properly handed him a cup of tea. Brother Qingming, tea. Shen Qingming accepted the tea. You sit as well. No need to mind me. All right. Xie Xinghe obediently sat down like a good student. 001, munching on seeds in the system space, watched the scene unfold. This little waste of space has only ever been served by others. He has never served anyone before. An awkward silence enveloped the two once more. Shen Qingming was not one for many words. As the tea in his cup reached the bottom, he broke the silence first. Since you've just joined the outer sect, feel free to come to me with any issues. There's no need to trouble outsiders. Xie Xinghe nodded awkwardly. MHM. Feeling that his response was rather perfunctory, he added, I will. Shen Qingming retrieved a jade pendant, resembling a peace token from his spatial ring, and handed it to him, saying, this is a communication token. You can use this to contact me. Xie Xinghe had been too shy to glance around since seeing Shen Qingming, but upon receiving the pendant, he noticed that the spatial ring worn on Shen Qingming's left hand was strikingly similar to the one Ming Ming had, as well as the one he himself possessed. It seemed these spatial rings were produced in bulk. Thank you, Brother Qingming. Shen Qingming asked him, do you know how to use it? Xie Xinghe was taken aback and nodded. Yes, I can. Brother Tong can teach me. Shen Qingming lingered for a moment before rising from his seat. I shall take my leave now. Xie Xinghe, feeling awkward and bored as he fiddled with his toes, hurriedly got up to assist him in opening the door. Brother Qingming, take care. Shen Qingming stood outside the door, pressed his lips together, and said, the communication jade pendant contains a trace of my spiritual power. With that trace, you can contact me if you wish to befriend someone in the future. Simply exchange spiritual powers and place them in each other's communication jade pendant. Xie Xinghe had been waiting for him to leave so he could close the door. Upon hearing this, he instantly replied without a second thought, I will definitely use the communication jade pendant well. Chapter 19. Shopping. Once Xie Xinghe saw Shen Qingming disappear, he closed the door and leaned against it, letting out a long breath. Phew, finally gone. Truly, as a being who has lived for thousands of years, his aura is something a small fry like me cannot withstand. 001's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Next time you meet, store a trace of your spiritual power in his communication jade pendant. Xie Xinghe felt intimidated at the thought of Shen Qingming's aloof demeanor. Would he want that? If it weren't for the favor of taking care of Ming Ming, someone of Shen Qingming's stature would probably not even give me the opportunity to speak. 001 dismissed the foolish thought. With no response from Brother Tong, Xie Xinghe washed up, released the little creature curled up in the corner of the quilt, and lay down to sleep. The next morning as usual, a dong and a she tidied up Xie Xinghe's room in the morning. They vaguely saw a shadow of a youth swaying behind the bed curtains. A she apologized, young master, did we wake you? No, it is merely the blinding glare of the sunlight outside. A dong approached to assist him in dressing. When will the young master return? Why did you not call us to serve you? A she stepped out to prepare the washing utensils. Xie Xinghe descended from the bed, stating, I saw you both asleep and did not wish to disturb you. A dong knelt on one knee to put on his shoes and socks. The young master does not disturb a dong. It is a dong's fortune to be called upon to serve you. Xie Xinghe chose not to continue the debate and said, Are there any enjoyable places in this town? Let us explore together after breakfast. A dong rose and followed Xie Xinghe to the mirror to arrange his long hair. We have already inquired. Shortly, a she and I will accompany the young master. Xie Xinghe glanced at the little beast on the bed, asking, Tonggu, what is the matter with this Aji? Why has it not awakened? Ling Lingy replied, divine beasts sleep when they have overeaten. It will awaken once it digests the food in its belly. Xie Xinghe considered the mountain of food it had consumed. It would likely remain asleep for several months. Concerned about leaving it at the inn, Fearing it might be taken or meet with some misfortune, Xie Xinghe dressed and, cradling a ji, set out with a dong and a shi to explore the town. He spent lavishly, as if money flowed like water. Within a month, he became thoroughly familiar with the town at the foot of Tsangyun sect, and even the nearby villages had heard of his name. Tonight was a full moon, and the streets were particularly lively under its glow. Xie Xinghe had not ventured out during the day, and as the sky darkened, he finally allowed his 2 attendants to assist in his grooming. This evening marked the annual Zhengyang Festival in the mortal realm, featuring grand performances and competitions throughout the town. Xie Xinghe admired the splendid yet not overly ornate robe he wore in the mirror, pleased with his choice. Indeed, this one will do, as she remarked. Young master, this is the new hairpin we purchased a few days ago. Which one would you like to wear? The window was left ajar, and faintly, the shouts of vendors could be heard from the street. Xie Xinghe could hardly contain his eagerness to go outside and pointed to a hairpin. This one, please. Dong skillfully styled his hair. I shall put it on for you. Once Xie Xinghe was dressed, he excitedly craned his neck to look out the window. Tonight, we shall revel until dawn. Tomorrow, I will begin to shut the door to guests. Keep the invitation from Boss Zhao's theater safe for me. I intend to go the day after tomorrow. If Boss Li comes looking for me again tomorrow, I shall make my stance clear. His residence is indeed commendable, but I am not satisfied with the location. For over a month, Xie Xinghe had been residing in the inn, contemplating purchasing a home, but after several days of searching, he had found nothing suitable. An idea struck him. Tonggu, what do you think about me purchasing this inn? Ling Lingyi replied, his voice cold and devoid of inflection. As you wished. She, tomorrow, discuss with the innkeeper the price at which they would be willing to sell this establishment. Xie Xinghe descended the stairs, leading the way while turning to instruct Shi about tomorrow's matters, completely oblivious to the sudden presence of another person ahead. It seems you have been quite engrossed in your pleasures here. Xie Xinghe collided with the hard, cold chest of the person in front of him. With a voice colder than the system itself, he knew without looking who it was. Master, Brother Qingming, what brings you here? Xie Xinghe held his nose where he had bumped it. Thankfully, it was not broken. Otherwise, it might have collapsed. Shen Qingming's piercing gaze swept over a dong and a disciple of Tsangyun sect. Not returning to the sect for a month and avoiding contact with fellow disciples was concerning. He had initially feared something had gone amiss, but it seemed he had overthought. Xie Xinghe was merely too attached to the mundane world. Xie Xinghe mumbled softly, I have been in contact with Wu Yi and the others. One had sought him out, allowing him to indulge in carefree enjoyment. However, after a month of living it up akin to the mortals, had it not been for Tong Ji's reminder, Xie Xinghe might have truly forgotten he was a disciple of Tsangyun sect, let alone recall this Tsangyun sect ancestor. Shen Qingming possessed extraordinary hearing. Even though Xie Xinghe's mumbling was soft, he grasped it clearly. The words of the wayward youth ignited a surge of unnameable anger within him. As a cultivator, one should not be too entangled with the mundane. He grasped Xie Xinghe's arm, stating, I was too indulgent with you before. Come back to Tsangyun sect with me. After returning, Shen Qingming had waited for Xie Xinghe to reach out, but after a month, he began to suspect that the communication jade had malfunctioned. Now, seeing Xie Xinghe conversing so happily with others, it became evident that the jade was not at fault. Xie Xinghe had completely forgotten about him and had no intention of making contact. As she approached and seized Xie Xinghe's other arm, glaring at Shen Qingming. Young master, do not go. Who are you to command him? Shen Qingming tightened his grip on Xie Xinghe's hand, the air around them suddenly growing icy. Shi, do not be rude. Angering this esteemed figure will leave no good outcome for the three of us. Xie Xinghe broke free from Shi's grasp, instead taking hold of Shen Qingming's arm. Brother Qingming, I know I was wrong. Please do not be angry. In such moments, one must admit fault regardless of whether one is truly at fault, especially since he indeed had some culpability. Xie Xinghe's reliance on him slightly assuaged Shen Qingming's ire. What did you do wrong? Xie Xinghe earnestly replied. I should not have neglected to return to the sect for a month. I assure you it will not happen again. Shen Qingming's tone grew colder. The warmth that had just gathered in his eyes dissipating. It was I who permitted your departure from the sect. Are you blaming me for that? Was he angry for this reason? Xie Xinghe contemplated what might have upset Shen Qingming. Reluctantly, he said, furthermore, I should not have indulged in revelry. I ought to have focused on my cultivation. With the system that allowed him to thrive effortlessly, he sought pleasure. as the more he indulged, the more he could succeed without effort. This past month, through indulgence, he had accumulated 100 points. Chapter 20. A meeting of rivals. Shen Qingming's icy gaze fixed upon him, and Xie Xinghe pondered deeply. Is there anything else? Ling Lingyi decided to provide a hint to this foolish young man, who was deficient in emotional and intellectual intelligence. He is upset that you have been out enjoying yourself for a month, bringing along servants, yet never considering bringing him. Xie Xinghe had always believed in the system's words. But this time he could not help but question, really, with thousands of years of experience, what has he not seen? Still, he is playful. This is what people mean when they say an old child. Xie Xinghe grasped Shen Qingming's hand, sincerely stating, in the future, whenever I leave Cangyan Mountain, I will be sure to invite Brother Qingming along. I will not venture out alone again. Having the ancestor of Cangyan sect as a free bodyguard was undoubtedly to his advantage. He sensed the chill around Shen Qingming dissipating somewhat. Xie Xinghe then addressed his two attendants behind him, a Dong, a Shi. I shall be fine with Brother Qingming. You both may roam around the town as you please. No need to follow me. A Shi looked reluctant, but they knew they could not interfere with the young master's decisions. A Dong, still cradling the sleeping Aji, asked, Young master, what about it? Shall it accompany us? Xie Xinghe tugged at Shen Qingming's sleeve again. Brother Qingming, let us bring Aji along, shall we? It is a divine beast. We cannot leave it behind. Only then did Shen Qingming truly scrutinize the short-legged beast with its dark green fur. Aji? Why such a name? He recalled the battle with the demon king Jimia over the Qihua fruit, after which Jimia had fled, grievously injured and untraceable, along with the fruit. Considering the time, Jimia's injuries should have healed by now, yet he felt no trace of demonic energy from this beast, which was not the same as Jimia's true form, a dark green dragon. Could it be that he was overthinking? Xie Xinghe, having taken Aji from a Dong's arms, said, I believe Aji is a lovely name. Does Brother Qingming not like this name? Not at all. Shen Qingming extended his hands. Let me hold it. Xie Xinghe handed Aji over, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he asked, Aji is quite adorable, isn't it? It seemed that the aloof Shun Zushi not only had a playful side, but also a fondness for fluffy little creatures. If this were to be shared among the disciples of Cangyan sect, they would undoubtedly disbelieve it and think it a slander against their ancestor. Xie Xinghe felt he possessed a remarkable piece of information, yet it was one he could not share with others. Shen Qingming observed Xie Xinghe's cheerful demeanor. Indeed, it is quite cute. Xie Xinghe's smile broadened as he tugged at Shen Qingming's sleeve, his steps light as he suggested, Let me take Brother Qingming to Yao Yu Tavern over there. They have performances. Shen Qingming cradled the little beast in one hand, freeing his sleeve from Xie Xinghe's grasp to take his hand instead. Slow down, do not bump into anyone. Xie Xinghe then slowed his pace, matching his steps with the golden lights hanging along the street, glancing back at him. All right, Master Shun's hands are so cold. Is it due to the cold poison? Brother Qingming, how has Ming Ming been during this time? He felt a twinge of guilt for leaving without a word, not even stopping by to see him. Although he had initially not intended to engage further, he had expended a considerable amount of points on pills for his sake, so he ought to inquire about their effectiveness. Shen Qingming stiffened momentarily, maintaining his composure as he responded, He is in seclusion to cultivate and cannot come out for the time being. However, the pills you provided are quite effective. His cold poison will not recur. Xie Xinghe produced a fire pill that he had exchanged for points these past few days. I heard Ming Ming mention that Brother Qingming also suffered from cold poison. I have another pill to alleviate it. Please accept it. Shen Qingming regarded the crimson pill in the youth's hand, a dark current flickering in his eyes. You should keep it for now. I have been afflicted with cold poison for a long time. This pill can only relieve it, not cure it. Last time, this little rascal unexpectedly stuffed something into my mouth before I could take a closer look. It is a 7th grade fire attribute elixir of exceptional quality. Not to mention how rare the ingredients for such attribute elixirs are. Even the esteemed elder of the Cangyan sect, renowned for his alchemical prowess, seldom manages to concoct elixirs of such caliber. How many secrets does this little fellow harbor that remain unknown to him? At this moment, Ling Lingyi interjected, Don't listen to his nonsense. How could anything from my system's shop fail to heal? His cold poison has been accumulating for too long. It will require 100 fire elixirs for a complete cure. 100. That amounts to 10,000 points. Xie Xinghe was taken aback by this staggering figure. Let's forget it. I can't afford that. Shen Qingming, noticing his troubled expression, assumed he was worried about her. She comfortingly patted his head, her tone filled with reassurance. I have already found a way to cure the cold poison. You need not fret over me. Was he misunderstanding something? Xiexinghe nodded repeatedly, masking his unease. Yes, they strolled through the bustling streets. Xiexinghe held on to Shen Qingming, occasionally stopping to gaze at the vendors' stalls. Shen Qingming made no effort to hurry him, standing patiently behind him. After a month of slumber, Jimmy could have slept longer, yet he was abruptly awakened by an unbearable, loathsome scent that lingered nearby. This disquieting odor reminded him too much of the Shen Qingming who had once injured him, prompting Jimmy to awaken from his slumber. He first flicked his tail, feeling as if he were being cradled in someone's arms, and lifted his dark, beastly eyes to discern who was holding him. Awu, Shen Qingming. Although Shen Qingming's face was obscured by a concealment technique, such spells were only effective against humans. For beasts like him, recognition was not dependent on appearances. Jimmy's fur bristled in alarm. His claws dug into Shen Qingming's embrace as he managed to steady himself on the ground, baring his teeth at him in a fierce snarl. Shen Qingming, do not presume that this king fears you. If you wish to fight, then so be it. Xiexinghe was attempting to make cotton candy at a nearby stall when he heard the commotion and turned to look. Aji has awakened? What is going on? It was only then that Jimmy noticed Xiexinghe was also present. He warily observed the two. How could this little brat be in cahoots with Shen Qingming? Even Xiexinghe could see that Aji seemed quite hostile towards Shen Qingming. He offered the cotton candy in his hand to Shen Qingming and extended his hand towards Jimmy, gently saying, Aji, brother Qingming will not harm you. Do not be afraid. Come here. What did this little brat just call Shen Qingming? Jimmy wore a thunderstruck expression. Since when did Shen Qingming have a younger brother? Seizing the opportunity while Jimmy was momentarily dazed, Xiexinghe scooped him up from the ground, offering an apologetic smile to Shen Qingming. Aji is a bit mischievous. Shen Qingming cast a glance at the beast. A flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. It is of no concern. For the time being, Jimmy settled in Xiexinghe's arms, remaining quiet. This small interlude appeared not to disrupt the two, as Xiexinghe continued to lead Shen Qingming through the marketplace. Jimmy, too, managed to glean some useful information from their brief exchanges. Xiexinghe had not deliberately brought him before Shen Qingming. Shen Qingming likely remained unaware of his true identity, believing him to be merely a pet. Currently, with his magical power restored to 50%, he held no advantage in a confrontation with Shen Qingming. It would be best to avoid conflict altogether. Once Shen Qingming departed, he would seek an opportunity to slip away from this little fool, who was far easier to deceive than Shen Qingming. Chapter 21. Living together after watching the performance, it was already the latter part of the night. The streets were deserted, with vendors closing their stalls and heading home. Xiexinghe's eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. Shen Qingming, cradling Aji with one arm, inquired, Shall we head back? Xiexinghe replied, Yes, I want to go back to sleep. Shen Qingming wrapped his arm around Xiexinghe's waist and, summoning his sword, ascended into the air, stating, If you're tired, lean against me. Xiexinghe, startled awake, protested, Aren't we returning to the inn? Shen Qingming lowered his gaze towards him and replied, We are going back to the Tsongyun sect. Xiexinghe, recalling the hard wooden beds of the outer sect disciples, dejectedly said, I see. Upon hearing they were returning to the Tsongyun sect, Jimmy began to wriggle and attempt an escape from Shen Qingming's embrace. The Tsongyun sect had protective formations. Given his current injuries, entering and exiting would prove quite difficult. Shen Qingming's fingers tightened around Jimmy's neck. In a cold tone, he commanded, Do not move. Jimmy immediately ceased his struggle. The full moon cast its silvery light, illuminating the entire Tsongyun mountain sect in brilliance, the scenery resembling a gentle veil of mist. Xiexinghe leaned against Shen Qingming, too timid to look around. It was not until his feet touched the ground that he nervously raised his head, only to find himself not in the unified quarters of outer sect disciples, but in a grand and majestic palace. Brother Qingming, where is this? The palace was primarily constructed of white jade and perched upon a mountain, bathed in moonlight, with swirling clouds resembling a celestial abode. Shen Qingming released Jimmy and loosely wrapped an arm around Xiexinghe's shoulders, saying, This is Tsongyun Peak, the Tsonglong Hall. Xiexinghe looked at him in disbelief. How could I miss such an enormous golden plaque for the Tsonglong Hall? He wanted to ask why he was brought to a forbidden place that outer sect disciples were not allowed to tread. Jimmy rolled on the ground, his head hanging low in despair. Now it seemed he had not only entered the Zhongyun sect but also Shan Qingming's dwelling. Shan Qingming led Xie Xinghe into the hall. "This is my residence. You may stay here from now on." He grasped Xie Xinghe's hand tightly, instructing, "Stay close to me. The hall is filled with formations I have set up. Wandering about carelessly will cause you to lose your way within them." Xie Xinghe inquired, "Isn't this a forbidden area?" "Not exactly. It is merely a rule I set because I prefer solitude during my cultivation. Apart from the sect leader and elders, no disciples are permitted to step foot on Canglong Peak." Shan Qingming guided Xie Xinghe to the room he had prepared for him. With a flick of his sleeve, the door swung open. "You may reside here with peace of mind. See if there is anything you find lacking." Xie Xinghe stepped inside. The room was adorned with jewels and boasted a somewhat modern layout, strikingly reminiscent of his own home. Could it be that Ming Ming had informed Shan Qingming? That little scoundrel still thought of him. It seemed the elixir had not been given in vain. While he was quite pleased with the room, Xie Xinghe still felt the need to be polite and asked, "Will my staying here disturb Brother Qingming?" Earlier, this person had mentioned his preference for tranquility, wishing not to be disturbed by disciples. If he were allowed to stay merely for Mengming's sake, it would be uncomfortable for all three of them. "It will not be a disturbance." Shan Qingming stood before Xie Xinghe, his expression earnest, his eyes filled with a warmth that softened as he gazed at him. "It is good that you can stay here." Unfortunately, due to the concealment technique he employed, Xie Xinghe could not discern his expression, only hearing his cold, unyielding voice. Xie Xinghe asked again, "As an outer sect disciple, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to stay here?" Shan Qingming replied, "In 2 months, there will be an inner sect disciple recruitment. Once you pass the inner sect examination, I will accept you as my disciple. You will then be able to reside here legitimately." Xie Xinghe's expression turned incredulous. "An inner sect examination? Brother Qingming, you wish to take me as your disciple?" Shan Qingming felt a wave of anxious emotion surge within him. "What, are you unwilling?" Xie Xinghe lowered his head, feeling bashful. "Of course I would like to, but I worry I might not pass the inner sect examination and disappoint Brother Qingming." He could barely even wield a sword, while he could muddle through as an outer sect disciple. The trials for inner sect disciples must be even more challenging. Shan Qingming placed a hand on his shoulder, offering encouragement. "Starting tomorrow, I will provide you with special training. You have great potential. I believe you can pass the examination." Special training? Xie Xinghe's reluctance was almost palpable. He did not want special training. He wanted to win by doing nothing. Shan Qingming nodded. "You should rest well today. We will begin training early tomorrow." Xie Xinghe hesitated, searching for a gentle way to decline his goodwill. Just then, he almost forgot. Shan Qingming raised his finger, and under Xie Xinghe's puzzled gaze, he touched his forehead. A soft, moonlight-like glow emanated from Xie Xinghe's forehead, enveloping his entire being. Shan Qingming withdrew his finger, explaining, "This is a cleansing technique from the realm of spiritual energy. It will purify you inside and out. You need not bathe tonight. Simply go to sleep." Xie Xinghe touched his forehead in response. "Thank you, Brother Qingming. It is late. You should also rest. Good night." Shan Qingming intended to say he did not require sleep, but the words caught in his throat, and he instead replied, "Good night." Xie Xinghe waved at him with a smile. Once Shan Qingming closed the door, Xie Xinghe immediately collapsed onto the bed, a frown clouding his face. "System brother, help with special training. How am I supposed to win by doing nothing?" Lingling responded, "Just showcase your talents, act a bit spoiled, and tell him you don't want to train." Xie Xinghe rolled deeper into the bed, muttering, "But I am a man. How can a man act spoiled with another man? I can hardly imagine that scenario." Lingling suggested, "Just think of him as your father or your older brother." Xie Xinghe's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. That could work. The next morning, as dawn broke, there were no signs of the door having been opened, yet Shan Qingming appeared at Xie Xinghe's bedside. "Xinghe, wake up." Xie Xinghe blinked his drowsy eyes, lifting the blanket as he sat up. His tousled hair had a rebellious strand sticking up, and his voice was soft and sleepy. "Brother Qingming, good morning, good morning." Shan Qingming fought the impulse to smooth down the tuft of hair on his head. "Change your clothes and come train with me." Xie Xinghe desperately tried to envision Shan Qingming as his over 200-pound father, gazing at him with wide eyes, his expression one of obedient affection, his voice soft and pleading. "Brother Qingming, I don't want to train." Shan Qingming's expression softened, his tone icy. "No." Xie Xinghe, barefoot, leaped off the bed and threw himself into his embrace. "Qingming Gij." The training is exhausting. I don't want to train anymore. Shen Qingming stood stiffly, still unresponsive. Xie Xinghe wrapped his arms around his waist, opting for a roundabout approach. I beg you. Qingming giggled. I'm so tired today. Just let me rest for one more day. Just one. We can train tomorrow. It won't delay anything. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are? Chapter 22. Rise and shine. The soft, compliant youth in his arms made it impossible for him to refuse. Shen Qingming reluctantly capitulated. Fine. We can train tomorrow. Day? Xie Xinghe quietly flashed a peace sign to himself. Qingming giggled. You are truly kind. Shen Qingming wrapped his arms around his waist, lifting him horizontally and placing him back on the bed, even tucking him under the covers. Since you're tired, continue to sleep. The man's solid arms firmly encircled his waist, making Xie Xinghe awkwardly avert his gaze. All right. After Shen Qingming left, Xie Xinghe still felt something was amiss. Tongji, why does he hug me so much? Life Mentor 001 replied. Perhaps he sees you as a child. Xie Xinghe suddenly realized, oh, right. Xie Xinghe slept until noon, his stomach growling, and only then remembered Aji. The palace was vast and empty. Shen Qingming hadn't told Xie Xinghe which room he occupied. Unable to find him, Xie Xinghe donned a simple outer robe and retraced his steps from yesterday in search of him. Last night, Aji had been casually tossed into a room by Shen Qingming. He had gotten up early to familiarize himself with the palace's layout for an easier escape. As Aji walked toward the main hall, he spotted a foolish boy spinning in place like a headless chicken. Hadn't Shen Qingming told this foolish child about the maze in the palace? Yet, here he was, caught in its trap. Aji initially considered helping him but thought better of it, fearing it would expose his identity, so he squatted by the railing to watch the spectacle. When Shen Qingming arrived, he found a pitiful figure crouched by the railing, resembling a child abandoned by others, accompanied by a small beast reveling in his misfortune. Shen Qingming knelt beside him and gently stroked his face, asking softly, "What is the matter?" Xie Xinghe looked up, his big almond eyes glistening with tears. "This palace is too big. I can't find my way and I'm so tired. I need a break." Seeing his forlorn expression, Shen Qingming couldn't bear to tell him the truth, that he was merely going in circles. "It's my fault." Shen Qingming retrieved a silver bracelet made of beads, gently grasped the boy's delicate wrist, and adorned him with it. "With this, you trigger the maze's traps. You can go anywhere in the palace." Only then did Xie Xinghe realize he had been wandering in circles, confused by the maze. In a wonder, he felt he had been in the same place before. He thought all the palace rooms were identical. Xie Xinghe felt on the verge of tears at his own foolishness. It took someone to point it out for him to realize he was trapped in a labyrinth. Shen Qingming's fingertips brushed against his reddened eyes. "Where do you want to go?" "I'll take you." Xie Xinghe shrank back slightly. "I'm here to find Aji. I want Aji." Jimmy's disdainful expression froze, and his mood became complex, though this foolish child had come out in search of him. Shen Qingming lifted Xie Xinghe effortlessly, cradling him like a child, and said, "He is behind you. He can't be lost." Without a word, he embraced Xie Xinghe. The latter quickly grasped Shen Qingming's shoulders, wanting to climb down, but being seated on his arm made him hesitant to move. "Qingming giggled. I can walk by myself." Shen Qingming drew closer, his lips brushing against Xie Xinghe's cheek, his breath icy. "Didn't you say you were tired?" "I am carrying you." Xie Xinghe lowered his head, whispering, "I'm not that tired." Shen Qingming pretended not to hear, carrying him forward. "I had the chef in the outer sect prepare some earthly delicacies. Let us see if you like them." Xie Xinghe's eyes brightened. "There's good food?" Shen Qingming replied. "It's stir-fried with spiritual herbs. Eating it can enhance your spiritual power." Upon reaching the dining table, Xie Xinghe saw a feast that was a feast for the senses and excitedly hugged Shen Qingming's neck. "Qingming giggled. You are too kind." Eating could also enhance his spiritual power. This was tailor-made for him. In the outer sect, disciples were served standardized meals, while inner sect disciples practiced fasting and needed no food. He was surely riding the coattails of the Great Ones, clinging tightly to the golden thighs of his benefactor. Jimmy remained behind, the cold wind seeping in from outside. "Came to find yourself?" he chuckled. Shen Qingming sat next to Xie Xinghe and served him food. "Try this." Xie Xinghe was fed throughout the meal, hardly needing to lift a finger. Qingming giggled. "I'm full." He hadn't reached the point of being hopelessly foolish. Confused, he asked the system, "Tongji, Is Shen Qingming being too nice to me? Even if I am the life-saving benefactor of his brother, does he really need to take care of everything? 001 replied coldly, you're cute. He enjoys feeding you. Xie Xinghe felt persuaded once more that so he treats me like a pet. 001 said icily. Being treated like a pet is quite nice. Hee, I think so too. Xie Xinghe, pleased, devoured another bowl of food, successfully stuffing himself. Xie Xinghe patted his full belly. I'm full. I need to lie down to digest. Shen Qingming chuckled, pinching his chubby little face. Eat until full. Sleep until satisfied. Are you trying to become a little pig? Xie Xinghe laughed, joking with him. Qingming Gij, can you raise little pigs? Shen Qingming lowered his tone, saying, yes, I can raise them for a lifetime. Xie Xinghe choked. That's an awkward thing to say. I can't respond if he changed the topic. Qingming Gij, where did you go this morning? I was going to look for you. Shen Qingming answered him seriously. My room is right next to yours. I want to have the chef prepare breakfast for you this morning. Oh, they were so close. Xie Xinghe asked again. What about Mingming's room? He lives here too, right? Shen Qingming paused, then said, he is in seclusion, training in a secret realm where no one can disturb him. Xie Xinghe felt a bit dejected. It was common for cultivators to seclude themselves for 3 to 5 years. Wouldn't Mingming have grown up by the time he saw him next? Shen Qingming stroked Xie Xinghe's soft hair, feeling his heart soften. I'll go help you fetch the map for this intersect test. If you're bored, you can wander around. All right, Xie Xinghe rejoiced. The map for the intersect test, is that something we can have? Isn't that like knowing the exam questions in advance? Clinging tightly to the golden thigh of his benefactor was indeed the right choice. The palace under the moonlight appeared ethereal, like a celestial palace. When Shen Qingming returned with the map, Xie Xinghe had already turned off the lights and fallen asleep. Through the open window, he could see the silhouette of the youth in the bed. Shen Qingming directed spiritual energy towards the window, causing all the castle's windows to close simultaneously. This scatterbrained child, even forgetting to close the windows. Shen Qingming, feeling uneasy, entered the room to check, then quietly left. The boy, lost in sweet dreams, remained blissfully unaware. As dawn broke, the horizon turned pale. Xinghe, rise and shine. Xie Xinghe drowsily heard someone calling his name, his head buried in the covers. His sleepy voice emerged from beneath the blanket. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Shen Qingming sat at the foot of his bed. 5 minutes? What time is that? Chapter 23. Intersect selection. The man's words finally roused Xie Xinghe somewhat. He quickly sat up, his hands obediently clutching the blanket. Qingming Gij, why are you here? Shen Qingming lightly poked his forehead. I came to remind you to train. You forgot again. Xie Xinghe's little face fell. Qingming Gij, it's still early. Shen Qingming sighed. Today, I'll explain the rules for the intersect test. You 1 practicing spiritual power. Get up quickly. Not training. Xie Xinghe tilted his head, finding a comfortable position against the headboard. Then it can be discussed here, right? Wearing a loose outfit, Shen Qingming could see the open collar revealing the youth's crescent-like cute collarbones. Shen Qingming's expression turned inscrutable. You want me to explain here? Are you sure? Feeling it inappropriate for him to sit there, Xie Xinghe shifted aside and patted the spot next to him. Qingming Gij, do you want to join me? My bed is very comfortable. He had added 2 layers of soft down padding yesterday, making it even softer than before. He didn't think 2 grown men sharing a bed would be an issue, especially since they were both clothed. All right, Shen Qingming removed his boots. Xie Xinghe eagerly helped lift the covers for him. Once Shen Qingming climbed in, the warm bedding felt as if it had been enveloped by ice. Xie Xinghe shivered and pulled the blankets up higher. Qingming Gij, are you cold? It must be uncomfortable. Shen Qingming raised an eyebrow at him. No, I'm used to its being warm that feels uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Xie Xinghe displayed a concerned expression. Qingming Gij, you will definitely find the Qihua fruit. If you can't find it, I'll work harder to gather points. Shen Qingming lightly tapped his head, took out the map and said, stop changing the subject. Let us begin the lesson. Listen carefully. Xie Xinghe covered his head with one hand, glaring at him resentfully. I'll listen. Why hit me? To keep you from dozing off. Shen Qingming retrieved the secret realm map he had obtained from the sect leader from his spatial ring, and began to elaborate on the various beast layers within the realm, as well as the potential unforeseen dangers and strategies for dealing with them. His voice was as clear as a mountain spring, and to Xie Xinghe, it was perfectly suited for storytelling or singing lullabies. Unbeknownst to him, he slid down from the head of the bed, resting his head on the pillow. After Shan Qingming finished describing one of the demon beasts, he noticed the rhythmic sound of breathing beside him. He gently poked the boy's slightly puffed cheek, a smile curving his lips, his thin lips parting to say, "Little troublemaker." Upon waking after a refreshing sleep, Xie Xinghe found himself staring at Shan Qingming, whose face was obscured by a concealment technique, rendering his features indistinct. "Is that a ghost?" he exclaimed in surprise, extending his hand as if to swat away the apparition. Fortunately, Shan Qingming retreated just in time, allowing him to regain his composure. Sitting up, Xie Xinghe patted his little heart, saying, "Qingming Gige, being this close to me is quite frightening." Shan Qingming's gaze lingered on the boy's soft pink lips, his expression darkening as he remarked, "I merely wished to see how long this little lazy pig could sleep." Yet, Xie Xinghe remained blissfully unaware of any odd atmosphere, leaning closer to Shan Qingming and flashing him a sweet smile, revealing his dimples as he called out, "Qingming Gige." Shan Qingming glanced at the little troublemaker, asking, "What is it now?" Xie Xinghe blinked his lively eyes, which seemed to shimmer with light. "I'm hungry. I want something to eat." Shan Qingming, using a bit of force, pinched his cheek until it turned rosy, which lightened his mood somewhat. "Wait here. I'll go fetch it." By the time Shan Qingming returned, Xie Xinghe had nibbled on the pastry, and it was already late evening. Thus, their day's studies came to a close. Time passed as Xie Xinghe interjected playful banter, while Shan Qingming diligently called him to rise each morning for 2 consecutive months. Yet he had never managed to wake him. Instead, he found himself drawn into the enemy camp, sharing the same bed with Xie Xinghe. Over these 2 months, Xie Xinghe was not without gains. Under the influence of the effortless cultivation techniques, he successfully advanced from the mid-stage of spirit cultivation level 3 to the late stage, now merely a step away from level 4. On the day of the intersect disciple selection, Shan Qingming provided Xie Xinghe with an array of protective talismans, offensive and defensive artifacts, and spatial teleportation tools. He initially intended to accompany him personally to the trial grounds, but Xie Xinghe insisted it would be too conspicuous, fearing that flaunting his connection with Shan Shizu might incite envy among his peers. Instead, he requested Shan Qingming to take him to the outer gate of the Zhongyun sect, allowing him to enter the secret realm alongside other outer disciples participating in the test. Xie Xinghe had hoped this would allow him to traverse the trials discreetly, but as soon as he appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, he was immediately targeted. 4 disciples clad in matching purple robes surrounded him, the leader exuding an air of arrogance. "Kid, who are you? We've never seen you before." Xie Xinghe replied, "I had taken leave to stay elsewhere. Today is my second visit to the outer gate. It's normal that you haven't seen me." "Impossible, you're lying," the leader retorted. "Outer disciples must register for a screening before participating in the selection. We all pass through the screening." "Where did you come from?" "There's a screening." Xie Xinghe genuinely did not know. Thus, it seemed Shan Qingming not only opened a backdoor for him but did so quite openly. Their commotion attracted the attention of other disciples, who gathered to watch the spectacle. This selection involved 200 disciples, yet only 10 would be chosen. Furthermore, whether these 10 would gain the favor of the sect leader or elders as personal disciples depended upon fortune and opportunity. The raucous young man seized Xie Xinghe by his collar, demanding, "Who exactly are you? Speak quickly." His cousin's partner's brother was an inner disciple, and he had received early news of potential corruption in this selection, with one predetermined individual set to occupy a chosen spot. That individual was undoubtedly the man before him, who did not even need to participate in the screening. This meant that the originally 10 selected spots would now become 9, further diminishing their chances. A privileged young master, accustomed to a life of comfort, came to stir trouble with them, the impoverished cultivators, attempting to portray himself as sympathetic to their struggles. "Senior brother, please release me. We can discuss this calmly." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Xie Xinghe flashed a friendly smile at the man. "You speak nonsense. I'll tell you. What are you all arguing about? Who allowed you to brawl?" Just as the agitated young man was about to press Xie Xinghe for answers with threats, he was interrupted. The fierce expression on his face transformed into a smile upon seeing the newcomer, who was dressed in the attire of an inner disciple. He straightened Xie Xinghe's wrinkled clothing, saying, "Greetings, senior brother. We were just joking around." The outer disciples instinctively parted to make way. "Greetings, senior brother." Xie Xinghe, following suit, attempted to bow but was supported by a pair of hands. Chapter 24. Little Shirshu Xiao Wuya, quick-witted and agile, assisted the young man, his heart racing with anxiety. No need for courtesy. Rise quickly. It was fortunate he acted swiftly. After all, this was the future little Shirshu, and he could not allow him to bow to himself. Xie Xinghe was helped up and met the gaze of the young man. The latter had a refined appearance. Viewed separately, his features were unremarkable, yet together they formed a harmonious whole that was quite pleasing. He was not breathtakingly beautiful but resembled an unrefined gem, untouched by artifice. Xiao Wuya grasped Xie Xinghe's hand, his eyes reflecting unmasked admiration. I am called Xiao Wuya, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. Just call me Wuyi.at. That moment, another inner disciple descended from the sky on a sword. Standing beside Xiao Wuya, this man had sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features chiseled and striking. His voice bore an air of cold severity. The time for the secret realm to open is approaching. What are you waiting for? Xie Xinghe sensed hostility in the way this senior brother looked at him. Xiao Wuya, filled with joy, turned to Zhang Shangqiu, still holding on to Xie Xinghe's hand. Zhang, senior brother. Weren't you out on a mission? When did you return? Zhang Shangqiu replied solemnly, just returned, under the master's orders to assist with the inner disciple selection. He then inquired of Xiao Wuya. I heard from the master that an additional spot has been added for this secret realm test. What's going on? The surrounding disciples, eavesdropping on the conversation, began to whisper among themselves. Does this mean one more chance for us? But I heard there have always been 10 spots in previous years. It has never changed. Why is there one more this time? Could it be that the elders wish to take on more disciples? Upon hearing their chatter, Xiao Wuya, feeling guilty, covered his mouth. Oh no, I got too excited that I completely forgot to clarify such an important matter before the test began. Silence. Zhang Shangqiu tossed the token for opening the secret realm into the air, his voice echoing in every disciple's ear. The 118th inner disciple selection of the Zhongyun sect officially begins. As the entrance to the secret realm opened, the disciples surged forward, eager to enter, fearing that a moment's delay might cost them their opportunity. Xinghe, why are you still not entering the secret realm? Xiao Wuya glanced at Xie Xinghe, who remained calm beside him, admiration evident on his face. I know. You must think you don't need to compete with them to win, right? Xie Xinghe looked down at his hand, still tightly held by Xiao Wuya, and said, Senior brother, I actually wanted to go in together. Why apologies? Xiao Wuya released Xie Xinghe's hand, feeling shy and embarrassed, wishing to find a hole to hide in. I was just so happy to see you. He glanced at the outer disciples who had already entered the secret realm, whispering to Xie Xinghe, You mustn't call me senior brother. In the future, I shall call you little Shirshu. Xie Xinghe was taken aback. You know about Qingming wanting to take me as a disciple? How many people are aware of this? Xiao Wuya's expression was written all over his face as he excitedly explained. Shun Shizu has always been reclusive, uninterested in worldly affairs. This time, not only did he inquire about the inner disciple selection in the secret realm from the sect leader, but he also used his privileges to add a personal spot for someone. This matter has long circulated within our inner sect. It's no longer a secret. That esteemed, aloof Shun Shizu, the cold, immortal sovereign, transforming into a warm-hearted man for love. Many versions of Shun Shizu's love stories have already spread in the inner sect. And soon they will reach the outer sect. Everyone is waiting to see who this person is that has pulled Shun Shizu down from his pedestal. Xiao Wuya's face was filled with longing and envy. However, Xie Xinghe began to worry. If he failed the test, would he not bring shame to both himself and Qingming Gige? Zhang Shangqiu crossed his arms, reminding, the gate to the secret realm is about to close. Xie Xinghe quickly dashed into the secret realm. I must go now. We can talk later. Xiao Wuya called after his retreating figure. I live at Qingfeng Courtyard on Herb Mountain. Do come find me when you have the chance. Once inside the secret realm, Xie Xinghe could still hear Xiao Wuya's voice echoing in his ears, but he had no way to respond. This test would last for 7 days, with high scores as the standard. Methods were not restricted. Collecting precious spirit herbs, hunting high-level demon beasts, and discovering magical artifacts would all earn points. Furthermore, the scores obtained varied depending on the levels of spiritual plants and demonic beasts. After 7 days, the top 10 disciples with the highest scores will advance to the inner sect. During these days, Shun Qingming has shared much knowledge regarding the precious herbs within the secret realm with Xie Xinghe. While Xie Xinghe may not have retained much, the ever-observant Tonggu remembers every word, even providing images and navigation. Xie Xinghe has no intention of provoking any demonic beasts. He intends to rely solely on foraging for spiritual plants. Upon entering the secret realm, one is randomly transported to any location within it, and Xie Xinghe did not anticipate that his usual fortune would lead him to such misfortune this time. Finding himself suspended in midair, help, help, Tong Gu 001 is relieved to be faceless. Otherwise, accompanying such a fool would surely lead to countless losses of dignity. Below him lies a pool, a height of 10 meters, surely. It won't kill you. Xie Xinghe falls into the water, using all 4 limbs to paddle. I can't swim. Gulu Gulu .001's emotionless mechanical voice carries a hint of gritted teeth. Stand up. The pool is only about 1.2 meters deep at its deepest. The air grows ominously silent. Xie Xinghe's cheeks are drenched by the icy water, yet they burn with embarrassment. .001 asks, "What, do you need me to give you a swim ring to get back on shore?" Xie Xinghe hurriedly scrambles to the bank, disliking the feeling of being soaked. His clothes feel heavy with water. He collapses onto the ground. Phew, thankfully no one saw that. Are you all right? A pair of purple boots appears before Xie Xinghe. He stiffly raises his head, forcing a smile, and replies, I'm fine. The speaker is the man in purple with whom he had a dispute outside the secret realm. The man extends his hand to Xie Xinghe. Let me help you up. As Xie Xinghe stands, he makes an effort to greet him with a fade of normalcy. Brother, what a coincidence. You here too? The man in purple replies, indeed, quite the coincidence. I happened to land nearby and rushed over upon hearing your cries for help. Were you the one calling for help? Xie Xinghe awkwardly chuckles twice. How can this person be like this? Is it even possible to have a conversation? The man points at Xie Xinghe's still dripping clothes. You're soaked. You should use a cleansing spell to dry them off first. It's all right. I actually enjoy wearing wet clothes. Xie Xinghe maintains a calm exterior while internally lamenting. I have no idea how to use a cleansing spell. Woe is me. In that Songlong Hall, it was always Shin Qingming who assisted him. Woe is me. Achoo. 001 can no longer bear to watch. 10 points deducted. It uses 10 points to dry Xie Xinghe's clothes, leaving even his hair refreshed. Chapter 25. The experience-seeking duo. Xie Xinghe feels as though he has lost decades of dignity today. Brother, I'll take my leave now. Wait, don't go. Xue Xinyuan blocks his path. He glances around, hesitant to speak. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Xue Xinyuan. Observing his hesitance, Xie Xinghe responds, I'm Xie Xinghe. Brother, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Xue Xinyuan fidgets, his expression resembling that of a bashful suitor. Under Xie Xinghe's astonished gaze, he bows deeply. I apologize. I misunderstood you during our encounter outside the secret realm. I did not mean to target you. The slots for inner sect disciples are limited, and he had assumed this person would take up a spot, thus provoking his ire. The one who can secure a position in the inner sect must hold some significance. Since this person would not threaten his standing, but rather provide an additional slot, he naturally wishes to avoid animosity. Xie Xinghe helps him up. It was just a minor incident. I didn't take it to heart. Xue Xinyuan firmly grasps his hand, sincerity etched on his face. The secret realm is fraught with peril. It would be wise for us to team up for mutual protection. Since this person is likely the 11th candidate for the inner sect, he must either possess considerable strength or have means to ensure a top 11 finish. Regardless of the reason, following him would undoubtedly be advantageous. Xie Xinghe happens to desire a bodyguard should they encounter demonic beasts. However, he inquires about the other party's thoughts. My spiritual power is low. I would surely be a burden should we face a demonic beast. Would you resent me, brother? How weak could someone designated for the inner sect possibly be? Xue Xinyuan assumes Xie Xinghe is merely being modest or reluctant to take him along. Thus he boldly declares, no worries, in times of danger, I'll protect you. I guarantee you won't suffer a scratch. Xie Xinghe beams, thank you, brother. You truly are a good person. The youth's eyes shimmer like stars as he speaks, leaving no doubt about the sincerity in his tone. Xue Xinyuan scratches his head, feeling bashful, and says, let us not dawdle. We should hurry to gather points. The two proceed towards the opposite side of the pool. Still preoccupied with the earlier incident, Xie Xinghe asks, brother, could you keep what happened when I fell into the water a secret? Rest assured, I, Xue Xinyuan, am as tight-lipped as a clam. I won't breathe a word. You truly are a good person. He. I promise no one else will know about this. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, within the main hall of the Tsangyun sect. Hundreds of water mirrors are displaying everything occurring within the secret realm. Half of these mirrors are tracking Xie Xinghe. This means that the elders and the two sect leaders are witnessing everything that transpires after Xie Xinghe enters the secret realm. They collectively cast their gazes towards Shen Qingming, who sits at the high seat. Shen Qingming's concealment technique renders his expression unreadable, and the hot tea in his hand has turned cold. The increasingly chilling spiritual pressure around him indicating his anger. The sect leader muses. He must find that fool within the secret realm too embarrassing, losing face. Master Shun is not a shallow individual. This boy, possessing nothing but beauty, must be regretting his decision to take him as a disciple. The elders share the same sentiment, convinced that Shen Qingming will erupt in fury. The vice sect leader, wishing to ease the tension in the hall, chuckles, saying that the disciple his master is taking in is indeed adorably unique. Shen Qingming places the teacup on the table, causing the liquid within to ripple. Echoing the hearts of those present, his voice, as cold as ice, cuts through the air. Who is the Tonggu that Xinghe speaks of? Is he a disciple of the Tsangyun sect? In times of peril, why does he first think of this Tonggu? What position does this person hold in his heart? To his knowledge, none of the Xie family brothers have a name including Tong. Who is this Tonggu? Just how many older brothers does this little troublemaker have? The sect leader and elders fall into silence, the atmosphere thick with a biting chill. What a strong hint of jealousy is this truly Master Shun. Has he been possessed? The vice sect leader, Lin Xianshui, speaks up. Little disciple Xie has been residing in your Tsanglong Hall for quite some time. He hasn't ventured much into the outer sect. It's unlikely that this Tonggu is a disciple of our Tsangyun sect. Shen Qingming responds indifferently, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet the atmosphere in the hall grows even colder. Shortly after, the water mirrors reveal Xie Xinghe and the individual named Xue Xinyuan with their arms linked. Shen Qingming rises from his seat. Master, where are you going? The sect leader inquires, attempting to retain him. Shen Qingming instantly teleports to the door, leaving behind a chilling remark. I have matters to attend to. The moment Shen Qingming steps outside the main hall, all water mirrors related to Xie Xinghe go black. Strange, is the water mirror broken? The sect leader tries other mirrors, only to find that those tracking Xie Xinghe also go black. He attempts to switch to displays of other disciples within the secret realm, and those mirrors function normally again. The vice sect leader, with a mysterious smile, remarks, it seems the issue isn't with the mirrors. Who would have thought that the cold Shun Shizu would become so irrational when enamored? Even growing jealous at the sight of him being close with others. For the seemingly easygoing youth, this could either be a blessing or a curse. Within the secret realm, Xie Xinghe, following the system's guidance, traverses paths devoid of ferocious beasts and gathers a considerable number of spiritual plants. Each of these plants can yield scores ranging from 3 to 9 points, occasionally encountering relatively harmless demonic beasts. He finds them easily dealt with by Xue Xinyuan. Grateful for Xue Xinyuan's protection, Xie Xinghe shares a portion of his collected spiritual plants with him. Xue Xinyuan, moved, wraps an arm around Xie Xinghe's shoulder, saying, Xie Shidi, you are like my own brother in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, just call my name, and I'll help you teach them a lesson. Not only did he allow Xie Xinghe to handle all the low-tier demonic beasts without lifting a finger, but he also collected beast cores to earn points. Now, seeing that Xie Xinghe's score is not particularly high and that he is willing to share the hard-earned spiritual plants, Xue Xinyuan reflects on how he had previously failed to appreciate such a good younger brother. Even scolding him and pulling at his collar, he wishes he could slap himself for his past behavior. Shitty, why not hit me instead? Xie Xinghe looks at him as if he is a fool. This is the first time I've heard such a ridiculous request. Xie Xinghe reaches for his waist pouch. Brother, we should prioritize gathering points. This storage pouch is special, emblazoned with the names of the participants. When items collected within the secret realm are placed inside, the pouch analyzes the items and provides corresponding scores. The pouch has a limit of holding 100 items, regardless of size. This means that if someone fills it to capacity with 100 items, however, if he were to discover something that could be exchanged for a higher score, he could dispose of the worthless items in his storage bag. Scores fluctuate, and the contents of the storage bag can also be replaced. This implies that disciples can snatch items from each other's bags. Chapter 26. Shen Qingming makes his appearance indeed. Gather the scores, let us hurry. Xue Xinyuan, tall and slender, raised his hand instinctively to rest on Xiexinghe's shoulder. But midway, a hand intercepted him. The touch was as cold as that of a corpse, causing Xue Xinyun to instinctively shake it off. Whose claw has suddenly appeared? Xiexinghe turned to look. He felt as if he were frozen in place, his clear eyes reflecting the silhouette of the man before him. It seemed he could see the scenery behind the man, resplendent and vibrant. With flowers blooming in abundance, and the gentle spring breeze nurturing all, with phoenix-like eyes and a high-nosed bridge, the man's handsome features bore no sign of aggression, his facial contours flowing into near perfection. Where did this gentle and strikingly handsome figure emerge from? Yet, the voice of this handsome man sounded oddly familiar. Xue Xinyun, upon finally recognizing the man's face, was momentarily stunned, but he regained composure before Xiexinghe. "Brother, who are you?" There was absolutely no one of his caliber among the participants in the selection. Otherwise, he would surely have remembered. Shen Qingming paid him no mind, his gaze fixed intently on Xiexinghe, the corners of his lips curving into a gentle and alluring smile. The reason he had always used a veil to obscure his features was precisely due to his disdain for the way others looked at him. Yet at this moment, Xiexinghe gazed at him with a similarly infatuated expression, and far from feeling annoyed, he found himself exceedingly pleased. "How long do you intend to stare, little troublemaker?" His voice was cold, yet underpinned by a magnetic charm due to his beauty. Xiexinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are Brother Qingming?" During the past month spent at Songyun Palace, he had often been playfully pinched on the face and called a little troublemaker. The tone of affection unmistakable. "But why are you here? This is the test for entering the inner sect. What business does a chief examiner have here?" Seeing that it was someone Xiexinghe recognized, Xue Xinyun felt relieved. However, who was Qingming? Did Songyun sect even have such a figure? Shen Qingming, revered as Shen Xinzuan by all in the outside world, was addressed as Shen Shizu by the sect's master, and disciples were expected to call him Shen Shizu as well. Over time, his name had seldom been mentioned, especially in the affectionate manner in which Xiexinghe omitted his surname to call him brother. This made it impossible for Xue Xinyun to associate Brother Qingming with Shen Shizu, Shen Qingming. Shen Qingming still donned his unchanging white robe, but his exceedingly handsome appearance made it easy to overlook his attire. Such a person would look splendid even draped in a burlap sack. Shen Qingming playfully tapped the tip of Xiexinghe's nose, worried that a certain little troublemaker can't handle things. "So I came to assist you." Xiexinghe was taken aback by the affection. "Really? That's too kind of you." Not only had the chief examiner opened a back door for him, but he was also willing to help him during the exam. Xiexinghe, blushing, eagerly asked, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Shen Qingming saw through his little act of feigned reluctance. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Shall I leave then?" Xiexinghe grasped his arm, grinning. "Since you've come." "Don't leave now." "Ahem, pardon the interruption, but when can we start gathering scores? Today is almost over, and we only have 6 days left." Xue Xinyun interjected awkwardly between the two. Shen Qingming shot him a cold glance. "Is this person still planning to follow us?" The disdainful look in the man's eyes towards Xue Xinyun was hard to ignore. He turned to Xiexinghe, performing with utmost drama, lamenting, "Brother Xinghe, has your new romantic interest caused you to forsake me?" Xue Xinyun, to enter the secret realm with a non-disciple identity, one must possess an extraordinary status. Humph! Xue Xinyun had firmly resolved to stick around. Xiexinghe waved his hands repeatedly. "He is not my romantic interest. He is my future master." Xue Xinyun's countenance brightened instantly, his face aglow. "So that means you agree to let me accompany you?" Xiexinghe hurried to clarify. "No, Xue Xinyun feigned a wail. "Alas. It seems I have been forgotten in favor of a romantic partner. I've already said he is not my—" Xue Xinyun blocked him, adopting a look of someone who had been tragically abandoned. "You needn't say anything. I understand. I shall take my leave, no longer intruding upon your romantic bliss. Is this making things worse?" Xiexinghe shot a glance at Shen Qingming. "You should explain too. Don't leave me to handle this alone." Shen Qingming smirked. "Since your friend wishes to follow us, let him come along." Xue Xinyun, ever compliant, raised a finger in vow. "Brother Xinghe, I promise to keep a distance of 3 meters from you both, and will not intrude upon your intimacy." Shen Qingming regarded him with newfound favor. "Thank you." Xiexinghe, feeling exasperated, pulled Shen Qingming closer, whispering, "Brother Qingming, why don't you explain it to him?" Shen Qingming leaned in closer to his ear. "How should I explain?" Do you want me to reveal my true identity? Xie Xinghe suddenly understood. So, you intentionally let him misunderstand, to conceal your true identity. Rest assured, Brother Qingming, with my acting skills, I will certainly cooperate with you. Shen Qingming, frustrated, tapped him lightly on the forehead. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Not bright enough. You hit me again." Xie Xinghe clutched his head, wincing in pain. The pain was so distracting that he failed to notice what Shen Qingming had said. "Does it hurt?" Shen Qingming gently pried his hands away, softening his tone. "Let me see." He had indeed been a bit too forceful just now. Xie Xinghe's forehead bore a red mark. Shen Qingming cupped his face, his eyes brimming with concern. "I apologize." Xie Xinghe stared blankly at his face, momentarily dazzled by his beauty. I felt like a sin to provoke such an expression from this strikingly gentle man. "I am not hurt anymore." The invisible Xue Xinan was even more agitated than the two involved, standing 3 meters away with urgency. "Kiss him, quickly, kiss him. A loving kiss will make it all better." "Brother Qingming, can you do it?" Gulu, a sudden noise interrupted the romantic bubble surrounding them. Xie Xinghe, mortified, clutched his stomach and lowered his head, looking around as if trying to locate his lost dignity on the ground. Shen Qingming covered his mouth, initially intending to spare him some embarrassment. However, Xie Xinghe's series of adorable antics made it impossible for him to suppress a chuckle. "You haven't eaten all day? The meat of some beasts in this secret realm is quite delectable. I shall hunt some for you and make barbecued meat." Upon hearing about food, all of Xie Xinghe's troubles dissipated. He raised his head, exclaiming, "I want to go too." Shen Qingming replied affectionately, "All right, I'll take you with me, and me." Xue Xinyuan weakly raised his right hand from behind. Only then did Xie Xinghe remember that Xue Xinyuan was still present. His cheeks flushed crimson. He hurriedly dashed past Shen Qingming, mentally convincing himself, "Just think of it as acting, just think of it as acting. It doesn't matter if anyone sees. Stay here." Shen Qingming shot a displeased glance at Xue Xinyuan before catching up with Xie Xinghe. Xue Xinyuan remained where he was. "All right then, I promise to keep my mouth shut next time." Shen Qingming, summoning his sword, led Xie Xinghe to a precipice. He gazed upward at the soaring beasts, explaining, "That beast is a third-tier white-headed crane, with snow-white feathers atop its head, but black wings. Its meat is delicious and nourishing for the spleen." Xie Xinghe only heard the latter part, delicious meat, nourishing for the spleen, and swallowed hard. "How will we catch it?" Chapter 27. Hunting and barbecuing. Shen Qingming lowered his gaze to Xie Xinghe beside him, smiling as he asked, "Would you like to learn archery?" "Xinghe?" Xie Xinghe pointed at himself, bewildered. "Me? Archery?" Shen Qingming smiled deeply. "Later, I will barbecue the meat. If you don't help me shoot it down, you expect me to do all the work while you eat for free? That won't do." Xie Xinghe protested. "It's too high. I can't shoot it down. I'll teach you." Shen Qingming conjured a bow and arrow with his golden spiritual energy, guiding Xie Xinghe to hold the bow while he clasped Xie Xinghe's hand. Their fingers intertwined as he taught him. Shen Qingming had to bend down to meet Xie Xinghe's gaze. With their bodies pressed closely together, Shen Qingming earnestly instructed, "Relax, your body is too stiff. That won't do." Xie Xinghe bit his lip, one hand pulling back the bow, the other gripping the arrow conjured by Shen Qingming's spiritual energy. He felt frustrated, as both of his hands were being controlled by Shen Qingming, leaving him unable to act independently. What kind of teaching was this? Shen Qingming lowered his head, his lips nearly brushing against Xie Xinghe's cheek. "Don't look at me." Xie Xinghe's hand trembled, and Shen Qingming tightened his grip. "Don't lose focus." Xie Xinghe felt increasingly uncomfortable in the peculiar atmosphere, gritting his teeth. "Brother Qingming, can you not shoot accurately as well?" He suspected this person was merely toying with him. Shen Qingming chuckled lightly. "Oh, is this a provocation? But it's quite effective." The soaring beast in the sky remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Still flaunting her beautiful and resplendent feathers in the air, Shen Qingming held a reservoir of spiritual energy in her hand, her phoenix eyes narrowing dangerously as she suddenly released the hand of Xie Xinghe. With a swift whoosh, a golden arrow sliced through the sky, leaving shimmering points of golden spirit energy in its wake. The sharp arrowhead pierced the head of the crane beast. With a thud, the monstrous creature fell to the ground, producing a muffled sound. Shen Qingming, using her spiritual power to cushion its fall, thought to herself that at such a height, if it had fallen without any assistance, it would have turned to mush, rendering it inedible. She collected the crane beast, which stood as tall as a person, into her spatial ring. Let us go back and roast some meat. Xie Xinghe, cradling the golden bow and arrow in his arms, followed closely behind, exclaiming, Qingming Gij, your bow. Shen Qingming pushed the bow back into his embrace, ruffling his hair. You shot remarkably well. It seems you are quite suited for archery. Consider it a gift. Xie Xinghe responded, Huh? I never realized that Master Shan had a knack for speaking nonsense with such seriousness. Xue Xinwen was squatting beneath a tree, bored, counting ants, upon witnessing the two descend from the sky on their swords. He exclaimed in astonishment, You flew back on your swords. How could you possibly fly on swords? Xie Xinghe grew anxious in response. Is it forbidden to fly on swords? Could it attract fierce beasts to attack us? Xue Xinyuan looked at Shen Qingming, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous storm. The secret realm had rules prohibiting any disciple from flying on swords. This man possessed strength formidable enough to obliterate the secret realm and break the rules. How terrifying was his power? Xie Xinghe sighed in relief. I thought it was a big deal. Shen Qingming isn't a disciple. He is our ancestor. Naturally, the rules do not bind him. Shen Qingming did not engage in their conversation. He was already skillfully combining water and fire spiritual energy to prepare hot water for plucking the crane's feathers and cleaning its insides for roasting. Xie Xinghe watched in awe as Shen Qingming, without the need for firewood, expertly enveloped the crane meat in fire spiritual energy, flipping it effortlessly to achieve even cooking. It was more effective than an air fryer. Soon, the savory aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Xie Xinghe drooled, I didn't expect you to be a barbecue master, Qingming Gij. Shen Qingming tore off the crane's wings and sprinkled spices over them. I have many skills. You will learn them all in time. After living for over 1,000 years, one must acquire some knowledge to alleviate the boredom. In contrast to Xie Xinghe, whose eyes were glued to the roasting meat, Xue Xinyuan's gaze was fixated on the head of the white-headed crane. He smiled broadly, taking small steps toward Shen Qingming. Brother of Xinghe, the valiant one. Out upon hearing this address, Shen Qingming raised his gaze to him. Is there something you need? Xue Xinyuan pointed at the severed head of the third-tier white-headed crane. If you have no use for the head of the beast you hunted, could you give it to me? Beasts below the 5th tier do not possess beast cores. To acquire points from lower-tier beasts, one must sever their heads and place them in a storage bag. Shen Qingming glanced at Xie Xinghe, who had shown no interest in the head, and said, Take it. Xue Xinyuan gleefully accepted the head. Thank you, brother of Xinghe. Following you two was indeed the right choice. Shen Qingming soon finished roasting the meat. He produced a jar of honey and used a brush to coat a bird's wing with it. Xie Xinghe, gnawing on a bird's leg and getting grease all over his mouth, exclaimed, Qingming Gij, you even brought this. Shen Qingming chuckled lightly. With a glutton like you around, I must ensure I have ample supplies. Xie Xinghe, busy blowing on his food, was too preoccupied to respond, nodding vigorously. You cook deliciously. You're right about everything. Once Xie Xinghe had devoured half of a beast's leg, he finally glanced at Xue Xin, who stood at a distance. Brother Xue, aren't you going to try some? Qingming Gij's culinary skills are superb. Xue Xinyuan resolutely turned away, proclaiming with righteous indignation, I have already reached the 4th tier in spiritual cultivation. I am currently practicing fasting, and you cannot tempt me. All right then, Xie Xinghe replied, accepting the honey-glazed wing crafted by Shen Qingming. Qingming Gij, don't just watch me. You should eat too. By the time Xie Xinghe finished his meal, the night sky within the secret realm was adorned with twinkling stars. Shen Qingming performed a cleaning spell, leaving the ground spotless, including the oil-smeared Xie Xinghe. Xie Xinghe, enviously observing, remarked, This cleaning spell is so convenient. I must learn it when I return. Shen Qingming remained non-committal. With me around, you need not learn such things. He waved his sleeve, and a modest wooden house materialized on the lawn. It's getting late. Let us rest here for the night. Xue Xinyuan was nearly slack-jawed. This is a spatial artifact, a house? Which craftsman has the leisure to create such a useless item instead of refining useful artifacts? Xie Xinghe dashed into the house, discovering it furnished with all necessities, even a thick mattress on the bed, as if it were tailor-made for him. Qingming Gij, you are incredible. You are like my personal Doraemon. Shen Qingming was puzzled. Doraemon? What is that? Why did he always use such strange terms? Xie Xinghe covered his mouth, speaking shyly. It's a companion who is always by your side, an indispensable partner. Chapter 28, Purple Mist. Secret Realm Space. Shen Qingming pondered with lowered eyes. An indispensable person? Was the doorman he mentioned someone he could not do without? Or was it someone else? He assisted Xie Xinghe in sitting on the bed. His voice cold, yet his gaze tender and affectionate. Sleep now. You won't be disturbed tonight. Xie Xinghe hesitated. But there's only one bed here. Should we all squeeze in together? Xue Xinyuan, standing outside the house, immediately leaped onto a nearby lush tree. The leaves concealed his form, and his voice rang out, I can sleep in the tree. I love sleeping in trees. If I don't sleep in a tree, I won't be able to sleep. Shen Qingming's lips curved into a broader smile. It seems we'll have to squeeze in together. Xie Xinghe, feeling something was amiss but unable to pinpoint it, glanced at the bed that was less than 1.5 meters long and asked, Qingming Gij, do you want to sleep on the inside or the outside? Shen Qingming waved his hand. Using spiritual energy to close the door and windows, the room fell into darkness. He climbed onto the bed, saying, I'll sleep on the outside to prevent a certain little troublemaker from falling out at night. Xie Xinghe protested, I sleep very still. I won't toss and turn. Shen Qingming leaned beside Xie Xinghe, patting the space next to him, his deep voice enticing in the night. Come here and lie down. You must sleep well to grow tall in the tranquil night. It seemed as though even the beasts were in slumber. The stroke of midnight. A voice rang out, shattering the silence. The first day of the Secret Realm assessment has concluded. We will now announce the scores. First place, Meng Fan, with a score of 115. Second place, Zhou Shuowei, with a score of 90. 10th place, Xue Xinyuan, with a score of 79. 11th place, Xie Xinghe, with a score of 68. Shen Qingming had set up a barrier, isolating the wooden house from all sounds within the secret realm. Until dawn, Xie Xinghe slept soundly, undisturbed. By the time he awoke, the space beside him was empty. Shen Qingming was gone. Xie Xinghe got up to look for him, pushing open the door of the wooden house. A rich aroma wafted into his nostrils. Shen Qingming was cooking a spiritual mushroom soup, while Xue Xinyuan sifted through a pile of unappealing and slightly wilted spiritual plants, selecting the higher-grade ones to store in his bag. Upon hearing the door open, both turned to look at Xie Xinghe. Feeling bashful under their scrutiny, he greeted, Hi, good morning, everyone. Was he the only one who had overslept? I didn't sleep at all last night. Xue Xinyuan, unable to conceal his excitement, exclaimed, Xinghe, I was ranked 10th yesterday. You truly are my lucky star. Xie Xinghe blinked in confusion. What 10th place? Xue Xinyuan gazed at him in shock, as if he were a rare species. Yesterday, during the score announcement, I placed 10th. Did you sleep so soundly that you didn't hear the rankings? Xie Xinghe scratched his head. Then please tell me about it. It really that hard to wake up? Xue Xinyuan recited the rankings from memory, analyzing. This Meng Fan, despite having no spiritual roots, managed to score over 100 points and secure first place in just one day. He is not to be underestimated. And Zhou Shuowei, a non-combat alchemist, claimed second place. She is also quite remarkable. How did she achieve that? And then there's South, the third place. Xie Xinghe sat beside Shen Qingming, accepting the bowl of mushroom soup he served. Opposite him, Xue Xinyuan continued his animated analysis. Brother Xue, how do you know so much about these individuals? Xue Xinyuan replied proudly. For this intersect disciple selection, I spent a fortune to obtain the identities and information of the 200 participating disciples. I could recite them backwards. Shen Qingming frowned slightly. With such a good memory, what is the 125th rule of the Zhongyun sect? Xue Xinyuan answered without hesitation. Disciples are prohibited from using improper means to obtain information about their peers. Now it felt a bit awkward. Shen Qingming cast a cold and piercing gaze at Xue Xinyuan. He made no overt movements, yet the palpable pressure made one feel as though they were suffocating, wanting to plead for mercy and admit wrongdoing. Xue Xinyuan looked to Xie Xinghe for help. Xie Xinghe, seizing the opportunity, dramatically pointed ahead. Look, it's foggy, and purple fog at that. How unique? Whoa! Xue Xinyuan sprang to his feet, exclaiming loudly, that is soul-dulling fog. Any contact with it will induce a deep slumber. We must flee. Xie Xinghe tightened his grip on Shen Qingming's arm. Soul-dulling fog. Could it be that beasts are about to attack us? Shen Qingming gently patted his hand, offering comfort. Do not worry. I am here. Even the bewildering mist remained oblivious to whether he had truly come to partake in the trial. Xue Xinyuan, Watching the duo, who showed no inclination to flee, felt a sense of urgency and began to explain. This is not a mere beast. It is a manifestation of the realm's rules. The bewildering mist originates from the boundary of the secret realm. After spending a stable first day within, the purple mist will gradually extend from the periphery towards the center of the realm. Why did we encounter no inner disciples yesterday? It is because this secret realm is vast, and we were transported to disparate locations, making the chance of encountering one another quite slim. Once the purple mist converges towards the center, we shall inevitably cross paths with other disciples. Xie Xinghe inquired, is this meant to incite us to turn against each other? That seems rather ruthless. Furthermore, it echoed a certain game he had played in the real world. Were it not for Shen Qingming's formidable presence, Xue Xinyuan would have already dragged Xie Xinghe away. Although the rules prohibited the killing of fellow disciples, by the final 6th or 7th day, the secret realm would be almost entirely shrouded in purple mist. Resources would become scarce, and should they encounter other disciples, the scores within this realm would depend solely on their abilities to seize them. Shen Qingming served Xie Xinghe another bowl of soup, taking the one from his hands. It has cooled. Let me replace it. Xue Xinyuan, though seething with indignation, could only sit and await the benevolence of this formidable figure. Xie Xinghe politely suggested, Xue Xixiang, why not have some yourself? Xue Xinyuan, with a dark expression, replied, I am not in the mood to eat. Xie Xinghe set down his small bowl, saying, I am also quite full. Yet Shen Qingming ladled out another bowl, personally feeding him with a coaxing tone. You must drink more. The spiritual herbs in this soup can neutralize the toxins of the bewildering mist. Both Xue Xinyuan and Xie Xinghe fell into silence. Speechless, Xie Xinghe finally protested, but I do not wish to drink anymore. Shen Qingming then presented an assortment of cut fruits. Have some snacks after your meal. Xue Xinyuan silently lifted his bowl and chopsticks, consuming the mushroom soup in rapid succession, depleting the pot before long. It felt as though the food was lodged in his throat. Since this soup can counteract the purple mist, how long will its efficacy last? Chapter 29. The conclusion of the secret realm. He reasoned that drinking more could not be a mistake. Shen Qingming snapped his fingers, employing a cleansing spell to tidy the surroundings. One bowl can resist the toxins for 3 days. Xue Xinyuan, recalling that he had just consumed 7 or 8 bowls, felt he might burst. Oh dear. The purple mist soon enveloped their feet, prompting Xue Xinyuan to resolutely close his eyes. After a while, he opened them, gazing at the surrounding purple fog, then towards the 2 figures that were fast receding. Wait for me. The mist obscured his vision, but Shen Qingming always seemed to swiftly locate high-level spiritual plants. While others risked their lives and faced hardships in the secret realm, they meandered through it as if strolling in their own backyard. Whenever Shen Qingming encountered a spiritual plant or beast, he would not forget to enlighten Xie Xinghe. This is Mingmu grass, a 3rd-tier spiritual plant effective in enhancing vision. Longxing Zhu, a 3rd-tier spiritual plant, emits a fragrance for miles. Its juice can be ground into a narcotic powder. Huaizu, a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Do not fear, it poses little danger. Lingling Yi observed the scene from a leisurely vantage point, regarding Shen Qingming with the critical eye of a mother-in-law sizing up her son-in-law. Not bad, quite commendable. Xue Xinyuan trailed behind, eagerly gathering resources. While other disciples fought for resources outside the purple mist, they were enjoying a leisurely exploration, cultivating their spirits. Many ferocious beasts, too, were affected by the mist, either in slumber or appearing lethargic and listless. Regrettably, there were no cameras available. Otherwise, Xie Xinghe would have certainly wanted to capture some photographs with these creatures as keepsakes. Time passed swiftly, and as the 7th day approached, Xie Xinghe found himself ranked 11th, while Xue Xinyuan ascended to 8th. With but an hour remaining until the conclusion of the secret realm, Shen Qingming tousled Xie Xinghe's hair. I shall return shortly. Wait for me here. Xie Xinghe waved goodbye, watching Shen Qingming's figure vanish into the mist. Once Shen Qingming departed, Xue Xinyuan let loose, nudging Xie Xinghe's arm and raising his eyebrows. Xinghe brother, who exactly is he? Do share some insights. Xie Xinghe smiled mysteriously. You may find out after the secret realm concludes. Xue Xinyuan observed him settling down, seemingly intent on waiting for the trial's end. Why don't we search for higher-scoring spiritual plants? What if someone surpasses us in this last hour? Rest assured, Xue Xixiang, Xie Xinghe replied. The competing disciples have likely crossed paths by now, and outcomes are almost fixed. Scores will not fluctuate greatly. Besides, I am at the bottom. If I am not worried, you need not be anxious either. The first place remained held by a martial cultivator named Meng Fan, boasting a score of 1,001 points, nearly 200 points ahead of the second place. Xie Xinghe, ranked 11th, also maintained a 50-point lead over the 12th place. Unbeknownst to them, many disciples within the secret realm were actively searching for their whereabouts. One disciple perched atop a tree, surveying the forest for their quarry. Where could the 8th-ranked Xue Xinyuan and the 11th-ranked Xie Xinghe be? They seemed to have vanished without a trace. With the purple mist engulfing the area, the forest remained the only safe haven. Yet not a single sign of the two could be found amidst the extensive search conducted by hundreds of disciples. Those who had not secured a spot battled against the remaining 9 to seize points, but gained little advantage. Particularly, Meng Fan was a formidable opponent. Now, they placed their hopes on the elusive 8th and 11th ranked disciples. Seizing points from either one could elevate their standings. With desperation mounting, some began to chop down trees. I refuse to believe that by felling this forest, we cannot flush them out. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the various sect leaders and elders observed the disciples' performances. The vice sect leader, glancing at the disciples, chuckled, "Quite impressive. These disciples are more fervent than in previous years." Shen Qingming's silhouette appeared behind several elders, his cold voice imbued with authority. "Time is up. It is time to conclude." The second elder instinctively glanced at the sundial behind him. But there is still half an hour remaining. The vice sect leader raised his fan to silence the second elder. As disciples of Zongyun sect, one must learn to adapt and prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Clearing his throat, the vice sect leader projected his voice to every corner of the secret realm. The 118th inner disciple selection of Zongyun sect has officially concluded. Simultaneously within the secret realm, Xie Xinghe and Xue Xinyuan felt their storage bags enveloped by a teleportation array. After a dizzying whirl, they found themselves on a high platform. Surrounding them stood 9 other disciples who had also passed the trial, while below, hundreds of others who had failed awaited their fate. Zhang Shangqiu and Xiao Wuye, responsible for this trial, appeared as well, bowing respectfully to the ethereal figures atop the platform. They spoke in unison. Disciples pay their respects to Master Shun, to the sect leader, and to the 4 elders. The sect leader raised his hand with spiritual energy, gently lifting them. No need for excessive formality. Xiao Wuye scanned the area, noticing that his master was absent, lowering his head in uncertainty, torn between disappointment and relief. The vice sect leader, sipping a cup of soothing tea, began his pre-prepared speech. "You have successfully passed the inner sect trial, marking you as the elite disciples of Zongyun sect." The sect leader concluded, "From this day forth, you shall be the inner disciples of Zongyun sect." The vice sect leader cast a resentful glance at him, inquiring, "Are there any disciples that the sect leader or esteemed elders wish to accept as disciples?" The third elder, a martial cultivator, was the first to speak. "Meng Fan, do you wish to become my disciple?" Meng Fan clasped his sword and bowed respectfully. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Xie Xinghe observed Meng Fan with curiosity, having expected martial cultivators to possess robust builds and bronze skin. Yet this Meng Fan appeared fair and refined, exuding an air of gentility. The other 3 elders each selected a disciple of their liking. Notably, as the elders chose their disciples, they conspicuously overlooked Xie Xinghe. The remaining disciples, not chosen, would, according to the rules, fall under the sect leader's tutelage, with the vice sect leader responsible for assigning their tasks. Shen Qingming sat observing, his gaze directed at Xie Xinghe, who was distractedly eyeing other male disciples. The elders closest to him felt the weight of Shan's piercing stare. Yet, oblivious to the displeasure of Master Shun, Xie Xinghe remained carefree, engrossed in watching the other disciples. The vice sect leader pondered how to subtly remind him when an untimely voice interrupted. A female disciple expressed her desire to join the elders' tutelage. The woman, tall and graceful, bore an air of elegance akin to that of a refined lady. Chapter 30. The apprenticeship ceremony. The second elder chuckled. "You are quite bold, young lady. A talented alchemist, indeed. However, Elder Song has not taken on disciples for many years and is currently in seclusion to refine elixirs. If you are truly interested, it would be better to cultivate at Luoyue Mountain, as the techniques there are indeed more suitable for you." Xiao Wuye stepped forward and declared, "Sister Shui, I can escort you to Luoyue Mountain. Compared to the Grand Elder, I, as a disciple, would much prefer to become the apprentice of Master Shan." Zhou Shuowei's composed gaze traversed several elders before resting upon the cold, imposing figure seated at the head of the hall. The disciples regarded Zhou Shuowei with admiration. The man's identity was unmistakable, given that he sat in the presence of the standing sect leaders and elders. The other disciples had long been aware of the man's presence, but Master Shan was known for his aloofness and hermetic tendencies, having refrained from accepting disciples for over a millennium. While the disciples felt awe, they also harbored a sense of fear and trepidation. They lacked the courage even to meet Master Shan's gaze. Shen Qingming employed a technique to obscure his features, leaving no one able to discern his expression, which only deepened the air of mystery surrounding him. When Zhou Shuowei did not receive an immediate response from Shen Qingming, she took a step closer and reiterated, "Master Shan, I wish to become your disciple." The vice master discreetly signaled to Xie Xinghe, urging him to take a cue. After all, others were proactively seeking out their masters. Did he expect his master to come begging for him? Xie Xinghe, puzzled, wondered if the vice master was seeing things .001 from the confines of space, urged, "Fool, hurry over and call out to your master." Obedient to the command of his tongs, he scampered over to Shen Qingming, with several elders graciously parting to create a path. "Master, I wish to be your disciple as well." The gazes of the other disciples shifted from Zhou Shuowei to Xie Xinghe, and even the sect leader and several elders turned their attention to him. Xie Xinghe felt as if a thorn had been lodged in his back. Shen Qingming, with a hint of a smile, casually remarked, "Since you have already called me master, then you shall be it." The disciples murmured, "Is this even permissible? How utterly dismissive." They wondered if it was too late for them to call him master now. Shen Qingming saw through their thoughts. Standing before Xie Xinghe, he declared, "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." He took Xie Xinghe's hand, stating, "You are my first and only disciple. I shall have no other." Xie Xinghe felt a surge of emotion. "Master, you?" Zhou Shuowei protested vehemently, "Master Shan, he ranked 11th in this assessment, which is the lowest is it merely because he called you master before me? If that were the case." She found it unacceptable. Shen Qingming turned his attention to her, rarely offering an explanation. "To be my disciple does not necessitate exemplary achievements. I simply need to find you agreeable. He is the one I have chosen." Zhou Shuowei bristled with indignation. "This is unfair to the other disciples." Shen Qingming's expression darkened. "I have not taken a disciple in a millennium. If I choose one now, I do not require the opinions of the younger generation." The sect leader rebuked, "Zhou Shuowei, this is not the place for you to throw a tantrum. If you are dissatisfied, keep it to yourself, or leave if you cannot contain it. Obey the arrangements." Zhou Shuowei bowed her head, begrudgingly acknowledging her fault. "The disciple understands her error. Then I shall take my disciple," Shen Qingming said, leading Xie Xinghe away on his sword. The other elders followed suit, taking their disciples and departing. Zhang Shangqiu and Xiao Wuye remained to tidy up. Xue Xinyuan stood in place, pondering, why does Master Shan's voice sound so familiar? I must have heard it somewhere before, but where? Had it not been for the brief exchange he had with Shen Qingming in the secret realm, he might have already recalled it. Congratulations, host, on becoming Shen Qingming's disciple. Reward points, 1888. You have received a mysterious gift package. Please continue to strive and enjoy your rewards. Xie Xinghe and Shen Qingming returned to the Canglong Hall. The passage of 7 days had left the place unchanged, as if they had never left. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xie Xinghe excitedly inquired, "Tongs, are points so plentiful for becoming Shen Qingming's disciple?" 001 responded, "The sect leader will henceforth call you junior brother, while the disciples will address you as uncle. You will gain renown throughout the Cangyun sect and across the entire cultivation continent. More valuable than mere cultivation advancement." Just as Xie Xinghe was about to open the mysterious gift package, Shen Qingming's voice echoed in his ear, "Prepare for the disciple recruitment ceremony in 2 months. It need not be overly elaborate. I shall forego some formalities. You will receive an even grander ceremony later. What are your thoughts?" Xie Xinghe obediently nodded. "I will heed my master's wishes." "Tongs, can the recruitment ceremony be held twice?" 001 ignored him. Shen Qingming disapproved of him addressing him with a tone of distant respect, saying, "I prefer you to call me as you did before." Xie Xinghe replied, "Isn't that inappropriate? You are my master." Shen Qingming ruffled his hair, soothingly stating, "The Cangyun sect does not adhere to excessive formalities. Here, you may pursue any endeavors you desire. Anything I wish." What a remarkable master. Xie Xinghe felt overwhelmed with emotion. earnestly promising, Master, though I am quite lazy, fear hardship, and have never diligently cultivated. I vow I shall never bring shame upon you outside. A smile involuntarily graced Shen Qingming's lips, his usually cold voice laced with warmth. Very well. I believe you. Although Xie Xinghe could not see his expression, he sensed his master's good spirits. Master, you are so handsome. Why do you hide your face? It was troublesome in the past, Shen Qingming explained. Now, if you wish, I can remove this concealment technique. Yes, Master, your appearance should not be obscured. Beauty is meant to be appreciated. Flattered by the compliment, Shen Qingming chuckled softly, pinching Xie Xinghe's cheek. My Xinghe is quite adorable as well. He lifted the veil, revealing his breathtakingly handsome face once more to Xie Xinghe. Though Shen Qingming pinched only one side of his cheek, the other side flushed red as well. Master, I am not a child. Please refrain from such antics. Shen Qingming resisted the urge to tease further, his gaze settling on Xie Xinghe's slightly pouting, rosy lips. I shall refrain from pinching your cheeks. Since that incident, there had been no further intimacy between them. Perhaps once the recruitment ceremony was concluded, he could indulge without reservation. Xie Xinghe lowered his head, murmuring, Master, your words must hold true. I shall not deceive you, Shen Qingming replied. After exchanging a few more words, he noticed Xie Xinghe's growing distraction and glanced at the sky. It is getting late. You should rest well. Xie Xinghe waved his hand. Master, see you tomorrow. He was indeed eager to unveil the mysterious gift package bestowed by the system. With such a generous point reward, the contents of the gift package were sure to be exceptional. You remembered to come back. Xie Xinghe pushed open the door, only to be suddenly pounced upon by an unidentified object. He instinctively sidestepped, yet the object swiftly adjusted in midair and knocked him to the ground. Rubbing his sore head, Xie Xinghe gazed at the object in his embrace, tears welling in his eyes. Ajay, why have you become so heavy? Get up. Fortunately, the ground was covered with a thick wool carpet. Otherwise, he would have certainly sustained a painful bump. Chapter 31. Mysterious gift package. Jimmy had not anticipated that this boy would be so fragile. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he climbed off him. He had merely leaped onto him lightly. Yet the boy had fallen so easily. Truly, he was the weak one. There was no one to blame but himself. Xie Xinghe, pitifully cradling his head, looked up with tearful almond eyes. Ajay, why are you in my room? Didn't Master arrange a place for you? It was better not to mention that. The moment it was brought up, Jimmy's previously extinguished ire flared anew. After vanishing for 7 days without a trace, he had not even been left a morsel to eat. If he had been an ordinary beast, he would have starved to death by now. As it was, he was still injured and unable to leave the Zhongyun sect's barrier. Remaining in the energy-rich Zonglong Hall only slowed his recovery. Thus, he needed this boy to take him out. Jimmy had come to wait in the boy's room. Hey boy, hurry and take me out of Zhongyun's sect. Xie Xinghe could not comprehend the beast's tongue, but he could tell it was agitated. Tongs, what is wrong with Ajay? 001 translated. He is hungry and wants to eat. Xie Xinghe retrieved a chicken leg larger than his face from his spatial ring. Ajay, you're hungry? I have some roast meat that Master cooked for me in the secret realm. You can have it. Who wants to eat roast meat? Wait, Jimmy's impatient demeanor abruptly halted. What had this boy just called him? Who was Master to whom? This fool had actually become Shen Qingming's apprentice? It made sense. That fellow had allowed this dimwit to reside in his hall, clearly with ulterior motives. Yet this foolish boy remained oblivious. Jimmy's attention turned back to the large chicken leg. Time within the spatial ring was frozen. Whatever food was placed inside remained unchanged. Thus, the meat was still fresh. Shen Qingming's roast meat was something he had to sample. Embracing the chicken leg, he began to tear into it. Not bad. I didn't expect Shen Qingming to have culinary talent. If he doesn't pursue cultivation, he could have a promising future as a chef. Seeing Jimmy enjoy the meal, Xie Xinghe took out all the roast meat he had from his days in the secret realm. The beasts there were often larger than Xie Xinghe himself, and they had plenty of meat left over, far more than he could consume at once. As Jimmy busied himself with food, he settled down momentarily. Xie Xinghe sat on the bed and addressed the system. Tongs, open the mysterious gift package. Ding dong, the gift package has been opened. Please check. 10 Huqian pills, essential for dual cultivation with a partner. 5 Lihua pills, 4 dispelling cold poison, 3 illusion powder, can penetrate all defenses, causing anyone to fall into a deep slumber. Colorless, tasteless and undetectable. 1/5 tier advancement pill facilitates seamless entry into the golden core stage. And one rare protective beast can evolve infinitely to become a super sacred beast, requiring attentive care from its master. Xiexinghe's gaze traversed the various elixirs before him, which he had no immediate use for. Instead, his attention lingered on the guardian beast. As the name suggests, a guardian beast is a contractual creature designated to protect its master. System, how does one obtain this guardian beast? A mechanical voice, distinct from 01's, resonated within the system space. Host has applied for the guardian beast. Please select the type of guardian beast: ferocious beast, spirit beast, demon beast, or ethereal beast. Xiexinghe replied, ethereal beast. Ethereal beasts are known to be the most docile and easily trainable among the 4 categories. Select the attribute of the ethereal beast: defensive type versus offensive type. Xiexinghe confidently chose defensive type. Engaging in violence was not his inclination. How could he possibly opt for an offensive type? Please select the species of defensive ethereal beast: herbivorous versus carnivorous versus omnivorous. After a moment of contemplation, Xiexinghe declared, omnivorous, it should be easier to care for. The system proceeded with the matching process. Please wait. Ding dong. Selection successful. Your guardian beast has been delivered. The system space kindly reminded him that the guardian beast is currently in its growth phase, and the master should ensure it is well fed. Following a series of notifications, a fluffy little rabbit was now nestled in Xiexinghe's arms. He lifted the rabbit for a closer inspection. It was scarcely larger than his palm. Sporting red eyes and white fur, with long ears and a short tail, an utterly ordinary rabbit. If not for its diminutive size, it would be indistinguishable among a crowd of rabbits. At that moment, the system space chimed in again. Limited time special offer for rabbit-specific feed, originally priced at 66 points per bag. Now buy one get one free. Only for today. No bargaining accepted. Xiexinghe felt somewhat duped. System, is this truly the omnivorous defensive ethereal beast I drew? When did rabbits become classified as omnivorous? 01 paused for a moment before responding. This is not an ordinary rabbit. Do not judge it by the standards of a typical rabbit. Xiexinghe was left with a myriad of questions. What makes it different? 01 explained. This is a rabbit from the system space. Xiexinghe tugged at the rabbit's ear. How about we have stewed rabbit tonight? 01 silently questioned the rabbit's capabilities, but resolutely refrained from showing any doubt in front of Xiexinghe. This ethereal beast requires your nourishment. If you purchase a bag of rabbit feed for it, it can evolve. If it fails to do so, it may be due to expired feed that adversely affected it. Its judgment will not be mistaken. The rabbit ethereal beast is indeed viable. After a moment's hesitation, Xiexinghe decided to give it a try. Then I'll take a bag. If it doesn't work, we'll have rabbit meat tonight. Ding dong. Special exchange for the buy one, get one free rabbit feed. The rabbit feed appeared to be made from sun-dried grass, packaged in a standard white bag, resembling a product without proper branding. Xiexinghe opened one of the bags of rabbit feed. The rabbit, which had been quietly resting in his arms, suddenly sprang to life like a wolf catching a whiff of meat. Leaping towards the feed he held, it seemed as though it hadn't seen food in years. Its 3-parted mouth rapidly nibbling away, producing a rustling sound akin to a mouse gnawing. 0.5 pounds of feed, larger than the rabbit itself, was soon devoured with astonishing speed, even leaving no remnants of the bag behind. Xiexinghe's bedsheet became speckled with crumbs, as the rabbit even chewed a piece off the fabric. Shocked by the voraciousness of its appetite, Xiexinghe gazed at the rabbit with trepidation. System, is this normal? Its eating habits are even more terrifying than Aji's. At least Aji was picky and ate with caution. This rabbit seems capable of devouring me whole. 01 suggested. The system space offers a manual for raising mystical pets. Available for 10 points. Would you like it? Xiexinghe nodded vigorously. Yes, I certainly do not wish to become rabbit fodder. After finishing its meal, the rabbit's bright red eyes fixated on the remaining bag of feed on the bed. Then it raised its little head to glance at Xiexinghe, seemingly urging him, hurry and open it for me. Xiexinghe took the manual on pet care and flipped to the section on ethereal beasts. The first chapter read, Ethereal beasts will not harm their masters. When the master has no intention of feeding, the ethereal beast will not snatch food from its master. Ethereal beasts grow and evolve through the food consumed. The following sections detail dietary habits, living patterns, and characteristics of various ethereal beasts. Knowing that the rabbit posed no threat to him, Xiexinghe felt reassured. He handed the book to 01 for study while he entertained the rabbit with the remaining feed, curious to see if it behaved as described in the manual. Wherever he moved the feed, the rabbit's eyes followed with agile interest. Despite its evident hunger, it showed no inclination to seize the food. When Xiexinghe tore open a corner of the feed bag, the rabbit sprang up and pounced towards the feed once more. Its ferocious eating continued, and soon, that bag of feed was entirely consumed. A surge of ethereal energy enveloped the rabbit, and its body grew to match that of an ordinary adult rabbit. It had leveled up to the first tier of ethereal beasts. Xiexinghe excitedly lifted the rabbit. System. Bring me 10 more bags of rabbit feed. This rabbit is still a low-tier ethereal beast, but having consumed just 2 bags, it has already evolved. If I feed it a few more bags, won't it quickly ascend several tiers? Although he was still uncertain of the beast's abilities, he knew it was a defensive type. Once it evolved into a higher-tier divine or holy beast, its robust health could serve as a formidable shield, exhausting any adversaries. Truly, this ethereal beast was a product of the effortless winning system, thriving through consumption. Chapter 32. Rabbit Ethereal Beast. Xiexinghe fed the beast 2 more bags of feed, patiently awaiting its evolution. After reviewing the care manual, 01 remarked, "Not enough. It requires 4 bags to reach the second tier, 8 bags for the third tier, and 16 bags for the fourth tier, and so forth." Xiexinghe's smile faltered. 2 bags of feed cost 66 points. At this rate, it would consume all his resources. What a loss! It was even more expensive than the premium divine beasts in games. 01 continued, in addition to feed, this beast can also consume spirit pills and mystical plants to enhance its cultivation, but nothing is as effective as the designated feed. The specific quantity of pills required for its evolution will depend on your own experimentation. Under the intense gaze of the rabbit's blood-red eyes, Xiexinghe stored the remaining 8 bags of feed in his spatial ring. He pointed out the window. "Save these for later, if you're still hungry. There's a grassy area outside. Go find something to eat." The rabbit perked up its long ears, seemingly understanding, and hopped away from the window, bounding onto the grassy lawn beyond. The items exchanged in the system space cannot be lost, especially since this was the untrammeled Songlong Hall. Thus, Xiexinghe felt no anxiety about letting the rabbit roam free. After a hearty meal, the rabbit, now sated, lay down on a chair and fell asleep. Xiexinghe looked at his torn bedsheet and then at the scattered remnants of bones left behind by the rabbit. He sighed deeply and grabbed his pillow. Getting out of bed. 01 watched the unfolding scene with amusement. "Oh? This little layabout has finally wised up." Xiexinghe knocked on the door of the neighboring room. "Master, are you there?" The door swung open in response. Although Xiexinghe had been residing in Songlong Hall for 2 months, he had always been found by Shen Qingming, who would arrive early to his bedside. This was Xiexinghe's first time entering Shen Qingming's room. The room was elegantly arranged yet exuded an air of opulence, with each piece of decoration being a fine treasure. Notably, on the writing desk sat a natural white jade porcelain vase, its base a light azure hue. Such a gradient stone was indeed rare. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, echoing Shen Qingming's own scent. This was Shen Qingming's bedroom, yet it resembled more of a study. Behind the screen depicting landscapes, a writing desk was positioned, accompanied by a small couch atop which lay a half-finished chessboard. Xiexinghe's gaze settled on a guqin placed opposite the tea table. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the ancient instrument. He could not help but imagine his master, who resembled a celestial being, performing on the guqin under the moonlight, radiating unparalleled grace. Shen Qingming sat at the writing desk, and upon noticing Xiexinghe's entrance, set down his brush. "Why are you here at this hour?" Xiexinghe, startled from his reverie, dashed over with a bright smile. "Master, what are you writing?" Shen Qingming waved his hand. Gathering the painting papers off the desk, "I was contemplating the arrangements for the disciple initiation ceremony in a month." Shen Qingming glanced at the pillow Xiexinghe was holding, his eyes shimmering with amusement as he teased. "So late? Isn't a certain little lazy pig already asleep?" Xiexinghe, clutching his pillow, half hidden beneath it, revealed a pair of innocent, glistening eyes peering at him. His tone timid. "My bedsheet was ruined by my pet. May I sleep in your room tonight, master?" "Oh dear." Shen Qingming felt the cold poison within him suddenly dissipate. He stood, the candlelight flickering on the desk. His tall figure enveloped Xiexinghe, his eyes dark and rich like ink, his handsome and gentle visage illuminated by the flickering flames, resembling an enchanting siren. Even his voice took on a particularly alluring timbre in the night. "You wish to sleep with me, Xinghe?" Xie Xinghe was momentarily rendered speechless, sensing an unexpected danger from the man before him. He felt that at that moment, anything he might say would be a mistake. The wavering candlelight reflected the unease in Xie Xinghe's eyes as he clutched his pillow, helplessly calling out to the man he trusted. Master.it seemed he had been too hasty. Shen Qingming noticed Xie Xinghe's discomfort, and his imposing aura softened, returning to his usual aloof demeanor. He drew back the screen behind him and said to Xie Xinghe, "You may sleep, I shall be cultivating and will not rest tonight." On a typical day, Xie Xinghe might have urged him to get more sleep, but tonight, it appeared the flickering candlelight had swallowed his courage. "Good night, master." Shen Qingming gazed at the young man lying on the bed with his back turned to him, and drew the screen closed once more. He was still quite young and should not be rushed. Shen Qingming sat in silence on the chair throughout the night. The weather today was splendid, with sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the entire room with a warm glow. The sheer white bed curtains allowed light to filter through, awakening Xie Xinghe with the dazzling rays of the sun. He opened his eyes in a daze, the unfamiliar surroundings reminding him that he was in his master's chamber. Xie Xinghe sat up and pulled back the bed curtains, catching a glimpse of blurred silhouettes beyond the screen. "Master, are you awake?" Shen Qingming pushed aside the screen. Skillfully employing a cleaning spell on Xie Xinghe, he instantly transformed him into a tidy and neat figure. Eliminating the need for the mundane rituals of washing his face and brushing his teeth in the blink of an eye, Xie Xinghe was dressed in perfectly arranged clothes, shoes, and socks. Yet, he still preferred the traditional method of dressing. Although the cleaning spell was undeniably effective, it lacked variety. His hairstyle remained unchanged, without even a single strand out of place, and while his attire was impeccably neat, it also exuded an absence of vibrancy. Shen Qingming stroked his head and said, "In the coming days, I will be quite busy preparing for the disciple initiation ceremony and will not be able to accompany you. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore around Songlong Peak." Xie Xinghe's eyes flickered, and he asked, "Master, are we the only two people in Songlong Hall?" Shen Qingming nodded. Indeed, he preferred not to be disturbed by outsiders. Not even animals were allowed. Times, the palace felt so desolate that it resembled a lifeless mausoleum. Xie Xinghe wrapped his arms around him and candidly expressed, "I find our hall too desolate. Perhaps we could hire a few servants to clean and tidy up the palace. What do you think?" Shen Qingming frowned. "My cleaning spell can cover the entire mountain. There is no need to hire anyone for such tasks." "Master, you're so busy, and I shouldn't always trouble you to organize my room," Xie Xinghe stated, revealing his true intention. "I have two attendants named a Dong and a Shi, and I would like to bring them up the mountain, following the rules for miscellaneous disciples." Shen Qingming lowered his gaze to him and, with a sudden motion, lifted his chin with his fingertip. "It seems you have done your research thoroughly, even regarding the miscellaneous disciples. You are usually so lackadaisical, yet you seem quite concerned about these two attendants." Given the scale of Songlong Hall, it was indeed permissible to bring in miscellaneous disciples. However, Shen Qingming replied, "Let them go back. Songyun Hall does not require miscellaneous disciples." Xie Xinghe wished to negotiate further. "Master, a Dong and a Shi are very good people and work diligently." Shen Qingming brushed his hand aside, his voice icy. "Do not mention those two attendants to me again." Without waiting for Xie Xinghe's response, he walked out of the room. Xie Xinghe stood there, staring blankly at his rejected hand, feeling an emptiness within. "Tonggu, is Master angry? Have I asked for too much?" These past days, Shen Qingming had treated him so well that it had made him increasingly unable to restrain himself. Ling Ling commented, "Men can be moody at times. There's no need to indulge him. Leave him alone for a few days." Xie Xinghe absent-mindedly replied, his mind elsewhere as he walked out, failing to notice the man returning. He collided directly with the man's solid chest. "Master," Xie Xinghe looked up, his tone filled with surprise. Shen Qingming, holding a plump rabbit, asked darkly, "Are you raising a rabbit or a rat?" Xie Xinghe, seeing the rabbit had grown considerably since last night, felt a sense of foreboding and asked, "What happened to it?" Shen Qingming stepped aside, gesturing for him to look outside. What was once a vast green lawn outside the palace had been transformed into barren yellow earth. Surrounding the lawn were lush, flowering willow trees, their bark gnawed away, and their snow-like blossoms scattered haphazardly if left any longer. It seemed this tree would meet the same fate. Xie Xinghe looked at the culprit, the rabbit, which innocently blinked its ruby-like eyes. Quietly held by Shen Qingming by its ears, so adorable that one might be tempted to stew it for dinner. Lowering his head in guilt, Xie Xinghe prepared himself for a scolding. "I'm sorry? Master, it was my fault for letting it graze outside. I didn't anticipate it would eat so much. I was wrong." Shen Qingming dropped the rabbit and commanded, "Look at me." Xie Xinghe bit his lip, his expression uneasy. "Master, I'm sorry, I won't dare again." He had already provoked his master twice early in the morning. Would his master banish him and the rabbit together? The young man's face reflected his anxiety. Shen Qingming slowly exhaled, gently stroking the boy's smooth long hair. "I do not intend to blame you. It is this rabbit that lacks sense. There is no need for you to apologize," Xie Xinghe hesitantly said. "But the rabbit is mine. I should bear at least half the responsibility. From now on, this Canglong Hall is your home, and you are its master. Raising a rabbit is nothing to worry about." Shen Qingming said, pausing slightly before adding, "You may do as you wish, except for bringing people in. If you wish to bring someone, you must discuss it with me." Of course, he was certain he would not agree to that. Xie Xinghe hesitated, glancing at him. "Are you still angry, master?" The lawn could be forgiven, but that willow tree was at least 1,000 years old. It was said to have been planted during the construction of the palace. And now half of it had been gnawed away by the rabbit, which he found regrettable. "I haven't become so bored as to be angry with a rabbit. As for you," Shen Qingming smiled. "I reflected on it and my earlier attitude was inappropriate. If you ever provoke me, you shall be punished with confinement." Xie Xinghe felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of his smile and instinctively asked, "How long will the confinement last?" "That depends on what you have done." Shen Qingming leaned down closer to him. "If you wish to avoid punishment, be good and do not provoke your master." The cold aura emanating from him made Xie Xinghe shrink his neck. "Master, I am very obedient." Shen Qingming picked up the rabbit from the ground and returned it to him. "The sheets and room next door have already been tidied up for you. I have matters to attend to outside. If you need anything, use the communication jade stone to call me." Xie Xinghe cautiously inquired, "Will I disturb you, master?" He certainly did not want to face confinement. Shen Qingming gently tucked away the long hair that had fallen over Xie Xinghe's ear, playing with it between his fingers, his demeanor inexplicably softening. "You are my only disciple. Your matters are of utmost importance to me." The disciple initiation ceremony had only just begun to be arranged, and he still had many important matters to oversee personally. Once he finished this busy period, he would be able to accompany his obedient disciple. Xie Xinghe felt a sense of embarrassment akin to being teased. Taking a small step back, his face flushing as he said, "I will seek out master if I have matters to discuss." "Good." Shen Qingming released his hair, and his figure vanished from the hall. The pressure around Xie Xinghe suddenly eased. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the innocent little rabbit in his arms, and began to scold it fiercely. "You, being a rabbit and not a pig, how could you eat so much? You even devoured Master S tree. If I were to roast rabbit for dinner, would you eat that too?" The rabbit perked up its long ears, seemingly trying hard to listen to its owner's reprimand. Ling Ling Yi, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough already. It's a first-tier spirit beast, with the intellect of a 1- or 2-year-old child. He can't understand you." Xie Xinghe, feeling dejected, fell silent. Oh. The little slacker's thoughts were too easy to read, and Ling Ling Yi devised a plan. "It's just a palace lawn. If it's ruined, so be it. Shen Qingming won't blame you for that. He is upset because you wanted to bring servants into the palace. Since he won't let you bring them in, just treat him as your servant." Xie Xinghe meekly replied, "Tonggu, he is my master. I wouldn't dare." Ling Ling Yi scoffed, "Pathetic. Then you might as well prepare to be dominated by him for a lifetime." Accustomed to Tonggu's taunts, Xie Xinghe found it hard to take those words to heart. He placed the rabbit on the ground and said, "I need to give you a name, since you have all this white fur." "I'll call you Bye-Bye," Ling Ling Yi retorted. "Such a perfunctory name. Why not just call it Tutu?" Xie Xinghe protested. "Then you give it a name." "Tonggu," Ling Ling Yi suggested. "It's so plump. I think Tuan Tuan is appropriate. From now on, you shall be called Tuan Tuan." Xie Xinghe pointed at the rabbit from a height. "Tuan Tuan, quickly tell me, besides eating, what other skills do you possess? If you have no other skills, tonight I'll stew you." Tuan Tuan took a long moment to process its owner's words. It shook its long ears, and a white aura of spiritual power emanated from its body. Suddenly, the rabbit, which had barely reached a foot high, began to swell like an inflated balloon. It grew to a size comparable to Xiexinghe, its ruby-like eyes locking onto Xiexinghe's gaze. Xiexinghe stood there, dumbfounded. Is this a mutated species of rabbit? Chapter 34. Making requests of Shan Qingming Ling Ling, you remarked, not bad. It can serve as a mount. Quite suitable for a little slacker like you. Xiexinghe grimaced. Ride a rabbit. Shouldn't mounts be majestic divine beasts, at the very least a crane or a white horse? How did it come to this with a chubby rabbit? Ling Ling responded. This rabbit will only obey your commands. It cannot be contracted or taken by anyone else. Moreover, its thick skin and robust physique make it resilient and easy to care for. What more could you possibly want? Xiexinghe stroked the rabbit's plush, warm fur, finding it even more comfortable than a soft cushion, and reluctantly deemed it acceptable. He addressed the rabbit, Tuan Tuan, bow your head and let me climb onto your back. The rabbit, possessing a temperament as gentle and obedient as its owner, complied. It obediently lay sprawled upon the ground. Xiexinghe climbed from the rabbit's head to its back. Ling Ling glanced at his clumsy attempts to tug at the rabbit's fur, struggling to ascend, and remarked, Shan Qingming is skilled in crafting weapons. You should ask him to tailor a bespoke saddle for the rabbit. Xiexinghe hesitated, unable to envision what it would look like for his master to create garments for a rabbit. Would it not be inappropriate to have his master make clothing for such a creature? Ling Ling, exasperated by his indecisiveness, retorted, Have you forgotten what I told you? A few flattering words will surely persuade him. Utilize your charm, just as you do with your father, and he will naturally comply. Very well, I shall seek him out when he returns this evening, Xiexinghe replied. Perched upon the rabbit's back, he steadied himself by pinching its 2 ears. Gazing ahead at the resplendent gates of the Songlong Palace, Tuan Tuan, let us take a tour around Songlong Mountain. Allow me to witness your speed. Although he had resided there for 2 months, the vastness of the place rendered him reluctant to move without a carriage, and he had yet to explore the vicinity. The rabbit, having received the command, leaped into the air with its powerful legs and began to bound towards the palace gates. Thanks to the jade pendant gifted by Shan Qingming, the barrier within Songlong Palace recognized Xiexinghe as its master and posed no impediment. Indeed, the rabbit's speed was quite impressive, rivaling that of a swift horse. As Xiexinghe rode upon the rabbit's back, he was jostled by its energetic movements. The rabbit's soft fur cushioned him enough to prevent nausea. Though the ride was still quite bumpy, he swayed along with the rabbit's rhythm, exclaiming, Tuan Gu, it truly lives up to its nature as a rabbit. Ling Ling feigned a cough in the space. Do not set your expectations so high. It is merely a first-tier low-level spirit beast. Once it advances to the 5th tier, it will surely soar with you. Xiexinghe, recalling the rabbit's prodigious appetite, lamented, Where am I to procure pills to enhance its cultivation? Shan Qingming is currently at the level of an immortal lord. He undoubtedly possesses a surplus of low-tier pills he no longer requires. Simply ask him for some, Ling Ling suggested. Xiexinghe placed a hand on his forehead. Tuan Gu, even if we are to take advantage of others, we cannot do so to a single individual. Moreover, my master is presently preoccupied with the ceremony, not to mention making me garments, tidying my room, delivering meals, and instructing me in my cultivation, he listed, suddenly realizing how burdensome his master's responsibilities were. He ought to treat him with more consideration. Ling Ling pondered for a moment and replied, The Grand Elder is an alchemist and, in terms of rank, your senior brother. He often retreats into seclusion and possesses numerous imperfect pills. You might as well ask him as well. Xiexinghe then commanded the rabbit, Tuan Tuan, let us descend the mountain and seek out some herbs. The rabbit understood and hopped energetically down the hill, now moving significantly faster than before. Were anyone to witness from the skies, they would see a giant white rabbit carrying a young boy racing down the verdant trails of Songlong Mountain. However, Xiexinghe quickly regretted his decision. The rabbit's speed suddenly decreased, its once massive form deflating like a punctured balloon. Unprepared, Xiexinghe fell onto the hard stone path beneath him. Pain welled up, drawing tears from his eyes. His palms scraped against the rough pebbles, leaving his delicate skin reddened and bloodied. Driving without a license and neglecting safety precautions proves unwise in any realm. Xiexinghe glared at the now diminutive rabbit with ruby eyes that had reverted to its ordinary size. Gritting his teeth, Tuan, why did you change back? Lingling, the encyclopedia, elucidated. In a state of hunger, its spiritual energy is halved. Tio put it plainly. When it is hungry, it cannot function. Xie Xinghe tugged at the rabbit's ears. After consuming all night, how is it possible that within less than half an hour, it has lost its spiritual energy? Your consumption and storage are vastly disproportionate. Next time, should you find yourself low on energy, halt beforehand and give me a chance to dismount, understood? The rabbit shook its ears, seemingly comprehending. Lingling kindly offered a box of topical ointment. Here, take this. No points required. Tuan Ge, you are truly generous to me. Without reservation, Xie Xinghe applied a generous amount of the ointment to his scraped hand. The cool sensation soothed his palm, healing the abrasion almost instantly. Thankfully, they were nearing the foot of Songlong Mountain. Just a bit further, and they would exit the barrier, likely encountering fellow disciples. Xie Xinghe cradled the rabbit as they reached the base of the mountain. He gazed skyward, contemplating whether any disciples flying on swords might offer him a lift. Last time, due to the incident with the enchantress, Situli and the related disciples were punished with a year of confinement. With Shun Shizu's upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony, all disciples were required to attend, prompting the sect leader to prematurely lift Situ Li's confinement. The location of the confinement cliff was remote, situated at the rear of Songlong Palace. As Situ Li soared on her sword toward the sect leader's hall, she spotted the boy gazing up at the sky. Instantly recognizing him as the youth who had succumbed to the enchantress's poison alongside her fellow disciples, she recalled how she had spent her confinement pondering about him. Not out of affection, but rather due to the fact that this boy had been rescued by their Shun Shizu. How had Shun Shizu managed to detoxify him when he had been so deeply afflicted? Shun Shizu was typically aloof and indifferent, leaving their junior disciples to suffer from poison without a care. Yet he had chosen to carry away the boy, whose face bloomed like a peach blossom. Lips vibrant, during her confinement, Situli had been restless, eager to uncover the truth. Now, with the boy appearing near Songlong Palace, her long-standing questions could finally be answered. She promptly decided to change her course and alight beside Xie Xinghe. Child, what brings you to Songlong Mountain? Xie Xinghe found it irksome when referred to as a child. Regardless of who spoke, he would not grant them any grace. Indignant, he retorted, I am of age. By seniority? You should address me as Shirshu. Situli chuckled, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So you are the precious disciple that Shen Shizu intends to accept. Indeed, that is I, Xie Xinghe affirmed, recalling her earlier reference to him as a child, his tone laced with pride. You should quickly address me as Shirshu. Chapter 35. Situ Li's inquiry. Situ Li raised her hands in mock surrender. Little Shirshu, what are you doing here? Are you planning to descend the mountain? Xie Xinghe cleared his throat, mustering his courage. I am heading to Herb Mountain. Dear disciple, might you be inclined to accompany your Shushu on this journey? Situ Li readily agreed, her demeanor warm and inviting. Of course, you are my Shushu. I shall escort you to Herb Mountain. This was a perfect opportunity for her to inquire about his romantic entanglements with Shan Shizu. Xie Xinghe hopped onto Situ Li's celestial sword, and as they ascended into the air, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Shushu, may I ask you a few personal questions? Rest assured, I promise to keep your secrets safe and sound. Xie Xinghe soon realized that Situ Li was not merely curious but had ulterior motives. However, with her sword beneath him, he had no choice but to comply. Ask away. Situ Li pulled out a small notebook, her expression shrouded in mystery. When did you and Shen Shizu become involved? What methods did you employ to win his favor? How did you persuade him to take you as his disciple? What is the current state of your relationship? Do you reside in Songlong Palace together, or do you sleep separately? A barrage of inquiries left Xie Xinghe feeling bewildered. What sort of questions were these? They were master and disciple, yet these inquiries felt more suited for a couple. Xie Xinghe sensed that she must have misunderstood something. Situ disciple, our relationship is strictly that of master and disciple. Situ Li raised an eyebrow. I understand. A proper master-disciple relationship, sharing the same bed, I presume? It dawned on Xie Xinghe that she genuinely believed he was entangled in something inappropriate. We do not. But before he could finish, they had already arrived at Herb Mountain. A sudden explosion interrupted his explanation. A wave of heat surged from below, even impacting their celestial sword. Under normal circumstances, Situ Li could manage such a situation alone. But with Xie Xinghe's weight, her control faltered, causing the sword to sway precariously as the gusts rushed forward. Xie Xinghe clutched the rabbit tightly, lowering his head in fear. Situ disciple, we must descend at once. I know, do not disturb me. Situ Li concentrated her energy, forcing the sword downward. Xie Xinghe, trembling, fell to the ground, his face pale and shaken. From now on, aside from my master, I shall never ride on anyone else's celestial sword again. It could lead to a disastrous fate. Situ Li descended from the sword, observing his cowardice as she pulled him up from the ground, muttering, so weak. One wonders what Shinshushu sees in you. Ahem, we have guests. Just then, emerging from the center of the earlier explosion, amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a figure appeared. Situ Li glanced at the individual. You blew up your alchemy furnace again, Xiao Wuye. With his fair complexion now smeared with soot and his clothes tattered, smiled sheepishly. I attempted to craft a fifth-tier pill, but it appears I have failed once more. Are you both unharmed? Situ Li cast him a disdainful glance. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs first. Only then did Xiao Wuye notice his disheveled appearance. He immediately employed a cleansing spell to tidy himself up. Turning to the still-dazed Xie Xinghe, he asked, Little Shushu, are you all right? At that moment, Situ Li's communication talisman lit up, and she patted Xie Xinghe's shoulder, saying, My master is calling for me. I must take my leave. He has entrusted it to you. Xiao Wuye once again inquired of Xie Xinghe, Junior uncle, do you require elixirs on your visit to Herb Mountain? Xie Xinghe, regaining composure from his earlier shock, recalled his purpose and asked, Wuye, do you still have the elixirs you concocted from the explosion? Xiao Wuye produced the semi-finished elixir from earlier and replied, Yes, but it is of little use now. Finished elixirs demand stringent standards in terms of aroma, color, and even shape. The elixir crafted by Xiao Wuye had a flattened form and a dull hue. Clearly a failed attempt. Nevertheless, being a herbal concoction, it still possessed some medicinal properties. For cultivators, such semi-finished elixirs often have more toxicity than efficacy, yet for a rabbit that can consume bed sheets, there is no need for such meticulousness. Xie Xinghe queried, How many of these elixirs do you possess? Xiao Wuye shyly responded, My success rate in alchemy is not high. I have not counted the substandard elixirs, but there should be at least 1,000. Xiao Wuye had a habit of collecting every elixir he crafted, even the semi-finished ones. As they were the fruits of his labor, he found it hard to discard them, yet keeping them served little purpose. Tasteless to consume, but too precious to waste. Xie Xinghe raised the rabbit for him to see. If they are of no use, may I have them? I wish to feed my pet, to Anchuan, if you need anything. I shall certainly do my best to assist you in the future. Is this your spirit pet? How adorable! Xiao Wuye gently patted the rabbit's head, his eyes gleaming with genuine delight. But can it safely consume such inferior elixirs? Xie Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It chews on bed sheets and fabric. Xiao Wuye generously produced a spatial ring. All my failed elixirs are stored here. Take them. Thank you, Xie Xinghe continued. Actually, I also hope to see Senior Brother Song during this visit. Why rabbit eats a lot. So the more elixirs, the better. Why master never keeps subpar elixirs. He destroys them directly. Moreover, he is in seclusion and will not emerge for another half-month. Upon mentioning Song Hansheng, Xiao Wu's eyes brightened. Speaking of which, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you could assist me. Xie Xinghe confidently patted his chest. Speak freely. If I cannot help, my master certainly will. Xiao Wuye explained. My master is exceedingly busy. After attending your disciple ceremony, he will surely retreat into seclusion again, and why birthday is in a month. I hope he can be less occupied, or at least not enter seclusion again. Xie Xinghe suggested, why not directly ask your master to accompany you for your birthday? That would be more straightforward. Xiao Wuye hesitated, struggling to articulate, my master never celebrates birthdays. I don't necessarily need to celebrate. I just wish to see him more often. He is perpetually busy, either in seclusion or gathering herbs. I haven't spoken to him in 6 months, nor seen him in 2 months. He has become a formidable alchemist. And I do not wish for him to remain secluded all day. After pondering for a moment, Xie Xinghe deemed it not a significant matter. All right, I will mention it to my master and see if he can devise a solution. Xiao Wuye, elated, grasped his hand. Thank you, junior uncle. If my master can refrain from seclusion for 2 months, I will provide you with all the elixirs you need in the future. Xie Xinghe released his hand, which had been painfully gripped. No need to be so overly excited. Xiao Wuya initially intended to express his gratitude by treating Xie Xinghe well, but having blown up his alchemy room, there was no place to host him. Junior uncle, my place is rather chaotic. Perhaps I should escort you home first. Please leave me your communication jade token information, and I will deliver the elixirs to you another day. Chapter 36. The rabbit's spirit beast advancement. Upon hearing that he would be taken home, Xie Xinghe quickly waved his hands in refusal. There's no need to escort me. My master will come to get me. Xiao Wuya inquired, isn't Master Shen busy with the disciple ceremony? Will he truly come? Let me check, Xie Xinghe said, never one to procrastinate, as he activated his communication jade token. Master, are you there? The jade token flickered twice, and almost immediately, a message materialized in a cold yet gentle voice akin to jade. What is it? Xie Xinghe's voice was sweet as he replied, I am at Herb Mountain. Master, could you come to fetch me? Wait for me. The jade token flickered twice again, then fell silent. Xiao Wuya remarked enviously. Master Shen treats you very well. Xie Xinghe stored the jade token, saying, though my master may seem cold and aloof, he is, in fact, quite approachable. He is not as unapproachable as you might think. Xiao Wuya awkwardly chuckled. Is that so? Hee. They likely were not speaking of the same Master Shen. Shen Qingming was notoriously strict and fastidious, even more so than the elder in his sect. Fortunately, the recently punished Situ Li was not present. Otherwise, he would have certainly shared tales of Master Shen's notoriously harsh treatment of his disciples. In mere moments, a figure clad in white, Shen Qingming, arrived on a sword in the blink of an eye. He stood beside Xie Xinghe. Master! Xie Xinghe joyfully rushed forward, seeking comfort in the stable embrace of the man. Situ Li nearly caused him to tumble from midair. His heart was still racing. Master Shen? Without the visage-altering technique, Shen Qingming was nearly unrecognizable to Xiao Wuya. He was taken aback by Shen Qingming's appearance, his eyes wide with surprise or perhaps admiration. After a moment, he remembered to pay his respects. Disciple pays respects to Master Shen. Unbeknownst to him, earlier that morning, the sect leader and several elders had encountered Shen Qingming and were even more astonished than Xiao Wuya. They had not seen Shen Qingming's true face in nearly 1,000 years. When he had employed the visage-altering technique, they had taken quite some time to adjust. Now, with the sudden reveal, they would again require time to acclimate to his original appearance. It is often said that a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. And to their astonishment, their reclusive uncle had also learned to be presentable for his beloved. Shen Qingming used his spiritual power to gently lift the bowing Xiao Wuya, then gazed down at Xie Xinghe. How did you come out? Were you not instructed to wait for me at Songlong Mountain? Xie Xinghe pointed to the small white rabbit he had dropped on the ground earlier. I came to find elixirs for Tuanchuan. Upon hearing his name, Tuanchuan hopped joyfully to Xie Xinghe's feet, curling up on his shoes. Shen Qingming wrapped an arm around Xie Xinghe while lifting the rabbit with the other hand. I will take you back. On their way back, Xie Xinghe stood on the sword, nestled within Shen Qingming's embrace, and asked, Master, how much longer will the ceremony occupy you? Shen Qingming replied, in a few days, once the arrangements and personnel are in place. I will not need to supervise. Xie Xinghe raised his head. Will it be very tiring for you, Master? Shen Qingming's fingertip lingered on Xie Xinghe's reflective eyes. Dear one, seeing you makes the fatigue worthwhile. Xie Xinghe met Shen Qingming's pitch-black gaze, and for some reason, he recalled the nonsensical remarks Situ Li had made. Feeling guilty, he quickly averted his gaze. Though Master treated him well, it was in a paternal manner. He must not entertain the same frivolous thoughts as Situ Li. Upon their return to the dining hall of Songlong Palace, Shen Qingming laid out the delicacies he had brought back. These are the refreshments prepared for the disciple ceremony. Do give them a try. If you do not like them, I shall have them replaced. Xie Xinghe, indeed famished, took a large piece of cake and bit into it. Delicious. Shen Qingming remarked, next time you go out, please inform me in advance, otherwise I will worry. Reflecting on the events of the day, Xie Xinghe took a few sips of water before saying, from now on, aside from you, Master, I will not let anyone else take me out. Though Shen Qingming was unaware of what had transpired, he was more than pleased. You may call for me whenever you wish to go out. Nothing is more important than you. Once I am done with my duties, I will have time to accompany you. I am not in a hurry. As Xie Xinghe savored the food, he felt a fervent gaze, distinct from Shen Qingming's, fixated upon him. Looking down, he discovered Tuanchuan, the rabbit, gazing at him with longing eyes. Xie Xinghe poured a small portion of the elixirs given by Xiao Wuya for the rabbit. Here, eat this. Shen Qingming also observed the rabbit, This rabbit possesses quite a spirit. Though its level is low, spirit beasts of its kind are quite rare, and no sooner had Shen Qingming uttered these words than the rabbit, having consumed the elixir, underwent an advancement, evolving from a first-tier spirit beast to a second-tier spirit beast. Shen Qingming frowned. This spirit beast can absorb the spiritual energy from these inferior elixirs. Where did you acquire such a spirit beast? Typically, even well-raised spirit beasts would struggle to advance even with superior elixirs. This particular spirit beast seemed unusually easy to nurture. Xiexinghe's eyes flickered as he nervously curled his fingers, muttering, "A friend gave it to me. If it were someone else, he could claim it was merely a chance encounter." But Shen Qingming had been with him nearly every day and knew he had not left Songlong Palace, making it impossible for him to have captured a spirit beast outside. Shen Qingming sensed there was a secret surrounding him, and perhaps the rabbit's origins were linked to that secret. He chose not to press further, instead tossing the rabbit an object that resembled an iron ball. Since it can absorb the spiritual energy from inferior elixirs, let's see if it can gnaw on this. Xiexinghe observed the iron object. It shouldn't be able to gnaw on that. After consuming an elixir, the rabbit began to nibble at the iron piece. With a crisp crunch, the delightful sound echoed, exuding an enticing chewiness. Xiexinghe watched as the rabbit swiftly devoured an iron ball the size of a fist. Once again, a formation appeared on its body, marking its ascension from the second to the third tier of spirit beasts. Observing the rabbit, which had completed its advancement and continued to consume elixirs, Xiexinghe couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Master, what exactly did you feed it? It's advancing so rapidly," Shen Qingming replied. "It's merely a 9th-tier spirit-gathering artifact I concocted. It holds no value, so letting it consume it poses no harm. Now at the 10th tier, or the immortal rank, the 9th-tier artifact was of no use to him." Generously, he tossed a few more useless artifacts beside the rabbit. Xiexinghe, crossing his arms, gazed at him with a look of reproach. "Master, I want treasures too. You cannot just give them to Tuan Tuan." While the 9th-tier artifacts were of little significance to Shen Qingming, they were immensely useful to Xiexinghe. Shen Qingming responded, "Those are not treasures. They are merely trifles I crafted out of boredom. If you desire artifacts, I can procure better ones for you." Xiexinghe continued to pout, refusing to relent. "I want those trinkets. They are crafted by you, Master, which makes them special. Please, Master, grant me a few." "All right. Close your eyes and do not resist," Shen Qingming said, pressing down on Xiexinghe's head and bringing their foreheads together to establish a mental connection. Xiexinghe beheld a dazzling array of treasures within Shen Qingming's spatial ring. "Choose whatever you like," Shen Qingming softly urged. "Feel free to take them all. In Chapter 37, A Massage for Shen Qingming. Xiexinghe selected several defensive robes and then spotted a lavish palanquin that appeared to be made of gold within the spatial ring. He brought the palanquin out, as items could be easily summoned using mental force. Lifting the curtain, he peeked inside, asking, "Master, is this also an artifact?" Without missing a beat, Shen Qingming replied, "This is a flying artifact, though it hasn't been used in a long while. It may be broken. With this little one having a flying artifact, it certainly won't need to share a flying sword with me, which is unacceptable." Xiexinghe rushed to Shen Qingming's side. "Master, can you repair it? I want this flying artifact." Shen Qingming had no intention of fixing it, but contemplated a suitable excuse for refusal. Xiexinghe continued, "Master, a palanquin is incredibly convenient. Riding a sword in the wind and rain is uncomfortable. With a palanquin, I can stay dry in the rain, shield myself from the sun on hot days, and even lie down to rest when tired." Shen Qingming gazed at the palanquin, which could comfortably seat two, pondering, "Lie down to rest?" Xiexinghe looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Master, if you make a few minor adjustments, I could enjoy the scenery from inside the palanquin." Shen Qingming smiled gently, his eyes warm as he regarded Xiexinghe. "Very well, I shall make the necessary modifications. Consider it a gift for you during the disciple initiation ceremony." Xiexinghe embraced him, exclaiming, "Master, you are too kind. Thank you." Shen Qingming supported Xiexinghe's chin with his thumb. "You seem quite happy. I do not accept such verbal gratitude. Think of a way to repay me." "Let me ponder," Xiexinghe replied earnestly. Shen Qingming did not rush him, accompanying him as they finished their meal before heading outside. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Xiexinghe said, "Tonggu, what if I give Master a massage every night to help him relax and relieve stress?" 001, intrigued, replied, "As long as you are happy." Xiexinghe stood up to prepare. only to notice the rabbit had unexpectedly ceased eating. He picked it up for inspection. Tonggu, why has Tuan Tuan stopped eating? It hasn't gotten a stomachache, has it? Despite consuming so much, it seems weightless. Where could all that food have gone? 001 remarked. It's quite obvious that it is full. Xie Xinghe replied. Being full is good. Eagerly, Xie Xinghe prepared towels for the massage, even spending some points in the system's space to exchange for essential oils, requesting 001 to find a massage tutorial video for him to learn from. As night enveloped the world like a vast net, shrouding the stars and moon, Xie Xinghe lit several aromatic candles to illuminate the dim room. Where is Master? He wondered, sitting barefoot at the window, resting his chin on his hand as he idly gazed at the path outside. He was entirely oblivious to how much he resembled a little wife waiting for her husband to return home. The sound of the door creaking open broke the silence, revealing Shen Qingming, clad in white, stepping into the cool night. Master, Xie Xinghe exclaimed, dashing over like a dutiful attendant with a white towel draped over his arm. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Shen Qingming's voice, deepened by the heavy night, resonated with a husky timbre. His keen eyesight caught sight of Xie Xinghe's bare feet, glaringly white against the shadowy room. Do we have a blanket? Xie Xinghe nonchalantly inquired, taking Shen Qingming's hand. Come quickly with me. Shen Qingming followed as Xie Xinghe led him forward. Is there something you need? With bright, eager eyes, Xie Xinghe declared, Master, you've worked hard all day. Allow me to help you relax. Shen Qingming's expression shifted to one of surprise. You want to help me relax? Has the little one finally come to his senses, or did my words from this morning have an effect? Xie Xinghe began to untie his belt. Master, please don't move. Shen Qingming allowed Xie Xinghe to unfasten his belt and hang it on a nearby rack. Drawing closer, Xie Xinghe whispered, Master, please lie down. Shen Qingming raised an eyebrow. Lie down? This little one certainly has some audacity. Nevertheless, he complied. Settling onto the bed, he tilted his head slightly to gaze at Xie Xinghe, his long hair cascading over half of his handsome face. His eyes softened by the flickering candlelight. Kneeling beside him, Xie Xinghe pushed aside Shen Qingming's white robe. Master, I will give you a massage. I promise it will be very comfortable. Shen Qingming smirked, his voice low. A massage? Is that a euphemism? Xie Xinghe placed the towel over Shen Qingming's waist, the essential oil bottle in his hand exuding a refreshing lavender scent. Shen Qingming caught the fragrance, observing as Xie Xinghe poured the oil into his palm. Clearly well prepared. If I had a tail, it would be up in excitement, Xie Xinghe thought. Of course, this is specially for you. Master, I wouldn't waste points on anyone else. As Xie Xinghe's hands made contact with Shen Qingming's back. Ready to apply the oil for the massage, Shen Qingming suddenly shifted, grasping Xie Xinghe's wrist, and their positions swapped in an instant. Be good. You shouldn't be on top. Master, Xie Xinghe gasped in surprise, his eyes widening as his words were cut off by a kiss. The man's icy breath enveloped him, carrying an irresistible dominance. Gripping Xie Xinghe's chin, Shen Qingming savored the long-desired lips, thoroughly claiming every breath with fervor. Xie Xinghe's eyes turned red with urgency, the massage oil long forgotten as he pushed against Shen Qingming. Finally granted a moment to breathe, he shot an accusatory glare at the man before him, his lips a deeper shade of red than roses. Shen Qingming's dark eyes glinted with a predatory gleam as he leaned in for another kiss. Xie Xinghe melted into a puddle, a hazy vision filling his mind of the man's insatiable dark eyes from his dreams, overlapping with the figure of his master before him. Awakening from his reverie, Xie Xinghe bit down on Shen Qingming's lip, a fleeting sting restoring a semblance of clarity. Shen Qingming pulled back, wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. What is this commotion? Xie Xinghe's lips were sore and swollen, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he covered his mouth, fearful that the man would devour him again. You should move away. His mind still reeling, he struggled to comprehend how a proper massage had devolved into this chaos. Not willing. Shen Qingming seized Xie Xinghe's wrist, pulling him up to sit beside him. Xie Xinghe felt weak, collapsing into his embrace. Shen Qingming chuckled softly, throwing yourself into my arms? Suddenly, a loud howl broke through the air as Jimia leaped through the window, his dark blue tail trailing a fluffy little white rabbit. His furious growl shattered the sultry atmosphere upon witnessing the scandalous scene before him. Xie Xinghe turned at the sound, his voice softening. Ji? In Chapter 38, evading Shen Qingming, he found himself atop Shen Qingming. hands resting on his shoulders. His reddened eyes bore the look of someone who had been wronged, coupled with an undeniable desire for retribution. Shen Qingming held Xie Xinghe's waist possessively, his aura exuding a commanding presence as if he meant to embed him within his embrace. Shen Qingming's robe had already been disheveled by Xie Xinghe, who also appeared disarrayed, with swollen lips. The two, entangled in such a state, could hardly convince anyone that nothing had transpired. Jimie stood frozen, momentarily lost for words. As a creature yet to experience even a mating season, why must he bear witness to such a scene? However, the rabbit perched on his tail, upon spotting Xie Xinghe, leapt excitedly into his arms, its ruby-like eyes sparkling with delight. Shen Qingming seized the rabbit by its ears and hurled it towards Jimie, his voice cold. "Get lost." "How dare you insult me?" Jimie snarled, his fury igniting as he lunged towards Shen Qingming. "I will fight you." Seizing the opportunity, Xie Xinghe pushed Shen Qingming away, cradling the eager little rabbit in his arms. "Tuan Tuan, let us go." Having ascended to the third tier of spirit beasts, Tuan Tuan is now fully capable of comprehending the commands of Xie Xinghe. It transforms into a colossal rabbit, bearing Xie Xinghe away. Shen Qingming, clad in her garments, channels her spiritual energy into golden chains, attempting to bind the incoming azure-hued short-legged beast. Despite its short limbs, the creature possesses extraordinary speed, effortlessly evading her grasp by deftly maneuvering in midair. Shen Qingming gazes at Xie Xinghe, who has burst through the door, her fingertips gathering and dissipating spiritual energy. Her eyes flicker momentarily. She chooses not to pursue him. With a flourish of her long sleeves, she seals the windows and doors of the room, her piercing gaze directed at the short-legged beast standing on the floor. "Jimmy, hand me the red fire fruit." She commands. Recognized, Jimmy drops the pretense, his diminutive, beastly form articulating human speech with the deep voice of a mature man. "Shen Qingming, the red fire fruit is a product of my demon clan. Grown in the magma gorge, it takes a millennium of magma essence to produce a single fruit. You cannot simply take it as you please. Where shall I place the dignity of this demon king?" Shen Qingming replies coldly, "I shall exchange it for a millennium of cold soul." Jimmy retorts angrily, "You are attempting to engage in coercive trade." Shen Qingming summons her life spirit sword. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. Let us fight." The demon clan values strength above all. From their first encounter, Jimmy has regarded Shen Qingming as more fitting to be a demon lord than he. He shifts his tone, saying, "An exchange is not out of the question, provided you disclose to me the purpose behind your desire for this millennium of magma essence." Although the red fire fruit is precious, its fiery attributes and the corruptive nature of the demon clan's environment render it exceedingly domineering. Ordinary spiritual practitioners cannot consume or refine it without peril. Jimmy bears no grudge against Shen Qingming, but for such a valuable yet ultimately useless fruit, he would not risk incurring the wrath of this demon king, potentially facing severe injury. Shen Qingming must have some undisclosed secret for wanting the red fire fruit. In response to Jimmy, Shen Qingming unleashes a sharp wave of sword energy. Jimmy dodges repeatedly, a tuft of fur sliced from his head, and he exclaims in desperation, "If I perish, how will you explain to your disciple? I am currently bound to him." Shen Qingming reverses the blade in her hand and strikes with even greater ferocity. "I could create an identical puppet and allow it to feign death in a few days. He would never know." Soon, several wounds appear on Jimmy's body, and he realizes Shen Qingming is indeed intent on killing him. Reluctantly, he concedes, "I shall give you the red fire fruit. Is it merely a fruit that warrants such a deadly feud?" In truth, during his recovery, Jimmy has begun to regret his earlier actions. Had he known Shen Qingming would go to such lengths for a fruit, he would not have contended with her for pride's sake. Shen Qingming retracts her spirit sword, forming a floral pattern as she signals him to produce the fruit. Jimmy's diminutive form becomes enveloped in a swirling dark purple demonic aura, rapidly rising until he nearly collides with the ceiling of Shen Qingming's abode. His azure fur fades, revealing a majestic coat of azure scales, crowned with two jet-black dragon horns, exuding an aura of dominance. Jimmy opens his massive jaws, and a fire-red fruit, the size of a fist and imbued with demonic energy, floats forth from within. Shen Qingming's expression darkens. "You concealed the fruit within your mouth." Jimmy proudly tilts his head back, oblivious to Shen Qingming's displeased countenance. "How astute of me! Had I not chosen to yield, You would never have discovered its whereabouts. Very well. Shen Qingming's spiritual energy transforms into chains, ensnaring the self-satisfied beast from head to tail, tightening around him. Jimmy's sharp claws leave marks on the ground as he exclaims, Shen Qingming, I have given you the red fire fruit. What more do you want? Do not presume that I fear you simply because I am injured. If you provoke me, we shall perish together. Shen Qingming tears open a rift in space, pulling on the chains as she delivers a kick that sends Jimmy into the void. Ouch! The space contorts, a chilling wind howls, and the faint roar of beasts echoes. Jimmy recognizes that they are now in the beastly forest. Shen Qingming, why have you brought me here? Since you enjoy keeping the fruit in your mouth, you need not retrieve it. Shen Qingming levitates the red fire fruit, tossing it into Jimmy's speaking maw. Instinctively, Jimmy attempts to spit it out. Shen Qingming makes a fist. Simultaneously, the red fire fruit in Jimmy's mouth explodes into fresh juice, its silky pulp flowing down his throat. Ugh, Jimmy splutters, cursing, Shen Qingming, are you insane? Why would you have me consume the very fruit you covet? I do not relish thievery. Consider it a gift. Before the rift could close, Shen Qingming turns and vanishes within it. Jimmy, frustrated, shouts after her, Shen Qingming, there is only one red fire fruit. You will never find another. I shall await another millennium. As the rift dissipates, Shen Qingming's voice fades completely within the beastly forest. Madman, deranged, Jimmy continues to curse, though soon finds himself at a loss for words. Shen Qingming, once I recuperate, I shall settle the score with you. Although the red fire fruit contains concentrated fire spiritual energy, a potent tonic, its thorough assimilation proves challenging even for a divine beast possessing the bloodline of an ancient dragon. Shen Qingming's intentions are evidently to torment him. Jimmy feels as though he is being seared repeatedly by blazing flames, causing him immense suffering. The chains binding him begin to melt under the rising temperature. Furthermore, this wretched fruit has accelerated his mating season, which should have been a decade away. The dual flames within him incite a burning desire, pushing Jimmy's rationality to the brink of collapse. Having been single for 8 centuries, the only thought occupying his mind is of the young man from earlier that night in Shen Qingming's bed. Damn it, on the back mountain of Songlong Mountain, Xie Xinghe rides upon Tuan Tuan, having exited the Songlong Palace, stopping in a secluded grove. The refreshing breeze brushes against his cheeks, dispelling the warmth from his face. Xie Xinghe leaps down from the rabbit, resting his head upon its back. System, what on earth is happening? Lingling responds, the system does not pry into the host's privacy. It would obscure such matters. What were you two engaged in? Xie Xinghe's earlier flush returns to his cheeks. He cradles his crimson face with both hands, saying, I had a dream before, but now it seems it may not have been a dream, and why Master seems to harbor feelings beyond that of a teacher-student bond. Yet, I cannot comprehend it. Lingling rolls its eyes in exasperation. Rather than speculate endlessly, you might as well directly inquire with him. As Xie Xinghe recalls Shen Qingming's profound, dark eyes and his domineering attitude. His heart races uncontrollably. Instinctively, he rejects the notion. I refuse. Lingling queries, what do you intend to do then? Do you wish to avoid him? System, I am merely a system, focused solely on tasks, not emotions. Xie Xinghe contemplates a certain individual, declaring, I shall seek out someone who knows the truth. I will go find Situli. Lingling calls out, wait, it is late. Go in the morning instead. With your appearance, having been pampered, you cannot simply go and inquire about the truth. Oh, until matters are entirely clarified, Xie Xinghe remains uncertain how to face Shen Qingming. His room is so close to Shen Qingming's that returning to sleep is out of the question. Xie Xinghe instructs Tuan Tuan to maintain its colossal rabbit form and nestles against its warm body. He soon drifts into a peaceful slumber, his breathing steady. Not long after Xie Xinghe falls asleep, a figure emerges from the woods, cradling him in their arms. The sleeping Xie Xinghe remains undisturbed, instinctively leaning closer to the man. Tuan Tuan, also asleep on the ground, recognizes the familiar face and transforms back into its smaller form, leaping onto the shoulder of the acquaintance before departing. The following morning, upon awakening in his own bed, Xie Xinghe exclaims in terror, System, did I sleepwalk? Having only resided here for a few months, he has already become so familiar with the place that he sleepwalks. Lingling contemplates knocking some sense into this foolish creature. Have you not considered that someone might have carried you back? Chapter 39. Inquiring the truth, Xie Xinghe realizes whom Lingling refers to and asks, "How did he find me?" Lingling replies, "This is his territory. Locating you is trivial. Where is he now? He carried you back and left." Xie Xinghe changes into a fresh set of clothing and rides the white rabbit to find Situ Li. He is determined to uncover the sequence of events. As for what he will do afterward, he feels chaotic and has yet to decide, but anything is preferable to remaining in this state of confusion and ignorance. Situ Li, being the direct disciple of the sect leader, resides in the main hall of Longji Peak. As Xie Xinghe rides his rabbit to the foot of Longji Peak, he attracts the attention of numerous disciples. It is not due to his status. While he is famous, few inner disciples have actually encountered him. Rather, it is unprecedented for someone to use a white rabbit as a mount since the founding of the Zhongyun sect. Upon arriving at Longji Peak, Tuan Tuan returns to its normal size and hops into Xie Xinghe's arms. The main hall is guarded, and two disciples stationed there block Xie Xinghe's path. Currently, Xie Xinghe does not wish to disclose his identity as Shen Qingming's disciple. So he states, "Brothers, I am here to see Situ Li." The guards, unfamiliar with him, reply, "Please present your inner disciple token." Shen Qingming has yet to provide him with a token. Xie Xinghe responds, "Then I shall not enter. Kindly inform Situ Li that I appreciate her escorting me to the Herb Mountain yesterday. I will wait here for her." One of the guards remarks, "We do not possess the communication jade talisman to contact Sister Situ. We cannot assist you." Xie Xinghe, having the token information of Xue Xinyuan, prepares to seek him out to gain entry. A certain individual, overly familiar, draped his arm across his shoulder. "This junior brother," he remarked, "I happen to be heading in to find Sister Situ as well. Let us go together." Xie Xinghe observed this audacious figure, adorned in a flamboyant purple robe, topped with a purple jade crown, in his hand. He waved a folding fan depicting a landscape in ink and wash. His handsome features, under such garb, still exuded a charm that was both captivating and refined. Noticing Xie Xinghe's gaze upon him, the young man in purple curved his lips into a gentle, harmless smile. "Junior brother, let us proceed. I shall take you inside." Although Xie Xinghe was not particularly astute, he was not foolish either. The interest displayed by this purple-clad gentleman was quite evident. He was obviously here for him. Xie Xinghe could not recall when he had ever provoked the attention of such an individual, yet the disciples of the Zhongyun sect were expressly forbidden from engaging in private duels. Given that this person was willing to escort him inside, he saw no reason to decline. Maintaining a safe distance, Xie Xinghe replied, "Thank you." The gentleman in purple began to converse animatedly with him. "Junior brother, I cannot recall seeing you before. Are you a newly initiated inner sect disciple in this selection? My name is Shangguan Yunchao, a direct disciple of Elder Wu. I typically patrol the outer sect and seldom venture into the inner sect. To encounter you today is indeed a sign of fate." He continued, "Upon first seeing you, I sensed familiarity, as if we had met in a past life. By the way, I am yet to learn your name." "What are you two discussing?" A sudden voice interrupted Shangguan Yunchao's words, causing both of them to turn towards the youth speaking from behind. This young man, possessing a strikingly delicate visage, glared at them with indignation, as if he had caught them in an act of infidelity. Shangguan Yunchao's eyes flashed with irritation as he addressed the youth. "Ming Shidi, I have already made my position clear. We are done. As fellow brothers, let us retain some dignity and avoid making this too embarrassing." Mingla pointed at Xie Xinghe. "Is this your new interest? Do you know who he is?" With an exceptional memory, Minglu never forgot a face he had seen once. He distinctly remembered that this individual was the boy carried away by Master Shun during their last encounter with the seductive poison. Master Shun, known for his aloofness, had no obligation to heed the boy's pleas for help. He could have easily left him behind or handed him over to one of the brothers instead of personally taking him away. Given that someone afflicted by seductive poison had been taken away by Master Shun, it was not difficult for anyone with a modicum of sense to surmise the implications. He is the newly initiated junior brother. Shangguan Yunchao interjected protectively, positioning himself in front of Xie Xinghe. "This matter does not concern him. Let us not involve others." Xie Xinghe, initially enjoying the unfolding drama, suddenly found himself thrust into the center of it. Hastily, he retreated, signaling that he had no part in this affair. "Ah, so you are defending him," Minglu remarked, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes before being swiftly concealed. He chuckled coldly. "Rest assured, I too was once under the influence of seductive poison. My mind clouded, which is why I fell for your deceitful words. I am not here to entangle myself with you today." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunqiao felt a twinge of discomfort and inquired, "Then what is your purpose here?" "I have come to return the token of affection you gifted me. From this day forth, we shall have no further ties." Ming Lu, aware that their exchange had drawn the attention of numerous sect disciples, sought to preserve what little dignity he had left, wishing to avoid becoming a subject of ridicule. He handed the jade pendant to Shangguan Yunqiao before departing, his resolute figure exuding a sense of desolation. Xie Xinghe had indulged in merriment and exploration of the various shops in the town below the mountain. He recognized the jade pendant in Shangguan Yunqiao's hand. It was a popular wholesale item from a jade shop in town, priced fairly at 2 taels of silver, honest in its dealings. The disciples murmured among themselves, speculating how many people Shangguan Yunqiao had gifted such tokens. The whispers grew louder. Shangguan Shixiang typically entices disciples from the outer sect. It appears he has finally reached into our inner sect. Shangguan Yunqiao is notorious for his flirtatious nature. Ming Lu surely knows better than to associate with him. They recalled tales of a recent task involving Sister Situ Li, during which the disciples had been confined, and the specifics of what transpired remained shrouded in mystery. Had it not been for Master Shun's disciple ceremony, they might still be under restriction. Does this mean that Shangguan Shixiang, upon emerging from confinement, has turned his back on those he once knew? How disgraceful, they murmured. Shangguan Yunqiao clutched the jade pendant, feeling agitated as he attempted to disperse the gossiping disciples. "Enough! Are you all so idle? Go train and disperse. Seductive demons? Seductive poison?" Situ Li, Xie Xinghe, piecing together the fragments of conversation from the surrounding disciples, felt he was on the verge of unraveling the truth. He reflected on the events that had transpired, recalling how he had been captured by the seductive demon, first encountering Situ Li and then Shan Qingming. Indeed, a group of disciples had come to assist Situ Li, but after the demon's self-detonation, he had inhaled a gas that left him disoriented, rendering him unable to remember the faces of those disciples or the subsequent events. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, having experienced an absurd dream, in which he had also encountered Ming Ming. Was that intoxicating gas truly the seductive poison? Xie Xinghe called out to Shangguan Yunqiao, who was lost in thought over the jade pendant. Regarding the task they mentioned and the seductive poison, could you enlighten me? Junior brother, are you intrigued by that task? Chapter 40. A world that reveres teacher-student romance. Shangguan Yunqiao tucked away the pendant, his handsome face once again donning a gentle smile. "It is nothing of great consequence. A few months ago, Sister Situ was captured by a seductive demon. The sect leader received her distress signal and tasked me, along with several brothers, to rescue her. Upon the demon's demise, it detonated, leaving us afflicted by seductive poison. Master Shen deemed our cultivation inadequate and punished us with a year of confinement." "What exactly is seductive poison?" Xie Xinghe inquired. Shangguan Yunqiao cast him a curious glance. "Seductive poison is, naturally, a potent aphrodisiac. How could you be unaware of this?" Xie Xinghe's mind exploded with realization. So, the strange gas he had inhaled was an aphrodisiac. Did this mean that he and Shen Qingming had? Xie Xinghe, his face flushed, pressed on. "Does being afflicted by a potent aphrodisiac necessitate that? Which, junior brother? You seem rather innocent." Shangguan Yunqiao chuckled softly, covering his mouth. "Those who fall under the influence can suppress it with their spiritual energy and endure for several hours. But it makes both the mind and body feel quite uncomfortable. If two individuals can experience joy together, why suppress it?" Recalling his lack of spiritual power at the time, Xie Xinghe asked, "What would happen to a mortal who succumbed to the poison?" "A mortal?" Shangguan Yunqiao replied. "If they do not find someone to dispel the poison in time, they may very well die. If one does not find someone to dispel the poison, they may die. If one does not find someone to dispel the poison, they may die." Xie Xinghe's mind echoed with this refrain. Thus, the absurd dream had been real. He and Shen Qingming truly had. The deliberately forgotten images from that dream suddenly became vivid. He recalled the voice, cool and abstinent, repeatedly calling his name, eyes betraying a frenzy that was incongruous, in a realm abundant with elixirs. The absence of scars from that night indicated that he had received treatment after losing consciousness. Shen Qingming's kindness, his acceptance of Xie Xinghe as his disciple, was not merely recompense for aiding Ming Ming. It was a response to that event. What was Shen Qingming thinking? Was it compensation? Or was he merely taking responsibility? If it were the latter, would he have taken him as a disciple? Thus, it must be compensation. Xie Xinghe bit his rosy lip, a mix of anger and embarrassment flooding through him. Who required his compensation? The further he delved into his recent overtures towards Shen Qingming, the more he wished to bury himself alive. Shangguan Yunqiao, observing Xie Xinghe's flushed visage, mistakenly believed his embarrassment stemmed from his own words and leaned closer to tease him. Junior brother, if you wish to experience joy, feel free to seek me out. I assure you, my skills are quite proficient. Xie Xinghe shot him a disdainful glare. Is this how all disciples of Tsangyan sect behave? I am a man. Do you not think this tarnishes one's reputation? This sentiment, Xie Xinghe wished to direct towards Shen Qingming, yet the mere thought of that individual made him want to retreat. What does it matter? In this day and age, who still concerns themselves with such things? Shangguan Yunqiao replied, disapprovingly regarding him. Junior brother, your ideological awareness requires enhancement. True love knows no bounds of gender or race. You must not harbor discriminatory thoughts. Xie Xinghe pointed at himself, incredulous. Me? Discriminatory? Shangguan Yunqiao nodded affirmatively. Do you know the esteemed god-sovereign Yi Suian of the Tianqiong Immortal Mansion? Xie Xinghe shook his head, puzzled. Is he very famous? TSK, you do not even know of the god-sovereign? I must educate you. Shangguan Yunqiao began. God-sovereign Yi is a prodigious disciple of the Tianqiong Immortal Mansion, having taken the former demon king as his disciple, effortlessly conquering the demon realm without shedding a drop of blood. Later, he became the Dao partner of the demon king, both ascending to godhood together. Furthermore, the last two sect leaders of the Tianqiong Immortal Mansion also had a teacher-student relationship, ultimately becoming Dao partners and ascending to the upper realm 500 years ago. Shangguan Yunqiao elaborated on the various notable teacher-student romances that had emerged over the years. He recounted how the former Dao partner of Yi Suian had left behind a tome regarding same-sex partnerships, which had become a staple in the cultivation world, practically found in every practitioner's possession. Same-sex individuals forming Dao partners, with similar levels of cultivation and mutual understanding, can significantly enhance their cultivation through dual cultivation. Xie Xinghe was momentarily stunned, yet he comprehended the implication. You mean to say that in your cultivation world, men forming Dao partnerships can increase their chances of ascension? In your cultivation realm, there is a current trend of master-disciple relationships. The sound of his worldview collapsing echoed in Xie Xinghe's mind. He had believed he had entered a serious and traditional cultivation advancement narrative, but now someone was informing him that this world promotes master-disciple romances and brotherly affection, advocating for same-sex dual cultivation as a form of love. Shangguan Yunqiao frowned as he listened to him and said, Little junior brother, why do you keep saying your cultivation world? Are you not part of it? Xie Xinghe did not hear Shangguan Yunqiao's question. He was currently fuming, interrogating the system in his mind. System bro, you must have known about this all along and kept it from me. 01. Unperturbed replied, you never asked. Just lie back and enjoy the benefits. These matters have nothing to do with you. Infuriated, Xie Xinghe's intellect surged. He suddenly recalled another question. Mingming and Shen Qingming are the same person, right? Mingming and Shen Qingming are separated by over 1,000 years, and both share the same cold poison. Their clothing is also identical with too many similarities between them. Though Xie Xinghe had pondered this before, he had always been diverted by 01's brief remarks, preventing him from delving deeper. In a fit of anger, Xie Xinghe exclaimed, System bro, your system identifies individuals not by appearance but by their souls. You must have known that Shen Qingming and Mingming are the same person. Even you deceived me, 01 retorted. Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I'm not interested in talking to you. Xie Xinghe, unable to contain his fury, added, You surely knew I was afflicted by charm poison. Yet you still had me seek out Shen Qingming and build a good rapport with her. You're tricking me into selling myself. In modern times, you'd be in jail for this. 01's voice remained unfluctuating. Listen to me. I'm very angry right now, and I don't want to talk to you. Xie Xinghe was livid, feeling like a pufferfish. These two individuals he trusted the most had deceived him and toyed with him. How outrageous. Where are you going, little junior brother? Where do you intend to go? Shangguan Yunqiao and 01 inquired simultaneously. Shut up. Don't talk to me, Xie Xinghe snapped, his tone severe. He had intended the remark for the system, but Shangguan Yunqiao's interruption caused him to lose his composure and say it aloud. Observing the once gentle and adorable youth suddenly turn fierce, Shangguan Yunche awkwardly said, I was just asking. Forget I said anything. Chapter 41. Xie Xinghe leaves the sect. Senior brother Shangguan, I wasn't referring to you. Xie Xinghe softened his tone. He handed the communication jade pendant hanging from his waist to Shangguan Yunche. Take this. If someone uses it to contact me, please relay a message. Curiosity piqued, Shangguan Yunche accepted the jade pendant and asked, What message? Xie Xinghe gritted his teeth and indignantly replied, You are nothing but a deceiver. I never want to see you again. Xie Xinghe initially intended to sound more imposing and utter a few harsh words, but even in his current rage, his fundamentally timid nature prevailed. Having lived a timid life, the thought of Shan Qingming's indifferent or crazed demeanor only made him more fearful, and he could not muster any threats to Anchuan grow larger. We are leaving. Xie Xinghe placed the small creature from his arms onto the ground and mounted it to depart. 01 remarked, Shan Qingming will find you soon. Xie Xinghe covered his ears. I don't want to hear it. Fine. Don't regret it. 01 blocked him out. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yunche, holding Xie Xinghe's communication token, felt quite pleased to have established contact with his adorable little junior brother. It would be much more convenient to pursue him now. He could never have imagined what awaited him next. Tuanchuan advanced to the third stage, significantly increasing its speed. Before sunset, it carried Xie Xinghe to the town at the foot of Songlong Mountain. Xie Xinghe arrived at the inn where he had previously stayed. Young Master Xie is back. The inn staff greeted him warmly. Dong, as she, pack your things. We are leaving. Xie Xinghe headed straight for the second floor. At this hour, a Dong and a Shi were preparing to rest in their rooms. Young Master, you're back. The two were thrilled to see Xie Xinghe. We are leaving this place, he stated. Upon hearing this, the two immediately began to gather their belongings. A Dong asked, Young Master, are we going home? Home. Xie Xinghe pondered for a moment and replied, No, we are not going back. He had come to cultivate, and having already reached the third stage of spiritual cultivation, how could he return now? A Dong and a Shi exchanged glances and inquired, Young Master, then where are we going? Where to? Xie Xinghe felt lost. His life had been routine, as a 996 worker in his past life and now accustomed to the system's arrangements. He was used to going with the flow. Now that he had to make his own plans, he was at a loss for what to do. Arriving in the unfamiliar cultivation realm, he had no idea where to go. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Xinghe suggested to a Dong and a Shi, Why don't you both return home first? I can manage on my own here, Dong exclaimed anxiously. Young Master, are you trying to send us away? A Shi added, Young Master, I've served you since childhood. Please let me continue to do so. Don't send me away. If I go back, there will be no place for me at the Xie residence. I have already destroyed your contracts. The savings you have earned during your years at the Xie residence should be more than enough for you to marry and live comfortably for a lifetime. Xie Xinghe reassured them. You have no aptitude for cultivation, and the cultivation world is not like the mortal world. Not only would you struggle to care for me, but if you venture out for training, I may need to protect you instead. Dong hesitated. He was not young anymore and was at an age where he could marry and start a family. Leaving the Xie residence didn't seem so bad. However, a Shi remained reluctant. Young Master, can you really not take me with you? Who will serve you if I'm not around? Xie Xinghe manifested a faint green spiritual energy at his fingertips and said, I can use magic. I can accomplish everything I need to with it. A Shi, feeling dejected, replied, Then I will return to the Xie residence and help clean the courtyard. When you decide to come back, I will continue to serve you. Seeing a Shi's determination, Xie Xinghe did not press the matter further. As long as a Shi stayed at the Xie residence, he would not be mistreated. After arranging for a Dong and a Shi, Xie Xinghe left the inn alone. He rode onto Anchuan's back, the desolate moonlight casting a melancholic glow upon him, making him appear sorrowful. System bro, where are we going? Xie Xinghe asked, lacking fortitude. 01 sneered coldly. I thought this little waste would at least hold out for 2 days, but it turns out he can't even last one night. I overestimated this waste. Xie Xinghe replied, System bro, you should be reasonable. If you hadn't deceived me, would I be so angry? Let's be reasonable, 01 retorted. I didn't deceive you. I simply didn't disclose the truth. All of this is the result of your foolish assumptions, which I did not deny. Xie Xinghe angrily countered, Is there a difference between that and deceiving me? 01 replied. I'm not the one deceiving you. I merely facilitated keeping things from you, so that you could obediently attach yourself to Shan Qingming. This golden thigh. Sitting atop the rabbit, Xie Xinghe hugged himself in a state of grievance. I don't want this kind of golden thigh at all. Point 01 said. Is he not good to you? Xie Xinghe thought for a moment. He is quite good. But, 01 interrupted. He treats you well, has formidable strength, and is handsome, a person as exceptional as he is interested in you. A mere decorative waste. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Xie Xinghe disputed. He is male, and I am also male. I like girls. I don't want to like Min. 01 replied. You are being sexist. Thanks to Sheng Wanyanche? He had come to understand the meaning of this term. Otherwise, he would have struggled to counter this little waste today. Xie Xinghe vehemently retorted. This isn't discrimination. 01 calmly stated. It is discrimination. Unable to argue further, Xie Xinghe blushed and, in a reluctant tone, said, Then I want to be on top. I refuse to be the one on the bottom. Does this little waste not have an ounce of self-awareness? 01 gently informed him. What is my full name? Xie Xinghe instinctively replied. The most amazing, unbeatable, and effortlessly winning system. 01.01 said. Please emphasize the words effortlessly winning. Chapter 42. Seeking Xie Xinghe's large, watery eyes widened, radiating a clear innocence. His lips turned pale from biting them. Your effortless winning means this. 01 spoke earnestly. The literal meaning. I am the effortless winning system, and everything I do must ensure that you effortlessly win. Furthermore, even if this little waste were given the chance to overpower Shen Qingming, he would still be too cowardly to stand up. Were it not for the fact that he was currently in a bad mood, 01 would have undoubtedly mocked him mercilessly. With Shen Qingming as a golden thigh, you could walk confidently through the entire cultivation world. Think carefully about whether you want this golden thigh. But he pretended to be a child and deceived me. To this day, he continues to deceive me. The charm poison incident was initiated by him approaching Shen Qingming. He bears half the responsibility. Shen Qingming's act of pretending to be a child was what truly infuriated Xie Xinghe. He genuinely cared for Mingming as a brother, yet it turned out that this Mingming had been a disguise for Shen Qingming from the very beginning. Were the actions he had taken towards Mingming amusing in the eyes of Shen Qingming, this millennia-old figure? 01 proposed. Why not wander outside for a couple of days? Give him a taste of his own medicine. Go to the mortal realm's imperial city. Don't you have a friend you haven't seen in years? Go visit him and rekindle that friendship. You mean Huangfu Huayan? Xie Xinghe's eyes brightened, but he pouted. But didn't you previously threaten me, saying his background is complicated and that being with him would lead to a lot of trouble, possibly even losing my life? You told me to avoid seeing him. Huangfu Huayan was someone he met when he first bound with 01.at that time. Xie Xinghe was merely the son of a peasant family, and the system directed him to a location to rescue the severely injured Huangfu Huayan. Huangfu Huayan recuperated at their home for a period, and before departing, he left behind a sum of gold. In retrospect, the initial fortune that Xie Xinghe amassed through his business ventures was indeed funded by Huangfu Huayan. Subsequently, they seldom crossed paths, only exchanging letters. However, in the past year, even their correspondence had ceased. After Xie Xinghe's family became affluent, they encountered a kidnapping and extortion incident. His previous 8 martial bodyguards were sent by Huangfu Huayan upon hearing of the matter, solely for Xie Xinghe's protection. Times have changed dramatically. 01 remarked. Previously, you were just a foolish son of a landlord. Now, you are a disciple of the inner sect of the Zhangyan sect, and a pupil of Shen Qingming. Go provoke you? They must first consider whether they possess the capability to bear the consequences. With a year having passed without letters, Xie Xinghe couldn't help but worry whether something unfortunate had befallen Huangfu Huayan. Thus, he prepared to set off. Xie Xinghe poured 2 bags of rabbit feed for Tuan Tuan, also administering the elixirs given by Xiao Wuye to ensure it was well fed before embarking on his journey under the moonlight towards the imperial city. After sending Xie Xinghe back to his chamber, Shen Qingming resumed his preparations for the disciple initiation ceremony. The barrier of Canglong Mountain was personally established by him, and every rustle within was perceptible to his senses. He knew precisely when Xie Xinghe left Canglong Hall, yet he chose not to intervene. With 28 days remaining until the initiation ceremony, he allowed Xie Xinghe ample time to contemplate their relationship. Shen Qingming stood by the window, where the clouds obscured the moon. The depths of his inky eyes resembled a vortex as profound as the night itself. He decided to grant the little one a month of freedom. For once the initiation ceremony commenced, he could no longer indulge him. As Xie Xinghe hurried towards the imperial city, Shen Qingming, while professing to provide Xie Xinghe with space until the ceremony, grew increasingly grim upon discovering that Xie Xinghe had not returned for an entire night. Where could he have gone? The chilling aura emitted by Shen Qingming made the sect master and elders, who were discussing the ceremony's affairs early that morning, avoid him at all costs. The elders exchanged nervous glances, acutely aware of Shen Qingming's ominous silence and dark demeanor. Who had incited this ancestor's ire? Who dared provoke such a formidable figure? The sect master discreetly sent a message to the deputy sect master, urging him to hasten his arrival, as he was known for his cunning ideas. However, the deputy sect master could not make it, yet he offered the sect master a suggestion, withstanding Shen Qingming's pressure and the expectant gazes of the elders. The sect master spoke. Shen Shizu, this ceremony is for junior brother Xie, so why not summon him to inquire? Shen Qingming's expression softened slightly as he regarded the sect master with appreciation. He would indeed ask. He had not denied Xie Xinghe his freedom. It was simply a matter of protocol. Shen Qingming took out a communication jade tablet, contemplating that the little one might still be in a foul mood. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to soften his tone. Xinghe, where are you now? I have matters to discuss with you. Would you like me to come and fetch you? The sect master and the elders exhibited expressions of terror. Realizing the chilling gentleness in Shen Qingming's tone, you deceiver, I never wish to see you again. Be gone at once. On the other end of the communication tablet, Shangguan Yunche conveyed Xie Xinghe's words but felt they lacked assertiveness. So he took the liberty of adding a statement. Unlike Xie Xinghe's clear voice emanating from the jade tablet, Shen Qingming's countenance darkened. The communication jade tablet was clenched tightly in his hand, the remnants of his rationality preventing him from shattering it. Where is Xie Xinghe? How did his communication jade tablet end up in your possession? Mind your own business. I don't care about your relationship with Xie Xinghe. He has already stated he does not wish to see you again. Do not pursue him further. Shangguan Yunche, unaware of the identity of the person on the other end of the tablet, spoke unabashedly, intending to eliminate this rival through the communication device. Not only did Shangguan Yunche issue threats, but he also employed spiritual energy to obliterate the communication jade tablet, clapping the remaining powder from his hands. He declared, next time I see junior brother, I will accompany him with a new jade tablet. However, the name Xie Xinghe seemed vaguely familiar. Had it been mentioned by a previous acquaintance? Within the main hall of the sect, Shen Qingming sensed the destruction of the communication jade tablet, and his expression was beyond mere displeasure. His entire demeanor radiated an icy, oppressive aura, terrifyingly formidable. The elders below felt a chill, realizing that the usually impassive Shen Qingming was far more daunting when enraged. His malevolence was reminiscent of demonic entities rather than a cultivator. Among the elders, the fifth elder began to sweat profusely. How did the voice from the communication jade tablet sound so much like his troublesome disciple? He silently prayed, Dear disciple, please do not create trouble for your master. The communication jade tablet belonging to Xie Xinghe had been gifted by Shen Qingming, containing a trace of his spiritual energy. With its destruction, he could locate the tablet's whereabouts. Moreover, his consciousness was powerful enough to encompass the entirety of Zhongyun Peak, allowing him to observe the movements of the entire Zhongyun sect. He had already discerned the identity of the one who had destroyed Xie Xinghe's token. Shen Qingming waved his hand, and Shangguan Yunche's figure materialized as a projection in the center of the hall. Among you, who claims this individual with the disciple token? The fifth elder, trembling under the sympathetic gazes of his peers, stepped forward and replied, reporting to Shizu, this is my eldest disciple. Shen Qingming's voice was cold and indifferent. Tio, openly insult this esteemed self and destroy sect property. Is this the disciple you have raised? The fifth elder knelt upright. It is my failure in guidance. Please punish me, Shizu. Shen Qingming shifted in his seat, contemplating, his lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Since your disciple is so clever and instigative, entrust the task of retrieving Xinghe to him. The fifth elder raised his head, perplexed. Shen Qingming continued, grant him 7 days. Let Xinghe return to me willingly and cheerfully. The fifth elder was left speechless. Shen Qingming added, if he fails, you shall bear the consequences alongside him. Chapter 43. Huang Fu Huayan, the fifth elder, rose, declaring, I shall attend to this matter at once. That troublesome disciple will undoubtedly cause trouble. Let us see if he does not beat him half to death. Meanwhile, Xie Xinghe, having ridden through the night on a rabbit, finally arrived at the gates of the imperial city in a disheveled state. Tuan Tuan transformed back into a small rabbit and nestled in Xie Xinghe's embrace, drifting off to sleep. Xie Xinghe discreetly slipped a gold ingot to the city guard, who allowed him to bypass the tedious checks and enter the inner city directly. All he desired now was to find a place with hot water where he could sleep soundly, planning to seek out Huangfu Huayin the following day. Xie Xinghe headed to the largest inn in the imperial city, booking a premium guest room and requesting a bucket of hot water for a bath before succumbing to a deep slumber. When he awoke, night had fallen. Rubbing his empty stomach, he descended to seek sustenance. As he opened the door, a handsome face loomed before him. Shangguan Yunche, extending a friendly hand, greeted him. Hi. Xie Xinghe stepped back, folding his arms. Shangguan Shixiang, what brings you here? Please, do not call me Shixiang, Shangguan Yunche exclaimed. Waving his hands in panic, a nervous smile on his face. Xie Shishu, I previously offended you, unaware of your identity. Please do not hold it against me. He thought to himself that the name Xie Xinghe sounded familiar. If he had remembered that this was Shan Shizu's treasured disciple, he wouldn't have dared to call himself brother even if given 100 chances. Xie Xinghe inquired, How did you know I was here? Were you following me? Shangguan Yunche hastily clarified, No, how could I dare to follow you, Xie Shishu? It was Shen Shizu who informed me. 01 chimed in. The spatial ring on your hand is a pair with Shan Qingming S. This ring allows you both to share locations. Xie Xinghe fumed. So he has installed a tracker on me. 01 corrected, not quite. You can also detect his location. It's your own foolishness for not knowing how to use it. Shangguan Yunche continued to persuade sweetly, Xiao Shishu, if you've had your fun, why not return? Shen Shizu misses you greatly. In the clash of celestial beings, mere mortals suffer. Unable to pacify his partner, he found himself caught in the middle. However, such thoughts remained unspoken in Shangguan Yunche's mind. Xie Xinghe resolutely declined, I have just left. I will not go back. Please step aside. You are blocking my way. Shangguan Yunche, on the verge of tears, pressed, Xie Shishu? What must you do to return? Xie Xinghe ventured outside to a stall to purchase buns, stating, I need to meet a friend. We can discuss things afterward. Shangguan Yunche pressed on, Where's your friend? Let us go see him now. Shen Shizu had only given him 7 days, and it was imperative that the return be joyful. Why was this so difficult? Huangfu Huayin, the third prince of the imperial city. I have yet to contact him. Do you have a way to meet him? Shangguan Yunche exclaimed in surprise, the prince of the imperial city. Although the imperial city resides within the mortal realm, its profound essence and strength are undeniably comparable to the 4 major sects of the cultivation world. Each year, the royal family meticulously selects children with potential for cultivation from the mortal realm to nurture as shadow guards. Despite the scarcity of spiritual energy in the mortal realm, their practitioners may lack the depth of power found in those from the Tsangyun sect. However, their loyalty to their lord is unwavering. The imperial city stands as the singular hub of cultivators within the mortal world. Shangguan Yunche solemnly declared, We shall present our credentials in the name of the Tsangyun sect. He will meet with us. Xie Xinghe, munching on a purchased bun, had his cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Then I shall leave this matter to you, dear disciple, he replied. I will attend to it immediately. Observing the delightful way Xie Xinghe savored his bun, Shangguan Yunche felt a pang of hunger himself after years of abstinence. Master Xie, might I trouble you for one of your buns? Xie Xinghe willingly handed over his bun, saying, Take it. Eat well to have the strength for your tasks. With a bun in hand, Shangguan Yunche scampered off to fulfill his duties. Xie Xinghe turned to the rabbit nestled in his arms, remarking, Boss, I shall take all the buns from your stall. The proprietor chuckled heartily. Of course, I will fetch a bag to pack them for you. With a hefty bag of buns in tow, Xie Xinghe made his way to the tavern to feed the rabbit, the gathering place for nobility and high-ranking officials. The streets of the imperial city were fraught with encounters of significant individuals. Moreover, the tavern where Xie Xinghe resided was the finest in the imperial city, attracting only the affluent and esteemed. It wasn't long before he caught the attention of others. Young master, your rabbit is quite intriguing. It eschews grass for buns, someone remarked. Xie Xinghe, seated in a corner of the tavern feeding his round rabbit, looked up at the speaker. The man before him was strikingly handsome with a rugged demeanor, dressed in understated luxury, flanked by 2 imposing guards, exuding an air that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Xie Xinghe stood, responding earnestly, My rabbit does consume grass. It enjoys a variety of foods. The young gentleman made himself comfortable beside him, smiling as he said, "You seem unfamiliar, young master. Are you not from the imperial city?" His gaze fell upon Xie Xinghe's azure robe, a gift from Shen Qingming, designed simply yet elegantly, devoid of any cumbersome embellishments. Unbeknownst to Xie Xinghe, this robe was crafted from exquisite ninth-grade fabric, a detail only a skilled artisan would discern. Those who donned such protective attire were either esteemed elders of major sects or favored sons of prominent families in the cultivation world. "I am not a denizen of the imperial city," Xie Xinghe replied. "I have come to visit a friend whom I have not seen in a long time." "What manner of friend might that be? Perhaps I am acquainted," the young gentleman inquired. "I am Huaichang. May I ask your name, young master?" Xie Xinghe, wishing to avoid excessive conversation with this overly affable stranger, replied evasively, "I am Xinghe. The name of my friend is not something I can disclose." Huaichang engaged Xie Xinghe in further conversation, but noticing his wan demeanor, he realized their meeting was rather abrupt and unprepared. He placed a token upon the table, saying, "I feel a sense of camaraderie with you. Xinghe, should you require assistance in the imperial city, you may find me at Wamanlu with this token." That moment, a bony hand reached over to take the token from Xie Xinghe. Huai Wanyan had appeared behind Huaichang, his lips curving into a subtle smile. Shangguan Yunche entered shortly after, standing beside Xie Xinghe and whispering, "Master Xie, I have brought the person you wish to meet. Now we can return to the Zhongyan sect." Xie Xinghe scrutinized the man in the pale blue robe across from him. It had been 5 years since he last saw Huai Wanyan. The memory of the frail, gloomy youth had transformed into that of a refined gentleman. Exuding charm and grace, his smile radiating warmth like a gentle spring breeze. Huai Wanyan raised a hand to ruffle Xie Xinghe's hair, his smile broadening. "After all these years, Xinghe, you remain as adorable as ever. I recognized you the moment you stepped through the door." Chapter 44. The contest for Xie Xinghe. Xie Xinghe gazed at the 3 men surrounding him, feeling utterly dejected. Why were they all so tall, making him appear diminutive in comparison? Especially Huai Wanyan, who had been shorter than him in their youth, now towered over him. Alas, he seemed destined to remain short. Each of the 4 harbored their own intentions. "As an elder brother, I was unaware that my 3rd brother had befriended someone so remarkable," Huaichang interjected, disrupting Huai Wanyan's attempt to draw closer to Xie Xinghe. Huai Wanyan retorted defiantly, "Not at all. I am just surprised to see how talkative you have become, brother, engaging so merrily with Xinghe." Shangguan Yunche continued to encourage Xie Xinghe, "Master Xie, let us depart. You have met the person you wish to see. Master Shan is waiting for you." Upon hearing that Xie Xinghe intended to leave, the 2 brothers quickly aligned in their opposition, halting their quarrel. "Xinghe, it is rare for you to visit. Stay at my home for a few days and allow me to host you properly," Huai Wanyan urged. Huaichang, not one to concede easily, suggested, "It is still early. Why not visit my prince's mansion instead?" As the crown prince, he believed his prominent status would sway Xie Xinghe's decision. Shangguan Yunche stepped in front of Xie Xinghe. Shielding him from the 2, alarm bells rang in his mind. "There is no need for the 2 princes to trouble themselves. We shall stay at the inn." Shen Qingming had instructed him to bring Xie Xinghe back. He could not risk inviting 2 rivals into the mix. He envisioned his grim fate. The 2 princes turned to Xie Xinghe, asking in unison, "Xinghe, where would you prefer to go?" Xie Xinghe surveyed the tense atmosphere between the 2 men, then glanced at Shangguan Yunche, whose expression conveyed his unwillingness to yield. "I believe I shall remain at the inn," he responded. Huai Wanyan smiled indulgently. "As you wish, I respect your choice." Huaichang, unwilling to relent, added, "I have no objections either." Xie Xinghe rolled his eyes, muttering, "I do not require your opinions." Nevertheless, being the crown prince, he did not wish to offend him. "Xinghe, is there a matter you wish to discuss with me?" Huai Wanyan inquired. "I came to check on you since I had not received a response to my last letter, and I was worried," Xie Xinghe confessed. Huai Wanyan looked contrite. "I apologize. The imperial city has been unsettled of late, and I feared it might affect you, leading me to sever our communication." Huaichang interjected with a sardonic tone, "What a peculiar statement, brother. Beneath the emperor's feet, what unrest could there possibly be?" Ignoring Huaichang's jabs, Huai Wanyan continued, "Your visit is quite timely. In 5 days, we will celebrate the 500th anniversary of our dynasty's founding. The palace and the imperial city will host grand festivities. I shall take you to explore." Xie Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. May I enter the palace? The grandeur of an imperial city with a 500-year history must surpass anything portrayed on television. Having experienced numerous delights in life, Xie Xinghe had yet to tread within a palace. Huaichang seized the opportunity, declaring, "I am hosting this celebration. I shall send you an invitation." Upon hearing that they would remain for an additional 5 days, Shangguan Yunche clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Xie Xinghe multiple times. "Master Xie, we must return to the Zhongyan sect. Master Shun will be anxious. Master Xie, my task is to escort you home. I implore you, let us depart quickly." Huai Wanyan's demeanor softened, and he spoke endearingly. "I did not realize my dear Xinghe had grown so capable, not only joining the Zhongyun sect but also rising in status." As Huai Wanyan reached to touzle Xie Xinghe's hair once more, Shangguan Yunche instinctively positioned himself in front of Xie Xinghe, inadvertently placing his hand atop Shangguan Yunche's head. Huai Wanyan's expression faltered momentarily before he nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Shangguan Yunche felt a chill run down his spine. It was too late. His head had been sullied. Xie Xinghe extended his hand to Shangguan Yunche, saying, "I will not make it difficult for you. Please hand me the communication jade pendant so I may speak with Master Shan." Shangguan Yunche's expression stiffened. The communication jade pendant has been misplaced. He cursed himself for his carelessness. "Why did you have to break it?" Huai Wanyan reassured him, "It is merely a matter of a few days. Should this brother have urgent business, he may return home first. I will ensure Xinghe is well taken care of." This was an excellent opportunity to win over the Zhongyan sect. And Huaichang was equally reluctant to see Xie Xinghe depart, so he added, "It is said that the esteemed Shan Xianjun of the Zhongyan sect is aloof and ethereal. I doubt he would fuss over such trivial matters." Xie Xinghe concurred indeed. "I am merely here for a brief respite. I shall return. There is no need for Master Shan to worry about me. Master Shangguan, you may return first." Shangguan Yunche wore a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. "Master Xie, I too wish to witness the celebrations. I will stay as well. I am in no hurry to leave. As the saying goes, 3 women make a scene, and 3 men are no different." The 3 men, each with their own motives, engaged in idle chatter with Xie Xinghe until noon. Shangguan Yunche spoke highly of Shen Qingming, subtly conveying information about their return. Meanwhile, Huaichang flaunted his princely status, power, and talents. Implying that Xie Xinghe ought to position himself correctly, Huangfu Huayan exhibited utmost gentleness, displaying genuine concern for how Xie Xinghe had fared over the years, subtly expressing the extraordinary closeness of their relationship. Xie Xinghe listened attentively with his left ear while responding with his right, occasionally smiling and nodding in agreement. He could hardly be bothered to guess the convoluted meanings behind the words exchanged among the group. At noon, they ventured to a tavern for a meal, where they encountered a young servant from the prince's residence, who summoned Huangfu Huaichang away. Shortly thereafter, Huangfu Huayan also had matters to attend to and departed. Leaving Xie Xinghe in relative peace, he turned to the still-present Shangguan Yunquo and stated, "From this moment forth, please refrain from speaking." Shangguan Yunquo merely acknowledged with silence. In the days that followed, Xie Xinghe needn't worry about where to go for entertainment, as arrangements would be made on his behalf. Today, Huangfu Huayan had invited him for a scenic boat ride. Tomorrow Huangfu Huaichang would host a dance performance, and the day after that, Huangfu Huayan would take him on an outdoor excursion, followed by a visit to the racetrack with Huangfu Huaichang. Regardless of whose invitation Xie Xinghe accepted, an encounter with the other brother was inevitable. Setting aside the subtle rivalry between the 2 siblings, Xie Xinghe found himself enjoying the experiences immensely. In modern terms, these 2 brothers were akin to exemplary tour guides, offering all-inclusive services. On the following day, Huangfu Huaichang was preoccupied with the grand ceremony and could not spare a moment. Huangfu Huayan visited Xie Xinghe to share lunch, stating, "This evening is the banquet. Make sure to rest well. I shall dispatch a carriage to fetch you." Xie Xinghe inquired, "Is there anything I need to prepare?" Huangfu Huayan gazed at him with a tender expression, replying, "All you need to do is enjoy yourself. I will handle everything else." Shangguan Yunquo interjected, blocking Huangfu Huayan's line of sight. "What about me? This is my first visit to the imperial city as well. I hope you will extend your hospitality to me." Chapter 45. The escape to Anchuan at Zhongyun sect. Shen Qingming had concluded the primary activities of the disciple initiation ceremony and no longer needed to oversee every detail. He now sought out Xie Xinghe. After such a lengthy period, the little fellow should have come to terms with his thoughts. Shen Qingming glanced at the space ring, identical to Xie Xinghe's, using it to locate him. The mortal realm's imperial city? How could he possibly be there? Without notifying anyone, he took flight to the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to Xie Xinghe, Shen Qingming was on his way to find him. At that moment, he had already boarded a carriage, entering the palace with Huangfu Huaiyan. As dusk set in, the red clouds illuminated half the sky, casting a radiant glow upon the wheels of their carriage. They had arrived early. The ceremony had yet to commence. Only nobles and high-ranking cultivators invited by the royal family could access the imperial city. Xie Xinghe's arrival in the carriage of the third prince immediately drew considerable attention. In the imperial city, those of considerable influence were quick to disseminate news. The recent rivalry between the third prince and the crown prince over a certain youth had stirred much speculation among the elite, leading to widespread curiosity about the boy. With rosy lips and pearly whites, his charming smile revealed a delicate dimple, and his exquisite features radiated an irresistible cuteness. As the attendees of the ceremony were still few, the strikingly handsome youth quickly became the center of attention, especially with the refined and courteous third prince Huangfu Huaiyan by his side. The inquisitive gazes directed at Xie Xinghe bore no weight upon him. He had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny. His doe-like, almond-shaped eyes roamed the grand architecture of the palace with unceasing fascination. "Your Highness, the third prince," a voice suddenly interrupted their light-hearted conversation. A figure resembling a eunuch approached with a message. Xie Xinghe cradled Tuanchuan in his arms, offering it treats from the table. He looked at the troubled expression of Huangfu Huaiyan and said, "I can manage on my own, don't worry about me. It is more important for you to meet your father." Huangfu Huaiyan, still unconvinced, admonished him in a tone akin to that of a concerned elder. "Stay here and enjoy yourself. I shall return shortly. Do not wander off, and if anyone you do not recognize approaches you, ignore them. Should anything arise, have Aji come to find me. Moreover, be wary of my elder brother. He is quite cunning. Should he come your way?" Shangguan Yunqiu, grinning mischievously, chimed in, "Third prince, fret not. I'll keep your little master company. No one shall approach him." Internally, he scoffed at the irony, thinking how neither of the brothers was particularly virtuous. As soon as Huangfu Huaiyan departed, Shangguan Yunqiu urged, "Little master, it is rather dull here with so many people around. Let us explore that way. Look at those sparkling spirit stone lanterns hanging from the trees." Waiting for Huangfu Huaiyan was hardly appealing. He wished to wrap up their visit and return to Cangyun sect that very night. Xie Xinghe gazed at the decorations reminiscent of modern neon lights, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Clutching the rabbit, he appeared obedient, though his delicate features expressed hesitation. "Brother Huaiyan has asked us to wait for him here. In the mortal realm, the common currency consisted of silver coins and notes, while spirit stones were precious resources used for the cultivation of disciples in the world of cultivation. A major sect like Cangyun sect would never indulge in the frivolity of crafting such extravagant items. Only in the imperial city would one find such lavish wastefulness, utilizing spirit stones as mere ornaments." Shangguan Yunqiu pointed at a servant left behind by Huangfu Huaiyan, saying, "With two of us here, how could we possibly get lost? Surely, we have him to accompany us." The servant, pointed out, bowed politely to the two nobles, managing a friendly smile. Xie Xinghe stood his ground for a while longer, but as Huangfu Huaiyan still had not returned, he succumbed to Shangguan Yunqiu's persuasion and ventured toward the garden. They entered a garden bursting with blossoms, and Xie Xinghe gently restrained Tuanchuan, who was eager to leap out of his arms. Warning softly, "You cannot eat the flowers here." Tuanchuan reluctantly settled back into Xie Xinghe's embrace, its tail pointed outward. Shangguan Yunqiu, unable to resist, remarked, "That rabbit is quite adorable, just like the young man before me." Feeling fatigued from holding the rabbit, Xie Xinghe decided to hand it over to Shangguan Yunqiu, saying, "Would you like to hold it?" "Certainly," Shangguan Yunqiu replied, carefully accepting the warm little creature, his movements somewhat clumsy. It was so small that he felt it could be crushed in a single hand. Shortly after Shangguan Yunqiu took the rabbit, a young girl in a delicate white dress approached them. "What a lovely rabbit, young sir. May I hold it?" Her features were soft, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, lending her an air of fragility. Her voice was gentle, as though she were walking on clouds. Though her complexion was pale, she resembled a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Shangguan Yunqiu, averse to rejecting such a beauty akin to a fragile flower, looked to Xie Xinghe for permission, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The girl's tone turned melancholic, as if she were on the verge of tears. My health is poor, and my family forbids me from keeping pets. Perhaps I am simply destined to be without small creatures. Xie Xinghe, radiating warmth, replied, "It is quite all right. You may hold it. If someone loves Tuanchuan, that would bring me joy." The girl extended her slender hands to receive the rabbit. "Thank you, both of you." As she caressed the rabbit, her gaze wandered to the various exquisite blossoms in the garden. "I cherish tranquility. The fragrant sea of flowers in this garden drew me in." Xie Xinghe and Shangguan Yongquo instinctively followed her gaze. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed, "Oh no, the rabbit has escaped." The rabbit darted away swiftly, disappearing into the floral expanse in an instant. Shangguan Yongquo, alarmed, declared, "Master Xie, I shall retrieve the rabbit at once. If it runs away now, we may not be able to return to Cangyan sect by morning." Xie Xinghe regarded the composed woman thoughtfully. "Very well, go ahead." Although Tuanchuan was a bit unruly, it would not stray far without his command. It seemed to him that the girl had inadvertently caused the rabbit to flee. Shangguan Yongquo dashed into the flower thicket, quickly becoming lost amidst the blooms. With his departure, only Xie Xinghe and the girl remained in the garden. "Your Highness," the quiet girl suddenly bowed to the ancient locust tree in the distance. The tree's sturdy roots were ample enough to conceal two people. Xie Xinghe observed as a figure clad in a resplendent yellow robe emerged from behind the locust tree. The silhouette gradually became clearer under the iridescent glow of the spirit stones suspended above, revealing Huangfu Huaichang. Why did he arrive in such a mysterious manner? Chapter 46. Xie Xinghe's cowardly apology. Xie Xinghe's melodious voice called out, "Your Highness!" Huangfu Huaichang stepped out from the shadows, taking hold of Xie Xinghe's arm. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." "Farewell, Your Highness." The girl offered a curtsy as Huangfu Huaichang passed by her. "Wait, where are you taking me?" Xie Xinghe protested as he was pulled along. The direction they traveled led them further away from the ceremony, and the number of palace attendants dwindled. Huangfu Huaichang guided Xie Xinghe to a dilapidated residence, resembling the fabled cold palace. Xie Xinghe pulled away from his grasp, rubbing his reddened wrist, and retorted, "Crown Prince, what are you bringing me here for?" Huangfu Huaichang exuded a cold and piercing aura as he approached Xie Xinghe. His hand bracing against the wall behind the ladder, Xie Xinghe, at a loss for words, thought to himself, "What is this? A domineering Xiao's wall slam? Be mine and forsake Huangfu Huayan. I am the legitimate heir to the throne. What I can offer you far surpasses what he, an unanchored prince, could ever provide." Through their days together, Huangfu Huaichang had convinced himself that he had unraveled Xie Xinghe's character. Beautiful, obedient, easily manipulated. Though he typically held little interest in men, the sight of such a delicately crafted youth in his residence was undeniably pleasing. He was the crown prince, and everything in the world ought to belong to him. Huangfu Huayan was unworthy of contesting with him. Bowing slightly, Huangfu Huaichang's gaze looked down upon Xie Xinghe. "What Huangfu Huayan can give you, I can also provide. What he cannot, I can certainly deliver." Xie Xinghe remained speechless. "Brother, how much have you had to drink? Where did you learn this domineering rhetoric?" Under the hazy moonlight, a gentle breeze blew. Following the guidance of her spatial ring, Shen Qingming descended on her sword near Xie Xinghe. She searched for his location. Observing from a peculiar angle, it appeared as though two figures were embraced against the wall. The tall man raised his arm, perfectly shielding the face of the boy leaning against the wall. Yet, the garment crafted by Shen Qingming herself made it impossible for her to mistake him. From her vantage point, the two appeared to be nestled together, with the boy's face mostly hidden in the man's embrace, revealing only his exquisite chin, seemingly tilting his head to welcome a kiss from the man. In an instant, Shen Qingming's calm eyes brewed a storm, dark emotions flooding her mind. Huangfu Huaichang was oblivious to what was unfolding, until a powerful surge of spiritual energy sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could rise, another force sent him hurtling even farther. This back and forth continued 3 or 4 times, akin to swatting a fly, until Huangfu Huayan lay on the ground, unable to rise again. Throughout it all, he had not even glimpsed the man's face. In his frustration, he threatened, "Assaulting a prince is a capital offense. Regardless of who you are doomed." Shen Qingming's spiritual force flung him even farther away. Having dealt with the troublesome pest, her gaze shifted to the ill-mannered youth, confronted by the man's cold, Fierce black eyes, Xiexinghe, already intimidated by the previous charm poison and their last kiss, became utterly flustered. What are you doing here? However, to Shen Qingming, his expression was a clear sign of guilt. She lifted Xiexinghe's chin, the pressure leaving red marks on his delicate skin. What is it? Am I interrupting your little escapade? Xiexinghe, slow to comprehend why Shen Qingming was angry, instinctively sensed danger. This instinctual fear was akin to a small creature ensnared by the claws of a ferocious beast. Unable to escape and resigned to its fate in such moments, the small creature must not provoke the beast further. Otherwise, the beast's merciless claws would pierce its frail body no matter how loudly the small creature cried for help. No one would dare to snatch its prey from the jaws of the beast. Xiexinghe bit his lip in silence, his clear, innocent eyes timidly gazing at Shen Qingming. His small hand clung to the edge of her sleeve, presenting an image of ignorance and fear, as if to say, I know nothing. I'm scared. You frighten me. Humph. Faced with such eyes, even Shen Qingming's fury diminished significantly. With bare hands, she tore open a spatial rift and swept Xiexinghe into it. The spatial rift functioned as a form of teleportation, accessible only to those of celestial stature, and it consumed immense spiritual energy. Shen Qingming, deeply afflicted by cold poison, rarely employed it. This time, however, her anger was palpable, and she could not wait to return to the Zonglong Palace to properly educate the youth in her arms. I release you, but consider our relationship carefully. Upon arriving back at the Zonglong Palace, Shen Qingming flung Xiexinghe onto her bed and leaned over him, lifting his chin. I'm giving you time to accept this. It is not an opportunity for you to escape and seek out other men behind my back. The chilling aura penetrated every inch of Xiexinghe's skin, his mind frantically screaming for escape. Yet, in reality, he could only hide within the man's embrace, soothing the nearly uncontrollable beast. I have not sought anyone else. Only my master, a lie. Shen Qingming recalled the scene she had witnessed, reigniting her suppressed fury into a tempest. She pressed her lips against the boy's deceitful crimson ones. The force behind the kiss was more akin to a fierce bite than a tender caress. A release of pent-up aggression. Xiexinghe's lips quickly split, crimson blood mingling with silver threads cascading down his chin. He had always been coddled, and his soft lips, mercilessly bitten until they bled, brought forth tears of pain, prompting him to push against the man before him in resistance. This action only provoked Shen Qingming further. He restrained Xiexinghe's arms, removing the jade belt from the boy's waist and binding his hands together. What? He can kiss me, but I cannot kiss you. Compared to him, who can satisfy you more? Xiexinghe, with his swollen lips, could only whimper as tears streamed down his face, unable to respond to Shen Qingming's questions. Shen Qingming's grip on his chin tightened. No words? Have I guessed correctly? Xiexinghe, terrified, shook his head while crying. Shen Qingming's voice turned icy. Is it only by breaking your legs and locking you away that you will be truthful? At that moment, Shen Qingming emanated a chilling, terrifying aura, akin to a Shura emerging from hell, and Xiexinghe believed every word he heard. Grasping at Shen Qingming's sleeve, he sobbed, No, Master, I was wrong. Master, Xinghe understands his mistake. Please do not punish me. Perhaps having cried too hard, Xiexinghe hiccuped. Shen Qingming released her grip on his chin, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. The cold touch felt like a venomous snake slithering across his skin. Xiexinghe bit his lip, suppressing his voice. Shen Qingming coldly issued her command. From today until the disciple ceremony begins, you are to remain in this room. You are forbidden from going anywhere. Chapter 47. Punished and confined. Xiexinghe's eyes brimmed with tears, his breaths punctuated by intermittent sobs. Shen Qingming's voice cut through the air. Speak. Xiexinghe, feeling wronged, hiccuped. Understood. Shen Qingming's anger subsided slightly as he pressed on. While I was away these past few days, who did you meet? What did you do? Give me a detailed account. The mere thought of the youth engaging with other wild men in his absence sent Shen Qingming into a frenzy of rage. Wishing to eliminate those men before Xiexinghe, he longed to extinguish the boy's restless heart with their blood. Xiexinghe, feeling like a prisoner under interrogation, dared not voice his anger. He gazed timidly at Shen Qingming, his tear-streaked, clear eyes reflecting the man's menacing demeanor. In those innocent eyes, Shen Qingming glimpsed his own loss of control, and while he relaxed his expression, he did not relent in his questioning. Good boy, My Xinghe is such a good boy. Tell your master what you have done with whom these days. Xie Xinghe sniffled, his voice muffled. Shangguan Yunche, the third prince, and the crown prince, we all played together in the imperial city. Shen Qingming's eyes darkened. What did you play? Shopping, horse racing, picnics, attending banquets. You all had quite the wild time, didn't you? Xie Xinghe protested softly. I did not. It was just friends having fun. Shangguan Yunche. Upon hearing the name from Xie Xinghe's lips, Shen Qingming recalled this individual, the very one he had entrusted to watch over him. Drawing Xie Xinghe closer, Shen Qingming pressed his lips against the boy's battered ones once more. The man's domineering and frigid aura enveloped Xie Xinghe, leaving him breathless, his face flushed. Once the lingering kiss finally ended, Xie Xinghe gasped for air, his senses overwhelmed by the repeated kisses that left his tongue numb. Shen Qingming observed the boy's obedient demeanor, his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth, suppressing the urge to kiss him again. Stay here obediently. Do not let me return to find you gone. Xie Xinghe's voice was barely a whisper, akin to a timid creature that had been overly intimidated, devoid of any rebellious spirit before the beast. Even his bangs lay obediently against his forehead, causing no trouble. Shen Qingming smirked with satisfaction. His precious one was so obedient. It must have been those people who led him astray. He would seek them out and settle the score. Once Shen Qingming departed, even the air seemed to grow fresh and clear. Xie Xinghe buried his face in his arms, his tears dampening his hair. He brushed his hand against his face, tracing the path of his tears. Tong sang, why is he angry? I did nothing to provoke him. You finally know to ask, 001 retorted, irritated. He saw you kissing Huangfu Huaichang. Xie Xinghe protested loudly, I did not. He wronged me. What good is yelling at me? If you have the ability, direct that energy towards him. If 001 had a physical form, it would have poked his forehead. Do you understand perspective? From his angle, it looked like you were kissing. Xie Xinghe, dejected, lamented. Why am I so unlucky? I must explain to him. 001 coldly doused his hopes. You should have explained earlier. Wait until he returns to clarify. He will simply think you are trying to cover your tracks and will not believe you. Xie Xinghe hugged himself, feeling small and helpless. What should I do? I do not want to be wronged, and I especially do not want to be confined. 001 replied. Shangguan Yunche can vouch for your innocence. It seems having him around has its advantages. Xie Xinghe's gloom dissipated in an instant, replaced by a beaming smile as he lavished praise. Thank you, Tong Gu. You are the finest system in the world. 001's tone turned frosty. Don't hand me a good person card. Moreover, in this world, I am the only system. Within the imperial city, ominous clouds loomed, with torrential rain threatening to descend at any moment. Last night, a prince of the realm had plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the grand banquet hall that was hosting a magnificent celebration. It was unknown what manner of ruthless villain had transformed him into a grotesque sight, leaving him nearly unrecognized by the guards who almost treated him as an assassin. Fortunately, the queen, accompanying the emperor, recognized her son amidst the chaos, with all eyes upon them and the incident unfolding unexpectedly. It was impossible to conceal. The news swiftly spread through the noble circles, reaching every corner of the imperial city by this morning. This incident had thoroughly tarnished the royal family's reputation. The common folk, reveling in the spectacle, eagerly awaited the next blunder from the royals. Father, mother, you must take a stand for your son. The cultivators from Tsangyun sect are being excessively oppressive. The prince, having recovered from his injuries thanks to some medicinal elixirs, knelt in the emperor's private chamber, his voice filled with indignation as he recounted the grievances he had suffered the previous day. The bright yellow curtains cascaded to the floor, while the emperor exuded an imposing aura that made it difficult for anyone to dare to raise their eyes. The queen, filled with maternal concern, assisted the prince to his feet, kneeling before the emperor, and implored, Your Majesty, these ruffians breached the palace and gravely wounded our son. Even if they are cultivators from Tsangyun sect, such actions cannot go unpunished. The emperor's voice was grave and commanding. There may be underlying circumstances to this matter. I shall seek clarification from the leader of Tsangyun sect. Father, do you not believe your son? The prince protested. If Tsangyun sect were to shield their own, then, at that moment, the door to the chamber was thrust open, a cold wind sweeping inside, bringing with it an unsettling chill. that person is the one responsible. Shun Qingming, clad in a thin white robe, with his long hair elegantly styled, remained undisturbed by the frigid breeze. A layer of frost seemed to veil his handsome visage. The guards stationed at the door stood frozen as if paralyzed, their eyes fixed on him without a flicker of movement. The emperor rose from his seat, his sharp gaze piercing through to Shun Qingming. "Who are you?" The shadowy guards surrounding him were all formidable beings of the 7th and 8th tiers. Yet, this individual had managed to enter without alarming them. Shun Qingming's indifferent gaze drifted to the prince. A pressure akin to that of a celestial being enveloped the room. His lips parted slightly. Songyun sect, Shun Qingming, father, I recognize his voice. It is indeed him, the prince exclaimed loudly. The moment he had been aided to his feet by the queen, he felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on his knees, causing him to collapse once more. Speak not when elders are addressing matters. With a flick of his sleeve, Shun Qingming conjured a golden chair composed of spiritual energy, nonchalantly taking a seat within the hall. He lowered his gaze, the depths of his dark eyes concealing his thoughts. "Your Majesty, we need to converse." The emperor regarded him warily, his brows furrowing. The ability to manifest objects from spiritual energy was a level of mastery even a 9th-tier cultivator could not achieve. It was evident that Shun Qingming was indeed the venerated celestial being. "What does Shun Xianjuan wish to discuss with me?" The emperor adjusted his posture, asserting his authority. "You have just admitted to assaulting my son and trespassing into my private palace. You owe me an explanation." Chapter 48. Shun Qingming's obsession. I entered openly and above board. Shun Qingming's gaze fell upon the prince, who was glaring at him with indignation. He chuckled coldly. "As for your son, he dared to insult my disciple. A mere beating was a light punishment." Before arriving, Shun Qingming had sought out Shangguan Yunche to inquire about Xiexinghe's recent affairs, grasping the general sequence of events. He was already aware that Xiexinghe held no affection for Huangfu Huaichang. Were it not for this, Shun Qingming would have been far from appeased even if he had reduced Huangfu Huaichang to ashes, and would not have approached the emperor in such a calm demeanor. Although Huangfu Huaichang was currently seething with anger, he had not lost his wits. Upon hearing Shun Qingming's words, he immediately donned a look of grievance. "Father, I did not. How could I have a conflict with Shun Xianjuan's disciple? I am wronged." "Wronged?" Shun Qingming rose abruptly, an overwhelming wave of spiritual pressure crashing down upon Huangfu Huaichang. His voice icy as flames of fury ignited in his eyes. "You dared to bully my obedient disciple, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. Do you dare deny it?" Huangfu Huaichang found himself unable to stand under the weight of the pressure. Even the emperor and empress were affected. The empress, a mere mortal, fainted from the force. The emperor scolded the prince. "You insufferable fool. Speak now of your deeds. Where are the shadow guards? Have they perished?" Huangfu Huaichang, struggling under the spiritual pressure, managed to explain. "I merely wished to befriend Shun Xianjuan's disciple. I meant no harm." "To befriend? Ha!" Shun Qingming's anger surged, his once gentle and handsome features now twisted with contempt. "I recall that the emperor has many sons." Caught off guard, the emperor replied, "Indeed, I have 8 sons." Shun Qingming's gaze deepened. "After cultivating for millennia, I have taken only this one disciple, whom I cherish and protect. He is not to be trifled with." Everyone present was astute. The implication of his words was evident. Huangfu Huaichang hastily interjected, "I did not lay a finger on him. I have not so much as touched a hair on his head. Xiexinghe is wronging me. It must be Huangfu Huaiyan who instigated Xiexinghe against me. That wretched Huangfu Huaiyan." Shun Qingming frowned, his voice cold. "My disciple is kind and sensible, and he would never wrong you." Huangfu Huaichang protested emphatically. "I admit that I cornered Xiexinghe against the wall to frighten him yesterday, but I did not do anything inappropriate. If the celestial being does not believe me, let us confront Xiexinghe. My disciple has been traumatized and is unfit to meet others as his master. I must represent him." Despite his words, witnessing Huangfu Huaichang's confident demeanor made Shun Qingming skeptical. Could it be that they had not crossed any lines? However, even if they had not, Huangfu Huaichang had indeed cornered Xiexinghe in a secluded area. Thus, he deserved punishment. The emperor summoned what little authority he had left, stating, "Shun Xianjuan, this is my son. Even if he is at fault, it is not within your right to discipline him. The realm of cultivation does not fall under the jurisdiction of a mortal emperor." Shen Qingming cautioned the emperor and similarly warned Huangfu Huaichang, in the future, keep your distance from my disciple. He is not to be trifled with. My disciple shall have no ties with your royal family. Leaving behind two individuals with ashen faces in the chamber, Shen Qingming departed. The guards at the entrance, having seemingly been released from their stupor, began to move again, their eyes filled with confusion. What just happened? It felt as though an eternity has passed. Shen Qingming returned to find Xie Xinghe. Upon seeing him, Xie Xinghe leaped from the bed, eager to explain, Master, I did not get close to anyone, nor do I have feelings for anyone. Shangguan Yunche has been with me the whole time. He is well aware. 001 remained silent in the space. This fool could not be more indirect. Shen Qingming picked him up and gently placed him back on the bed. Taking a seat at the edge, Shangguan Yunche has been with you, never leaving your side. Xie Xinghe knelt beside him, pouting, It was you who asked him to watch over me. Why are you asking this? Seeing the young man's obedient demeanor, Shen Qingming enveloped him in his arms, pressing a fervent kiss upon his lips. Master is concerned for you. You are too naive and easily deceived by wicked men, especially those within the imperial city, whose cunning surpasses that of an ant hill. Henceforth, do not associate with them. Xie Xinghe, startled, covered his lips with one hand while tugging at his garment with the other. You mustn't kiss me again. Shen Qingming's breath brushed against his ear, his voice low and resonant. Be good. Master cares for Xinghe and wishes to grow closer. Xie Xinghe's ears flushed crimson, his fingers twisting the fabric of his garment in discontent. I have not agreed yet. You did not ask before kissing me. This cannot be. Then let Master ask you now. Shen Qingming tilted his chin, his eyes darkened with a tempest of emotions. May I kiss you? Xie Xinghe, with defiance, opened his mouth to refuse. Shen Qingming tightened his grip on Xie Xinghe's chin, gently removing the hand that obstructed his lips. His voice dripped with a ghostly chill. Think carefully before you speak. Do you wish for my kiss, or for another's? Having witnessed Shen Qingming's fury, Xie Xinghe dared not mention anyone else, especially since there was no one else. I do not wish to kiss anyone. Shen Qingming leaned closer, their noses nearly touching, his fingertip pressing against the space where their lips nearly met. Since there is no one else, then Master may kiss you, correct? It seems reasonable enough. Xie Xinghe's mind briefly faltered. No, that was not right. However, Shen Qingming offered no chance for him to respond and pressed his lips against Xie Xinghe's. Breathlessly captivated, Xie Xinghe bore a faint, milky fragrance, reminiscent of savoring a sweet milk candy. He clung to it, reluctant to let it go, allowing the flavor to dissolve upon his tongue. His mind was in a daze, initially struggling, but the feeble resistance he offered seemed to Shen Qingming merely a coy invitation. He soon found himself dissatisfied with the subtle milky essence, yearning to strip away the candy's wrapper entirely, desiring the confection to belong solely to him, marked by his own unique essence. Chapter 49. Confinement in progress. The icy touch against his neck jolted Xie Xinghe's muddled senses back to clarity. His delicate skin trembled in response to the chill, voice quivering. He instinctively reached out to shield himself. Master, it's cold. Shen Qingming felt the tension in his mind loosen at the boy's tone. Dark hues swirled in his gaze. The youth looked at him with a pitiful expression, his wet eyes pleading, akin to a small pup seeking affection from its master. Shen Qingming covered the boy's restless eyes with his hand. Biting his lip in irritation, he nearly succumbed to the allure of this little enchantress. The boy bore the chilling poison within him. Perhaps last time, the demonic allure within both their bodies had fortuitously countered the cold toxin, preventing any dire consequences. Given the boy's current level of cultivation, he was ill-equipped to handle the frost within Shen Qingming. Do not touch, he admonished, exasperated. The sudden darkness rendered Xie Xinghe blind to Shen Qingming's movements. Yet the searing gaze remained locked upon him. The unknown sensations in the dark made him uneasy, as he nervously curled his fingers. Master, I'm afraid. Please, remove your hand. His lips parted, glistening with a tempting sheen. Drawing the eye, Shen Qingming averted his gaze, adjusting the boy's disheveled clothing. His palm moved to the boy's back, offering a soothing pat. Be good. Master will not touch you. Xie Xinghe lay beside him, having barely rested due to last night's fright, compounded by Shen Qingming's insistence on dragging him about. Fatigue soon overwhelmed him, and his eyelids fluttered shut, steady breaths emanating from him. Songyun's sect, abundant in spiritual energy, was safeguarded by formations, in the mortal realm. The seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, could be adjusted by the peak masters according to the formation S power. Songlong Peak S palace resembled a snow-capped palace, perpetually cool, though not as frigid as winter. It bore a desolate chill. Now gradually warming, it welcomed the splendor of spring. The pond outside, once encased in icy sculptures of celestial cranes, transformed into flowing fountains. Dewdrops glistened on the once frost-covered grass, now vibrant and lush. The flower buds in the garden eagerly unfurled overnight. The long-unused hot spring in the rear palace emanated a gentle mist. Shen Qingming lay beside the boy, his gaze falling upon the slightly chubby visage of Xie Xinghe. Even in slumber, he appeared obedient. With long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, his profile rested on the pillow, radiating health and warmth. He was as warm as a furnace, likely preferring a cozy environment. Despite his fear and desire to flee, he worried about inciting Shen Qingming's ire, burrowing deeper into his cold embrace. How could someone be so endearing? Shen Qingming recalled their first meeting. He had never been fond of such delicate creatures. Yet the boy's alluring eyes and peach blossom-like innocence ensnared him. He appreciated those who were obedient, and in both appearance and demeanor, the youth was exceptionally compliant. Shen Qingming had never invested emotion in anything. Never easily enamored. The world portrayed him as cold and aloof, yet he understood his own nature well. He possessed an intense desire for control over his possessions. Regardless of his disinterest, he would never permit another to taint what belonged to him. However, this obedient young lad seemed to have captured his affection, making him hesitant to destroy what he had come to cherish. But one must remain compliant, lest they find themselves confined, becoming a beautiful, silent bird in a gilded cage. Unbeknownst to Xie Xinghe, lost in dreams, he sensed danger, instinctively curling deeper into the covers, revealing only his fluffy head of hair. Shen Qingming pressed a kiss to the crown of the boy's head, lifting the covers to slip in beside him. The misunderstandings between them resolved, yet Shen Qingming did not lift Xie Xinghe's confinement. Until the disciple ceremony, he remained confined to his quarters, and each day upon returning, Shen Qingming would embrace him as if he were a plush pillow, showering him with affection before insisting he sleep beside him. After half a month of this, Xie Xinghe finally erupted in protest. "Brother Tong, I want to go out. This is a legal confinement. I protest." 001, languidly lounging in the space, showed no interest in his plight. In this half-month, I've earned 100 points effortlessly. Quite a bargain. Xie Xinghe fidgeted. But he wants to do things with me. I'm not ready for that, especially after Shen Qingming has held me and looked at me as if he intends to devour me. Shen Qingming returned. "You'd best take care." With that, 001 cut off Xie Xinghe's connection, uninterested in the emotional turmoil. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xie Xinghe's long, dark hair cascaded over his chest, his exquisite features blurring the lines of gender. Shen Qingming settled beside him, planting a kiss on the boy's delicate cheek. Humph. Xie Xinghe remained still, his body swaying like a weeble, evading his kiss. Clad in modern, self-tailored sleepwear, his movements caused the fabric to ride up, exposing a sliver of pale skin at his waist. Shen Qingming felt no anger. His gaze lingered on the boy's slim waist. Quite the flexibility, he mused softly. Such a challenging move executed effortlessly. It seems you could tackle more. A wave of insecurity washed over Xie Xinghe again. His ears flushed as he hugged a pillow in front of him as a shield. "Master, I don't want to be confined. I want to go out. I still need to find Tuan Tuan and Aji. Give them back to me." Shen Qingming discarded the pillow Xie Xinghe clutched and drew him close. Ive entrusted the rabbit to Shangguan Yunche. "The short-legged beast is temperamental during mating season, unsuitable for your care. I've released it back into the wild." Upon hearing this, Xie Xinghe's eyes betrayed his disappointment. Aji is a formidable beast. You let it go? While he yearned for a divine beast of his own, he could not forcibly keep Aji if it desired freedom. It seemed Aji preferred the wild over being by his side. Shen Qingming stroked his head in consolation. The short-legged beast sought a mate in the wild during mating season. Do not be disheartened. Once it has a family, it may return to visit you. Xie Xinghe obediently nodded. "Yes, I will seek out Aji whenever I can." Shen Qingming smirked slightly. "If you truly adore that short-legged beast, once it has offspring, we could take one to raise together." Beasts have a faint sense of familial attachment. It might allow us to help care for its young. He pondered the strength of dragon lineage. Who knew if Ji Mia had produced offspring by now? Xie Xinghe forced a smile. It's all right. I can manage with just Tuan Tuan. The system's pets were eternally bound to their owners, never to part. Master. What's that at your waist? Xie Xinghe shifted restlessly in his embrace. Feeling something uncomfortable, his attention diverted, he reached toward Shen Qingming's waist. Chapter 50. The ceremony of apprenticeship begins. Cough, cough. Stop that. Shen Qingming retrieved a simple wooden box from his waist. The Grand Elder has emerged from seclusion. This is a gift he has prepared for you. The Grand Elder, Song Hanxing, master of Xiao Wuya, was a renowned alchemist within the cultivation world. Known for his austere demeanor and meticulous nature, he was either in seclusion or out gathering herbs. Seldom seen within the sect, many disciples had never laid eyes upon him. Xie Xinghe accepted the box and opened it to reveal a pill emanating a faint herbal aroma. Shen Qingming explained, "This is a spirit-replenishing pill. You've been stagnant at the 3rd level of spiritual cultivation for some time. This pill will aid you in breaking through." Without hesitation, Xie Xinghe consumed the pill, which melted in his mouth. Not overly bitter, he soon felt the spiritual energy within him surge, as the light of wood and water elemental energies illuminated him, enveloping his form. The wood energy thrived with vitality, while the water energy nurtured all living things. He progressed from the peak of the 3rd level to the initial stage of the 4th level. Ecstatic, Xie Xinghe rose from the bed. "Master, please thank Brother Song for me. That is his duty as your senior brother." Shen Qingming propped his elbow on his cheek, reclining against the bed. His pristine white robe accentuated his handsome, gentle visage, embodying a sense of compassion. Yet, his fervent gaze, brimming with affection, shattered that sanctity, as if an angel had succumbed to desire, willingly descending from grace. "On the day of your apprenticeship, I shall present you with an even greater gift. What will you offer me in return?" Xie Xinghe recoiled slightly, lowering his head. "I will also prepare a gift for you, master." "Very well." Shen Qingming's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "If this gift does not meet my satisfaction, I shall take what I desire from you." "Xinghe, I possess nothing at all." Xie Xinghe, in a flurry of anxiety, exclaimed, "I will meticulously prepare a gift. Master, you cannot possibly dislike it." Shen Qingming curled his lips in a teasing smile, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Well, that depends on how heartfelt my Xinghe's gesture truly is." In the days that followed, under the guidance of Tong Gu, Xie Xinghe busied himself with gift preparations, leaving no time to clamor for an outing. Shen Qingming observed his every move, noting how he would mysteriously conceal objects upon hearing his entrance. He refrained from exposing him, growing ever more anticipatory of the gift from his obedient disciple. On the day of the apprentice ceremony, Xie Xinghe held a glass bottle in his hands, appearing rather hesitant. "Tong Gu, am I truly meant to present this to master? It is something only couples would exchange." Ling Ling remarked, "He will be very pleased with this gift." Xie Xinghe hesitated, but Ling Ling continued, "Or perhaps you could gift yourself to him. That would surely delight him even more." Xie Xinghe fell silent. "Then I shall opt for the starry sky," he decided. With a soft click, the door swung open, and Xie Xinghe hastily concealed the glass bottle within his spatial ring. Today, Shen Qingming had shed his customary white garments for a lake blue, cross-collared long robe, mirroring Xie Xinghe's attire. Perhaps in a good mood, a smile lingered at the corners of Shen Qingming's lips. The silk outer garment, reminiscent of tranquil waters, softened his once cold demeanor, transforming it into something warm and inviting. His typically indifferent gaze now shimmered with tenderness. Shen Qingming extended his hand toward the young man before him. "Let us go." Though he seldom adorned himself with jewelry, today he wore a pearl bracelet on his wrist, and 2 delicate golden chains hung from his waist like fringed tassels. Yet, compared to Xie Xinghe, his embellishments appeared rather understated, especially with the gemstone ornament tied in his hair, a silver chain headband resting upon his forehead, accentuated by a deep blue gem. His hair was secured with silver hairpins resembling fish fins, giving him the ethereal appearance of a mermaid who had just emerged from the sea, wide-eyed and curiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. His fair, palm-sized face possessed an androgynous beauty. Xie Xinghe discreetly stole glances at Shen Qingming. Once resembling a celestial angel, the master now bore a gentler, more formidable presence akin to a water deity. Devoid of any unapproachable demeanor, Shen Qingming, while maintaining his focus ahead, caught Xie Xinghe's gaze directly. If you wish to look, do so openly. I shall allow you to gaze to your heart's content. Ordinarily, he eschewed ostentatious attire. But today, he donned a rare finery to stand alongside Xie Xinghe, who changed into splendid garments daily. When caught sneaking a glance, Xie Xinghe blushed and withdrew his gaze, allowing Shen Qingming to lead him outside. The originally elaborate apprenticeship ceremony was entirely bypassed by Shen Qingming, who instead summoned a sword to transport them directly to the center square of the ceremony. Xie Xinghe found himself almost cradled in Shen Qingming's embrace as he peered down at the throngs of people. "So many?" he exclaimed. Shen Qingming lowered his head, whispering in his ear, "Not too many. These are all inner disciples of our sect. Including the sect leader, there are just over 4,000, he continued, by the time we wed. We must invite all disciples and members from various sections. The mention of marriage startled Xie Xinghe, nearly causing him to tumble from his sword. Wait, how do marriage and apprenticeship relate to one another? Shen Qingming chuckled lightly at his reaction. You seem rather excited. Perhaps you should focus on your cultivation. Your current level is insufficient for a heavenly marriage contract with me. Ordinary partner contracts can be easily undone, but a heavenly contract imposes numerous restrictions and commitments on both parties. Even deeply bonded partners tread cautiously with such a contract. Xie Xinghe averted his gaze from Shen Qingming's intense stare. Let us descend. Upon reaching the square, under the watchful eyes of thousands, the sect leader, Zhu Jijia, prepared to oversee the ceremony, armed with a 3,000-word speech. Clearing his throat, he began, "Fellow disciples." Shen Qingming shot him a cold glance. Interjecting, "Let us begin without the preamble." The sect leader silently retracted his notes. "We shall now commence the apprenticeship ceremony. Junior brother Xinghe, kneel." Shen Qingming furrowed his brow. "Let us skip this part. Were it not to ensure Xie Xinghe could reside with him in Songlong Hall without inviting gossip, he would have preferred to forego the ceremony altogether." The sect leader cautiously inquired, "Does that leave only the tea offering?" Shen Qingming nodded. "Proceed." The sect leader's lips twitched as he instructed, "Xinghe, offer the tea." "Yes." Xie Xinghe obediently retrieved the spirit tea from a nearby table and respectfully presented it. "Master, please enjoy the tea." Shen Qingming's long, elegant fingers grasped the cup, his fingertips lingering on Xie Xinghe's neatly trimmed nails. His voice was calm and steady, yet he did not rush to drink. "From this day forth, you, Xie Xinghe, are my sole disciple, Shen Qingming. Remember well, you must heed your master's commands and never defy them." Xie Xinghe pressed his lips together, affirming, "Yes, disciple shall remember." Only then did Shen Qingming consume the tea, a flicker of mirth shining in his indifferent gaze. As the ceremony concluded, the true disciple would reside alongside the master in Songlong Hall, with inner disciples instructed not to disturb them. With that, Shen Qingming grasped Xie Xinghe's hand, taking flight on his sword, leaving behind the sect leader, who appeared to have a multitude of words caught in his throat, and the vice leader, Lin Xianshui, who looked utterly incensed. Nearby, several elders wore expressions of blank disbelief. While they were aware Shan Zhongzhu's decision to take a disciple was motivated by his desire for a spouse, they expected at least a semblance of decorum. The disciples below murmured in confusion, questioning whether they had truly come for an apprenticeship ceremony. The vice leader, grinding his teeth in frustration, lamented, "I poured my heart into that speech, labored for 3 nights crafting exquisite prose, and yet it was reduced to mere words." The sect leader stifled a grin, patting his shoulder, "Worry not. I shall borrow it for my next apprenticeship." He had little talent for writing speeches, yet was obsessively dedicated to it. Lin Xianshui grasped his collar, demanding, "Do you still wish to take on disciples? What sort? Male or female? How did you come to know them? How long have you kept this from me? Clarify everything." He had tolerated past romantic entanglements and illegitimate children, but now he was incensed at the thought of more disciples. The sect leader, caught off guard by Lin Xuanshui's sudden ire, raised his hands in surrender. "There are many disciples present. I was merely jesting. Please, calm down." Lin Xuanshui's gaze swept over the inquisitive disciples below, his tone sharp. "What are you looking at? If your assignments are complete, return to your cultivation." The disciples scattered like startled birds. Though the vice leader typically exuded kindness, his wrath was something to be reckoned with. The elders, catching Lin Xuanchui's warning glance, tactfully distanced themselves. After all, the sect leader had long since abdicated responsibility for the sect's affairs. Leaving everything to the vice-leader it was better to offend the sect leader than to incur the vice-leader's wrath. In Songlong Hall, Xiexinghe, still dazed, was led back to the main hall, suddenly recalling a matter left unresolved. Master, I have a favor to ask of you. Shen Qingming, seated in the principal seat, resting his hand on the dragon-headed armrest, inquired, What do you desire? Xiexinghe asked, Will Song Shixiang still be in seclusion after the ceremony? He had intended to inquire post-ceremony, but the tea offering had whisked him away before he could. His physical education examination had not progressed this swiftly. Shen Qingming narrowed his phoenix eyes, a hint of sharpness crossing his features. Why are you so concerned about him? Xiexinghe, oblivious to Shen Qingming's expression, explained, I am inquiring on behalf of Xiao Wuye's disciple. He helped me last time, and I promised to ensure Song Shixiang would not enter seclusion and would accompany him on his birthday. Song Hanqing, that disciple? Shen Qingming relaxed, leaning back in his chair. That is not a difficult request. I can assign Song Hanqing a task that allows him to take his disciple along, granting them ample time together. Xiexinghe, overjoyed, wrapped his arms around Shen Qingming's, beaming, Thank you, Master. You are truly wonderful. Wuye will also be immensely grateful. Remember, I do not accept verbal gratitude. Show me something tangible, Shen Qingming said, pulling Xiexinghe onto his lap. He lowered his head, pinching the soft flesh of Xiexinghe's cheeks, their proximity intensifying. In the quiet, expansive hall, the sound of their intertwined breaths and racing heartbeats echoed. Thump, thump. Uncertain whose heartbeat faltered first, Xiexinghe turned his head, brushing against the man's soft lips. Master, this is my gift to you. He produced the glass bottle from his spatial ring, placing it between them. Inside were meticulously folded paper stars, 1,000 of them. Shen Qingming, undeterred, took the bottle and sat upright, extracting a golden star shimmering with glitter. What is this? It was a material he had never encountered, resembling both paper and gold leaf. Xiexinghe, looking down shyly, confessed, I folded 500 stars. 999, to be precise. Shen Qingming, holding the star, inquired, Have you been working on this for days? Xiexinghe nodded emphatically, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Yes, I put my heart into folding them. The system Space, while selling paper, also offered star templates, yet Xiexinghe chose to fold each one himself. I truly appreciate it. Shen Qingming spoke amidst his expectant gaze. Upon hearing her words, the boy's eyes sparkled more brilliantly than the single star in Shen Qingming's hand. However, why was it 999, neither 1,000 nor 998? Shen Qingming posed the most incisive question. Because Xiexinghe stammered, hesitating on whether to speak the truth. Shen Qingming saw through his cautious thoughts in an instant, wrapping her arms around his waist and lowering her voice to whisper in his ear. Little liar, those who deceive will be confined in a small dark room. Think carefully before you answer. With his eyes closed and face flushed, Xiexinghe replied, 999 stars signify a long-lasting, eternal togetherness. Shen Qingming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into delighted laughter. Her handsome face radiated happiness. And even her deep, dark eyes were filled with sunlight. I will cherish it well, she cooed to Xiexinghe. For I too have a gift to present to you. Open your eyes and take a look. What gift? Fearing he might be deceived, Xiexinghe cautiously opened one eye a crack. It is the flying artifact you desired. Shen Qingming moved the modified palanquin from her spatial ring to the center of the grand hall. This was also the reason she had brought Xiexinghe to the main hall instead of returning to the bedroom after the ceremony. The bedroom was too small to accommodate the palanquin. The palanquin's base frame and top cover appeared to be crafted from gold, with golden dragons intricately carved on the poles. The windows were closed but could be pushed open like those in the room. To lift such a palanquin smoothly, at least 18 individuals would be required. Xiexinghe dashed over to the luxurious palanquin, unable to contain his excitement as he lifted the beaded curtain and stepped inside. How does this palanquin take off? Chapter 52. The benefits of becoming Shen Qingming's disciple inside the palanquin. The space was vast, furnished with a soft couch, a round table, and a storage cabinet for food platters and other small items. Shen Qingming approached and took hold of Xiexinghe's hand, guiding it to a recess beneath the soft couch. By placing spirit stones here, you can activate it. Using one high-grade spirit stone allows it to fly for an entire day and night. Its speed can rival that of an 8th-tier cultivator flying on a sword, though the consumption of spirit stones will increase correspondingly. The small couch inside was large enough for an adult to lie down on. Xie Xinghe pulled Shan Qingming to sit beside him on the couch and took out a spirit stone. "Master, let us try it out quickly. Teach me how to control it." Shan Qingming gestured for him to look up and pointed to the white orb suspended at the top of the palanquin. This orb is the control mechanism. Once the spirit stones are inserted, the palanquin will take off and the orb will begin to spin. You can control the direction by guiding this orb. Shan Qingming held Xie Xinghe's hand, teaching him the control method step by step. His voice was clear, like a gentle breeze brushing past the ear. If you struggle to control it, slow down. The recess below can be used to adjust the speed. Following Shan Qingming's instructions, the palanquin gradually lifted into the air under Xie Xinghe's control, flying steadily above Songlong Peak. Xie Xinghe pushed open the solid wooden window to admire the scenery outside. From such heights, the beauty of the entire Songlong Hall was laid bare before him. He reached out his hand, able to touch the clouds outside, akin to riding a scenic cable car, yet far more liberating. Spotting an area shrouded in mist, where the flowers and plants appeared particularly lush, he pointed and asked, "Master, what is that place?" Songlong Peak was vast, and despite having lived there for 2 months without venturing out much, Xie Xinghe still had many unvisited spots. Following his gaze, Shan Qingming replied, "That is a hot spring pool. If you like, you may go soak in it." Xie Xinghe, brimming with enthusiasm, completely overlooked the profound gaze Shan Qingming wore while speaking. He looked down and exclaimed, "Great! I haven't soaked in a hot spring for a long time." The two of them circled Songlong's sect in the palanquin. It was only when night fell that Xie Xinghe, still yearning for more, was pulled back by Shan Qingming. The sky was adorned with countless stars, and having rarely experienced the sensation of being able to grasp the stars, Xie Xinghe was reluctant to leave. "Master, let us stay a while longer before returning." Shan Qingming adjusted the direction and began to lower the palanquin. "It is late. You ought to rest." Xie Xinghe wished to stay awake, saying, "Cultivators do not require sleep." Shan Qingming lightly scoffed, "Cultivators also do not need palanquins. I shall reclaim this gift immediately." "No, master." Xie Xinghe quickly embraced him, pleading for mercy. "I was wronged. I will return now. May I play again next time?" Shan Qingming smiled with satisfaction, blood binding the palanquin to him before storing it in his spatial ring. Once Xie Xinghe returned to his bedroom, Shan Qingming followed closely behind. On the table lay a pile of gift boxes of various sizes. These were the gifts Shan Qingming had placed there, and he said, "These are the welcome gifts your senior brothers delivered to you yesterday." "What gifts?" Xie Xinghe asked eagerly. "The Grand Elders sent medicinal pills that can directly help you advance. The other elders also sent precious and rare items." Xie Xinghe, impatient to unwrap the gifts, was pulled back by Shan Qingming by the collar. His cold voice brooked no refusal. "It is late. Rest first. We shall open them tomorrow." Xie Xinghe longed to protest, but it seemed his objections always resulted in his own defeat. He could only dejectedly fall silent, resembling a listless puppy with drooping ears. "All right." Shan Qingming snapped his fingers, and in an instant, Xie Xinghe was stripped down to just his undergarments, his discarded clothing and jewelry piled in a corner of the bed. Shan Qingming used his magic to assist in cleaning up and undressing Xie Xinghe, leaving him momentarily dazed as he sat on the bed. He instinctively covered himself with the blanket. Glancing at Shan Qingming, who stood at the foot of the bed, he asked, "Master, are you not going back?" Shan Qingming, standing by the bed with downcast eyes, looked at him, his handsome, gentle features giving off an impression of being pitifully abandoned. "We shall sleep together for these few nights." Xie Xinghe politely declined. "But I only have one blanket here." During the days of confinement, he had stayed in Shan Qingming's chambers, which had a larger bed and 2 blankets. Shan Qingming sat on the bed and smiled. "It is fine. We can squeeze together. I do not wish to squeeze with you at all." Yet he reluctantly shifted aside, making room for Shan Qingming. The man's body was cold, akin to a large ice block. Xie Xinghe tugged the blanket closer to himself. Shan Qingming's penetrating chill rendered the blanket rather ineffective. "Master, do you have any news regarding the red fire fruit that can dispel the cold poison?" If Xie Xinghe had known that the resolution of the cold poison would lead to him being consumed by a certain someone, he might have refrained from asking with such innocent concern. Shan Qingming reached out to smooth down the corners of the blanket, saying, "There was an accident. A beast devoured the fruit. It will take another 1,000 years to regrow. Xiexinghe turned to face him directly and inquired, "If the cold poison remains, will you feel very uncomfortable, master?" "My dear disciple shows concern for me." Shen Qingming smiled gently. "It is all right. After so many years, I have grown accustomed to it." Yet Xiexinghe sensed he was merely putting on a brave face. After all, no one would feel well when their body lacked the warmth of a normal person. "Master, you need not be sad. You do not have to wait another 1,000 years. Lying for a month earns 100 points, which can be exchanged for a fire elixir. 100 fire elixirs can serve as the antidote for the cold poison. He currently possessed 6 elixirs. Coupled with his thousands of points, he could gather enough fire elixirs in just a few years. A few years' worth of points, Xiexinghe, fearing he might regret it later, said, "Tonggu, exchange my points for fire elixirs." Initially, he had no intention of helping Shen Qingming. But now, things were different. Shen Qingming was his master. Moreover, aside from occasionally enjoying teasing him and taking advantage, his master treated him exceedingly well. Ding dong, 24 fire elixirs exchanged, totaling 30.001 remarked, "I saved you 100 points for emergencies." Xiexinghe, seeing his several thousand points instantly reduced to 0, leaned closer to Shen Qingming, heartbroken. His heart felt as cold as ice, even colder than the space beside his master. "Master, you must protect me well, and give me plenty of treasures." This sudden display of vulnerability resembled a child who had their snack stolen, returning home to cry for their parent. Shen Qingming chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair in comfort. "Very well, all the treasures in my spatial ring are yours. Take whatever you desire." Xiexinghe, easily appeased, beamed with joy upon receiving the promise. "Yes, master, I will also strive to help you dispel the cold poison." He truly resembled a child. Shen Qingming recalled the elixirs he had last taken and suddenly felt a strong desire to delve deeper into his secrets. He gazed at the boy's crescent-shaped brows and the jelly-like, soft, plump lips, still not asleep. "If you do not, I may just have to kiss you." Chapter 53. The monotonous and tedious world of cultivation. I am asleep. Xiexinghe hastily closed his eyes. Shen Qingming placed a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips and whispered softly in his ear, "Sleep now." Xiexinghe felt a ticklish sensation in his ears, pulling the blanket up, his smooth, dark hair disappearing into the covers. The dawn's light pierced through the darkness, before the sun had fully risen. Xiexinghe, clad in thin inner garments, excitedly approached to unwrap the gifts left from the previous day. Shen Qingming leaned against the head of the bed, his gaze tender and lingering as he watched the boy. One by one, Xiexinghe picked up the gifts, checking them against the list. The attack fan from the sect leader, the defensive talisman from the vice-sect leader, the advanced spiritual cultivation manual from the second elder, and the martial arts body-strengthening manual from the third elder. Well, everything is precious, but aside from the defensive talisman from the deputy master, they seem of little use. Xiexinghe carefully stored all the gifts in his spatial pouch. He glanced at Shen Qingming, who was leaning against the bedside. The first gentle ray of sunlight outside the window illuminated the contours of his beautiful master's face, accentuating his delicate features. His long hair cascaded casually, and the cold aura around him dissipated, as if he were basking in holy light. Xiexinghe's heart skipped a beat. "Master, do you not have anything to attend to today?" Shen Qingming replied, "Zhongyan sect has 2 masters. I have little to occupy myself with." Upon reflection, Xiexinghe realized that Shen Qingming had been preoccupied with the ceremony, and their time together had been scarce. Except for when they slept. "Master, what do you usually do when you are not busy?" "Cultivation." Shen Qingming sighed softly, his long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Despite cultivating for 1,000 years, he had made no progress. It seemed futile whether he cultivated or not. His countenance was gentle and handsome, yet the sharpness of his aura was subdued, and the brilliance in his eyes concealed. Such a melancholic expression was quite heart-wrenching. At least for Xiexinghe, he regarded Shen Qingming with encouraging eyes. "Master, let me take you out. There are many things in this world more worthy of our time than mere cultivation." He recalled his past life, toiling diligently for 5 years without a promotion or raise, only to be cheated of his year-end bonus by a ruthless employer. After finally saving enough for a down payment on a modest apartment, he perished from exhaustion before he could even view the property. Brother Tong, "Master has it worse than I do. At least he reached the end after 2 decades. and encountered a system that lets him win by lying down. Master has persisted in his cultivation for 1,000 years with no advancement. How does he endure? The cold voice of 01 scoffed. Have you forgotten he is the founder of Songyun's sect? Without any skill, he wouldn't have risen to the position of master. Stop with the mutual sympathy. You are truly a waste, while he is a low-key powerhouse, pretending to be a fool to catch the tiger. No, you are no tiger. You are at best a timid herbivorous rabbit. Xie Xinghe briefly succumbed to despair, that flicker of shared suffering snuffed out by 01's words, no longer daring to surface. What's wrong? Aren't you taking me out? Shen Qingming's cool voice resounded in his ear. Xie Xinghe was surprised to see him approach, his 3,000 strands of hair elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, dressed in his usual white robe, once again embodying an unreachable demeanor. Xie Xinghe suppressed his emotions, clasped Shen Qingming's hand, and a faint dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let us go. Shen Qingming responded softly. Xie Xinghe retrieved the sedan chair that Shen Qingming had sent him the previous day, and they both took their seats inside. Master, how about we stroll near the main hall of Senior Brother Master? He had already experienced much of the mundane entertainment and was eager to discover what amusements the cultivators in the realm of immortality indulged in. Moreover, Tuan Tuan was still with Shangguan Yunche. He couldn't keep imposing on others to care for his pet. Xie Xinghe activated the communication jade pendant to inquire about Shangguan Yunche's location. The voice on the other end seemed particularly excited about coming to fetch the rabbit. Uncle Sure, I'm at the East Hall Peach Blossom Courtyard where the inner disciples reside. Hurry over. Xie Xinghe and Shen Qingming's sedan chair halted at the location mentioned by Shangguan Yunche. Uncle Sure, you finally made it. Shangguan Yunche awaited at the entrance, and upon seeing Xie Xinghe, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he rushed to embrace him, only to halt mid-motion upon noticing the cold aura radiating from Shen Qingming. Xie Xinghe observed the weariness etched on Shangguan Yunche's face, dark circles under his eyes, clearly overworked. Cousin Shui, where is Tuan Tuan? Shangguan Yunche stepped aside to allow passage into the courtyard, forcing a tired smile as he said, Please follow me. The courtyard was in disarray, filled with withered branches, and the types of trees planted were unrecognizable. The flower beds were barren, resembling a plot that had been cleared. Xie Xinghe felt a sense of foreboding. Cousin Shui? What happened to this courtyard? Uncle Sure, this rabbit has destructive tendencies beyond belief. Shangguan Yunche pointed at the rabbit gnawing on the wooden roof, his expression bordering on frantic. It has devoured all my peach trees. And not just that. It has also chewed through the paintings, wooden stools, anything it can gnaw on now. It has started on the house itself. If this rabbit is given another month, it will have completely consumed the inner disciples' residence on Longji Peak. Xie Xinghe inquired, Did you not try to catch it? Shangguan Yunche, now even more agitated, replied, Of course I did. But this rabbit runs faster than lightning, and I can't catch it. Xie Xinghe asked, Brother Tong, is Tuan Tuan really that formidable? Though Tuan Tuan is currently a 4th-tier spirit beast, Shangguan Yunche is a 6th-tier spirit practitioner. How could a 4th tier compete with a 6th tier? 01 interjected. When it is hungry and in feeding mode. Its strength doubles. It seems it has been starved too severely. Xie Xinghe asked, What do you usually feed it? Shangguan Yunche replied matter-of-factly, Carrots, 2 for each meal. Is that not enough? Xie Xinghe twitched his mouth, retrieving a bag of rabbit food from his spatial ring, calling up to the beam. Tuan Tuan, come down for dinner. At that moment, Shen Qingming addressed Shangguan Yunche. I will have the master arrange for you to have a new courtyard. I will ensure this place is repaired. If you wish to reside here, wait until the repairs are completed. Shangguan Yunche was taken aback, quickly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master Ancestor. As long as there is a place to stay. I am not particular. Xie Xinghe crouched down to feed the rabbit and casually asked, Cousin Shui, are there any interesting new things among the inner disciples? My master and I would like to take a look. Shangguan Yunche glanced at the coldly imposing Shen Qingming and repeatedly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. Our inner disciples are diligent in their cultivation, tirelessly studying the cultivation manuals. We would never waste precious time on frivolities. Xie Xinghe skeptically raised his head. Really? You do nothing else besides cultivate? How monotonous. Is this what cultivating immortality is all about? Chapter 54. Songyun Sect's assets. Then we should take Tuan Tuan back first. Shangguan Yunche struggled to hide his eagerness to see them off, smiling as he waved. Take care, take care. Once the two had walked far away, Shangguan Yunche exhaled a long breath. Few Master Shun's pressure is too overwhelming. Along the way, Xie Xinghe inquired with several inner disciples, receiving answers similar to Shangguan Yunche's. Even when he encountered Xue Xinyuan, the response was evasive, his eyes darting as if he had committed a transgression. Brother Tong, is cultivating immortality really this dull? 01 remarked, observing his dejected demeanor. Everyone sees you like a mouse sees a cat, don't you realize? Xie Xinghe looked bewildered. Huh? Why? I'm not fierce at all. Since Shan Qingming made his appearance at the disciple initiation ceremony, how many inner disciples had seen him? Asking such questions while accompanied by him was no different from having the principal patrol the campus. How could he expect them to answer honestly? Xie Xinghe turned to glance back at Shan Qingming, who wore a gentle expression, slowly smiling at him. What's wrong? Nothing. Xie Xinghe quickly turned back, his cheeks flushing. Master isn't fierce at all. Even if he were the principal, he would be a kind-hearted one. Haha. 01 coldly chuckled. Just as Xie Xinghe was about to retrace their steps with Shan Qingming, the communication jade pendant flickered twice. Xue Xinyuan's voice, shrouded in mystery, came through. Little Uncle Xie, is Master Shun beside you? I have something to discuss privately. Xie Xinghe hesitated, glancing at Shan Qingming. Master, perhaps you should step aside for a moment. Shan Qingming draped an arm around his shoulder and quietly asked, What is it that I cannot hear? Xie Xinghe dodged from in front of him, saying, But Cousin Xue has a secret to share with me. Master, please step aside for a moment. Shan Qingming's tone suddenly turned icy. Then let him hold it in. Xie Xinghe lowered his head in dissatisfaction. The communication jade pendant lit up again, flashing several times this time. Little Uncle Xie, listen to the message when Master Shun is not around. Shan Qingming beckoned with a finger, his spiritual energy transforming into a current that whisked away the communication jade pendant from Xie Xinghe's waist. Master, give it back to me. Realizing what had happened, Xie Xinghe reached out to snatch it back. That's mine. Good. Shan Qingming, leveraging his height advantage, easily held the pendant high above, tousling Xie Xinghe's hair playfully. The message from the communication jade pendant was opened by Shan Qingming. It was still Xue Xinyuan's voice. There isn't much of interest among the inner disciples, but there are plenty of fun things outside. The outer disciples have stalls selling spirit items, spirit beast eggs, and spirit skill performances. Especially at night, it's bustling. You'll see for yourself. And there's Artsangyan Sect's auction house, but that's a place for the wealthy. A poor fellow like me has no chance of entering. If you do go in, come back and tell me about it. Also, you must keep this a secret. Never tell Master Shan that I told you. Xie Xinghe's eyes widened in surprise, indignantly protesting. Master, how could you look at my communication jade pendant? Good. Shan Qingming returned the jade pendant to him, reaching out to pinch his puffed-up cheek. But remembering his earlier promise not to do so, he restrained himself. What is there to be upset about? I can look at your communication jade pendant as well. Xie Xinghe grumbled in dissatisfaction. I want to look at yours. Shan Qingming suddenly became angry, her elongated Danfeng eyes narrowing, locking onto him with a dangerously fiery gaze. Xinghe, when one harbors affection for another, an insatiable desire to know everything about them inevitably arises. Do you care so little for me? She questioned. Xie Xinghe replied, Not at all. To truly like someone is to respect them. The mechanical voice of the system interrupted Xie Xinghe's unfinished words, announcing the unlocking of a side quest, to proceed to the Tsangyan Sect's auction house to purchase a land deed. It had been a long time since the system had issued a side quest, and Xie Xinghe, momentarily distracted, inquired, Master, does our Tsangyan Sect also have an auction house? Upon hearing Xie Xinghe express his feelings for him, Shan Qingming smiled with satisfaction. Not only an auction house, but our Tsangyan Sect must also possess numerous enterprises, a commission guild, a spirit beast garden, and a tavern for news. The Tsangyan Sect is currently in the midst of development. The sect's protective formations and resources for the disciples' cultivation consume a vast amount of spirit stones each year. Without supplementary businesses to support it, such a large sect would soon become a hollow shell. Xie Xinghe pleaded with him, Master, I want to go to the auction house. Shan Qingming, in a tone filled with indulgence, replied, I will ask the vice sect master for the list of auction items. Whatever you desire, I shall reserve it for you. We will not auction it. The subsidiary businesses of the Zhongyun sect are managed by the vice sect master and the fifth elder. Some auction items are brought in by loose cultivators. And even Shen Qingming cannot arbitrarily withhold them, yet he can repurchase them at 3 times the price. His expenditures on spirit stones are modest, as the sect arranges for his food, clothing, and shelter. After accumulating a treasury of spirit stones for over 1,000 years without any expenses, this time he intends to use it all on Xiexinghe. However, Xiexinghe shook his head, saying, "Master, let us sneak out and not tell anyone. What fun is there in going to the auction house if we're not participating in the auction? If we know in advance about every item up for bid, we will lose the thrill of mystery." Shen Qingming considered that they would be undisturbed and found the idea rather pleasant. "All right, I shall heed your wishes. The auction will take place the day after tomorrow at the hour of the rooster." In a city located at the foot of Zhongyun sect. As dusk settled, Xiexinghe, cradling Tuan Tuan, deliberately bought a mask from a street stall, adorning Shen Qingming with a fearsome green-faced demon mask that concealed his entire face. "Master, you attract too much attention. Wear this." Xiexinghe donned a cute rabbit mask himself. The mask obscured half of his face, beneath which lay a pert nose, slightly chubby cheeks, and full lips. Xiexinghe looked at the white-clad demon before him and smiled. His eyes beneath the mask resembling crescent moons, the corners of his mouth forming sweet dimples. "Are you making fun of me? Then let us swap." Shen Qingming pretended to snatch the mask from his face. "I don't want yours," Xiexinghe exclaimed, hastily protecting his mask, darting forward like a startled rabbit. The city was already bustling with a large crowd, and with the influx of many loose cultivators for the auction, Xiexinghe quickly vanished into the throng. "Xinghe, don't run off," Shen Qingming called out as he pursued him. Xiexinghe glanced back while running, searching for Shen Qingming's figure. Suddenly, he collided with a man's solid chest. Unable to evade in time, he fell to the ground with a heavy thud, the mask slipping from his face and shattering underfoot, trampled by a passerby. "Are you blind?" the man he collided with exclaimed angrily. But upon seeing the youth's face, his expression turned dumbfounded, rooted to the spot in the brightly lit street, amidst the hurried footsteps of passers-by. Time seemed to come to a standstill. His gaze was filled with the sight of a beautiful youth, whose tearful eyes sparkled like stars. Xiexinghe felt as if his nose might break from the impact. Tears welled up uncontrollably, but he refrained from crying out, his nose reddening. "I'm sorry. It was my fault for not watching where I was going." "Xinghe!" Shen Qingming quickly caught up from behind. Chapter 55. "He is so adorable. He must be a girl." Xiexinghe, clutching his nose, said, "I'm fine. I just bumped into him accidentally. Let us see if you dare to run off again." Shen Qingming admonished lightly, tapping his forehead before gently removing Xiexinghe's hand from his nose. "Where did you get hit? Let me have a look." Many eyes turned their attention toward them, and feeling embarrassed, Xiexinghe replied, "I'm fine. The auction is about to start. We should hurry. Next time you run off, I'll find a rope to tie you to me." Their figures gradually receded into the distance. The golden-clad man could still hear their conversation. He extended his hand, bewildered, calling out, "Miss, don't go." One of the servants following him, thinking the young master had lost his senses, reminded him, "Young master, that is a boy." The young master struck the servant on the head with his folding fan. "Nonsense. She is a girl, so cute, with such a pleasant voice and such a slim waist. How could she possibly be a boy? She must be a girl from some family, disguised as a boy for fun." The young master, still unsatisfied, tapped the servant's forehead again. "Fool, if you can't see this, don't follow me anymore." The servant rubbed his head, mumbling in agreement, "The young master is right." The young master pointed to a seemingly astute servant, saying, "You, go find out which family's young lady she is. I want all her information before tonight." One of the sycophantic servants suggested, "Young master, that girl mentioned she was going to an auction house. The biggest auction house in our city, Zhongyun Auction House, is holding an event today. They must be going there. Why don't we follow them?" The young master, admiringly glancing at him while holding his fan, replied, "Right, let us go to the auction house. I want to create a chance encounter with this young lady." Another servant added, "Young master, there is also a man with her. Doesn't he seem easy to deal with? Perhaps we should—" What the servant meant to say was, "They clearly seem like a couple. It is pointless for you to go. Just don't invite trouble." The young master interrupted, "What are you afraid of? This is Muyu City. My father is the city lord I in this city. Even a dragon must lie low for me. No one is more formidable than Han Shuyi. The servants ceased their attempts to dissuade him and obediently followed behind. Han Shuyi took a few steps ahead, suddenly turning around to dismiss the following servants. Keep your distance. You all look so fierce. Don't scare my beauty. The servants exchanged glances, retreating to a safe distance as commanded, allowing them to keep an eye on Han Shuyi without being too close. At the Tsangyan auction house, Shen Qingming and Xie Xinghe had already arrived at a private room on the second floor, holding their invitation. Xie Xinghe was entirely unaware of anyone following him. After entering the private room, Shen Qingming removed his mask and glanced down. Dio, you know the person you bumped into earlier? Xie Xinghe, enjoying the refreshments prepared by the auction house, paused in his eating. Reflecting before replying, I don't know him. I didn't even get a clear look at his face. Besides, I already apologized, and he didn't say anything. Shen Qingming peeked outside again, this time looking in the direction of the adjacent room. I'll be out for a moment. You wait here obediently. All right, master, please return quickly. Xie Xinghe sat upright, hands on his knees, looking as obedient as a student. Wait for me. Shen Qingming cast a gentle glance at the youth. But once he turned around, with his back to Xie Xinghe, the warmth on his face vanished. Shen Qingming approached the neighboring private room. The two guards stationed at the door intended to stop him, but immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing the token that only elders of the Tsangyun sect possess. One of the guards reminded him, Elder, the young master inside has said no one is allowed to disturb him and has locked the door. Hurry up. Why is it taking so long to break down a soundproof stone? The auction is about to start, and I want to hear the beauty's voice. Step aside. I'm coming in myself. Useless. Shen Qingming kicked open the locked door of the private room, causing a noise reminiscent of digging. The guards were startled. One of the guards rushed in after Shen Qingming, exclaiming, What are you doing? Inside, Han Shuyi, dressed in luxurious golden attire, was rolling up his sleeves and pant legs, leading a group of followers. Wielding a tool of unknown origin to chisel the wall, dust filled the air as they removed the soundproof spirit stones embedded within. Cultivators possess hearing and sight far superior to ordinary mortals. To prevent guests in the private rooms from disturbing one another, the walls and floors of these rooms are embedded with soundproof spirit stones. Shen Qingming surveyed the damaged wall and declared, Destroying the auction house? Throw him out. Since Shen Qingming had worn a mask earlier, Han Shuyi did not recognize him as the man accompanying Xie Xinghe, mistakenly believing him to be an auction house staff member. He nonchalantly tossed out a pouch of money, saying, It's just a few soundproof stones. I can afford to pay 100 middle-grade spirit stones. Is that enough? Not only was that sufficient, but the auction house would also profit from it. However, the elder watched on, and the guards hesitated, glancing at Shen Qingming for guidance. Shen Qingming coldly replied, Leave the spirit stones. Throw him out the window. Yes. The guards immediately moved to execute the order. Han Shuyi pointed his fan at the two approaching him. Do you know who my father is? My father is the city lord of Muyu City. If you offend me, I'll have you shut down by tomorrow. The guard seized him by the collar and lifted him up. Han Shuyi wailed, You useless fools. Why aren't you rescuing me? Are you blind? The several inept attendants stood frozen in place. We wish we could, but we suddenly find ourselves unable to move. I once let you off the hook, Han Shuyi shouted before being thrown down. The attendants regained their mobility and hurriedly leaped out of the window. Young master, we're here to save you. Shen Qingming declared, From now on, this person is forbidden from entering the auction house. The two guards responded in unison, Understood. What does Xinghe wish to purchase? I intend to buy land. Xinghe has always had an excellent eye. Whatever he buys tends to yield considerable profits. It's just luck, he modestly replied. Let us not be humble. Who doesn't he know that our Xinghe is a little lucky star? Upon exiting the adjacent elegant chamber, Shen Qingming spotted him, who had only been out of sight for a brief moment, engrossed in a lively conversation in the corridor. Chapter 56. Huang Fu Huayan's quest for knowledge at Tsangyan sect. Just as one suitor was dismissed, another appeared. How remarkably attractive he is to men. Shen Qingming strode over to Xie Xinghe, draping an arm around his shoulders, confidently asserting his claim. Xinghe, what are you discussing, master? Xie Xinghe beamed at him sweetly. Introducing, this is my elder brother whom I've known since childhood, Huang Fu Huayan. I never expected to encounter him here. Huang Fu Huayan greeted Shen Qingming. Disciple pays respects to Master Shan. Shen Qingming's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized him. You are not a disciple of Cangyan sect? There is no need to address me in such a manner. Known since childhood? Childhood sweethearts? Ha! Huang Fu Huayan smiled faintly and inclined slightly, saying, I have come today to seek knowledge at Cangyan sect, coincidentally arriving just in time for the auction. And running into Xinghe. Shen Qingming raised an eyebrow. Seeking knowledge? Who has taken you in? Huang Fu Huayan replied, the second elder of Luoyue Academy. Cangyan sect has a regulation that, aside from outer disciples advancing to inner disciples, and elders directly recruiting inner disciples, there are also 10 slots reserved for the study of outer sect disciples. The course starts at 1,000 middle grade spirit stones per month, and 100 upper grade spirit stones grants 1 year of study. The maximum duration is capped at 10 years, with no possibility of extending courses further. These 10 slots are specifically set aside for those who lack talent but possess wealth and power. In the world of cultivation, spirit stones serve as currency, with 1 upper-grade spirit stone equivalent to 10 taels of gold. 100 upper-grade spirit stones are beyond the earnings of most mortals over several lifetimes. Despite the exorbitant cost of such courses, many small to medium-sized sects and families exhaust their fortunes in a fierce competition for a single slot. After all, in the eyes of many families and sects, the 4 major sects are akin to deities. Among these 4 sects, only Cangyan sect has such a humane policy that allows mortals to step into the sacred halls of learning. Xie Xinghe looked perplexedly at Shen Qingming. Master, does our Luoyue Mountain have an academy? Do inner disciples still attend classes? It seemed he was the only one ignorant of this. Shen Qingming ruffled his hair and said, with me personally teaching you, there is no need for you to attend morning classes with them. Xie Xinghe glanced down. Master, the auction is starting. We should head back. He looked at the solitary Huang Fu Huayan. Brother Huayan, did you come alone? Huang Fu Huayan replied, yes, it's not easy to bring attendance while studying abroad. Xie Xinghe suggested, why don't you join us inside? Huang Fu Huayan glanced at Shen Qingming, whose expression had suddenly darkened, and politely declined, no need. I have other matters to attend to. Without waiting for Xie Xinghe to say anything further, Shen Qingming pulled him back into the elegant chamber. With a flick of his wrist, he shut the door with spiritual force. Huang Fu Huayan's gaze was also obstructed. Master, what are you doing? Xie Xinghe protested as Shen Qingming roughly tossed him onto the soft chair in the chamber. When he attempted to rise, Shen Qingming pressed down on him, gripping the arms of the chair and leaning in closer. Xie Xinghe had no choice but to keep his head lowered as he found himself nearly face to face with him. Shen Qingming pinched his chin, his voice devoid of warmth. How many brothers have you recognized outside? Xie Xinghe felt a twinge of guilt, his gaze evasive as he avoided looking at him. Not many, really, I just can't remember clearly. Shen Qingming chuckled, a chilling smile more unsettling than his usual icy demeanor. Not many? Then there must be others. Heh? Xie Xinghe shrank back into the chair, his voice lacking conviction. Not very familiar. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed as though Shen Qingming was looming over Xie Xinghe. If not familiar is what you call him, brother. What do you plan to call him if you become familiar? Him? Xie Xinghe was about to explain when his lips were silenced once more. The man's cold breath enveloped him, pinning him down on the chair with fervent kisses. Xie Xinghe, already pressed against the backrest, found himself wedged between the armrests and the back of the chair. With nowhere to escape, Shen Qingming bent his left leg, pressing it down on the chair, leaning to kiss the youth in his arms. In this confined corner, no matter how Xie Xinghe tried to evade him, he could only find refuge in Shen Qingming's embrace. The once soft chair, intended for one person's weight, creaked under the strain. Shen Qingming's kisses rendered Xie Xinghe weak, his eyes shimmering with moisture, cheeks flushed as if intoxicated. Noticing the youth's collar was open, his gaze fell upon the boy's fair neck, and Shen Qingming's eyes darkened. His icy lips brushed against it, leaving a mark as he lowered his head. Master, please don't do this. Xie Xinghe tilted his fair neck back, gasping in pain. His nails dug into Shen Qingming's arm, seemingly in a silent contest. His fingertips brushed against the blood at the corner of his mouth, and Shen Qingming rose from the chair, standing tall as he regarded him, his tone authoritative. Previously, I did not care how many brothers you had. From now on, sever all ties. Xie Xinghe covered the bite mark on his neck. Feeling wronged, understood, if I don't call them, then I won tea. There's no need to be angry. You even bit me. Shen Qingming continued, and that person from earlier, since he has become an in-turn disciple of Tsangyan sect. He must abide by the rules. From now on, when you see him, he shall be your uncle disciple. Xiexinghe's eyelids twitched, his voice still soft. Uncle disciple. After calling him brother for so many years. Suddenly he is a generation younger. It feels quite strange. Shen Qingming's gaze fell upon his lips, his voice dropping in a low, threatening tone. What is the matter? Do you have a problem? Xiexinghe, startled, covered his lips. His almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. No, no. After a moment, the system's reminder broke through his thoughts, sounding impatient. Wake up. The land deed is about to be auctioned. It's just a kiss. There's nothing scandalous about it. Why does the system have such stringent rules, even censoring this? Chapter 57. Han Shuyi comes to study in the inner sect inside the elegant chamber. A bell jingled, signaling the start of the auction. The door swung open, and the host's voice followed. The next item for auction is the land deed for 2 high mountains located outside Yunshan City, belonging to Tsangyan sect. The total area is 570,000 acres. The starting bid is 500 upper-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10% over the base price. Bidding begins now. For cultivators in the realm of immortality, barren mountains hold little value. Of course, if there were ancient secret realms, rare herbs, or spirit stone mines hidden within, they would be invaluable. However, this time is different. These 2 mountains are being auctioned off by Tsangyan sect. And if there were any treasures, the sect's cultivators would have already excavated them clean, leaving no opportunities for others to profit. Hence, the competition for these barren mountains was scant. Ultimately, Xiexinghe rang the bell, closing the deal at 600 upper-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring your own territory in the realm of cultivation. Reward points. 666. Shortly after the transaction, someone delivered the land deed. Seeing Xiexinghe's joy upon receiving the deed, Shen Qingming remarked, this was originally Tsangyan sect's land. If you like it, we can move there. Why go through the trouble of purchasing it? Xiexinghe cherished the deed. Holding it close, it's different. Buying it makes it my private property. It belongs solely to me. Moreover, Brother Tong said that beneath one of these mountains lies a spirit stone vein. Although the area isn't large, it is filled with upper-grade spirit stones. Once excavated, there will be at least 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones, meaning if we excavate the vein completely, that's a net profit of several hundred upper-grade spirit stones. And we gain 2 mountains for free. The system points have also increased by 666. What a windfall! Shen Qingming leaned down, whispering in his ear, I also possess the land deeds for several mountains. If you like, I can give them to you as well. Xiexinghe, feeling his proximity, instinctively covered the bite mark on his neck, replying shyly, Thank you, master. Shen Qingming's finger pressed against his own pale lips. Xinghe, I recall telling you before that I do not accept insincere verbal gratitude. Xiexinghe immediately regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself. Why did I speak out of turn? When will I learn? Shen Qingming's deep, unfathomable eyes seemed to draw Xiexinghe, and he grasped Xiexinghe's chin, coaxing in a tone that was both inviting and commanding. Be good. You know what your master desires. Xiexinghe's ears and neck flushed crimson. Nervously twisting the fabric of his pants, he spoke in a timid voice. What you just kissed. Shen Qingming nodded at his own lips, silently urging him. That doesn't count. I want Xinghe to take the initiative. Xiexinghe bit his lip, a flicker of inner turmoil crossing his eyes as he said, Then I shall forego those mountains. 001. In a fit of exasperation. Interrupted, a mere peck could grant you more mountains. You worthless fool, if you dare to act foolishly again, I shall consider you dead. Xiexinghe's face flushed crimson. Tong Gu, you were spying on us. It's all pixelated. I can't see anything. Besides, this system observes with the utmost propriety. Master, could you lower your head a bit? Xiexinghe waved his hand while seated, urging Shen Qingming to come closer. He cradled Shen Qingming's cheek, closed his eyes, and gently pressed a kiss against his profile, only to swiftly retreat. Shen Qingming touched the lingering warmth on his cheek, a smile curling upon his lips as he remarked, I'll let it slide this time. But next time, I won't allow such indifference. Xiexinghe's heart raced chaotically. Although they had shared many kisses, this was the first time he had initiated one with Shen Qingming. His mind felt a tumult. Master, shall we return? Very well, let us go. Shen Qingming took Xiexinghe's hand and led him downstairs. eyeing the dimly lit private room on the second floor, Huang Fu Huaiyan gazed at the two departing figures below, his expression inscrutable in the shadows. That night, under Shen Qingming's assertive demeanor, Xie Xinghe and he advanced rapidly in their relationship, once again sharing ABEDI in the days that followed. They visited the external entertainment venues spoken of by Xue Xin. The disciples of the Zhongyun sect's outer circle had hardly ever seen Shen Qingming, thus their interactions were devoid of the inner disciples' reticence. However, Xie Xinghe was still quite troubled. Each time he exchanged a few words with a fellow disciple or smiled at one, Shen Qingming would darken with jealousy, devising various punishments for him. The mere thought of those punishments made Xie Xinghe's face flush with embarrassment. Even a vinegar jar could not contain as much jealousy as he did. On a bright morning, as sunlight streamed in, Xie Xinghe wished to explore the inner sect. He glanced back at Shen Qingming, who was following closely behind, and took a deep breath. "Master, do you not have other matters to attend to? I wish to be alone for a while." After days of being inseparable, even during meals and sleep, he felt almost smothered. "Do you find me bothersome?" Shen Qingming half closed his eyes, his seemingly casual gaze concealing a sharpness. "Do you disdain my company?" Xie Xinghe protested. "Not at all. However, I require personal space." Even the closest of individuals should not be together at all times. He felt that if this continued, he would eventually grow weary of Shen Qingming's striking visage. Becoming indifferent to it as usual, Shen Qingming reached out to ruffle his hair. "Do as you wish. I shall not intrude." With another failed protest, Xie Xinghe resignedly nodded. They summoned a palanquin and soared towards the inner sect. At Luoyue Peak, there lay the Luoyue Academy, where newly admitted inner disciples were required to attend classes and periodically undergo spiritual power examinations. Only those who passed could receive advanced cultivation techniques and sect resources. Xie Xinghe had little interest in diligently attending classes, yet he found great intrigue in watching others strive for improvement. Moreover, given his current status, he could be considered a half-teacher. He desired to observe the students in their lessons. If 001 were to hear his thoughts at that moment, it would undoubtedly retort, "You are but a teacher's relative at best. Oh, pushing. Everyone line up. There is enough for all. This is mine. Let me see first. How many do you have? Do share with me." Xie Xinghe, having overslept, arrived to find the students had already concluded their morning classes. They huddled together, seemingly competing for something. Xie Xinghe bounced over to join them, peering in with curiosity. "What are you all looking at?" One of the disciples abruptly halted his words upon noticing the cold aura radiating from Shen Qingming behind him. The gathered disciples immediately straightened up, forming an orderly line, bowing in unison. "We greet Master Shen and Master Xie. No need for excessive formality." Xie Xinghe waved dismissively, turning his attention to the gift boxes in their hands. "What do you have there? Was that what you were fighting over?" Xue Xinyuan spoke up. "Master Shen and Master Xie, this is a welcome gift from the new junior disciples for everyone. All inner disciples and elders receive one. We are merely distributing them." Noticing Xie Xinghe's interest, Xue Xinyuan tentatively offered, "Shall I fetch two for Master Shen and Master Xie as well? Inside are spirit stones and small ornaments like pearl jade pendants." Xie Xinghe observed the two boxes the disciples held. "So, each person receives two." Indeed, as it was from two junior disciples, Xue Xinyuan replied. "Which two disciples?" Xie Xinghe inquired. Xue Xinyuan immediately responded, "One is Huang Fu Huaiyan, and the other is Han Shuyi, the sole son of the Lord of Muyun City. These two, one of noble birth and the other of immense wealth." Curiously, despite being strangers, they had only attended classes for a few days and suddenly seemed to be in competition, even coordinating their gift-giving on the same day. Chapter 58. Strange events in the sect. Initially, Shen Qingming had frowned upon hearing the anticipated name Huang Fu Huaiyan, but his expression darkened further upon learning of Han Shuyi. Who accepted Han Shuyi? Last time, the one who claimed to be the son of the city lord had practically torn down the auction house wall for Xie Xinghe. Could he truly be here to learn? Xue Xinyuan, like an ostrich with its neck stuck in the sand, said with a stiff demeanor, "I am uncertain. However, I have heard that Muyun City has many business dealings with our Zhongyun sect, and their relationship is quite good. Surely, he must have paid the tuition. With the city lord's influence, it would be unwise to deny him a spot." Xie Xinghe blinked, looking towards Shen Qingming. "Master, is there an issue with Han Shuyi?" He still did not know who Han Shuyi was. Shen Qingming gently patted his head, his expression softening. "It is nothing of concern, just a casual inquiry." Anyone whom Shen Qingming mentioned sparked Xie Xinghe's curiosity, and he turned back to Xue Xinyuan. Since it was their gifts, where are they? Xue Xinyuan glanced at Shen Qingming's expression and continued. Huang Fu Huayan just left class and returned. Han Chuyi is recuperating and has not attended class these past few days. Xie Xinghe asked in surprise, injured? How did he get hurt within the sect? Not within the sect, but outside. Xue Xinyuan lowered his voice. Recently, there have been strange occurrences at the foot of the mountain. Several inner disciples who went down alone were beaten and thrown into pigsties. The sect was protected by a great protective formation, and generally, inner disciples were not allowed to fly with their swords unless at specific times, such as attending morning classes. Those who had been attacked were disciples who descended without their swords. This is outrageous. Who would play such a cruel prank? Xie Xinghe exclaimed. It's one thing to hit someone, but tossing them into a pigsty is too much. That could leave a lasting trauma. It seemed that even in the realm of cultivation, there existed schoolyard bullying. After all, if it were enemies of the Zhongyun sect, they would either capture their targets or kill them, or perhaps cripple their cultivation. Such childish antics were beneath them. Shen Qingming furrowed his brow and asked, where did the pigsty near the Zhongyun sect come from? Xue Xinyuan hesitated, then cautiously replied, there are many villagers raising pigs in the town at the foot of the mountain. A few disciples who were knocked around by pigs now flinch at the very mention of the word pig. Shen Qingming inquired, has this matter been reported to the elders for investigation? No, Xue Xinyuan answered honestly. The injuries were merely superficial. They will heal in a couple of days. Most importantly, they do not wish to bring such humiliating matters to the attention of the elders. Xie Xinghe's eyes sparkled as he grasped Shen Qingming's hand, tilting his head to ask, Master, will you investigate this matter? Shen Qingming replied seriously, this matter can be entrusted to the third elder for investigation. Xie Xinghe's eyes gleamed as he looked at him. Master, you are so capable. You will surely catch the culprit. Please do investigate. This way, he could enjoy temporary freedom without having Shen Qingming constantly overseeing him. Shen Qingming regarded him with a smile that held a hint of mockery, his dark eyes seemingly knowing everything. You wish for me to go? Xie Xinghe felt a shiver run down his spine, but mustered the courage to nod. Yes, yes, Master will surely uncover the truth swiftly, I believe in you. Very well, but you must wait obediently for my return. Shen Qingming leaned down, his lips brushing against Xie Xinghe's ear, his tone teasing, if you misbehave and I catch you, the punishment will be doubled. I won't, Xie Xinghe exclaimed, hastily covering his ears, embarrassed as he pushed him away. Master, please attend to business. Shen Qingming ceased his teasing and turned to Xue Xinyuan, his voice cold. Where do those attacked disciples reside? I shall go inquire about the situation. Xue Xinyuan, cautious and respectful, said, I will lead Master Shen there at once. Though he wished to appear less cowardly, Shen Qingming's aura was too imposing, making him feel as though he should shrink before him. Perhaps Master Xie should accompany us as well, Xue Xinyuan suggested. Gazing at Xie Xinghe hopefully, he was anxious about facing Master Shen alone. Xie Xinghe opened his mouth to refuse. No, I do not wish to walk down the mountain. I will wait for your good news here. Lead the way. Shen Qingming was just about to meet Han Chuyi and did not wish for Xie Xinghe to accompany her. In silence, Xue Xinyuan's heart wept. Indeed. Once Shen Qingming departed, the disciples began to greet Xie Xinghe in unison. Master Xie, we are off now. Although, in terms of seniority, Xie Xinghe was indeed their elder, they found themselves unable to replicate the sense of restraint and pressure they felt in Shen Qingming's presence when addressing him. Xie Xinghe grasped one of the disciples and inquired, Where are you all heading after class? Do take me along. The disciple hastily leaped back, as if dodging a plague. No, Master. Have you forgotten what Master Shen just said? We cannot bring you along. Xie Xinghe stood there, his cheeks puffed up in indignation. Then tell me where you are going. Another disciple chimed in, Master, please don't make things difficult for us. Just heed Master Shen's words and wait at the Zonglong Hall for Master S' return. One more disciple chimed in with a sarcastic tone, Master, you are of such esteemed worth. Should anything happen to you, we could never afford the repercussions. That would merely cause us trouble. Seeing their disdainful attitudes towards him, Xie Xinghe waved his hands in frustration. Just go, go. I can entertain myself. Since these individuals regarded him as their superior, surely he could seek out his senior brother, the sect leader. The Grand Elder and Xiao Wuya had been dispatched by the master to gather medicinal herbs, so he decided to find the second elder first. Xie Xinghe retrieved the palanquin from his spatial realm and was about to step inside when he was intercepted by a woman who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Zhou Shuwei blocked the entrance of the palanquin. "Wait, I have something to say to you, ITSU." Xie Xinghe recognized her as the woman who had previously expressed her desire to take Shan Zhengzhu as her master. "What do you want?" He nervously glanced around. The disciples had all departed. Following the usual pattern, she wouldn't he be here to reprimand him for snatching Shan Qingming's disciple position, would she? "I am here to apologize and clarify a matter." Zhou Shuwei stood tall and proud as she spoke her apology, though her tone was anything but humble. Only her radiant face bore an unnatural expression. Observing her demeanor, Xie Xinghe grew increasingly convinced that she intended to seek revenge. "I forgive you. I must take my leave now." "Stop, let me finish," Zhou Shuwei reprimanded sharply. Xie Xinghe, startled, froze in place. Zhou Shuwei continued, "I truly wish to be a disciple of Master Shan, but not in the way you think. If you lay a hand on me, I will inform the sect leader." Xie Xinghe's warning was cut short by an absurd interruption. He looked at her in confusion. "Huh?" Zhou Shuwei regarded him with a look that suggested he should not play innocent. "I was unaware of your relationship with Master Shan. Had I known, I would never have contended for the position of disciple of Shun Xianxian. My singular focus is on cultivating my skills. I harbor no romantic notions toward him. He belongs to you, and I shall not compete." Chapter 59. Undermining Shan Qingming. Xie Xinghe attempted to explain. "Zhou Shizinu, have you misunderstood something? When did I ever feel someone was vying for my master? Furthermore, given Shan Qingming's clingy nature, if she had time to seek someone else, it would require a miracle." Zhou Shuwei asserted, "I am not mistaken. Please do not allow those disciples to disturb my cultivation any longer." Xie Xinghe felt wronged. "When have I ever allowed anyone to disturb your cultivation?" Zhou Shuwei replied with conviction, "If it were not for you, why would they be constantly whispering around me, claiming I foolishly wished to apprentice under Master Shan?" After much contemplation, it was evident that someone was troubling her. The only individuals capable of influencing the inner disciples were either Xie Xinghe or the elders. Xie Xinghe pointed to himself. "I see. So you are suggesting that I have incited the disciples against you because you wish to apprentice under my master?" Zhou Shuwei wore an expression that clearly indicated she believed so. Her demeanor was infuriating. Xie Xinghe retorted, "Zhou Shizinu, have you considered that they may simply dislike you?" "Why would they dislike me? I have done nothing to provoke them," she replied, puzzled. "Zhou Shizinu, did you provoke me? Do you think I am a vengeful, treacherous person who seeks to retaliate against you?" Xie Xinghe was exasperated by her illogical reasoning. He raised a finger, asserting, "I have two pieces of advice for you. First, if you care so much about others' opinions, learn some social skills and don't focus solely on cultivation. Second, if you're truly devoted to your practice, then disregard others' views altogether. I have not troubled you. If someone has, seek them out. Do not come to me again." "Excuse me," Xie Xinghe huffed, pushing past Zhou Shuwei toward the palanquin. "Wait." Zhou Shuwei pressed her hand on his shoulder. "If it's not you, then confront me alongside me." Xie Xinghe, feeling restrained, glared at Zhou Shuwei and menaced, "Zhou Shizinu, are you attempting to coerce your senior? If you do not let go, I shall unleash a rabbit to bite you." Zhou Shuwei stubbornly insisted, "I will not release you unless you accompany me to confront those disciples." "I will not confront anyone," Xie Xinghe enunciated with determination. Just then, a voice interrupted their standoff. "Sister Zhou?" Quickly release Xinghe. Huangfu Huayan, wielding his spiritual power, unexpectedly pushed Zhou Shuwei aside to eye in an instant. A dark blue shadow flashed past, and Huangfu Huayan stood protectively in front of Xie Xinghe. Zhou Shuwei erected a barrier of spiritual energy. She looked at Xie Xinghe, then at Huangfu Huayan, and stated, "Your spiritual power is formidable. You need not learn at Sangyan sect. What is your purpose in coming here?" Huangfu Huayan merely smiled without responding. Zhou Shuwei frowned. "I will uncover the truth." "Thank you, Huayan." Xie Xinghe's thoughts briefly flickered to Shan Qingming, and the word brother that rose to his lips was swallowed back. "Huayan, did you not leave after class? Why have you returned?" "My spirit beast wandered nearby, so I followed it here. I overheard your conversation with Sister Zhou." Huangfu Huayan said with a gentle smile, "Had I not come, I would not have witnessed that scene. It seems our Xinghe is capable of showing temper." Xie Xinghe, slightly embarrassed, lowered his head, his toes tapping the ground. "Please do not mock me." Huangfu Huayan surveyed the surroundings, his brow creased with anxiety. Why Spirit Beast is still a cub. It hasn't he established a contract yet, so it can be quite unruly. I have no idea where it has scampered off to. Xiexinghe glanced around and pointed. I'll help you look for it. It seems there is some commotion over there. Huang Fu Huayan looked at him kindly. Yes, it would be a great help if Xinghe could assist me. I do not know how long it would take to search alone. Xiexinghe asked, does your spirit pet have a name? I haven't had the chance to name it yet. Perhaps you could bestow it a name. Then I shall ponder it carefully. What does your spirit beast look like? The two continued their search for the spirit pet while conversing, while on the other side, Shen Qingming had already arrived at the residence of the victim, Han Shuyi. The front door stood ajar as they entered the courtyard. They immediately spotted a painting displayed prominently on the main hall table. The portrait depicted a youth standing on a bustling street. The boy in the painting had exquisitely chiseled features, one hand pressed against his forehead, a slight furrow in his brow, as if he had bumped into something, and a single crystalline tear shimmered in his eyes. Behind the youth lay a brilliantly lit street, vibrant and flourishing, yet it paled in comparison to the single tear glistening at the corner of his eye. The sorrowful appearance of the figure in the painting, if not for the male attire, could easily be mistaken for that of a girl. Xue Xinyuan had surely encountered the boy in the painting before. And not just once. The painting was superficial, failing to capture the boy's innate spirit. Furthermore, while Xiexinghe was indeed strikingly handsome, he did not resemble a girl in the slightest. However, the portrayal in this painting accentuated his features with an added softness, almost rendering him feminine. Xue Xinyuan suddenly recalled Han Shuyi's introduction upon his arrival, where he mentioned that he came to study in pursuit of his beloved. At that moment, he had even been reprimanded by his senior brother. Surely not. It cannot be that Klitsch. Xue Xinyuan was still reeling from the shock of his thoughts when Shan Qingming had already seized the painting, her expression dark and solemn. Do not touch it. Put down my painting. Han Shuyi, having emerged from the inner chamber, saw his treasured artwork being taken and without hesitation lunged to reclaim it. Shan Qingming unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, toppling him to the ground. Who permitted you to paint this person? Recognizing her as the one who had unceremoniously thrown him out of the Tsangyun auction house days prior, Han Shuyi nimbly sprang back up, pointing at Shen Qingming. Ah, it's you again. Dare you come to my home? Who are you to meddle in my painting? Han Shuyi's audacity made the atmosphere in the room grow frigid. Xue Xinyuan feared that in her fury, Shen Qingming might cast Han Shuyi out of Tsangyun's sect. He hurriedly explained to Han Shuyi, junior brother, the person you painted is our esteemed Master Xiexinghe. This lady before you is the beloved of Master Xie. Shen Qingming interrupted Xue Xinyuan, brandishing the painting in her hand as a declaration of sovereignty. Chapter 60. Encounter with the snake. Han Shuyi feigned calmness while gazing at Shen Qingming. Yet the trepidation in his eyes betrayed his current unrest. You say it is true, but on what grounds should I believe you? He inquired with an air of bravado. Have you wed or entered into a partnership contract? If you possess such prowess, then present the marriage contract for inspection. Xue Xinyuan, catching a glimpse of Shen Qingming's sullen visage, hastily interjected, they are engaged and will be married shortly. Engaged, you say? Han Shuyi exhaled a sigh of relief, adopting a demeanor of one who has narrowly escaped calamity. If they are not wed, then it does not count. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Indeed, heaven is fair. My little fairy is still unwed. He declared with newfound vigor, I care not who you are. I, the young master, have come to the Tsangyun sect to pursue my bride. Even if you are the king of heaven, do not obstruct my quest for a wife. Xue Xinyuan stared, dumbfounded, at the audacious youth before him. Even the sect master wouldn't dare speak to Shin Shizu in such a manner. Should one commend this youth for his courage, or deem him blissfully naive? Shen Qingming stowed away the painting, his expression shrouded in an icy pallor. His voice was frigid. You shall not have the chance to meet him. Whether I see him or not is not for you to decide. Han Shuyi retorted defiantly, raising his chin. Return my painting. Xue Xinyuan spread his arms to shield Han Shuyi from his impending demise at Shan Qingming's hands, saying, Han Shidi, this is Shan Shizu. You must remain calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. Casting a glance at him, Shan Qingming turned to leave, warning, dare to follow, and you shall spend the next decade at the reflective cliff. Han Shuyi craned his neck and shouted from behind. Even if this painting is lost, I can create another. You take one, I shall paint 1,000, boom. The painting in Shen Qingming's grasp erupted into flames, the searing blaze spreading like a venomous serpent, swiftly consuming the entire frame and surging towards his palm. The scorching tongues of fire licked at his white attire, and as he turned his head, half of his face was illuminated by the flames. Appearing ghostly and ethereal, Shen Qingming's gaze fell upon the burning scroll, his inky eyes reflecting the brilliance of the flames. Xue Xinyuan, petrified, dared not breathe. Han Chu-yi, witnessing the flames threatening to engulf Shen Qingming's sleeve, fell silent in shock. What madness is this? Why not flee? Shen Qingming mused. Those who dig at my foundation shall find their ashes scattered. He flicked the ashes from his sleeve and strode away. I will not give up. Han Chu-yi's words were swallowed by the wind. It remained uncertain whether Xue Xinyuan heard him at all. Xie Xinghe was still searching with Huangfu Huayan for the spirit beast hatchling he had nurtured. From Huangfu Huayan's description, the creature bore exquisite patterns, small in size, and would cling to his arm, seeking affection. It must be an exceedingly adorable spirit beast. After searching through the grass for half the day without finding any clues, Xie Xinghe sat on a rock, resting his chin on his hands in frustration. We've searched everywhere nearby. Could it have wandered too far? Huangfu Huayan supported his forehead with one hand, his expression tinged with worry. It is still too small to travel far. Without my feeding, it might perish. Then let us continue our search. Just as Xie Xinghe was about to rise, Huangfu Huayan pressed a hand on his shoulder. It's all right. If you're tired, take a seat and rest. Perhaps it will come looking for me when it gets hungry. Huangfu Huayan settled beside Xie Xinghe. Xinghe, it has been a long time since we enjoyed such a peaceful moment together. How have you fared at the Zhongyan sect? The stone slab was small and slightly slanted, and Huangfu Huayan had unconsciously moved closer to Xie Xinghe. Xie Xinghe's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Qingming's jealousy and anger, prompting him to shift awkwardly to the side. Distracted, he replied. I've been quite well. Rustle something slithered through the grass behind them, unnoticed by Xie Xinghe. Huangfu Huayan's eyes flickered as he gently inquired. I haven't asked until now. How did you become Shen Shizu's disciple? It must have involved many trials. Not particularly. The memory of his encounter with Shen Qingming brought to mind the incident with the charm poison, causing a flicker of embarrassment to cross his face. He was reluctant to elaborate. Shizuan is actually quite easy to get along with. Is that so? Huangfu Huayan smiled at the thought of the cold and unyielding Shen Qingming. It seems Xinghe holds Shen Shizu in high regard. He must treat you very well. Xie Xinghe recalled how Shen Qingming had clung to him previously, and now, with the man absent, he felt an unsettling sense of paranoia. As if Shen Qingming might suddenly appear from nowhere, ready to chastise him with that insatiable gaze. He couldn't help but let out a frustrated sigh, resting his hand on the stone. Shizuan is indeed very kind to me, but he is always managing my affairs. Perhaps it is because you are too innocent, and Shen Shizu fears you might be deceived by others, Huangfu Huayan jested. He is not, Xie Xinghe murmured, feeling that Shen Qingming merely wished to take advantage of him, and he was not allowed to resist. Resisting would only provoke further ire. Lost in his thoughts, Xie Xinghe suddenly felt a chill creeping up his hand, as if something were crawling upon it. He looked down to find a small snake, about the thickness of a thumb, adorned with intertwining red and black patterns. Xie Xinghe blinked in astonishment at the tiny serpent, which blinked back at him with its vertical pupils, its tail coiling around his wrist. Huangfu Huayan noticed the sudden stiffness in the young man's body and gently asked, What's wrong? Are you unwell? Xie Xinghe's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. There's a snake. Fear consumed his mind. He wanted to scream and fling the serpent away, yet he found himself paralyzed. He had heard that the more vibrant the patterns on a snake's skin, the more potent its venom. He worried that any movement would provoke the poisonous creature to strike, leading to his imminent demise. Huangfu Huayan, seeing the small snake coiled around Xie Xinghe's wrist, spoke soothingly beside him. Don't worry. This is my pet. Xiaohua. It enjoys wrapping around wrists and one bite. Xie Xinghe remained unconvinced, his face pale and his voice laced with a sob. Please, remove it. I don't like snakes. All right, I'll take it away. Don't be afraid. Huangfu Huayan reassured him while reaching out to grasp the serpent around his wrist. Yet, the little snake seemed to delight in Xie Xinghe's presence, nimbly evading Huangfu Huayan's touch and climbing up Xie Xinghe's sleeve. Ah! Xie Xinghe could no longer contain his terror and shrieked, Leaping from the stone slab, he could distinctly feel the cold, slithering creature ascending his arm. And his mind was overwhelmed by fear, akin to countless insects gnawing at his nerves. Helplessly, he tugged at his sleeve, his eyes brimming with tears as he sought assistance from the only man standing beside him. "It has gone up my sleeve. Please, get it out." Chapter 61. Xiexinghe's calamity. Huangfu Huayan's eyes widened in urgency, his hands flailing as he sought to assist but was at a loss for where to begin. "I am sorry, Xinghe, I didn't anticipate this." Xiexinghe, trembling and weak, collapsed to the ground, his voice thick with tears. "It's almost on my shoulder. Think of something. I don't want to be bitten." Huangfu Huayan stammered, "Perhaps you should remove your outer garment so I can catch it more easily." Xiexinghe immediately began to tug at his outer robe while seated. His hands trembled, and despite his efforts, he struggled to remove the garment completely, only managing to work up a cold sweat as tears mingled with perspiration on his cheeks. Fortunately, the little snake had crawled onto Xiexinghe's shoulder, and with quick reflexes, Huangfu Huayan seized the moment to capture it, tossing the serpent onto a stone behind him. Phew! Xiexinghe collapsed in exhaustion on the ground, his clothing disheveled, tears streaming down his face. A sight of utter disarray. Huangfu Huayan produced a handkerchief from his chest, wiping Xiexinghe's soiled face. "I'm sorry. Let me help you with your clothes." "What are you two doing?" Shen Qingming, still seething from his earlier confrontation with Han Chu-yi, returned to witness this scene, his fury reaching a boiling point. There lay Xiexinghe, disheveled and tear-streaked, while Huangfu Huayan knelt beside him, one hand on his pale shoulder, the other tenderly wiping his face with a handkerchief. Shen Qingming summoned his spiritual power, transforming it into a blade of light, its swift trajectory slicing through the air, imbued with a chilling malice directed at Huangfu Huayan. Had it not been for his fleeting concern that he might inadvertently harm Xiexinghe, Shen Qingming would not have tempered his force at the last moment. The blow would leave Huangfu Huayan either dead or gravely injured. Huangfu Huayan was violently thrown to the ground, a long, gaping wound carved into his chest, flesh torn asunder. His internal organs quaked as though shaken by an earthquake. "Shizuan, please don't harm Huayan." Xiexinghe rushed to embrace Huangfu Huayan's leg in a plea for mercy, but it only served to stoke the flames of Shen Qingming's wrath. Shen Qingming's dark gaze bore into Xiexinghe, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, akin to a merciless beast ready to rend him asunder. "You wish to protect him?" Xiexinghe instinctively defended. "I did not." Shen Qingming's voice turned frigid. "Then release him, I shall settle accounts with you later." Huangfu Huayan spat blood, rising from the ground, forcing a strained smile as he addressed Shen Qingming. "Shen Shizu, if I have erred in any way that warrants your reprimand, please enlighten me." The blinding smile before Shen Qingming was undoubtedly a provocation. One witnessed Shen Qingming's movements. All they saw was a fleeting shadow, and in the next moment, Shen Qingming had grasped Huangfu Huayan by the throat, tightening his grip with relentless force. "You dare to touch my true self, you shall pay dearly." The sensation of suffocation engulfed Huangfu Huayan, who pondered. So this is the power of Shen Xianzuan from the Tsangyun sect, crushing cultivators below the 9th rank with his celestial prowess, truly terrifying. Xiexinghe finally regained his senses at that moment, hurriedly grasping Shen Qingming's arm, pleading, "Master, please stop. There's nothing between Huangfu Huayan and me." Just then, a cacophony of voices echoed from above. "What is going on? Are we about to witness a murder?" The ancestors of the Tsangyun sect bullying the young. Han Chuyi, having learned from Xue Xinyuan that Xiexinghe was at the Luoyue Academy, wasted no time in soaring through the air on his sword. He arrived in haste, only to be stunned by the shocking scene before him. Simultaneously spotting Xiexinghe standing beside Shen Qingming, with a gleam of delight, he exclaimed, "Beauty, I finally found you." Han Chuyi landed swiftly, rushing towards Xiexinghe. "You there, the one flying on a sword? Halt! Who permitted you to recklessly fly above the sect?" The enforcement team, hot on his heels, pursued closely behind. Meanwhile, Shen Qingming still clutched Huangfu Huayan's throat, whose face had turned a shade of blue, struggling for breath. The situation spiraled into further chaos. The 4 members of the enforcement team, witnessing the scene, sent one disciple forward to bow respectfully to Shen Shizu, saying, "Disciple greets Shen Shizu. If this disciple has erred in any way, the enforcement hall will surely handle it impartially. Perhaps it would be best to leave him in their hands." sparing Shan Shizu the trouble of intervening personally. They understood they were no match for Shen Shizu. Should he wish to kill, they could not stop him. One of the enforcement disciples discreetly notified the vice sect leader. Han Shui completely ignored everyone but Xie Xinghe, approaching him with a flourish, saying, "Beautiful one, do not fear. I shall protect you and ensure no one bullies you." "Who are you?" Xie Xinghe retorted, pulling at Shen Qingming's wrist anxiously. "Master, please let go. We cannot resort to murder. Huang Fu Huayan was merely helping me catch a snake. Do not act impulsively." Shen Qingming released Huang Fu Huayan, then kicked Han Shui away from Xie Xinghe, who had been chattering incessantly. He turned to embrace Xie Xinghe, shielding him from the prying and covetous gazes of others. Shen Qingming tore open a rift in space, taking Xie Xinghe away with an air of authority. No one dared to stop them, nor could they. Once again, Xie Xinghe found himself thrown onto a familiar large bed. Now adept at finding a comfortable position to fall, he looked at Shen Qingming's hand, asking, "Master, what happened to your hand?" A red mark adorned the back of Shen Qingming's hand, resembling a burn. His attire, forged from magical materials, was impervious to ordinary flames, yet his hand bore the marks of spiritual fire. Xie Xinghe had noticed it earlier, but there had been no time to inquire under the circumstances. He cradled Shen Qingming's hand gently. "Master, let me apply some medicine." In the past, even Shen Qingming's greatest anger would have been soothed by Xie Xinghe's obedient demeanor. However, this time, it was evidently ineffective. He grasped Xie Xinghe's chin, his voice darker and more ominous than ever. "So you do know how to care for me." Xie Xinghe was compelled to look up at his master. Feeling the sting of pain, Shen Qingming slowly curved his lips into a smile, a gentle expression tinged with an icy chill. "Why, dear disciple, have I not been affectionate enough towards you? Perhaps I ought to find a chain to lock you up, ensuring you never set foot outside again. That would truly be love." Xie Xinghe raised his hand to clutch at Shen Qingming's collar, explaining earnestly, "Master, a snake climbed onto me, and Huang Fu Huayan was merely trying to catch it. I truly did not intend to get so close to him. I promise I won't do it again." Shen Qingming's mind was filled with the image of Xie Xinghe, disheveled and pitiful, nestled beside Huang Fu Huayan. He still wished for another opportunity. Jealousy consumed Shen Qingming, blinding him to his own words. "A mere snake has taught you to undress and entice? How about I place a snake in your clothes as well? And you can show me how you undress?" Chapter 62. Xie Xinghe's second departure from the sect. With a flick of his power, Shen Qingming conjured a golden-striped snake that coiled around his arm. "Shen Qingming, you scoundrel! How dare you frighten me with a snake? I'm terrified of them." Xie Xinghe felt a mix of indignation and frustration, kicking at him in protest. "Do not come near me." The ethereal snake transformed into a golden chain, its head opening wide with sharp fangs sinking into Xie Xinghe's ankle, the other end tethered to the bedpost. "What do you intend to do?" Xie Xinghe merely tugged at the chain, and the bite from the snake sent a jolt of pain through him. A blatant threat that if he dared to break free, the fangs would pierce his ankle. Xie Xinghe quickly surrendered, his eyes pleading as he gazed up at Shen Qingming, his watery gaze eliciting pity. "Master, I was wrong. Please release it." Shen Qingming cast a glance at the glowing communication jade pendant at his waist, his expression darkening. "Stay put until I return." Xie Xinghe seized Shen Qingming's hand as he rose, pressing, "Will you release me once you come back?" Shen Qingming patted his soft cheek, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "When I return, your confinement will have only just begun." The sect leader had used the communication jade to summon Shen Qingming to the enforcement hall, undoubtedly to investigate his actions against Huang Fu Huayan. Since Shen Qingming dared to act so brazenly, he had no fear of consequences. In the quiet bedroom, only Xie Xinghe's heavy breathing filled the air. Gazing at the terrifying snake-headed chain around his ankle, Xie Xinghe's mind raced with grievances. Tonggu, he's gone too far. This chain is no different from being treated like a pet. I'm worse off than a pet. At least they have a pretty collar. I'm being tormented with this torture device. I can't live like this anymore. I want to leave. I refuse to stay with him. After Xie Xinghe finished his lamenting, Ling Lingi spoke slowly. "Oh, then find a way to escape." Xie Xinghe asked. Tonggu, aren't you going to persuade me? Haven't you always said you should cling to Shen Qingming's golden thigh? That he noticed you is pure luck. And you should cherish it." Ling Lingi replied. "Stop the nonsense. Call Tuan Tuan over to help you bite through the chain. If a man is unworthy, replace him with another." He wanted Xie Xinghe to cling to a golden thigh and win easily, provided that golden thigh was not mentally unstable and would not harm Xie Xinghe. Though Xie Xinghe was foolish and not particularly clever, he had been raised to be this way by Ling Ling Yi. He had nurtured a good son, but not to be bullied or harmed. Shen Qingming's excessive behavior necessitated that this man realize that his little waist was not indispensable to him. I will call Tuan Tuan. Xie Xinghe shouted a few times for Tuan Tuan outside. Due to Shen Qingming's dissatisfaction with Xie Xinghe sleeping while hugging a rabbit, a few days prior, Xie Xinghe had constructed a small fenced area for Tuan Tuan outside the house. He had instructed Tuan Tuan not to leave the confines of the fence, ensuring it had grass or food to eat daily. Tuan Tuan jumped through the window and bounded onto Xie Xinghe's bed. Xie Xinghe pointed to the chain on his ankle. Good Tuan Tuan. Please chew this off for me. Tuan Tuan nestled at Xie Xinghe's feet, its ruby-like eyes gazing up at him, receiving Xie Xinghe's approving nod. With a crunch, its three-part rabbit mouth bit off a small piece of metal. Xie Xinghe then pointed to the sharp snake fang embedded in his ankle. Tuan Tuan, chew this off. Tuan Tuan opened its mouth wide, biting off half of the metal fang. With the support of half the metal fang gone, the snake's head tilted over. Tuan Tuan took another bite, and this time, Xie Xinghe easily removed the chain. With bare feet on the ground, he placed his hands on his hips with a triumphant grin. I am free. He donned his shoes, cradling Tuan Tuan as he headed for the door. Ling Ling, he called out to him. Are you going out like that? Leave him a letter that I'm planning to escape, and you want me to leave him a letter? Xie Xinghe asked diplomatically. Tonggu, doesn't your system space need some maintenance? Fool, who said you were escaping? Ling Ling's cold voice was filled with seriousness. Listen carefully, he has done wrong, and you are now going to kick him to the curb. Xie Xinghe's clear eyes widened in shock and confusion. I am to kick out Shen Qingming? Ling Ling replied. Weren't you just complaining about how he deceived you, did not trust you, and imprisoned you? Write a letter and break up with him. Let him roll as far away as possible, and find someone gentle and caring next. Xie Xinghe listened, dumbfounded. But what if he retaliates against me? I'm afraid. Ling Ling analyzed for him. If you escape now, the chance of him capturing you again is 50%. If he finds out you fled and gets angry, the probability of him catching you and making things worse is 100%. You might even earn the title of a traitor to the sect. If you write a letter to break up with him, should he dare pursue you, that will only show his shamelessness. Do you understand? Xie Xinghe nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. 001 continued. Not only must you write the letter, but you must also ensure its dissemination. The entire sect should be made aware. Xie Xinghe felt a twinge of anxiety, yet after being stifled by Shen Qingming for so long, he found it strangely exhilarating. Eagerly, he inquired, How do I send it out? Write 2 letters, came the reply. One to be given to Situli for her to forward. That woman is audacious enough to peek. The other is for Xue Xinyuan. He cannot keep a secret, Brother Tong. You truly live up to your title. Xie Xinghe exclaimed, mounting his rabbit and jotting down notes as he ran, putting forth more effort than he had during his college entrance examination essay. Chapter 63. Encountering the bag-using fiends seated upon the back of the rabbit. Xie Xinghe swiftly composed several hundred words, his prose simple yet heartfelt, conveying deep-seated resentment toward a particular individual. Upon rereading, he noted only 2 typographical errors and felt quite pleased. Indeed, a good piece of writing is imbued with emotional resonance. After completing 1 letter, he sent auditory messages to Situ Li and Xue Xinyuan, instructing them to meet him quickly outside the gates of Luoyue Academy. By the time they arrived, Xie Xinghe had already finished copying the 2nd letter and neatly sealed it in an envelope. Master Xie, you summoned us? Xue Xinyuan, having encountered Situ Li on the way, approached with her. Observing the envelope in Xie Xinghe's hand, Situ Li remarked, You don't intend to make me a courier, do you? Xie Xinghe handed each of them a letter, his youthful face adopting a mock-serious expression as he said, These are 2 letters. I beseech you to deliver them to Shen Qingming. Situ Li, holding the envelope, queried, Have you taken leave of your senses today? Such familiarity with Master Shen, and since you see him daily, why not just speak to him directly instead of writing? I will have no further connections with Shen Qingming, Xie Xinghe declared, puffing out his chest and attempting to obscure his true feelings. This letter is for Shen Qingming. Please do not open it. Situ Li, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, declared, Very well, I promise not to pry into this letter. Xue Xinyuan, equally curious, added, Master Xie, have you quarreled with Master Shin? Humph, there was no quarrel. It's over between us. Please ensure the letters reach Shan Qingming. I must take my leave now. Until fate intertwines us again, Xie Xinghe said, waving goodbye as he mounted the rabbit and rode away. Once Xie Xinghe had disappeared from sight, the two kindred spirits exchanged knowing glances, encouraging each other with a few words before. Lacking resolve, they exchanged and opened each other's envelopes. They had only promised Xie Xinghe not to open their own letters. But there was no such stipulation regarding the letters of others. The rabbit, having recently advanced to a fourth-tier spirit beast, raced swiftly. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the foot of Cangyun Peak. At that moment, Xie Xinghe had completely forgotten about Xue Xinyuan's warning regarding solitary disciples being beaten and thrown into pig pens at the foot of the mountain. In the shadows, two horned figures watched in astonishment as the rabbit dashed past like the wind. One of the dark-skinned men exclaimed, "Goodness, I've seen people riding horses, donkeys, camels, and even contract beasts, but this is my first time witnessing someone ride a rabbit." The shorter man replied, "What on earth does this rabbit eat to grow so large?" The dark-skinned man inquired, "Should we chase after it?" The shorter man replied, "It's not every day we find a solitary target. We should pursue." The disciples of Cangyun's sect had been on high alert these past few days, having not encountered any opportunities since a clumsy individual had stumbled into them days ago. They quickened their pace, leaving behind two fleeting shadows. At this point, Xie Xinghe had already descended the mountain. Finding himself in an empty area, he dismounted from the rabbit. "Brother Tong, where to next?" he asked. "Someone will come to fetch you shortly." Xie Xinghe contemplated, realizing he had no acquaintances in the cultivation world outside of Cangyun's sect. Who would come for me? He then recalled the system's gift of sleeping powder, stating, "Just stand here obediently, and when the time comes, I'll have you scatter it behind you though you understand?" Hearing this, the rabbit nodded obediently, clutching the packet of sleeping powder in its paws. "Understood." 001 commanded, "Scatter it." Xie Xinghe complied, tossing the powder behind him. Crafted by the system, it was of superior quality. This sleeping powder was colorless and odorless. No matter how high one's cultivation, even if they held their breath, contact with the skin would yield immediate effects. Behind him, two horned figures, brandishing large open bags, suddenly collapsed without warning. Although Xie Xinghe did not recognize the two hulking figures marked with purple demonic patterns, he was familiar with bags. "Brother Tong, they are indeed the ones Xue Xinyuan mentioned, the bag-using fiends. That was close. I almost ended up in a pig pen. Thank goodness for your cleverness." 001 instructed. "When venturing outside, one must have resources. Let's take their storage bags." Although Xie Xinghe found it peculiar to rob when he was already affluent, he still heeded Brother Tong's advice, removing the storage bags from their waists. 001 further directed, "The bags they hold are also mid-tier magical artifacts. Once sealed, they cannot be easily opened. Put both of these fiends inside." "Understood," Xie Xinghe replied, opening the bag and gazing at the large figures before glancing at the rabbit. An idea struck him. "Rabbit, please carry these two into the bag." The rabbit grew larger, grasping one fiend's horn and stuffing him inside, just as it was about to do the same with the other. A gem hanging from the fiend's chest began to glow. 001 remarked, "It's a recording stone." Almost instantaneously, the recording stone activated, projecting the image of a man before them. "What have you done as instructed?" The figure appeared like a modern projection, clad in a dark green dragon-scale robe, tall and imposing, with an air of arrogance. His handsome features bore a wild and untamed allure, his golden eyes gleaming as he stood with arms crossed, exuding an aura of haughty defiance. Upon noticing Xie Xinghe, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Xie Xinghe, what a coincidence to see you here." Xie Xinghe, startled, stumbled back 2 steps, stepping on the hand of the fallen fiend. "Do we know each other? When did I become acquainted with such an intimidating figure?" He looked as if he were about to pick a fight. At that moment, the man, Jimmy, spotted the defeated fiends on the ground. With a smirk, he remarked, "These two fools can't even handle a useless like you." "I am not useless. I can cultivate," Xie Xinghe protested quietly. "What are you mumbling about?" The man frowned. "Stop talking to yourself and wake those two fools. I have questions for them." His commanding tone suggested familiarity. "Were they well acquainted?" Xie Xinghe was no fool. "Why should I listen to you? Were you the one who had them bag me?" the man sighed. I instructed them to beat Songyun sect disciples, not you. During the reign of the previous demon lord, Si Jiuyuan, a peace treaty lasting 10,000 years had been signed with the cultivation world. Now, only 3,000 years had passed, and both realms had coexisted peacefully. Although Jimmy harbored a deep-seated hatred for Shen Qingming, he had no intention of allowing their personal grievances to disrupt the peace between the two worlds. Unable to teach Shen Qingming a lesson directly, he decided to create some trouble for Shen Qingming's Songyun sect instead. The cursed Shen Qingming had made him endure a month-long heat cycle after consuming a chi fire fruit. That debt would not be forgotten. Chapter 64. Meeting Jimmy. I am also a disciple of Songyun sect. I am not foolish enough to fall for your deceit. Xiexinghe had no intention of engaging further with this stranger and attempted to flee with the storage bags he had pilfered from the fallen fiends. Jimmy's gaze intensified as he commanded, Xiexinghe, stop right there. He threatened ominously. If you dare run, once I catch you, I will not spare you. One after another, they came to threaten him. Did he look that easy to bully? Xiexinghe halted, turning to face the man in the projection with an impassive expression. Then, he cheekily made a face at the man, sticking out his tongue, his eyes betraying a sense of pride and subtle provocation. If you have the ability, come and catch me. Anyone can talk tough. What difference does it make if he knows him? He wasn't even at Songyun sect. The cultivation world was vast. How could he be so easily found? Xiexinghe, the realization that he had been outwitted by this fool filled Jimmy with rage. Teeth gritted. You better wait for me. Xiexinghe felt a chill run down his spine and quickened his pace to escape. He was not afraid. When Shen Qingming returned from the enforcement hall, he encountered Situ Li and Xue Xinyuan lingering at the foot of Songlong Peak. With the mediation of the sect leader and vice leader, the incident had concluded as a mere misunderstanding. Shen Qingming had also learned more details from Huangfu Huayan during the debate at the enforcement hall. Now that he had calmed down, he realized that Xiexinghe was innocent. Or rather, it was Huangfu Huayan who had plotted against Xiexinghe. Master Shen, Xiexinghe and I are merely friends. He has always been well-liked and has no shortage of friends. If you cannot even accept me as a mere friend, it would be better to end things with him sooner rather than later. Recalling Huangfu Huayan's words at the enforcement hall, Shen Qingming rubbed his temples in frustration. Friends? Huangfu Huayan's attitude was far from that of a friend. This was merely a ruse to deceive his innocent Xiexinghe. Situ Li and Xue Xinyuan exchanged playful nudges. Ultimately, it was Xue Xinyuan who stepped forward to block Shen Qingming's path. Master Shen, Xie Shirshu asked us to deliver this letter to you. Shen Qingming took the letter but did not hastily peruse its contents. Instead, she inquired, when did he send you the letter? Xue Xinyuan replied, approximately half an hour ago. Xiexinghe. Shen Qingming clenched the envelope in her hand, her expression darkening. Has he grown too bold, daring to escape? Situ Li quickly pulled Xue Xinyuan away. Master Shen, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. She wondered if Master Shen would silence them should he discover that they had glimpsed the letter's contents. Upon returning to the Songlong Hall, Shen Qingming observed a chain that had been gnawed halfway through. Still bearing the marks of animal teeth, I should have cooked that rabbit back then. This little waste, unable to do anything, thinks it can run away? Isn't it afraid of being abducted? Shen Qingming used the storage ring in her hand to track Xiexinghe's whereabouts. Xiexinghe was rummaging through the spoils he had seized from two fiends within a luxurious inn. The contents of the two storage bags were not extensive, barely filling half a room. Unlike Xiexinghe, whose belongings, if extracted from his spatial ring, might not even fit within the entire inn. Xiexinghe had employed the inn's attendant to assist him, while he directed the proceedings. Cradling the rabbit in one arm, he pointed at an item resembling scrap metal that the attendant was holding. What on earth is this? Throw it away. This is hideous. Discard it. What a peculiar color. Toss it out. Oh dear, how filthy. Discard it. Discard it. Ding dong. 20 points deducted. Host communication signal blocked. Duration, 1 month. Xiexinghe stroked the rabbit and asked, Tonggu, what's wrong? 001 responded. Shen Qingming is looking for you. His spatial ring and yours are a matched pair, and he can locate you through the magical artifact he refined that you possess. Xiexinghe furiously retorted, does that mean I'm laden with trackers? He is utterly deranged. After enduring so much and being taken advantage of repeatedly, Xiexinghe began to piece together the reality of their relationship. He had consumed Shen Qingming's resources, resided in her domain, and was bound by her influence. From the outset, Their connection had never been equal, leading Shen Qingming to perceive him as her possession, much like how she would mark her crafted magical artifacts. Did Shen Qingming genuinely have affection for him, or merely regard him as property? Xie Xinghe had previously failed to comprehend this, but now decided not to dwell on it. He removed the storage ring from his finger and, in a fit of indignation, declared, "Tong Gu, I'll return his belongings to him. I want to sever all ties and not take advantage of him anymore." 001 remarked, "He has already slept with you. Who do you think is at a disadvantage? Do you think you can truly sever ties? How can one achieve that? By returning the items and castrating him." Xie Xinghe's face turned pale with horror. "Tong Gu, you're terrifying. Young master, shall I discard this crystal?" The attendant, not having received further instructions from Xie Xinghe, held up a purple crystal. Xie Xinghe glanced at the crystal. "Tong Gu, what is this? Half of the contents in this storage bag are these crystals. We cannot discard them. They are my magic crystals." The response did not come from 001 or Xie Xinghe, but from an abrupt intruder with horns on his head. Two fiends burst through the door, one seizing the attendant by the collar and lifting him. "These are all my treasures. How much are you discarding?" "Got you now, Xie Xinghe." Jimmy, arms crossed, leaned against the door, his gaze sweeping over Xie Xinghe with a leisurely air. "How did you find us?" Xie Xinghe stammered, his voice trembling in fear. The horned fiend, clenching his fist, was ready to strike Xie Xinghe. "Many treasures in my storage bag bear my contract, yet you question how I found you." Jimmy placed a hand on the fiend's shoulder with minimal force, compelling him to release his fist. "Did I permit you to harm him?" The fiend, begrudgingly lowering his head under Jimmy's threatening glare, fell silent and retreated behind him, casting a fierce glare at Xie Xinghe. Xie Xinghe glanced at the window, contemplating the likelihood of escape should he leap from it to as. If reading his thoughts, Jimmy snapped his fingers, shattering the window into fragments. "Here's your opportunity. Do you think you can flee?" Dimpled smile tugged at Xie Xinghe's lips, though his eyes brimmed with tears. "It's a misunderstanding. I will return your possessions, so please let me go, all right?" He did not wish to be tossed into a pigsty. Sobbing, Jimmy poked his cheek. "Stop smiling. It's utterly unappealing that I ask you. Why did you leave Songyun's sect to come here?" Xie Xinghe, filled with dread, questioned, "Tong Gu, who is he? Am I familiar with him?" "Jimmy, gee, the short-legged beast you raised." Xie Xinghe stared in disbelief. You are gee?" The short-legged creature had transformed into a towering figure of nearly 2 meters. "Wait, why does the name Jimmy sound so familiar? Isn't that the name of the Demon King?" The chief fire fruit that Shen Qingming sought was in his possession. Upon hearing this, Jimmy scrutinized him. "How did you recognize me?" He had been in a fragile, juvenile form, severely injured and lacking magical power, concealing his dragon horns and scales, so no one should have recognized him. Xie Xinghe, though lacking in various skills, excelled at forging connections. "I felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing you, as though I had known you and spent time with you." Jimmy scoffed, uncertain whether to believe his words. "Since you recognized me, let us settle our previous accounts." Xie Xinghe hastily emphasized, "I never mistreated you. I even helped you, so you cannot harm me." Jimmy ominously replied, "You treated me as a pet, but I never mistreated you. I provided you with good food." Xie Xinghe defended, "I am a divine beast. You raised me like a lowly creature." Xie Xinghe, raising his chin defiantly, stated, "I never mistreated you. It was my first time raising a beast. I lacked experience." Jimmy pointed at the rabbit in his arms. "Then why did you let the rabbit bite me? What do you have to say about that?" Xie Xinghe carefully raised the rabbit to his eye level. "Then I shall let you bite back." Jimmy, momentarily taken aback, lifted the rabbit by its ears. This rabbit would make a fine stew. Xie Xinghe anxiously snatched the rabbit back. "You shared a bed together. How can you be so heartless as to stew it?" His words sparked a sudden interest in the 2 fiends behind him, who regarded Jimmy with peculiar expressions. Glancing back at the rabbit, "The king never favors women. Does he have such unique tastes?" Jimmy leaned closer, narrowing the distance to Xie Xinghe's face. "If you say that, does it mean we share a bond as well?" Xie Xinghe tentatively proposed. "Then, considering our connection, will you let me go?" "Dream on." Jimmy gestured to the 2 fiends behind him. "You two, bind him and take him back to the demon realm." The 2 fiends perked up. "Yes, my lord." Xie Xinghe recoiled. "What is the demon realm? What do you intend to do with me?" "I need a pet," Jimmy mused, increasingly pleased with his decision, nodding, "You shall henceforth be my beloved pet." Chapter 66. Entering the demon realm as a pet. Being a pet. How does one fulfill that role? Xie Xinghe, bound by ropes, questioned. Will you raise me as I did you? Eating, sleeping, and perhaps even taking walks? Jimmy lifted his chin, his voice cold. Precisely. Xie Xinghe pondered, though this sounds rather undignified. What if I suddenly no longer wish to escape? Jimmy recalled how Xie Xinghe had previously cradled him, extending his arms. Come here. I'll carry you. Xie Xinghe gazed at Jimmy's chiseled yet handsome visage. No need. I can walk by myself. I rarely carried you before. If Shen Qingming saw, wouldn't she be furious? No, why was he still considering Shen Qingming? Their relationship had ended. Without further ado, Jimmy scooped Xie Xinghe up as if he were an infant, securing him against his chest. The demon race was generally robust and well-built, Jimmy towering over Shen Qingming's height of 1.85 meters, standing nearly 2 meters tall himself. Jimmy did not employ a princess carry but rather cradled Xie Xinghe like a baby, supporting his back and lifting him effortlessly. Xie Xinghe stiffened, unsure whether to move or remain still. 001 reminded him, once in the demon realm, I'll activate the identity scanner for you. Many demons tend to bully the weak and favor the strong. Take note of whom you cannot easily offend. Xie Xinghe gripped Jimmy's shoulders while the rabbit, Tuan Tuan, perched on his shoulder. Tong Gu? Are we truly going to the demon realm? 001 affirmed. With Shen Qingming's influence in the cultivation realm, you can only evade him by hiding in the demon realm. But if I venture into the demon realm, doesn't that count as betraying the cultivation realm? 001 replied earnestly. The cultivation realm and the demon realm signed a peace treaty lasting 10,000 years, of which only 3,000 years have passed. Your journey to the demon realm will contribute to fostering friendship and peaceful development between the two realms, a noble endeavor. Xie Xinghe felt a nagging sense of doubt, yet he could not refute. Understood. Demon realm, demon palace. The system identity interface has been activated. The first thing Xie Xinghe saw was an introduction to Jimmy. Accompanying him were two followers. Names: Jimmy, gender, male, age, 975 years, personality, arrogant and unruly, occupation, demon lord of the demon realm, species, a hybrid of divine dragon and celestial demon, health status, perfect. Name: Hoopy, gender, male, age, 2,235 years, personality, careless and hot-tempered, occupation, guardian of the demon realm, species, celestial demon, health status, good. Name: Shit You, gender, male, age, 2,435 years, personality, greedy and thrill-seeking, occupation, guardian of the demon realm, species, celestial demon, health status, good. The demon clan categorizes ranks in a manner that is both intricate and profound. Yet, unexpectedly, these seemingly unreliable companions of Jimmy turn out to be highly esteemed celestial demons within the demon clan. Furthermore, Jimmy, whose eyes are violet and adorned with demonic markings, possesses golden eyes due to his mixed heritage of gods and demons. Jimmy brought Xie Xinghe into the grand hall of the demon realm and gently set him down from his embrace. He patted his head and said, "From now on, you shall remain here." Xie Xinghe curiously surveyed his surroundings, finding that the demon palace was not as ominous and terrifying as he had imagined. The hall, with its dark-hued architecture, exuded a sense of grandeur and magnificence. The guards within were elite warriors of the Xian demon rank. Xie Xinghe inquired, "Am I allowed to explore here?" Jimmy tilted his chin slightly, his golden eyes radiating an air of superiority. Of course. This is your master's home, and thus, it is your home as well. He, Jimmy, would never skimp on treating his pet well. Having learned from his previous misadventure of getting lost in the Shen Qingming Canglong Hall, Xie Xinghe asked, "Are there any traps or formations here? What if I accidentally stumble into one?" Jimmy tossed him a token, stating, "Take this. With it, no one will be able to stop you." Upon seeing the token, Hoopy and Shit You were taken aback. Hoopy exclaimed, "My lord, this is your demon lord's token. How can you simply give it to him?" If he possesses the token, Jimmy shot them an annoyed glance and replied, "He is my pet, so naturally, he should carry my token. Are you questioning my authority?" Although Xie Xinghe was unaware of the token's significance, he could deduce from the expressions of the two guardians that it was indeed something of great importance. He promptly affixed the token to his waist, fearing that Jimmy might change his mind and demand it back. "My lord, The Grand Guardian has matters to report. Please proceed to the army. A Xian demon warrior approached from outside. Addressing Jimmy, Jimmy frowned in apparent impatience, a flicker of hostility glinting in his eyes. He turned to Xie Xinghe and cautioned, "You can explore on your own. I have matters to attend to." Xie Xinghe obediently nodded. "All right, you go ahead. Just remember not to overexert yourself." No one had ever dared speak to him in such a manner, and though Jimmy cast him a disdainful glance, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Nothing could tire this lord. After Jimmy departed, Xie Xinghe intercepted Hupi and Shityu, standing before them with his hands clasped together, his small stature dwarfed by the two imposing figures. He flashed them a sweet smile. "Brothers, I am new here and would like to befriend you too." Shityu scoffed. "Humph. I've hoarded magic crystals for over 1,000 years, and you almost took them all. You think I would be friends with you?" Hupi looked down at him disdainfully. "The likes of you are the weakest in the demon realm. You're only fit to be a PIT. Was you who bound me first, and I merely took some self-defense measures. Otherwise, I would be apologizing to you both right now." Xie Xinghe continued to smile cheerfully. "Even if I am a pet, I am the pet of the king. We will be seeing each other often, so why make things so awkward?" "Humph, move aside." Hupi casually lifted Xie Xinghe, like a chick, and placed him in a less obstructive area before swaggering out of the palace. These two proved unmanageable, so Xie Xinghe turned his attention to the nearby warrior, Yitan, who had a cold demeanor yet a warm heart. "Excuse me, brother. May I ask you a few questions?" Yitan glanced at him and asked, "Do you have magic crystals?" Magic crystals are the primary currency in the demon realm. Xie Xinghe produced a gold ingot and inquired, "I don't have magic crystals. Would gold suffice?" The warrior quickly accepted the gold and tucked it away, glancing around before whispering, "Ask your questions quickly. I am on duty, and it would be bad if someone sees." This gold was perfect for him to buy a piece of jewelry for his beloved. Xie Xinghe asked, "Is your king very busy?" mentioning the demon lord. Yitan's face lit up with admiration. "Our king manages the entire demon clan. Of course, he is extremely busy." Xie Xinghe nodded, pointing to the token at his waist. "What is the purpose of this demon lord's token?" Yitan explained, "Holding the demon lord's token is akin to having the demon lord himself present. No demon may act insolently towards the bearer." Xie Xinghe pointed in the direction Hupi and Shityu had departed. "If the token is so powerful, why did they treat me that way earlier?" Yitan candidly replied, "Those two celestial demons are old ministers of the demon clan, even older than our demon lord. In their eyes, you are merely a pet brought along by the king, and they likely look down upon you." Xie Xinghe pondered thoughtfully. Jimmy became the demon lord at over 900 years. These two celestial demons, having lived over 2,000 years, only attained the rank of guardians. Are they truly looking down on me, or are they dissatisfied with Jimmy's arrangement? Noticing Xie Xinghe's innocent and somewhat naive demeanor, Yitan kindly advised, "Since you are the pet of the demon lord, you must address him as master and learn how to please him. With your small frame in the demon realm, if the demon lord were to abandon you, any demon could easily crush you." Xie Xinghe took out another gold ingot. "Thank you for the guidance, brother. I'll give this to you as well. It is but a matter of calling him master. It wouldn't cost him a thing." Xie Xinghe could be both humble and flexible. Why? Yitan weighed the gold in his hand. "You are quite sensible. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." Understanding that the demon lord's token was a life-saving asset, Xie Xinghe confidently roamed the demon palace. Outside the grand hall of the palace, countless guards and maidservants bustled about, none paying him any heed. The demon men here were tall, averaging around 1.9 meters, with those below 1.8 meters considered short. The women were also predominantly statuesque, alluring, and gracefully poised. While wandering through the back garden, Xie Xinghe heard peculiar sounds emanating from the bushes. "Tonggu, what is happening over there?" Curiosity piqued, he decided to let Tonggu assist him at a bunch of mosaics. Huh. Xie Xinghe took a moment to comprehend. Oh, the demons certainly engage in wild antics. "Hey, little one, what are you doing?" A delicate hand, adorned with rose-red nails, gently tapped Xie Xinghe's shoulder. He turned to find a woman, strikingly beautiful. He had never encountered a woman so exquisite, and he found himself momentarily entranced. This woman surpassed even the perfect goddess he had created in his previous game. She was a living embodiment of beauty before him. As Xie Xinghe glanced at her identifying display, he noted, name, Huaji, gender, Female, age, 1035 years, personality, astute and tender-hearted, occupation, guardian of the demon realm, species, celestial demon, health status, good. Seeing Xie Xinghe's dazed expression, Huaji chuckled and waved her jade-like hand before his eyes. Have you come to your senses? Xie Xinghe's cheeks flushed as he covered his face, his clear eyes shining with innocence. Sister, I'm sorry, I just think you're really beautiful. I didn't mean to stare. Huaji laughed again, her sweet, enchanting laughter captivating him. Oh, where did this little cutie come from, with such sweet words? The beautiful sister was complimenting him. Xie Xinghe, feeling a bit dazed, responded, I was picked up by my master to be his pet. His gaze remained clear and sincere, devoid of any embarrassment or shame, leaving Huaji uncertain whether he was genuinely naive or simply concealing deeper thoughts. Little one, you have the king's token, Huaji remarked, gently holding the token hanging from his waist. Let me guess, your master is the king. I envy the king for having such a lovely little companion. I would love to have one too. What is your name? The fragrance of flowers wafted from her, and Xie Xinghe's face turned even redder from the teasing. Standing obediently, he replied, My name is Xie Xinghe. This was Xie Xinghe's first close encounter with a woman. His only previous experience was a visit to an establishment with friends, where he had been abducted by a succubus instead of meeting any beautiful women. Huaji extended her hand, every movement exuding charm and allure. I am Huaji. You may continue to call me sister. Xie Xinghe politely shook her hand, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. Sister Huaji, may I come to find you in the future? Huaji pinched his rosy cheeks and linked her arm with his. Of course, I reside in the eastern side hall outside the palace. You can come whenever you wish. I adore cute boys like you. To his dismay, Xie Xinghe discovered that he was still shorter than Huaji. Sister, are you here idling, or are you looking for your master? Just as elder sister had nothing much to do. She took you around for a stroll. Xie Xinghe nodded eagerly. Sure. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and gentle elder sister? At sunset, Huaji bid farewell to Xie Xinghe, presenting him with a jade pendant from the demon realm that would allow him to contact her. Joyfully, Xie Xinghe returned to the demon palace, feeling that meeting such a lovely elder sister made for a truly delightful day. Master, you have returned. Upon seeing Jimie seated upon the throne within the demon palace, Xie Xinghe hurried over to greet him. Jimie was munching on a chicken leg and, upon hearing this, choked and began coughing. Cough, cough. Who told you to call me that? Xie Xinghe approached and gently patted his back, saying, Am I not your pet? If I don't call you master, what should I call you? Are you all right? Jimie continued to cough, cough, cough. Xie Xinghe handed him a cup of milk. Aren't powerful beings like you supposed to fast? Why do you enjoy eating so much? We beasts are different from you weak humans. Once he regained his composure, Jimie sat upright in his chair. Humans rely on cultivation to maintain their youthful appearance. But we divine beasts are born with long lifespans in terms of our species age. We only reach adulthood after 1,000 years. If it weren't for the Qihua fruit that Shen Qingming fed me, I could have waited several decades before entering heat. I'm still growing, so of course I need to eat more. Jimie sniffed at the paper cup Xie Xinghe had handed him. What is this? It smells familiar, Xie Xinghe replied. Doesn't the demon realm have any drinks? This is a nutritional supplement that can help with growth. Xie Xinghe firmly believed that drinking milk would make one taller. As for why he was still so short, it must be because he hadn't consumed enough. Jimie glanced at Xie Xinghe, who was only slightly taller than himself, and asked, Are you sure this isn't meant to reverse the growth of your bones? Xie Xinghe, feeling indignant, attempted to snatch it back. If you don't want it, then fine. I don't want to give it to you anyway. I exchanged it in the system space. Most people wouldn't even consider giving it away. Such kindness goes unrewarded. Don't move. Jimie shot him a sharp glare and downed the milk in one gulp. You think you can take back something given to me? Chapter 68. Shen Qingming seeks the demon realm master. You? Xie Xinghe began, but Jimie, with flushed ears, turned away and awkwardly said, Just call me a G like before. The title of master isn't pleasant. Xie Xinghe pointed at his own soft, plump lips and said, A G, I meant to say, wipe the corner of your mouth. Jimie rubbed his thumb across the corner of his mouth. All right. In the tranquil atmosphere, he noticed Xie Xinghe lingering and asked, Why aren't you leaving? Xie Xinghe counted on his fingers. I want to sleep, but you haven't arranged a room for me yet. I also want to eat, and you haven't prepared dinner for me. Jimie, sounding impatient, replied, Why are you so troublesome? I already gave you a token. You can order whatever you want from the kitchen and choose whichever room you liked. If you're short on money, go to the treasury and take what you need. From now on, decide these trivial matters for yourself. Xiexinghe blinked his eyes and asked, "Can I have 2 guards? After all, I'm your pet. What if someone tries to abduct me?" Jimia crossed his legs and looked at him sideways. "Which one do you fancy?" Xiexinghe pointed at Yitan. "I think this big brother looks quite good." Jimia stood up and, with an authoritative gaze sweeping over the 18 guards in the hall, commanded, "Yitan, Yimu, you two are responsible for his safety from now on." Xiexinghe cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Aji. You truly are a good person." Jimia raised his chin with a touch of pride. "Humph, as long as you understand." Taking Yitan and Yimu, Xiexinghe proceeded to select his room, even inviting a few demon maids to transform the space into his preferred style. With his sweet words and charming demeanor, he called them sister and generously treated them, quickly winning their hearts as they praised him for his cuteness. Most demons were robust and muscular, but his delicate and cute appearance was equally adored by both genders among the demon tribe. In just a few days, Xiexinghe thrived within the demon palace, becoming the group's beloved pet. Meanwhile, at Songyun sect, Shen Qingming was nearly driven mad searching for information on the contract ring. After 5 days of scouring every corner of Songyun sect and dispatching disciples to nearby towns, he finally gathered some news about Xiexinghe. From a waiter at a remote inn, he learned that Xiexinghe had been taken away by individuals suspected to be demons. As for their identities, the waiter was unaware, but he heard the 2 leading demons referred to as the king. With this information, Shen Qingming stormed into the demon palace, sword in hand, demanding, "Jimia, come out." Jimia, clad in dark blue armor and leaning confidently against the armrests of his throne, looked down with disdain at Shen Qingming, surrounded by demon generals. "Shen Qingming, how bold of you to invade my demon palace. You've delivered yourself right to my door. Give me back Xiexinghe." Shen Qingming gripped his sword, his cold gaze fixed on Jimia. His formidable spiritual pressure made the surrounding demon generals hesitant to act, merely raising their weapons in a show of intimidation. "So, you've come for Xiexinghe." Jimia relaxed, shifting to a more comfortable position on his throne, casually tossing treats from a plate held by a maid into his mouth, appearing utterly unconcerned. "Oh, you mean my new little pet? He's doing quite well here and won't be going back." Jimia had previously taken the Qihua fruit from Shen Qingming without showing any reaction. Yet now, seeing Shen Qingming so furious, he realized how much Xiexinghe meant to him. The more furious Shen Qingming appeared, the less likely Jimia was to release him easily. Waving dismissively at Shen Qingming, he said, "Get lost? Out of respect for the peace treaty between our realms, I'll let this slide. Why business here is personal and has nothing to do with the cultivation world or Songyun sect." Shen Qingming, radiating a murderous aura, felt his sword resonate with his emotions. "Xinghe is not a pet. How dare you treat my person as a pet?" Jimia, proudly lifting his chin, looked down at him. "Your person? He is now mine." Shen Qingming closed his eyes, suppressing the complex emotions of anger and concern within him. "What will it take for you to return Xiexinghe to me? State your terms." Jimia smirked. "Oh, Shen Xianzuan, are you conceding to me?" Having always been pursued by Shen Qingming, Jimia now relished his newfound advantage. "If only you had spoken like this earlier." Pointing to a nearby guard, Jimia commanded, "You go and bring Xiexinghe here. Just tell him I have business with him." The demon guard responded loudly, "Yes." Jimia, with a hint of generosity, added, "I want to give him to you. But I'll allow you to see him." Shen Qingming fell silent, his expression returning to its icy, unapproachable demeanor. Once he saw Xiexinghe, he was confident he could take him away. Jimia felt vexed by Shen Qingming's indifferent demeanor. Why did he always wear such a sour face? Acting aloof, was he? Let us see how long he can keep it up. Soon, Xiexinghe was brought in by the demon guards. Jimia stepped down from his throne, leaning against a pillar in the hall, waiting for Xiexinghe. Due to Shen Qingming being surrounded by guards and Xiexinghe's shorter stature, he did not see Shen Qingming in the crowd. He held a large bouquet of fresh flowers he had picked with Hua Ji that morning, who had also taught him how to arrange flowers. The moment Xiexinghe entered, he spotted Jimia and approached with a beaming smile. Presenting him with the bouquet he had personally crafted at a G. "This is a gift for you. I wish for you to be as vibrant and radiant as these flowers every day." During their time together, Xiexinghe had discovered that although Jimia appeared fierce and had a bad temper, He was a classic case of being cold on the outside yet warm on the inside. He was like a proud boy in his teens who lacked maturity. Shower him with compliments and care, and his thoughts were quite easy to understand. This is something meant for women. Don't give it to me again. I have no need for it, Jimia scoffed coldly, yet the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, his gaze fixated on the bouquet without wanting to look away. Xie Xinghe blinked his clear eyes. Filled with pleading, I made this myself, and it took a long time to pick. Please just accept it, troublesome. But I suppose I'll reluctantly accept it. Mia's smile threatened to reach his ears. Though he feigned indifference, putting on a face that said, I don't want it. You're forcing it upon me. Xie Xinghe chuckled inwardly, thinking how adorable Jimia looked in that moment, completely unlike a demon king. Thank you, Aji. I'll find a vase to arrange the flowers. Jimia evaded Xie Xinghe's attempt to take the bouquet back, grumbling, What can you do, being so clumsy? I'll do it myself. You don't need to help. What was wrong with this kid, trying to take back something meant for someone else? Humph. Chapter 69. Xie Xinghe and Shen Qingming argue. Shen Qingming observed the interaction between the two. A shadowy envy twisted to madness lurked deep within, accompanied by a surge of indignation. Xie Xinghe had never received flowers from him. As he made his way here, he was filled with trepidation, preoccupied with thoughts of whether Xie Xinghe would be harmed in the demon palace, or if he might be bullied. Yet this fellow seemed to be thriving, completely unmindful of his own well-being. Xie Xinghe sensed a palpable aura of menace approaching from behind. Only then did he turn to glance at the demon general guards behind him. What are you doing, creating such a commotion? He inquired. Jimmy waved his hand, and the demon generals immediately parted to create a path, still vigilantly aiming their weapons at Shen Qingming. Shen Qingming's tall and solitary figure, akin to a pine tree, emerged within Xie Xinghe's line of sight. Their eyes locked, and the ominous expression on Shen Qingming's face was truly terrifying. Xie Xinghe instinctively retreated behind Jimmy. Master, how did you find me? This action only served to provoke Shen Qingming further. Causing his heart to ache, jealousy twisted his reason. Shen Qingming extended his hand toward Xie Xinghe, biting the tip of his tongue to stifle the pain, the metallic tang of blood momentarily calming him. Xinghe, return with me, he urged. He was fully capable of fighting his way out, but with Xie Xinghe still in Jimmy's grasp, a confrontation could easily result in collateral damage to the defenseless Xie Xinghe. Hiding behind Jimmy, Xie Xinghe called out assertively, No. Jimmy chuckled softly. Shen Qingming, it's not that this king wants to release him. Rather, my dear pet simply has no desire to go with you. Shen Qingming replied solemnly. Xinghe, he merely views you as a pet. Xie Xinghe poked his head out from behind Jimmy, puffing up his cheeks and retorting, That's not true. At least he won't chain me up with that. He quickly withdrew back behind Jimmy, avoiding Shen Qingming's gaze. Indeed, Jimmy said, lifting Xie Xinghe from behind him. Pointing at Shen Qingming, he asked, Are you implying he has chained you before? Xie Xinghe nodded in discontent. Yes, that's why I fled from Cangyan sect. Upon hearing this, Jimmy crossed his arms and mockingly addressed Shen Qingming. Shen Qingming, you truly are a piece of work, and no wonder you were abandoned. Even he knows that employing such twisted methods to keep someone by your side will only push them further away. Who could have imagined that this icy Shen Xian would resort to such irrational behavior? Jimmy was now even less inclined to let Xie Xinghe go. He was eager to see what Shen Qingming would do to take Xie Xinghe away. Shen Qingming reigned in the darkness in his eyes, adopting a gentler expression as he gazed at Xie Xinghe, softly beckoning him. Xinghe, I promise I won't treat you like that again. Come back with me. Xie Xinghe pondered for a moment before responding, Then you must promise not to force me to do things I dislike in the future. You must respect my opinions. Shen Qingming fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. All right, from now on, I will discuss matters with you first. Xie Xinghe replied, I don't want to return to Cangyan sect just yet. You can go. I'm quite content here. Shen Qingming lowered his tone to persuade him. Xinghe, look, Xie Xinghe, like an agitated cat, pointed an accusatory finger at him. You just promised me and now you're going back on your word? You're lying. Shen Qingming suppressed his anger and replied, The demon race is inherently brutal and aggressive. Do you really think they are sincere towards you? Do you know how many demons he, Jimmy, has killed to attain this position? Don't be foolish. The demon realm is not suitable for you. Return with me. Jimmy crossed his arms in front of Xie Xinghe, his expression turning cold. Shen Qingming, my dear pet has spoken. He does not want you. Leave, or my demon generals will take action and throw you out. I will return, Shun Qingming warned, casting a glance at Xie Xinghe, who was avoiding his gaze, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Jimmy, threateningly stating, if a single hair on his head is harmed, I will raze your demon palace to the ground. Jimmy wrapped an arm around Xie Xinghe's neck, deliberately ruffling his hair in front of Shun Qingming. "Oh, pet," he declared. "I will take good care of him. You need not concern yourself. Don't touch him," Shun Qingming growled, veins bulging on the back of his hand gripping the sword, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Jimmy brandished his weapon in response, poised for confrontation. Yet, Shun Qingming ultimately sheathed his sword, tearing a rift in space and departing alone. It was not difficult to leave the demon realm with Xie Xinghe, but ensuring his safe exit unscathed was a formidable challenge. Brother Tong? He just left like that? Xie Xinghe was at a loss, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief that the two had not clashed. Ling Lingyi remarked, "It seems he is not beyond redemption." Had Shun Qingming recklessly engaged the demon realm today, forcibly taking Xie Xinghe away, I would have certainly struck him off Xie Xinghe's list of allies. But it seems this Shun Qingming is still salvageable. Xie Xinghe did not grasp Ling Lingyi's meaning, but that did not prevent him from questioning, "Brother Tong, given how I've treated him, do you think he will come again?" Ling Lingyi asked, "Do you wish for him to return?" Xie Xinghe fell silent, for he had not yet resolved the answer to that question within himself. "I only kill those who harbor ill intentions or betray me, as long as one is loyal to me. I will not mistreat them." Xie Xinghe snapped back to reality upon hearing Jimmy's deep voice. Was he explaining to himself the matter of Shun Qingming having killed many demons? Xie Xinghe patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, I won't betray a G," Jimmy smirked, his smile wild and untamed. "Humph, you don't possess the capability to betray me." In his other hand, he held the bouquet that Xie Xinghe had given him. Addressing the guards still lingering in the hall, "This is no longer your concern. You may leave." Xie Xinghe followed suit, only to be halted by Jimmy. His tone was displeased. "Didn't you say you would help me arrange the flowers? Are you having second thoughts?" Xie Xinghe was speechless. "I'll do it right away." It seemed he was truly fond of being contradictory. Jimmy intended to place the flowers in his own room, and Xie Xinghe followed him inside. This was the first time in the few days since Xie Xinghe's arrival that he had entered Jimmy's chamber. What Xie Xinghe did not realize was that beasts possess a profound territorial instinct, fiercely guarding their domains and permitting no outsiders to tread lightly upon their territory. Even the faintest trace of an outsider's scent would alert them, prompting them to tear the intruder apart. Xie Xinghe was the first and only individual to safely enter Jimmy's room. Chapter 70. Shun Qingming's arson and infiltration of the Demon Palace. Jimmy's chamber was spacious, twice the size of the room Xie Xinghe had previously occupied at the Xie residence, yet it felt rather barren, nearly devoid of any decorative items. Unable to find a vase, Xie Xinghe simply retrieved a golden glass bottle from his spatial ring, the colors shimmering like Jimmy's eyes. He infused a touch of water spirit energy into the flowers, ensuring they would remain vibrant for a longer duration. After positioning the vase, he stepped back to admire his handiwork, proclaiming, "My taste is impeccable." Jimmy raised his chin, prideful as he remarked, "Humph, it seems you are somewhat useful after all from now on. The task of replacing the fresh flowers in my room will fall to you." Xie Xinghe twitched his lips. "Find that I came to deliver a gift, and now I've become a long-term florist." Jimmy settled onto a nearby stone chair, downing the red wine from the table in one gulp. He lifted the bottle towards Xie Xinghe. "Care for a drink?" Xie Xinghe shook his head, hesitated, then leaned in to massage Jimmy's shoulders, grinning as he asked, "Aji, if Shun Qingming returns, will you fight him?" Shun Qingming had come to the demon realm alone. No matter his prowess, facing 1,000,000 demon soldiers in a war of attrition would surely lead to his demise. With a resounding thud, Jimmy slammed the wine bottle down on the table. Casting Xie Xinghe a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What is this? Concern for Shun Qingming? Then why don't you go find him?" Xie Xinghe quickly waved his hands. "I was just asking casually. Don't be angry. Forget I said anything." Jimmy raised his voice, a fierce resentment evident in his eyes. "Shun Qingming has already reached my doorstep, and you still don't want me to engage him?" Xie Xinghe felt guilty. "That's not what I meant." Jimmy pressed down on his shoulder. "What do you mean?" "Then, that is precisely what you mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Xie Xinghe repeatedly apologized, realizing that reasoning with someone unreasonable was futile. "I'll have the chef make you a new dish as compensation. How does that sound?" Jimmy, being a foodie himself, was quickly appeased. Although Xie Xinghe was no culinary expert, he possessed a cookbook that could be exchanged for a full banquet recipe with just 3 points in the system space. Handing the recipe to the Demon Realm chef had left him ecstatic, eager to express his gratitude to Xie Xinghe. Jimmy was soon placated, but maintained a cold demeanor. Humph. You are not to mention Shen Qingming in my presence from now on. Do you hear me? Xie Xinghe raised his hand in a vow. Yes, I promise not to utter those 3 words in front of you again. In the blink of an eye, Xie Xinghe had spent another 7 days in the Demon Palace, during which he heard no news of Shen Qingming. He assumed he had given up and felt a twinge of disappointment for 2 days. Ling Lingyi did not inform Xie Xinghe that Shen Qingming had visited the Demon Realm daily for the past 7 days. Concerned that confronting Jimmy might lead to Xie Xinghe being bullied within the Demon Realm in recent days, Shen Qingming has endured an unrelenting barrage of mockery and provocation from Jimmy. The latter has effectively sealed off all information pertaining to Shen Qingming from Xie Xinghe. After all, this Demon Realm fundamentally belongs to Jimmy. Even though Xie Xinghe shares amicable relations with the denizens of the demon world, the commands of the Demon King forever reign supreme. 01 has also intentionally lent a hand in concealing matters. Shen Qingming's pathological possessiveness, if not tempered, will undoubtedly lead to Xie Xinghe, who is naturally soft-hearted, being subjected to further bullying. The inhabitants of the Demon Realm are exuberant, bold, and uninhibited. This domain is far more vibrant and boisterous than the realm of cultivation, teeming with the essence of human life. The full moon hanging in the sky resembles a luminous white jade plate, seemingly larger and rounder than the moon of the cultivation realm. The demon maidens are clad in sheer, airy fabrics, and as moonlight spills through the windows, their delicate waists and snow-white thighs become faintly discernible in the silvery glow. At this moment, Xie Xinghe finds himself besieged by several stunningly beautiful maidens with fair skin and long legs. The 4 maidens encircle Xie Xinghe, and when he is not paying attention, they extend their soft, white fingers to tease and caress his face. Xie Xinghe's cheeks redden from their playful torment, leaving him at a loss for words. Ladies, please, you may attend to your duties. One of the maidens, holding a bathrobe, chides. Oh, don't be shy. Allow me to assist you with your bathing. Xie Xinghe clutches his garments tightly, feeling flustered by their teasing, and softly replies, I can change by myself. His timid demeanor only serves to incite the predatory instincts of the carnivorous maidens, who push him toward the adjacent bathing pool. Though not be shy. I am over 2,000 years old. I've seen it all. In terms of your mortal years, you might as well consider me an old lady. Where can one find such a beautiful old lady? Xie Xinghe retreats further. Another maiden reaches out to loosen his hairpin, causing his dark locks to cascade down. Oh, Xinghe, how do you maintain your hair? It's even more lustrous than mine. Is that so? Let me have a look. Allow me to touch it. The maidens shift their attention from his face to his hair. Ladies, truly, I can manage on my own. Please, you may leave. Xie Xinghe pleads desperately as he retreats. Unbeknownst to him, he has stepped back into the bathing pool. With a sudden slip, he falls into the expansive pool, sending up a splash of water. Gasping, he emerges, having swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. The maidens hover above him, anxious. Xinghe, are you all right? This pool is meant for the Demon King's use. Despite the commotion, they dare not jump in after him, supporting himself against the edge of the pool. Xie Xinghe's eyes, now glimmering with clarity, reflect the water's surface. His dark hair floats around him like a docile mermaid. I'm fine. There's a fire. Hurry, we need to extinguish it. The maidens, captivated by his enchanting appearance, are inclined to tease him further, but the commotion from outside interrupts them. They exchange glances, bewildered. How could there be a fire in the Demon Palace? Isn't it enough to extinguish it with water magic? You fool, it must be an intentional arson. It's no ordinary fire. Xinghe, let us go check it out. Stay here. Where could possibly be safe after a fire? The water pool is undoubtedly the safest place. The maidens converse rapidly, leaving no room for Xie Xinghe to respond before they rush out. Sighing with relief, Xie Xinghe sits in the pool, thankful for their departure. Tonggu, where's the fire? 01 replies. In the eastern side hall. It's unoccupied, so it won't reach us here. Xie Xinghe is thoroughly reassured. His clothes are completely soaked, proving to be quite a burden. He loosens his belt and sheds the damp garments. The pool, built to Jimmy's height specifications, is not particularly deep, yet the water reaches Xie Xinghe's collarbone. His long, dark hair spreads through the water, while his bangs cling uncomfortably to his face. Supporting himself against the pool's edge, he spots a discarded green hairband left by the maidens and reaches for it. However, another hand, long and jade-like, snatches it away first. Xiexinghe looks up to find himself face to face with a handsome man whose gentle visage is marred by a chilling expression. Almost losing his balance again, Xiexinghe steadies himself against the pool's edge, stammering, Shun Qingming, what are you doing here? Chapter 71. Shun Qingming's game. It has only been a few days, and he can't even bring himself to call his master correctly. Shun Qingming squats before him, his tone enigmatic. Xiexinghe yearns to assert, we have no relationship anymore, yet he falters, especially under Shun Qingming's daunting gaze. He feels a chill. Master, please return. This is the demon realm. Clad merely in his undergarments, Xiexinghe's fair, exquisite form is laid bare in the crystalline waters. The surface ripples, crashing against him, threatening to topple his fragile frame. As the water reaches just below his collarbone, a glistening pool gathers at the delicate curve of his collarbone, and Shun Qingming's gaze lingers there, suddenly parched. Xiexinghe, both timid and frail, possesses an acute sense of danger. He clings desperately to the pool's edge, eager to escape. Shun Qingming leaps into the water, causing a splash that douses Xiexinghe's face. Instinctively, he shuts his eyes. When he opens them again, Shun Qingming is right before him, propping himself against the wall of the pool, effectively cornering Xiexinghe. What are you doing? Xiexinghe nervously wraps his arms around himself, feeling oddly out of place. He is not a woman, after all, so there is nothing to shield. In a moment of panic, he extends his delicate hand to cover Shun Qingming's predatory gaze. No peeking. Xiexinghe's soft, unthreatening voice barely reaches Shun Qingming's ears. Shun Qingming smirks, for cultivators possess heightened senses. This naive fool likely has no idea that without sight, his other senses become even more heightened. He can hear Xiexinghe's anxious breaths, visualize the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, and even perceive the sound of him swallowing nervously. Shun Qingming closes his eyes, his long eyelashes brushing against Xiexinghe's palm, creating a tantalizing tickle. He remains silent, yet raises his hand to deftly trace Xiexinghe's red lips with his fingertip. With nowhere to retreat, Xiexinghe finds his back pressed against the pool wall, his lips parting in a soft, plaintive question, what exactly are you here for? The stalemate is a mental torment for him. He longs for clarity. Why, dear disciple, let us engage in a game. Shun Qingming is in no hurry to take him away. He now realizes that occasionally playing outside, in a different environment, can cultivate their bond. If you win, I shall grant you any wish. If you lose, you must obediently return with me. Despite knowing that this may very well be a trap, Xiexinghe finds himself shamefully intrigued. What could he ask Shun Qingming to do? After all the bullying he has suffered, might he not finally have the opportunity to exact his whims? Xiexinghe does not wish to miss such a rare chance to turn the tables on Shun Qingming. Therefore, he lowers his hand from covering Shun Qingming and inquires, what game? Since we are in water, I will not use any spiritual power. You have until the incense burns down to remove the hairpin from my head. If you succeed, you win. As he speaks, Shun Qingming produces a black silk ribbon, extending it towards Xiexinghe with a sincere expression. To increase the challenge, you may bind my eyes. I shall be unable to see or retaliate against you. Xiexinghe hesitates, contemplating whether to participate. Although the rules seem advantageous to him, he still doubts his ability to outsmart Shun Qingming. Shun Qingming continues to entice him. Let us add another rule. I cannot bind your limbs or restrict your movement. Fine. You cannot go back on your word. Xiexinghe accepts the ribbon, inspecting it carefully to ensure it indeed blinds him. Only then does Shun Qingming bow his head to help tie the ribbon over his eyes. The black silk obscures those gentle eyes, while his handsome features are veiled in darkness. A smirk plays upon his red lips, as if he harbors some mischievous intent, exuding an aura of wickedness. Shun Qingming snaps his fingers, and a timer appears beside them. The game commences. With their bodies nearly entwined, Xiexinghe immediately reaches for the hairpin atop Shun Qingming's head. Rather than evade him, Shun Qingming pulls Xiexinghe closer to his waist, capturing his chin in a kiss. The sudden depth of the kiss, coupled with the firm grip on his soft waist, sends shivers through Xiexinghe's entire being. Initially, he had been supporting himself with one hand against the pool wall, while the other reached for Shen Qingming's hairpin. Now, however, his strength wanes, and he begins to slide helplessly beneath the water. Shen Qingming shows no intent to catch him. Rather, he follows suit, pressing his weight down onto Xiexinghe, making it increasingly difficult for him to keep his arms steady against the wall. Unskilled at swimming, Xiexinghe realizes that to avoid sinking, he must abandon his attempt to grasp the hairpin, instead using both hands to brace himself against the wall, barely managing to stabilize himself and prevent slipping further. With both hands gripping the wall behind him, his body tilts forward, facilitating Shen Qingming's unabashed advances. Xiexinghe's eyes redden from the relentless teasing, glaring at Shen Qingming in silent accusation. With his feet thrashing about below, Xiexinghe envisioned Shen Qingming blindfolded, perhaps colliding with the pool's wall and tumbling down in his desperate attempt to preserve the jade crown while evading his pursuit. It would grant Xiexinghe the opportunity to revel in Shen Qingming's disheveled state. However, reality proved to be a stark contrast, shattering Xiexinghe's beautiful daydream. Indeed, it was a pitfall. He ought not to have placed his trust in that scoundrel. Yet Shen Qingming, heedless of the consequences, seemed to succumb to an addiction, deepening the kiss. The arm resting on Xiexinghe's waist ensnared him completely, drawing their bodies ever closer, as the incense beside them burned down to its end. Xiexinghe, in a fit of exasperation, bit down hard on Shen Qingming's lip. Shen Qingming released his crimson lips and, in a hoarse voice, whispered in his ear, "There is still half a stick of incense left." Observing the flush on Xiexinghe's cheeks, it was hard to discern whether it stemmed from anger or embarrassment. Teasing smile played on his lips. "My dear disciple, it seems you are destined to lose." Chapter 72. The Silent Guardian fuming, Xiexinghe's hands climbed onto Shen Qingming's shoulders, his legs entwined around his waist like an octopus, enveloping him completely. At that moment, Xiexinghe harbored but a single thought. Having already been kissed by him, he would not concede to this deceiver, losing both the lady and the battle. Such fervor! Shen Qingming had not anticipated Xiexinghe's boldness, daring to cling to him so. The soft body nestled in his arms was as warm as a small furnace, its delicate skin irresistible to the touch. Since he had offered himself so willingly, Shen Qingming felt no inclination to hold back. Shen Qingming merely wished to draw closer, even if he lost the game. He would fulfill whatever task Xiexinghe set before him. As Shen Qingming gazed at Xiexinghe's dainty earlobe, he leaned down, intending to capture it. Yet Xiexinghe, disregarding everything else, aimed to remove the crown from his head. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding crash. "What are you two doing?" Jimmy's voice reverberated, disrupting the tranquility of the bathhouse. Shen Qingming reacted with remarkable speed, wrapping Xiexinghe in his embrace and draping a bathrobe over him. At that moment, Xiexinghe snatched Shen Qingming's jade crown, elated. "I have it. You've lost." Shen Qingming pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth, his tone indulgent. "Very well, I concede. Whatever wish you desire." "Qinghe, I shall grant." Jimmy's magical blade surged toward Shen Qingming, eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Shen Qingming, you dare trespass in my demon palace, set my palace ablaze, and lay your hands on my pet? You seek death." Shen Qingming leaped from the bath, cradling Xiexinghe in his arms to evade Jimmy's attack. He inquired once more, "Do you wish to return with me?" Xiexinghe glanced at the furious Jimmy and shook his head. "No. Even if I were to return, I must first bid farewell to Jimmy properly. Moreover, I have yet to allow Shen Qingming to fulfill his promise to do something for me." He nudged Shen Qingming. "I haven't decided on my wish yet. I will tell you next time. You should leave now. If you don't, Jimmy might come at us with that big sword." "Teasing little rascal, you kiss and then deny it?" Shen Qingming feigned a tone of grievance. He clutched Xiexinghe, dodging Jimmy's attack, and before departing, he leaned down to plant a kiss atop Xiexinghe's head. "I shall return to find you tomorrow." The celestial tear could perform high-level spells capable of tearing apart barriers that isolate everything. Though Jimmy was still young, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Yet even with all his defenses, he could not prevent the celestial tear Shen Qingming from traversing space at will. As Shen Qingming departed, Xiexinghe gazed at the black silk still bound over his eyes, suddenly realizing something was amiss. How had he managed to evade Jimmy's attacks time and again while blindfolded? Shen Qingming's departure left Jimmy seething with rage, directing his fury towards Xiexinghe. He lowered his weapon, bellowing at Xiexinghe, "You two are flirting in my bathhouse. My demon palace is not your rendezvous spot. If you wish to meet, return to your Zhangyan sect. Xie Xinghe still held Shen Qingming's jade crown, hiding it behind him and murmuring defensively. We weren't flirting, Jimmy continued to fume. You even brought props. How can you claim there was no flirting? Blindfolded. You two certainly know how to have fun. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Xie Xinghe's hair had been dried by Shen Qingming's spiritual energy, yet his eyes sparkled and his lips were rosy as if washed by clear water. He lowered his head and said, that was to prevent you from seeing him, making it easier to deal with him. It wasn't he flirting. Xie Xinghe, how can such a fool like you exist in this world? Jimmy was both exasperated and infuriated, glaring at him in disbelief. Don't tell me you don't even know what divine consciousness is. Even if a cultivator is born with deficiencies, they can still utilize divine consciousness to discern reality. Much less Shen Qingming, whose eyes are perfectly fine. How could a piece of black silk obstruct his vision? Xie Xinghe, how on earth have you survived this long with such ignorance? Xie Xinghe muttered softly. I'm not foolish, I won against him. Jimmy gripped his shoulder tightly. If you're capable, say it again. Louder. With a bright smile, Xie Xinghe replied, I'm saying sorry. How is your palace? Does it need to be rebuilt? I'll fund it. Jimmy scoffed coldly. What he Shen Qingming destroyed, why should you pay? Who are you to him? Jimmy interrupted impatiently. Enough. From today onward, you will stay by my side, not a step away from my sight. Xie Xinghe gazed at him in confusion. Why? Jimmy gritted his teeth. I want to see how Shen Qingming plans to meet you alone right under my nose. Under Jimmy's fierce gaze, Xie Xinghe reluctantly agreed. All right, he still wished to ask Shen Qingming for something. What about when I want to go out to play? Come with me. And what about meals? We'll eat together. I am going to sleep now. Sleep with me. Coughing, Jimmy realized what he had just said, his ears turning red as he hastily clarified. I meant you sleep in my room. Can I go to sleep now? Xie Xinghe pointed towards the outside. Jimmy blocked his path. Let us go. Jimmy often preferred to rest in his beast form, thus his room was spacious, with a bed large enough to occupy 2/3 of the entire bedroom. He pointed to the side of the bed, keeping a distance from Xie Xinghe, and instructed, you sleep on the inside. I'll sleep on the outside, Ino rolling over to my side. Despite the vastness of the bed, there was no blanket. Xie Xinghe retrieved a blanket from his spatial ring, obediently lying down and covering himself, casting a glance at Jimmy on the other side. Don't worry, I sleep very soundly. Jimmy sat cross-legged on the bed, appearing to meditate, and extinguished the lights. Sleep quickly, no talking to as the lights went out. Darkness enveloped the room. After a while, Xie Xinghe opened his eyes. Jimmy? Sleep, Jimmy commanded, don't talk to me. Xie Xinghe stared at Jimmy's fierce golden eyes, still glinting in the dark, and gripped the blanket, saying, you glaring at me makes it hard to sleep. When did I glare at you? Jimmy's expression resembled that of a protective hen, vigilantly guarding its chick, fearing that if he let his guard down for even a moment, the wolf would snatch away his little chick. Sleep quickly. You seem not tired if you don't sleep. I'll knock you out. Oh. Xie Xinghe shot him a glare in return, turning away in displeasure, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, clearly glaring at me and still denying it. Chapter 73. The mortifying scene of Xie Xinghe just as Jimmy was about to explode with anger. Xie Xinghe had already curled himself up within the blanket, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. Jimmy gazed at the small mound on the bed, and gradually, the anger in his eyes lessened. A smile escaping his lips, such a tiny creature that could be easily crushed yet evoked in him a desire to nurture. As dawn broke, Jimmy opened his eyes, his golden irises devoid of any sleepiness. He looked at the bundled form of Xie Xinghe, approached him, and pulled back the blanket. Get up, come with me to the main hall of the demon palace. Xie Xinghe buried his face in the pillow, his voice muffled with drowsiness. I want to sleep. I'm not going, Jimmy patted his face. Get up, do you hear me? Xie Xinghe lay on the pillow, his small face creating a red imprint. Let me sleep a little longer. Jimmy inquired. How long is a little while? Xie Xinghe, half asleep, replied. A quarter of an hour. Jimmy settled cross-legged beside him. A quarter of an hour later, Jimmy again patted his face. Hey, Xie Xinghe, the time is up. Get up quickly. Xie Xinghe kept his eyes shut, reaching down to grasp the blanket, tugging it back over his head. I want to sleep for another quarter of an hour. Xie Xinghe, you're playing me, Jimmy bellowed. Get up now. You're so noisy, Xie Xinghe mumbled softly, rolling into the blanket and curling up like a flower roll. You're not getting up? Huh? Jimmy stood, observing the curled-up blanket, and hoisted it onto his shoulder as he walked towards the door. I have ways to deal with you. Xiexinghe was jolted awake by the bouncing motion. Once the jostling ceased, the noise outside grew unbearable, preventing him from falling back asleep. Xiexinghe frowned in irritation. His little face scrunching up, he burrowed his head out from under the blankets like a caterpillar. As he opened his bleary eyes, he found himself staring into several pairs of purple demonic eyes beneath the throne. The guardian flower princess blew a kiss toward Xiexinghe. Lowering his gaze, Xiexinghe suddenly realized just how mortifying his current appearance was. Wrapped entirely in the quilt, he was being carried by Jimmy. Standing atop the throne in the grand hall, while below, the 8 guardians of the demon realm and a dozen generals awaited Jimmy's deliberations. Xiexinghe's face flushed crimson, glaring at the smug instigator. Jimmy? How could you bring me here? With so many people around, couldn't you at least have provided me with a change of clothes? Jimmy shot him a glance. Keep sleeping. Why aren't you asleep? Aren't you supposed to be a heavy sleeper? Xiexinghe murmured. Please put me down. I want to go back. Jimmy remained indifferent, giving a light pat on the quilt. Embarrassed? Huh? Let's see if you dare to sleep in next time. Jimmy addressed the demons below. Where were we just now? Please continue. The chief guardian said, Your Majesty. Xiexinghe interjected softly. Jimmy, please let me down. The chief guardian, interrupted, cast a cold glare at Xiexinghe. He shrank deeper into the quilt, timidly closing his mouth. Jimmy chuckled lightly. Continue. Thus began a morning filled with social embarrassment for Xiexinghe. Initially flustered by the gazes of the guardians below, he soon became numb as the meeting dragged on without end. He resigned himself to being carried by Jimmy, retreating his head back into the quilt, pretending he was invisible. During the meeting, the chief guardian stated, Your Majesty, this month, the Extreme City has supplied 50,000 magic crystals to the capital. They continued, the city lord has requested a reduction in supply due to the rising costs of mining. Jimmy found amusement in the foolishness of the figure beneath the quilt. He set Xiexinghe down on the ground. Xiexinghe, are you a mouse? What are you doing? Wrapped in the quilt and holding half a pastry in his hand. Xiexinghe's feet touched the ground, causing him to instinctively stop chewing. His cheeks puffed like a little hamster, crumbs still lingering at the corners of his mouth. His eating was quite discreet, barely audible to an ordinary person. However, he forgot that the hall was filled with powerful demons, and even the slightest rustle would not escape their keen ears. Moreover, they not only heard but could also smell the rose-flavored millefite prepared by the palace chef. Its delightful aroma filling the air. Dozens of demonic eyes turned toward the quilt beside Jimmy. With the quilt as a shield, they could not see Xiexinghe's expression. Sensing the intense gaze behind him, Xiexinghe silently swallowed the pastry, too intimidated to turn around. He murmured, If this meeting drags on, I'm going to starve, so I'll just eat something to tide me over. He added, Let's call it a day for now. Nothing of great importance is at hand. Jimmy beckoned a nearby maid. I'm feeling a bit hungry as well. Go prepare breakfast. The 2 maids bowed and withdrew, as did the assembled demons. Jimmy, seated upon the throne, fixed his golden gaze upon Xiexinghe, a mischievous expression dancing on his strikingly handsome face. He observed Xiexinghe thoughtfully, as if contemplating how to approach his meal. Xiexinghe, clutching the quilt, felt increasingly uneasy under Jimmy's scrutiny. Yearning to escape yet finding no refuge, I'm going to wash my face, he stated. Stop right there. Jimmy snapped his fingers, and a cleansing spell tidied Xiexinghe from head to toe, even smoothing his tousled bangs. Xiexinghe looked down at his blue-striped pajamas, still barefoot. The cold floor made his white toes curl slightly. I still need to change clothes. Jimmy retrieved a black fox fur cloak from his spatial ring and draped it over Xiexinghe's shoulders. Wear this. Accompany me for breakfast. The cloak was voluminous, trailing along the ground, accentuating Xiexinghe's petite stature, one that seemed fit to be cradled in someone's arms. Xiexinghe fished out his boots from his spatial ring. Glancing around, the grand hall was empty save for Jimmy's solitary chair. Could you move aside? I need to put on my shoes. Jimmy, lost in thought, instinctively shifted to the side before realizing, why should he yield to Xiexinghe? You've got some nerve, Xiexinghe. This is my throne. Xiexinghe blinked in confusion. You didn't say I couldn't sit. Jimmy stammered, letting out a cold snort and turning away to ignore him. In truth, he was merely reflecting on how the demon race generally scorned the weak and feeble. especially a fragile human like Xiexinghe, so vastly different from their formidable beastly forms. Yet, he found himself increasingly drawn to this human's presence. Xiexinghe, equally unwilling to engage with the troublemaker who had embarrassed him that morning, averted his gaze and began to play with his fingers. Not long after, a maid reported, "Your Majesty, breakfast is ready." Jimmy pulled Xiexinghe close, tucking him under his arm as if carrying something precious. "Come, let us go to the dining table." Set down abruptly, Xiexinghe was momentarily bewildered, then quickly grew annoyed and struggled. "I can walk by myself." Jimmy, still holding him, strode purposefully. "You walk too slowly." Chapter 74, The Arena of Beasts. Jimmy placed Xiexinghe at the dining table, taking a seat beside him. It was Xiexinghe's first time dining with Jimmy. Naturally, the chef had prepared dishes to suit Jimmy's palate. He gazed at the table laden with meat, particularly a large roasted beast in the center that dwarfed him. Xiexinghe picked up his chopsticks. Uncertain where to begin, he lifted the bowl of lean meat porridge closest to him and took a sip. Jimmy grabbed a platter of pork knuckle, expertly removing the bones before devouring a large piece. He then picked up a plate of crabs, crushing the shells effortlessly. Even in his beast form, Jimmy had a hearty appetite, and now in human shape, his table manners remained equally wild. Soon he had polished off 10 or so plates of meat. He glanced at Xiexinghe, who was still sipping his porridge, and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Xiexinghe wiped his mouth. "I'm full." Having already snacked and consumed a bowl of porridge, he genuinely felt satiated. Jimmy frowned. "Is that all you eat? No wonder you're so frail." He extended a plate of roasted chicken towards Xiexinghe. "You're too skinny. Eat this." Xiexinghe patted his slightly rounder face and looked at the large plate of roasted chicken. "Are you sure I'm thin? I actually want to lose weight." Jimmy, with a serious expression, queried, "Lose weight? Where? Is there any flesh on you?" Who wouldn't he want to hear others praise them for not being overweight? Moreover, Jimmy's earnestness made Xiexinghe chuckle as he playfully tugged at a chicken leg. "Then I want to lose weight." Seeing Xiexinghe eat with delight, Jimmy also grabbed a piece of steak and began to chew. "You're not overweight to begin with," he stated matter-of-factly. Xiexinghe savored his meal even more, however. After finishing one chicken leg, he found himself unable to eat any further, leaning back in his chair to rest. "So boring. How about we go fishing? I saw many beautiful goldfish in the palace pond." Jimmy thought of those ancient fish that could transform into human form after hundreds of years and replied, "What's so fun about fishing? I'll take you to a place that doesn't exist in your cultivation world." "What fish?" With this kid's intellect, he'd be more suitable as bait than a fisherman. Xiexinghe asked curiously, "What kind of place is missing from our cultivation realm?" Jimmy smirked, reaching out to pull him back into his embrace. "You'll find out when we get there." Xiexinghe quickly dodged. Retrieving the palanquin gifted by Xin Qingming from his spatial ring. "No, let us choose a gentler mode of travel." Jimmy looked at the palanquin with disdain. "Why does this have Xin Qingming's scent? I want to sit in it." With such a keen nose, he wondered if he'd tear it apart if he knew it was a gift from her. Reluctantly, Xiexinghe stowed away the palanquin and called for Tuanchuan, who was munching on grass in the palace garden. Tuanchuan was on the verge of advancing to a 5th-tier spirit beast, and Xiexinghe could establish a master-servant contract with it in the cultivation realm. Regardless of where Tuanchuan wandered, Xiexinghe could summon it with the contract. Jimmy, being a divine beast with dragon blood, could fly through the air without the need for a sword. Soaring above, he watched Xiexinghe bouncing on the rabbit. "Where did you get this rabbit?" It appeared to be a spirit beast, yet it looked just as foolish as its owner, lacking any semblance of intelligence. Xiexinghe, perched atop the rabbit, proudly raised his chin. "I raised this from an ordinary rabbit into a contract beast." The arena was filled with raucous cheers and roars. As Xiexinghe entered with Jimmy, the arena's manager, clearly recognizing the esteemed Demon King, respectfully guided them to the most opulent box with the finest view. This underground arena, oval in shape, was constructed with a combination of barbed wire and confinement arrays. The southeast, southwest, and west sides were packed with demons there to witness the brutal clashes of beasts, while the northern box was exclusively for nobility. From this vantage point, Xiexinghe could see the stains of blood on the iron netting below. He was not fond of such a bloody and violent place. "Is this really where you wanted to bring me? What's so good about this?" Though such places might not exist in the cultivation realm, they were certainly present in the mortal world. Xiexinghe had never been there, yet he had heard tales of it. Jimmy's hand rested upon the railing outside the private room as he gazed down at the two ferocious beasts locked in combat. A flicker of desire for battle gleaming in his golden eyes, his blood surging with excitement, clamoring for bloodshed. He explained, "The demon race is inherently cruel and combative. Here lies a sanctuary for them to unleash their true nature, a paradise for most demons." At that moment, a demon, his face covered in intricate runes, approached Jimmy and respectfully inquired, "My lord, would you care to place a bet?" The wager involved predicting which of the two battling beasts would emerge victorious. A correct guess would yield double the demon crystals, while a loss would incur minimal repercussions. Jimmy turned to Xiexinghe, asking, "Do you wish to place a bet?" Xiexinghe shook his head. "I am unfamiliar with these matters. I shall refrain from participating." Jimmy waved his hand dismissively, signaling the rune-covered demon to retreat. He then addressed Xiexinghe, saying, "You need not bet on this round, but in the next, you must." Xiexinghe furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why?" "Because in the next match, your esteemed Lord Demon King shall also participate." A deep, melodious voice resonated from behind Xiexinghe. Unbeknownst to him, a striking figure clad in red with flowing white hair had entered the private room. The man possessed captivating peach blossom eyes and a beauty so enchanting that it could topple nations, with a small dot of vermilion on his brow, if not for his prominent Adam's apple and the magnetic quality of his voice. One might struggle to discern his gender. His visage surpassed even that of the Flower Princess, yet his face bore no runes, and his eyes were a dark, shadowy green, suggesting he was not of the demon realm. Jimmy pulled Xiexinghe behind him, casting a hostile glance at the man in red. "Why are you here instead of waiting below in the beast cage? I was concerned that my esteemed Lord Demon King, being a person of great importance, might forget about me amidst his busy affairs," the man in red replied, his gaze fixed on Xiexinghe. "Why has the Lord Demon King brought such a delightful little creature to the beast arena? The beasts here have an insatiable appetite for tender morsels like him. Those who dare to touch my people do not possess the audacity," Jimmy retorted in a low, menacing tone. "If you still wish to claim that territory, I suggest you return below and wait." "Very well, who am I to argue when I have a request?" The man in red shot a flirtatious glance at Xiexinghe as he departed, his tone akin to that of a lover's whisper. "Little darling, I am Tsang Su. Should you tire of the demon realm and can no longer endure Jimmy's temperamental nature, come seek me in the—" Jimmy's eyes darkened with fury as he embraced Xiexinghe, shielding him from Tsang Su's gaze. "Leave, unless you wish to engage in a duel with me right now." Chapter 75. The Beast Arena Battle. Xiexinghe inquired of Jimmy, "Are you going to fight him?" Given the tone of the man in red, his status in the must be significant. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge the Lord Demon King? "What fight? You speak as if it were mere child's play." Jimmy replied, crossing his arms and lifting his chin. "This is how we beasts contend for territory. He seeks to claim a portion of our land, and should he defeat me, it shall be his." Xiexinghe, intrigued, asked, "Why does he desire your territory?" Jimmy cast him a sidelong glance and slowly elaborated. That territory was once adjacent to the border between the demon and— several millennia ago, it was plagued by rampant demon beasts, threatening the stability of both realms. The previous Lord Demon King, Cgun, quelled the beast tide with force, thereby securing that land for the demon realm. Understanding dawned on Xiexinghe, and he nodded, his tone tinged with concern. "I see. He now wishes to reclaim it. Will you be injured in this fight?" Perhaps a gentler resolution would be preferable. Jimmy regarded the battling beasts with disdain, his tone haughty. "If anyone is to be injured, it shall be him. I am a formidable Lord Demon King. He stands no chance of harming me." Xiexinghe, eager to reassure him, said, "Yes, my Lord Demon King, do take care." Jimmy approached him, tapping his nose playfully. "I shall descend now. You must place a bet on my victory. Do you understand?" Xiexinghe touched his nose and replied, "Yes, I understand. Just be careful and don't get hurt." The battle between the two ferocious beasts was nearing its climax. Both were battered and weary, yet neither showed any sign of retreat. In this life-or-death struggle, even a moment's distraction could lead to one's demise. This was Xiexinghe's first encounter with such a scene, and his heart raced. "If you feel faint-hearted and cannot bear to watch, simply close your eyes," Jimmy remarked as he leaped over the railing, ignoring the barrier, and plunged into the arena below. The moment he descended, His handsome visage was covered in dark blue scales, his fingers transforming into lethal claws, and his body swelled in size. By the time he landed in the arena, he had morphed into a majestic beast resembling a Qilin, adorned with regal dragon horns and wings capable of soaring through the skies. Simultaneously, the arena's gate burst open, revealing a jet-black flood dragon. Its cold, bloodthirsty green eyes betrayed a fierce demeanor, wholly at odds with the beauty of the transformed. It seemed to have shattered its seal, its colossal tail sweeping with devastating force toward Jimmy. The previously engaged beasts, overwhelmed by the onslaught of pressure, quivered and scurried back to their cages. The crowd outside erupted in a moment of silence, only to be followed by even more fervent cheers. Those who came to witness sought thrills. They cared not for the identities of the combatants, for here, strength spoke volumes. The clash of two apex beasts unleashed immense destruction, with shockwaves reaching the protective barrier outside, threatening to shatter it. Every demon's gaze was riveted on this grand and powerful showdown, unwilling to blink lest they miss a moment of the splendid contest. No one cared for a mere barrier. The two beasts, massive in size yet swift in movement, made it difficult for Xiexinghe to discern most of the moves, yet his heart raced in sync with the crowd's cheers. "Xinghe, do you miss your master?" A cool voice echoed in his ear. Xiexinghe felt a familiar embrace from behind. A waft of cold fragrance enveloped him, conjuring the image of a figure in his mind. He turned to see Shen Qingming, his eyes widening in surprise. "How did you get in here? This is the Beast Arena. Didn't Jimmy say that non-demon races are barred entry? The arena's guardians can detect foreign scents and will drive them away." "You questioned me upon arrival," Shen Qingming replied, lowering his gaze in feigned disappointment. "Your master would be heartbroken." His gentle and handsome face, now marked by a melancholic demeanor, held an air of deception. Xiexinghe grasped his hand in comfort. "I was merely taken aback, not questioning you." "Then you must miss me terribly," Shen Qingming retorted, a victorious glint in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he added, "Xinghe, will you return with your master?" Upon sensing Xiexinghe's reluctance, he quickly reassured him, "I promise I will no longer confine you, nor will I become angry, and I will always heed your explanations." He gently pressed his fingertip against Xiexinghe's lips, his cool gaze now brimming with affection. "Trust me just this once, will you?" Xiexinghe bit his lip, torn. "You lost our last game and have yet to fulfill my request." Shen Qingming gazed at him tenderly. "What is your request?" "I shall surely grant it." Xiexinghe, having devised his plan yesterday, smirked slyly. "The next time you come to the demon realm, you must dress as a woman to blend in, and you must not be recognized by Jimmy when standing before him. Only then can we discuss your return." "Humph. I cannot simply allow you to lock yourself away without posing a challenge. I refuse to return so easily." "Dressing as a woman?" Shen Qingming stammered, suppressing his blinking eyelids. "My dear disciple, let us consider a different request. No. You just said you would agree to anything I asked." Xiexinghe feigned anger, turning away from him, though he secretly observed his reaction. After a prolonged silence, Shen Qingming finally mustered the resolve to utter a single word. "Fine." Bang! In the arena below, the previously dominant dragon beast was suddenly struck violently by the flood dragon, crashing into the barrier and causing the audience seats outside to tremble. Xiexinghe gripped the railing, anxiously peering down. "Is Jimmy all right?" "He was fine just moments ago." The jealousy simmered within Shen Qingming as he noted Xiexinghe's concern for another man. Yet, with the man still unaccounted for, he could only stifle his dissatisfaction, dutifully explaining to Xiexinghe, "Jimmy possesses half-dragon blood, while Tsang Su is a flood dragon who has cultivated for 2 millennia, a genuine dragon in the making. They are evenly matched in terms of their lineage." Xiexinghe, still worried, looked down. "But Tsang Su is over 1,000 years older than Jimmy. Wouldn't his combat experience outstrip Jimmy's, placing him at a disadvantage?" Shen Qingming's focus diverged, and he asked, "How do you know Jimmy's age?" He certainly could not reveal that he had scanned the information using a system identification device. "I asked him," Xiexinghe replied. Chapter 76. Shen Qingming's plan to dress as a woman to pursue his beloved. Shen Qingming's tone turned sour. "You never inquired about my age, did you?" Worrying over the battle below, Xiexinghe casually asked. "Then how old are you?" "I am over 1,500 years old, though the exact number escapes me," Shen Qingming replied. Xiexinghe exclaimed, "So old?" Shen Qingming clenched her teeth and said, "Jimmy has nearly existed for a millennium." Xiexinghe gazed downward and remarked, Jimmy is a beast, and among the creatures of its kind, it remains in its juvenile stage. Shen Qingming cradled his face in her hands, leaned closer, and inquired, "Let me see clearly. Where do I show signs of aging?" Xie Xinghe examined the man's flawless skin. His ears flushed, and he stammered, "Not old, not old." Satisfied, Shen Qingming finally released him. She turned to the sorcerer who had urged Xie Xinghe to place a bet earlier and commanded, "You, come here." The sorcerer felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Shen Qingming and dared not refuse. "What is your command, my lord?" "Place a wager." Shen Qingming tossed him several magic crystals, a smirk playing on her lips, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. "Bet on that dark blue beast to win." Shen Qingming was aware that Jimmy could hear her words. Since Jimmy was not at odds with her, she would gamble on Jimmy's victory. Winning would earn her some extra coins, and losing would align perfectly with her intentions. Either way, she could unsettle Jimmy's mind. Xie Xinghe recalled his earlier promise to Jimmy and said, "I want to place a bet too." Shen Qingming pressed down on Xie Xinghe's hand, gently advising, "You are still young. This is not suitable for you. Your master has already placed a bet on your behalf." "It's the same." After a moment of contemplation, Xie Xinghe found her reasoning acceptable. "Very well, then I concede, my lord." Amidst the cheers from below, the claw of the dragon pinned the throat of the dark blue beast. Jimmy lost. However, as the Demon King had come to claim territory, he did not strike too harshly, for aggravating Jimmy would not serve his interests. "That plot of land at the border of the demon realm is yours." Jimmy was not one to take defeat lightly. Rising from the ground, his eyes still brimming with hostility, he fixed his gaze on Shen Qingming's location. Shen Qingming provocatively glanced at Jimmy, planted a kiss on the stunned Xie Xinghe's cheek, and then vanished. "Wait for your master to come and fetch you." Jimmy leapt directly from the arena to Xie Xinghe's side, glaring at him in exasperation. "Xie Xinghe, I was down there fighting, and you were up here flirting." Xie Xinghe retorted softly, "I wasn't. It wasn't me who initiated the kiss." Jimmy, hands on his hips, bellowed, "Then why didn't you avoid it? If he wanted to kiss you, you just let him. That guy had done even worse things before." Xie Xinghe dared not admit he had grown accustomed to such behavior. "I just didn't react in time." Rage boiled within Jimmy, yet he found no outlet for it. He could not strike the person before him. And if he scolded him, Xie Xinghe wore a look of grievance, as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. Jimmy turned his ire towards the watching sorcerer, seizing him by the collar and admonishing, "What kind of operation is this in the arena? Are the beasts you raised dead? Even outsiders can come and go unnoticed." Xie Xinghe interceded on his behalf, saying, "It's not his fault. He can't compete with Shen Qingming." "Silence!" Jimmy snapped. "Damn Shen Qingming. Causing me to lose the match, I won't let him off easily." Upon hearing this, Xie Xinghe promptly inquired, "Did he disrupt your match?" This was a battle that could cost him a territory. A serious grievance indeed. "Humph." Jimmy snorted coldly, refusing to answer. Had it not been for Shen Qingming's sudden appearance distracting him with Xie Xinghe, he would not have so easily lost to Zhangsu. But a loss was a loss. Jimmy could bear it. Hidden in the shadows, the Demon King Zhangsu, seeing the two quiet down, emerged and said, "Now that you two have finished your quarrel, may we discuss serious matters?" Jimmy coldly asked, "You intend to stay for dinner in my demon palace?" Zhangsu waved a contract in his hand and replied, "My lord, we have yet to sign the contract. Once you sign, I will take my leave immediately." Though Jimmy was enraged, he was not foolish. He took the contract, carefully reviewed it, crossed out 2 unreasonable clauses, and then signed his name, stamping it with the Demon King's seal. "I shall not disturb you further." Zhangsu cast a meaningful glance at Xie Xinghe before departing. Jimmy led Xie Xinghe back to the Demon Palace in the following days. Whenever Xie Xinghe encountered a tall and elegant maid, he would steal glances, particularly at the veiled dancers, scrutinizing them even more intently. Ever since Shen Qingming had agreed to disguise himself as a woman to blend in, Xie Xinghe often imagined whether any of these women could be a disguised Shen Qingming. Jimmy, who spent all day with him, was the first to notice his unusual behavior. Today, there was a performance of song and dance in the main hall of the Demon Palace. As Xie Xinghe once again stared intently at a dancing maiden. Jimmy, unable to contain himself, asked, "Have you suddenly developed a taste for women?" Xie Xinghe, caught up in wondering if this dancer was Shen Qingming, instinctively replied, "Of course not." "I didn't." Jimmy pressed, Then why are you staring at those women? No, I have always quite liked young ladies. It's not a change of taste. Realizing what he had just said, Xiexinghe hurriedly tried to amend his statement. Jimmy rolled his eyes at him and ordered the dancers to withdraw. Xiexinghe's mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of Shen Qingming. He turned to Jimmy and asked, Aji, if Shen Qingming were to take me back to Cangyan sect, would you be angry? Jimmy calmly responded, no. Before Xiexinghe could breathe a sigh of relief, Jimmy added, I would crush that fellow's skull. You are my pet. Without my consent, no one shall take you away. But I am also Shen Qingming's disciple. Xiexinghe raised a finger, indicating a small gap between his fingertips. I have a tiny suggestion, just a little. Please don't be angry when I say it. Jimmy lifted his chin, signaling him to proceed. Xiexinghe inquired, if Shen Qingming were to seek reconciliation with you, would you be able to shake hands with him? Despite being infuriated, Jimmy surprisingly did not explode with rage this time. His expression remained impassive as he replied, I could, when the sun sets in the east. Xiexinghe's smile, which had yet to blossom, instantly faded. He fell silent, taking a bite of the sugar cake placed on the table. After tasting it, he turned to the maid beside him and asked, Have you changed chefs? This sugar cake tastes different from usual. Quite good, actually. But why does it taste so familiar? The maid replied. A new female chef specializing in soups and desserts has recently joined the kitchen. Pa, what kind of strange concoction is this? Jimmy, beside him, looked pale, having just spat out the mouthful of soup he had taken. The maid, frightened, knelt down and said, Your Majesty, it's from the new female chef. This is her innovative dish. Xiexinghe poured a bowl of that soup and took asip.it was made from vegetable juice, which explained why Jimmy, a carnivorous beast, disliked it. Chapter 77. Xiexinghe's secret rendezvous with a beauty. Jimmy said with a stern face, Dismiss that female chef. I do not wish to see such things on my table again. The maid replied, Yes. A thought flashed through Xiexinghe's mind, and he asked the maid, When did that female chef arrive? The maid seemed to have a good impression of the new chef and answered, She was recruited 3 days ago by the head chef. 3 days ago, that could not have been Shen Qingming. He wouldn't have infiltrated the demon palace so quickly. Xiexinghe urged, Her culinary skills are quite commendable. Give her a chance. Perhaps she is still unfamiliar with your taste. Don't let her make vegetable soup again next time. Jimmy reluctantly replied, This shall be the last time. After finishing their lunch while watching the performance, Xiexinghe and Jimmy strolled nearby. Jimmy observed the patrolling guards and remarked, Why do I feel that the demon palace guards have been slacking off lately? What are they murmuring about during their watch? The two guards following behind exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Your Majesty, there is a new lady in the palace, breathtakingly beautiful, and she has become quite popular. Many guards sneak a look at her after changing shifts. Jimmy frowned. Why was I not informed of a new dancer in the palace? Discussing women on duty is utterly inappropriate. Summon their captain to see me. The guards trembled as they replied, Your Majesty, the captain is on leave today. It is said that he went outside the city to buy gifts in pursuit of Miss Minger. Minger, Xiexinghe, who had been nibbling on a peach, perked up, his clear, innocent eyes filled with curiosity as they turned toward the head guard. Minger? Shen Qingming? Surely not. He must have been overly vigilant lately, associating any girl he saw with Shen Qingming. Even if Shen Qingming were to disguise himself as a woman, how could he garner so much attention? Jimmy, disdainful, commanded, Bring that woman to me. I wish to see what kind of celestial being she is. The guard immediately complied. Yes, Jimmy and Xiexinghe settled in a pavilion. Soon, the guard returned with the report, Your Majesty, Miss Minger has arrived. Jimmy chewed on a piece of beef jerky and instructed, Let her approach. The guard respectfully acknowledged, Yes, as Xiexinghe observed the pebble path. A young woman clad in a green dress gracefully approached, kneeling at a respectful distance outside the pavilion before slowly raising her head. Xiexinghe was taken aback, the half-eaten peach falling from his hand with a thud. Could this truly be Shen Qingming? Surely not. The woman before him, adorned in a green dress, had 3,000 strands of hair cascading down to her waist, devoid of any embellishments, exuding an ethereal beauty. She wore a delicate makeup of soft pinks reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers, with a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. The contours of her facial features were soft, with the corners of her eyes gently uplifted, exuding a sense of allure. Yet, there was an air of ethereal coolness about him, a juxtaposition of indifference and tenderness that amalgamated to create an enigmatic charm. rather than an unsettling aura. Jimia, however, did not overly concern himself with the woman's appearance. His gaze lingered on her striking black and purple heterochromatic eyes, a flicker of surprise illuminating his expression. Mixed blood. Xie Xinghe probed the woman. What is your name? A guard who had accompanied her interjected. Your Majesty, Lord Xinghe. Miss Ming'er is mute and cannot speak. Jimia furrowed his brow. Mute? Being of mixed heritage himself, he understood all too well the challenges faced by those like her in the demon realm. Were it not for the previous demon king, Cgun, also of mixed blood, who had elevated the status of mixed blood individuals within the demon society, this woman might not have even qualified to enter the gates of the demon palace. Not only was she mixed blood, but she was also mute. Jimia had initially presumed her to be a frivolous woman, prepared to summon her for reprimand. However, the circumstances made him appear as if he were bullying the weak. While lost in thought, Xie Xinghe had already descended from the pavilion and stood beside the woman, extending his hand. Shall I assist you? The woman raised her gaze to Xie Xinghe and smiled at him. In that moment, he felt as though he were witnessing the blossoming of spring flowers, the warmth of gentle sunlight bathing his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure, for the woman had grasped his hand. A hand he had held countless times before, familiar with its icy touch and the patterns within its palm. It was unmistakably Shan Qingming. After a moment of astonishment, Xie Xinghe found it to be quite natural. Shan Qingming was inherently gentle in appearance, and it was only due to his earlier cold demeanor that her soft features had been so easily overlooked. Now, with her makeup applied and her aura tempered, she radiated as a quintessential beauty of gentle grace. Although Shan Qingming was tall and had a larger build, it was not particularly unusual among the demon women, who generally stood taller than average. The woman in cyan was assisted to her feet by Xie Xinghe, yet she did not release his hand. Instead, she grasped it tightly when he attempted to withdraw. Her eyes openly reflected her affection for him. Witnessing this scene, Jimia approached in a fury, pushing her aside. What are you doing? How dare you touch my person? The woman was unceremoniously shoved to the ground, her expressive eyes gazing longingly at Xie Xinghe as she once more extended her hand toward him. You have quite the audacity. Jimia now scrutinized the woman before him from a position of superiority. Although he felt a vague familiarity with her, he could never have imagined that the esteemed ancestor of the Zhongyun sect would shamelessly don women's attire to infiltrate his demon palace, brazenly flaunting herself before him. Moreover, their kind discerned others through their aura, yet Shan Qingming had somehow altered hers. Faced with the unreserved adoration emanating from the stunning woman, Xie Xinghe, despite knowing she was masquerading as Shan Qingming, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment as he stepped forward to assist the woman in cyan. She smiled gently, her fingers playfully tracing his palm. Xie Xinghe, avoiding her gaze, shifted his eyes in a flustered manner. The woman communicated with him through sign language. Jimia, irate, warned, What are you gesturing? Stay away from my people. Or do you wish for your head to be severed? A nearby guard, well versed in sign language, relayed. Miss Ming'er says she has fallen in love at first sight with Lord Xinghe and wishes to invite him on a date. Hesitating, the guard hesitated to reveal the entire truth. Jimia, growing impatient, urged, Speak quickly. The guard continued. Miss Ming'er asserted that even as the demon king, you have no authority to interfere with her pursuit of Lord Xinghe. She has not violated any laws of the demon realm, and you have no right to execute her. There was an unspoken implication the guard dared not voice. Should the demon king slay a mixed blood mute, it would constitute discrimination against mixed heritage, oppression of the disabled, and a blatant disregard for the regulations established by the previous demon king. Chapter 78. Openly displaying affection upon hearing these words, Jimia was indeed seething, on the verge of eruption. With veins throbbing on his forehead, his fists clenched but raised neither to strike nor to retaliate, it was not out of fear, but rather disdain. He, a mighty demon king, found it beneath him to bully a mute of mixed heritage, especially one so lacking in magical prowess that she was nearly imperceptible. Xie Xinghe, sensing the tension, positioned himself protectively in front of Shan Qingming, saying, Ah gee, if there is nothing further, let Ming'er return. Shan Qingming, her fingers tracing Xie Xinghe's palm, wrote, I want you to take me home.